Chapter 1731, Gu Dongxing returns. Gu Dongxing continued, when those people showed me the photos of the national treasures stolen by the thief, I felt that these items were not merely cultural relics or treasures. At this point, Gu Dongxing picked up Mingyu's 6 treasures key. The photo of the national treasure looks exactly like your 6 treasures key, except for the color. Yours is earth attributed, while the one stolen from the National Museum is water blue. Mingyu finally understood why Gu Dongxing said she was qualified to hear this. According to my memories from the life when I was an emperor, there are 8 6 treasures keys in total, 1 for each attribute: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. If all 8 keys are gathered, they can open a secret realm called Dragon Valley. However, each key can only bring 20 people into Dragon Valley, meaning no more than 160 people can enter at a time. So, you understand now. Dragon Valley is a natural paradise for spiritual herbs, filled with ancient medicinal plants that only existed in antiquity. There are even treasures like flesh mushrooms and other heavenly materials. It's even possible to find dragon bones. It is said that this place was once a settlement of the dragon race. Danger and opportunity coexist there. Mingyu was astonished. Where is this place? Gu Dongxing replied, I don't know the exact location either. In my past life, I only heard about it but never went, because I remember that this secret realm can only be opened once every 500 years. When I was born, it had just been opened, and I didn't live to be 500 years old in that life. Anyway, this item is a treasure. Keep it safe and don't let anyone know. If such an opportunity ever arises, it will surely stir up a bloody storm in the cultivation world. Mingyu was tempted by his words and initially wanted to say, since it's so important, you should keep it. But then she remembered that her space was the safest place, so she said, all right, I'll keep it for now. When the time comes, we'll go seek fortune together. Seeing his wife's sparkling, money-hungry eyes, Gu Dongxing found it amusing and gently stroked her hair, replying, all right, when the time comes, we'll go seek fortune together as a couple. No, maybe by then our 2 children will have grown up, and the 4 of us will go seek fortune together. He then reached out to touch his wife's belly, greeting the 2 children. Babies, are you being good? Are you bothering your mom? Mingyu's belly was only slightly rounded, similar to a 2-month pregnancy. It was hardly noticeable unless one paid close attention. With a smile in her eyes, Mingyu watched her husband communicate with the children and asked Gu Dongxing, will you stay tonight? Gu Dongxing's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed. If it were someone else, they might misunderstand that his wife wanted something intimate, but he knew she was still carrying the babies. Still, he also knew that his wife was attached to him. Being able to hold her and sleep through the night would already satisfy him. All right, I'll stay tonight, but I have to go back early tomorrow morning to report my mission. Mingyu was taken aback. He hadn't even reported his mission yet and had come to see her first. She was moved. But then she felt a bit worried. Isn't this a violation of discipline? Of course it was. However, the rules of this world were made for the weak. The strong were the ones who made the rules. They had only arrived at the border city today. He had arranged for his subordinates to stay at the guest house for the night and report back to the unit tomorrow, while he flew back to see his wife. From now on, we can see each other more often. Gu Dongxing lay contentedly on the big bed, holding his wife. Compared to the past few months sleeping in trees in the primeval forest, he sighed with happiness. Don't worry, your husband won't get into trouble. He gently kissed his wife's eyelid. Sleep. I'll find a way to transfer back to the capital before you give birth next year. Thinking of the children, Mingyu immediately extended her spiritual power into her belly to communicate with the 2 babies. Gu Dongxing did the same. At first, the babies were startled, then overjoyed. The family of 4 connected spiritually and drifted into dreamland. Seeing his wife fall asleep, Gu Dongxing circulated his energy to calm his own arousal. He felt that he was becoming less and less able to control himself around his wife. He longed for the babies to be born soon. Chapter 1732, Missing You. The next day, Mingyu woke up to find the spot beside her already empty. She sighed inwardly. Marrying a soldier meant enduring loneliness and accepting that her husband would face all kinds of dangers. This was what she had to bear as a military wife. She touched the wooden treasure Gu Dongxing had given her and smiled again. Her Gu Dongxing always gave her every treasure he obtained. It was like that in his life as an emperor, and it was the same in this life. Having a husband who doted on her like this, she felt it was worth it. Just as she was thinking about the front courtyard, she heard a loud call, Master, your disciple O Pengfei has come to see you. After more than 2 years of cultivation, O Pengfei was only 1 step away from reaching the Xiantian stage. According to the agreement Mingyu had made with him back then, she had first accepted him as a nominal disciple, promising to formally take him as a full disciple once he reached Xiantian. Thus, he was not yet an official disciple. However, even as a nominal disciple, he treated Mingyu with great respect, often visiting her with various gifts. He also took the opportunity to seek her advice on cultivation issues, making him the most frequent visitor among all her nominal disciples. Mingyu found it strange. Oh, Pengfei had been here many times before. When had he ever not walked straight into the courtyard? Why was he shouting outside the gate now? If something was out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. She immediately extended her spiritual sense outward, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh, Pengfei was not alone. He had brought a man with him, a man who looked somewhat refined, but had a slightly arrogant tilt to his nose. What surprised Mingyu even more was that this man was dressed in Taoist robes, as if afraid others wouldn't recognize him as a cultivator. Moreover, after a quick scan, she realized he was a cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. She first deactivated the spirit-gathering array in the courtyard, leaving only the outer isolation and defense array, and then absorbed the residual spiritual energy in the yard. After finishing these preparations, she quickly dressed, cast a cleansing spell on herself, and then walked out of the back courtyard to the living room in the front. She sat down and transmitted her voice, "Come in." Outside, Pengfei did not rush in. Instead, he called out again, "Master, your disciple has also brought a friend to visit you." After a long pause, Mingyu's voice sounded again, "Bring him in together." Upon hearing this, Bamboo Flower Taoist immediately felt displeased. When a friend came to visit, shouldn't the host come out to greet them? Just telling him to go inside like this, was she treating him as a junior, on the same level as her disciple? Leaving aside the fact that he considered himself an immortal and her immortal, in his view, even just considering his age, she should not have treated him so dismissively. Under normal circumstances, Bamboo Flower Taoist would have flicked his sleeves and left. But today, he looked at Pengfei, who had both wood and fire spiritual roots, and thought about what he had said about the owner of this courtyard being his master. He held back. Sigh, for the sake of talent, he had to swallow his pride. What he didn't know was that Mingyu truly did regard him as a junior. In the secular world, people without blood ties mostly determined seniority by age. But in the cultivation world, seniority was determined by cultivation level. This visitor was only a foundation establishment cultivator, while Mingyu was a golden core cultivator. Therefore, no matter how old he was, he should respectfully address Mingyu as senior. That was why Mingyu did not go out to greet him but simply waited in the hall. The two large courtyard doors creaked open. Pengfei gestured for the Taoist to enter first. The Taoist snorted through his nose and then strode into the courtyard with his head held high. As soon as he stepped inside, a child of 7 or 8 came to guide him. "Please follow me, fellow Taoist." Seeing that even after entering the courtyard, the owner had not come out to greet him and had only sent a child, Bamboo Flower Taoist grew even more displeased. Chapter 1733, Heaven-Defying Luck. Bamboo Flower Taoist did not know that although this child was only 7 or 8 years old, he was already a cultivator at the 9th level of qi refining. Otherwise, he would not have dared to be so arrogant. Qingwen led the Taoist inside, and Pengfei deliberately lagged a step behind, following them. After crossing the courtyard and arriving at the main hall, they saw Mingyu seated upright in the center, with Qingshan and Les Wei standing behind her. It was only when Qingwen ushered Bamboo Flower Taoist in that Mingyu rose to greet him. When Bamboo Flower Taoist had not yet seen Mingyu, his expression was not so sour, but after seeing her, his face darkened. He had not expected Pengfei's master to be a young woman. As a cultivator at the peak of foundation building, he had come to visit Pengfei's master, thinking that someone capable of taking Pengfei as a disciple must be some kind of extraordinary expert. Who would have guessed it was a woman? And not just any woman, a mortal. Why did he not suspect that she might be a high-level cultivator who merely looked young? Because he knew how to assess bone age, and one look told him that the woman before him was no more than 20 years old. A girl in her early 20s, whose cultivation he could not perceive. It could not be because her level was higher than his. That left only one possibility. She was a mortal. Even if she carried some presence, she was merely a practitioner of ancient martial arts. He, a dignified cultivator, had come to visit a mortal, and this mortal had the audacity to sit on her high horse without even coming out to the courtyard gate to welcome him. How could he not be furious? Pengfei seemed not to notice Bamboo Flower Taoist's foul expression as he made the introductions. "This is Bamboo Flower True Person." Then, turning to Bamboo Flower Taoist, he said, "This is my master, surnamed Nan." Mingyu nearly burst out laughing. True person? Without even reaching core formation, he dared to call himself a true person? But she held it in, forming a Taoist hand seal and performing a ritual greeting. "I did not know a true person was gracing me with his presence, and I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive my negligence." Bamboo Flower Taoist merely raised his hand casually before walking straight to the host's seat at the center of the hall and sitting down, reversing their roles as he said, "Sit." Qingshan and Les Hui, standing behind Mingyu, saw this Taoist come in and immediately take the seat of honor, their eyes betraying displeasure. Mingyu also frowned slightly, glancing at Chu Pengfei. What is going on? Before Chu Pengfei could speak, Bamboo Flower Taoist opened his mouth. I intend to take Chu Pengfei as my disciple. You should dissolve your current master-disciple relationship with him. Minyu's brow furrowed even deeper. This fellow had come to steal her disciple? And what was with that tone of entitlement? Minyu neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, she looked at Bamboo Flower Taoist and asked, Taoist friend, are the customs of your cultivation world vastly different from those of the secular world? Bamboo Flower Taoist was momentarily confused, staring at Mingyu in bewilderment. Mingyu pointed to the seat he was sitting in the secular world. This is the host's seat. She then pointed to the guest seats. The guest seats are over there. This was a direct accusation of his overstepping his bounds. Bamboo Flower Taoist stared at Mingyu, and she stared back, neither yielding. Bamboo Flower Taoist snorted, glanced at Chu Pengfei, and, mindful of his purpose, finally stood up and moved to a guest seat. Once seated, he asked again, did you hear what I just said? Pengfei has excellent natural talent. Hurry up and dissolve your master-disciple relationship with him, so I can take him as my disciple. Mingyu, however, called out toward the inner quarters, serve tea. Then she turned back to Bamboo Flower Taoist and said, Taoist friend has come from afar, and I have nothing fine to offer. I can only ask Bamboo Flower True Person to have a cup of tea. Chapter 1734. Will you stay tonight? Bamboo Flower Taoist, hearing Mingyu refer to herself as True Person, assumed she was ignorant of the rules and merely mimicking his own title. He couldn't help but let out a ha of laughter. You dare call yourself a true person? Do you know who qualifies as a true person? Mingyu countered, then you tell me, who qualifies as a true person? Bamboo Flower Taoist stroked his beard and said, a so-called true person embodies the void, unites with the Tao, harmonizes with nature, is all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-penetrating. He cast a disdainful glance at Mingyu and continued, of course, a mortal like you wouldn't understand what I, a true person, am saying. Simply put, in today's cultivation world, foundation establishment cultivators are called superior ones, core formation cultivators are called true persons, nascent soul cultivators are called true lords, soul projection and divine transformation cultivators are called Tao lords, body integration cultivators are called Tao venerables, and tribulation transcendence and Mahayana cultivators are already considered earthly immortals called divine lords. Mingyu feigned curiosity, so, Bamboo Flower True Person, have you already formed your core? Bamboo Flower Taoist showed no sign of shame. I, this true person, have not yet formed my core, but I am about to. Thus, thanks to the respect of my fellow cultivators, they all call me true person. Mingyu drew out the syllable, so it's just flattery from others. I thought you had actually formed your core. If one can be called a true person without forming a core, then there's no harm in me calling myself one as well. Bamboo Flower Taoist frowned. If you want to call yourself a true person, others can't stop you. But it's best to only use it at home. Never use it outside, or people will laugh at you to death. Mingyu chuckled twice. If others are going to laugh, wouldn't they laugh at you first, fellow Taoist? After all, you're older than me and you haven't formed a core yet you call yourself a true person. I'm just following your lead, and no one else will hear it. Was this a jab at him for being old and shameless? You. Mingyu raised the spiritual tea that Qingwen had just poured. Please, have some tea. With that, she took a sip herself. Bamboo Flower Taoist had no choice but to pick up the tea and take a sip. His brow lifted slightly. Where did you get this tea? It was merely Dahong Pao grown in her space, containing a trace of spiritual energy. Bought it, naturally. It's called Dahong Pao. Mingyu pretended not to understand. Could it be that you, a true person, have never even tasted Dahong Pao? Bamboo Flower Taoist had heard of Dahong Pao, which grew on cliffs and was said to yield only 8 taels a year. He had thought it was merely something for mortal emperors to enjoy. He never expected it to carry even a hint of spiritual energy. He said authoritatively, such a fine thing is wasted on immortals. How much do you have left? I'll buy it. Mingyu found this even more amusing. He was even coveting a bit of Dahong Pao? Just how poor was this cultivator? Mingyu smiled. Sorry, I only had 1 tael, and I've used it all for entertaining guests. There's hardly any left. Bamboo Flower Taoist felt a twinge of regret, but didn't dwell on it. He turned the conversation back to taking on a disciple. Enough of other matters. Have you considered what I said earlier? What did you say? The matter of dissolving your master-disciple relationship with Pengfei, Bamboo Flower Taoist said. Mingyu looked puzzled. Why should I dissolve the master-disciple relationship? Because I want to teach him the art of immortal cultivation, Bamboo Flower Taoist said with dissatisfaction. Mingyu found it amusing. Oh, if you want to teach someone immortal cultivation, why not find another disciple? Why must it be my disciple? Because your disciple has excellent talent, Bamboo Flower Taoist said, seeing nothing wrong with his reasoning. In the immortal sect, there were also mortals, and far more of them than cultivators. There were martial cultivators there too, and it was perfectly normal for a martial cultivator to yield a disciple to an immortal cultivator, wasn't it? Chapter 1735, Stealing a Disciple, 1. Mingyu put away her smile. Oh, just because my disciple has good aptitude, you want him to become your disciple? Don't you know he has already taken a master? What do you mean by trying to poach from me? What do I mean? Of course, it's about not letting a talented person go to waste in your hands. Have you even looked at what kind of aptitude Pengfei has? Teaching him that messy, inferior cultivation method, ruining his immortal destiny. Don't you think you're being too selfish? Bamboo Flower Taoist was also frustrated. He had left the immortal sect this time because he had been stuck for a long time, unable to form his golden core. He thought he would travel through the mortal world to gain life experience and find an opportunity to break through. However, he happened to encounter a young girl. Discovering that she not only had spiritual roots, but also a single fire spiritual root, he was overjoyed. He took her as his disciple, taught her a cultivation method, gave her resources, and let her cultivate on her own while he continued his journey. But when he returned after 2 years of training, he found that his disciple had been crippled. When he tried to ask for the reason, the disciple couldn't answer. Upon inspecting her sea of consciousness, he found that her memories had been erased, and even her intelligence had been somewhat affected. He then went to ask her god-grandfather, but he also had no idea why she had been crippled. Clearly, he too had had his memories of the incident erased, his divine sense damaged, and his intelligence regressed, so much so that he had already stepped down from his position. Yes, this man who called himself Bamboo Flower True Person was none other than Meng Li's master. Meng Li had coveted Gu Dongxing, using her powerful and influential god-grandfather in the military to join Gu Dongxing's team on a mission. On the way back, she provoked a rhinoceros that was nearly a demon beast, then hid behind Gu Dongxing, who had already exhausted his spiritual power, nearly getting him killed. No, she had actually gotten him killed. If Mingyu hadn't formed a life-and-death bond with Gu Dongxing as cultivation partners, he would have certainly died that time. Or rather, if Mingyu hadn't had the Peach Blossom's face, both of them would have died, who would normally carry over 100 Great Return pills, a life-saving elixir like that. That time, Mingyu had used over 100 Great Return pills just to save both their lives. When Mingyu crippled Meng Li back then, she thought that even if her master came looking for her, she wouldn't be afraid. Since Meng Li was already crippled, the other party probably wouldn't risk their life for a useless disciple. So she let them go without erasing their memories. But Gu Dongxing didn't want to leave any trouble for his wife. Regardless of karmic consequences, he later went directly to their homes and erased the memories of both Meng Li and her god-grandfather, Wang Tailin. Erasing someone's memories inevitably affects their divine sense. Since Gu Dongxing was only a golden core cultivator and harbored hatred for those two, he didn't take care to avoid damaging their divine sense. As a result, both of them suffered intellectual impairment after their memories were erased. Meng Li was young, so the effect wasn't as severe. But Wang Tailin was already old, and his mental faculties had been declining. After Gu Dongxing erased his memories, he was greatly affected. Memory loss and forgetfulness might not matter for an ordinary elderly person, but for Wang Tailin, who held a high position, it was unacceptable. Thus, he was forced to step down. Bamboo Flower Taoist couldn't get any answers, and with Wang Tailin stepping down, he could no longer help him gather materials from the mortal world. Frustrated, he left. Just as he was about to continue his training, he happened to run into Chu Pengfei, who had already reached the great perfection of the Hotian stage and was on his way to see Mingyu to collect a gathering yuan pill in preparation for breaking through to the Xiantian stage. Chapter 1736, Snatching a Disciple, Part 2. Upon discovering that Pengfei possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots, Bamboo Flower Taoist immediately conceived the idea of taking him as a disciple. Of course, Bamboo Flower Taoist also knew that Pengfei, standing before him, was already over 20 years old. If he were an ordinary person, he could only sigh in regret at such a missed opportunity. However, Pengfei was a practitioner of ancient martial arts, having trained since childhood. In reality, he had taken a marrow-cleansing pill. His meridians were broad and robust, so there was no concern about them becoming rigid. Moreover, seeing that he was on the verge of reaching the innate realm, now was the perfect time for him to begin cultivating immortality. Although he couldn't determine whether both of Pengfei's spiritual roots were full grade, he could sense that this disciple's spiritual root value was exceptionally high, perhaps even surpassing Meng Li's single spiritual root. Such talent, even within a celestial sect, would be considered excellent. If his own sect knew that he had taken a disciple with dual spiritual roots during a single outing, they might even reward him with a yellow dragon pill to help him successfully form his golden core. Thus, how could he possibly give up on Pengfei as a disciple? Therefore, he immediately grabbed hold of Pengfei. Young friend, I am Bamboo Flower True Person, an immortal master from a celestial sect. I see that you have excellent qualities and a bright gleam in your eyes. I wish to take you as my disciple, to teach you the art of immortality, to soar through the skies and traverse the earth, and to live as a carefree immortal. What do you think? Though he asked for his opinion, he was certain that the other party would be overjoyed and immediately kneel to become his disciple. Thus, after speaking, he stroked his beard and waited for Pengfei to prostrate himself. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing about the possibility of cultivating immortality, they would either call him insane or immediately kneel to become his disciple. But Pengfei did not agree. Instead, he bowed to him and said, I thank the immortal master for his favor, but I have already taken a master. I cannot switch to another. Thank you for your kindness, immortal master. Bamboo Flower Taoist was astonished. What? You've already taken a master? He examined Pengfei and saw that although all his meridians were unblocked and broad, there was only a faint trace of spiritual energy within him, nothing like that of a true immortal cultivator. So he said, the master you speak of, isn't he the one who taught you martial arts? You don't understand. Your talent is far more suited for immortal cultivation. Abandon that mortal master of yours and stop practicing ancient martial arts. It cannot grant you immortality. Instead, follow me, your master, and cultivate the golden core great path. I guarantee that within 10 years, you will reach the foundation establishment stage, and within 100 years, you will form your golden core. That won't do. Once a master, always a father. Since I have already taken a master, how could I betray him and switch to another? Pengfei knew well the abilities of his own master. She had not refused to teach him immortality. Rather, because he was too old to directly begin cultivation, she had given him the precious marrow cleansing pill to purify his body, along with stone marrow to transform his physique. He had also consumed numerous foundation-strengthening pills and spiritual fruits. It was only through her efforts that he had achieved his current progress in just over 2 years. If not for his master's instruction that he must have her protection when breaking through to the innate realm, he might have already reached it. Although he had not formally taken her as his master, the blessings she had bestowed upon him so far were already an immense kindness. How could he ever betray her? But Bamboo Flower Taoist refused to let go of what he saw as an unparalleled talent. He grabbed Pengfei and said, No, you must become my disciple. Take me to your master's home. I will speak with him. You cannot abandon your immortal destiny for the sake of hollow principles. Pengfei had originally not wanted to bring him to his master, but he sensed that the pressure emanating from this man was far weaker than that of his master. Thus, he knew that this man's power was certainly inferior to hers. Moreover, since Bamboo Flower Taoist had latched onto him and he could not shake him off, he had no choice but to bring him to see his master. Now, hearing Bamboo Flower Taoist insult his master as being too selfish, he was instantly enraged. Chapter 1737, Stealing a Disciple, 3. He threw a punch at Bamboo Taoist, knocking him down. After hitting him, he still cursed, What kind of immortal master are you? My master has been as kind to me as the sea is deep. How dare you say my master is selfish? I already told you, I have taken a master and cannot switch to another. Yet you still pester me to find my master. And you dare to insult my master as selfish? If you disrespect my master, even if you are an immortal master, I will not let you off. Let me tell you, I will absolutely never take you as my master. You, Bamboo Taoist, had never expected the always gentle and refined Pengfei to suddenly erupt, and all because he had disrespected his master. Caught off guard, he was actually hit, and he flew into a rage. Just as he was about to use a spell to retaliate, he reconsidered. The boy hit him because he had disrespected his master. This child was so protective of his master. If he took him as a disciple, wouldn't he be the one being protected in the future? Thus, instead of giving up on taking him as a disciple, he became even more determined. Forget it, I won't hold this against you, child. Unwilling to hit his prospective disciple, he turned to Mengyu. Girl, don't lead others astray. No matter what, I am determined to take this disciple. Let me put it this way. I am a cultivator from the Shangyuan sect of the Immortal Sect. Our sect is second only to the 3 great worlds and 4 great sects, and above all other sects. If you have spiritual roots, you can join our sect. Even if you don't, I will leave you a recommendation token. Whether it's your descendants or your relatives, if they have spiritual roots, they can use this token to join our Shangyuan sect. Mengyu found it amusing. He himself said that his Shengyuan sect was merely a sect beneath the 3 great families and 4 great sects, yet he dared to suggest that she, a member of one of the 3 great families, the Nan family, join his sect. Sorry, I have no interest in joining your Shengyuan sect. Mengyu directly refused Bamboo Hua's token. Bamboo Hua almost spat blood. He only had 1 recommendation slot, and this ungrateful girl had rejected it. Then tell me, what conditions do you want to give up your disciple? Foundation-building pills or money? He knew that martial artists in the mortal world valued foundation-building pills the most. These were also the pills that could enhance the cultivation of mortals. Mengyu almost burst out laughing, but managed to hold it in. He was trying to bribe her with money and foundation-building pills? These were the 2 things she had in abundance. She had just learned alchemy and had made too many foundation-building pills, with nowhere to sell them. I don't lack money, and I don't lack foundation-building pills. I won't give up my disciple. Leave now. Seeing Mengyu so stubborn, Bamboo Hua Taoist almost wanted to resort to force, but remembering the rule against using force on mortals in the mortal world, he held back. Then what do you want? Mengyu shook her head. A master is like a father. Have you ever heard of a father giving away his son? So, give up. I won't give you my disciple. Moreover, if you don't give in, aren't you afraid that the lives of everyone in this courtyard will be in danger? Bamboo Hua finally dropped all pretense and threatened. She looked disdainfully at Bamboo Hua Taoist, a mere foundation establishment cultivator. What makes you think you can threaten me? And dare to try to steal my disciple? Bamboo Hua Taoist's heart sank. She had seen through his cultivation level at a glance. Was she really just a mortal? Chapter 1738, Stealing a Disciple, 4. Bamboo Flower Taoist finally dared not be arrogant anymore. He retracted his overbearing demeanor and bowed to Mengyu. May I ask, fellow Taoist, are you also an immortal cultivator? Mengyu knew that if he wanted to investigate, he could easily find out her identity. Thus, she had no intention of hiding it. If this true person were not a cultivator, why would I take on disciples? To mislead others. She was slapping Bamboo Flower Taoist in the face. Earlier, Bamboo Flower had accused her of misleading others to poach her disciple, and now she was implying that he, not even at the Golden Core stage, was meddling in the mortal world to take disciples, which was indeed misleading others. Bamboo Flower Taoist was extremely shocked. True person. She actually called herself a true person. If, when he first entered, he called himself a true person and this young woman followed suit, he could have said she was just imitating. But now, this young woman was earnestly calling herself a true person and even mocked him for taking disciples without reaching the Golden Core stage, accusing him of misleading others. Who exactly are you? Does this true person need to report to you who I am? Mengyu said, then casually released the pressure of a Golden Core cultivator, pressing it toward Bamboo Flower Taoist. Bamboo Flower Taoist nearly stumbled. Indeed, this pressure was that of a Golden Core true person. Sweat trickled down his face. Had he misjudged her? He had mistaken a Golden Core true person for an ordinary mortal? Recalling how he had called himself a true person in front of her, this fake true person had actually encountered a real true person. How awkward could this be? Most importantly, he had come to steal a true person's disciple and even threatened her with the lives of her people? Bamboo Flower Taoist suddenly thought of his disciple, whose cultivation had been crippled, and asked in shock, was it you who crippled Mingli? He could tell that Mingli's memory had been erased. An ordinary person would absolutely not have such an ability. Even among cultivators, those below the foundation establishment stage would find it very difficult to erase someone's memory. Because erasing a person's memory is akin to searching their soul, and even more difficult than soul searching, as it involves finding the specific memory to erase and removing it. Thus, being able to erase a memory without turning the person into a fool was something even Golden Core cultivators could hardly achieve. But his disciple Mingli had indeed had her memory erased, and he couldn't even find the culprit to avenge her. In the mortal world, aside from the dragon head, there were generally no cultivators above the Golden Core stage, because once one surpassed the core formation stage, they would be sent into the immortal sects, unless they joined the dragon group. And the dragon head would absolutely not do such a thing. As the administrator of cultivators in the mortal world, he had no reason to. Thus, Bamboo Flower Taoist had planned to investigate before returning. He couldn't swallow this insult. If Mingyu hadn't revealed her Golden Core cultivation, he wouldn't have suspected her. But now that he knew she was a Golden Core cultivator, he immediately became suspicious. Mingyu was also startled. Are you Mingli's master? But as soon as she said this, it was equivalent to admitting that she was involved in Mingli's crippling. So it really was you who crippled Mingli? Bamboo Flower Taoist was first furious, but then a bitter taste filled his mouth. Even if she truly crippled Mingli, as a Golden Core true person, he couldn't seek justice for his disciple. Seek help from the sect? Although he had taken Mingli as a disciple, he hadn't reported it to the sect yet, so Mingli wasn't considered a sect disciple. Moreover, since she had already been crippled, the sect wouldn't value her and wouldn't act on her behalf. Thus, he truly couldn't do anything to Mengyu. Chapter 1739, Stealing Disciples 5. It was precisely for this reason that Mingyu had decisively crippled Mingli. Now, she admitted it very frankly. That's right, I crippled her. But it was self-defense. She coveted my Dao partner and caused him harm, nearly leading to his death. Taking advantage of his severe injuries, she forced me to give him up and attempted to crush me with her pressure, intending to make me explode from blood loss. Given her actions, even if I had turned her own methods against her and made her die from blood explosion on the spot, it would not have been excessive. But I didn't want to bear the charge of murder, so I only crippled her cultivation. I was already lenient with her. Mingyu thought to herself that this bamboo flower Taoist and Mingli truly were a fitting master and disciple. One tried to seize her Dao partner upon seeing him, and the other tried to poach her disciple upon seeing him. Though Mingyu didn't say these words aloud, her eyes clearly revealed her thoughts. Listening to Mingyu's words, bamboo flower Taoist's face actually flushed red, a rare occurrence. He glanced at Pengfei, feeling deep regret. Such a talented individual, yet he couldn't recruit him into the sect. Suddenly, his eyes shifted, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Nan, what you've said is just your side of the story. But the fact remains that you crippled my disciple. I had finally found a single fire attribute disciple with such difficulty, and you destroyed her. Tell me, if I report back to my sect that you crippled the single fire attribute disciple I worked so hard to find, what do you think my sect's reaction would be? No matter how powerful you are, you're still a rogue cultivator. Can you alone stand against my entire sect?" This bamboo flower Taoist was truly shameless. He already knew Mingyu was a true person, and he should have addressed her as senior, but due to his age and her youth, he couldn't bring himself to say it, so he vaguely called her fellow Taoist. He was bullying Mingyu, thinking she had cultivated in the secular world and didn't understand the ways of the cultivation world. Mingyu didn't care much about the form of address, but she understood his implication. Still, she asked, "Speak plainly." "I don't understand roundabout talk." Bamboo flower Taoist suddenly bowed to Mingyu. "True person Nan, you crippled one of my disciples, so please return one to me. My disciple Mingli has a single fire attribute, while your disciple Pengfei has dual attributes. Using Pengfei to compensate for Mingli, I'm still at a loss." Mingyu nearly spat blood. This bamboo flower Taoist, knowing full well she was a golden core true person, still dared to use his sect to pressure her. He said she crippled one disciple, so she had to give him another. Could his disciple Mingli compare to her disciple Pengfei? Though Mingli had a single fire attribute, her spiritual root was not full, only 80 points in value. Pengfei, on the other hand, had dual wood and fire attributes, but both were full spiritual roots, each at 100 points. And he dared to claim that using Pengfei to compensate for Mingli was still a loss for him? The key issue is, could this even be said like that? Her disciple was not an object to be traded like goods. Mingyu's face turned cold instantly. "Fellow Taoist bamboo flower, my disciple is not something you can demand, nor can he be exchanged like merchandise. If you think I was wrong to cripple Mingli, feel free to report me to the Cultivation Alliance. And while you're at it, ask the Cultivation Alliance, what is the judgment for someone who lets her disciple covet another's Dao partner, and when that fails, tries to crush them with pressure? Should compensation be made? Remember, my Dao partner nearly died because of your disciple. If not for the Great Return Pill, he would have perished. So, should I demand compensation from her master for my Great Return Pill?" Chapter 1740, Snatching a Disciple 6. Bamboo flower Taoist was stunned. A Great Return Pill, his entire sect didn't even have one. How could he possibly compensate for such a treasure? You're talking nonsense. Since you're a true person, your Dao partner must be no slouch either. How could he be dragged down by my disciple? Me, talking nonsense? Go ask the people who carried out the mission with my Dao partner, and you'll know if I'm lying. My Dao partner had high cultivation, but at the time, to complete the mission, he fought to the death with an enemy of equal strength, suffering severe injuries. Only a sliver of spiritual power remained to protect his critical wounds, keeping him alive, forcing him to choose to return as quickly as possible. But your disciple provoked a rhinoceros, one that was almost a demon beast. She stirred up the rhinoceros's temper, yet couldn't kill it, so she led it right in front of my Dao partner and hid behind him. My Dao partner couldn't dodge in time, and that rhinoceros horn thrust straight into his lower abdomen's dantian. The last thread of spiritual power protecting his heart meridian leaked out. Tell me, if it were you, could you still live? So, your disciple essentially killed my Dao partner. I used a Great Return Pill to save him. And not just one, over 100. Bamboo flower was stunned. The most important place for a cultivator was the dantian. Her Dao partner had been gored in the dantian by a rhinoceros. Even if he survived, he'd be crippled, right? No wonder this girl had crippled Meng Li's dantian. It seemed Meng Li really had no leg to stand on, especially in front of so many witnesses. Even trying to cover up the truth was impossible. So, tell me, is it too much for me to ask you to repay one great return pill on behalf of your disciple? Bamboo flower, of course it's too much, why should he have to pay? But he couldn't say that. Anyway, your Dao partner is fine now, but you've crippled my disciple's cultivation and erased her memory. She's already been punished. Let her go and give Peng Fei to me. As he spoke, he kept bowing repeatedly to Mengyu. Seeing that bamboo flower Taoist was still talking like this even now, Mengyu found it exhausting to deal with him. This bamboo flower Taoist was nothing but a stubborn piece of gristle. She waved her hand. You may leave. You're not welcome here. There's no way I'm letting my disciple go to you. As for your disciple Meng Li, even if I crippled her, she brought it on herself. No one else is to blame. Besides, debts of karma are remembered for 1,000 years. If my Dao partner suffers any after effects in the future, I'll hold her accountable. As soon as Mengyu said she wanted bamboo flower Taoist to leave, Qingshan behind her stepped forward, positioning himself in front of her, facing bamboo flower Taoist. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, Wherever bamboo flower Taoist went in the mortal world, he was met with flattery and sycophancy. He had never experienced being driven away before. Bamboo flower Taoist was furious. What do you think you can do to me? Before I came here, I reported to the Dragon Head. I'm here openly to visit District Peng Fei's master. If you dare do anything, my sect will seek justice for me. He then looked at District Peng Fei. Peng Fei, I came with you. If something happens to me, you won't escape either. Don't forget, you still have a whole family in Hong Kong. District Peng Fei replied coldly. Are you threatening me? Are you saying that if I don't take you as my master, you'll use your cultivator status to go after the mortal district family? Qingshan, standing by, was also enraged. Even now, bamboo flower Taoist was still making threats. If Mengyu hadn't repeatedly told him not to act, he would have already killed the man. Chapter 1741, Stealing a Disciple, 7. Because Qingshan was a transformed beast, as long as he didn't use his power, no one could tell. But once he made a move, his demonic aura was impossible to conceal. Therefore, Mengyu had set 3 rules with him, forbidding him from easily harming humans. Qingshan pointed angrily at bamboo flower true person and said, So, what if you've reported it? How dare you try to poach my master's disciple? Have you grown a leopard's gall? Don't think having a sect makes you so great. Don't think you're the only one with a background, and that everyone else just popped out of a crack in a rock. Let me tell you plainly, my master is from the Nan family. The nascent soul true lord Nan Shao of the immortal sex Nan family is my master's father. Hearing Qingshan's words, bamboo flower true person was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He had originally thought that Mengyu was a loose cultivator from the mortal world who had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter and entered the immortal sect. He had planned to intimidate her with his sect, hoping that this fellow Taoist Nan would give up her disciple. But now, it turned out she was from one of the 3 great families, the Nan family, and moreover, the daughter of a nascent soul true lord. She had even named names. This kind of thing couldn't be faked. Besides, she bore the surname Nan. He couldn't win in terms of reasoning, and when it came to background, hers was even stronger than his. And that young man who called fellow Taoist Nan his master, his aura was also incredibly powerful. If he wasn't mistaken, this young man was likely a golden core true person as well. This female cultivator surnamed Nan was herself a golden core true person, and she even had another golden core true person as her disciple. Moreover, since she was a golden core true person, her Dao partner's cultivation was likely even higher. That meant, in this one sect alone, as far as he knew, there were 3 golden core true persons, and who knew how many more he didn't know about. Additionally, she had the backing of one of the 3 great immortal cultivation families in the immortal sect. What else could he do? I won't fight for this disciple anymore, alright? I'll leave right now. Don't leave just yet. Mengyu stopped him. Bamboo flower true person grimaced. I'm not competing with you for the disciple anymore, and I'm not holding you accountable for crippling my disciple. What more do you want? This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. Mengyu sneered. The disciple is mine. It's only natural that you shouldn't compete for her. Your disciple harmed me, so it's only natural that I crippled her. You came to poach from me, so even if I crippled you, it would still be justified. Hearing this, bamboo flower true person panicked. You can't. I am a member of the immortal sect, but remembering that Mengyu also had backing in the immortal sect, he slumped in defeat. What do you want? You must swear an oath not to reveal any information about me or my disciple to anyone. Otherwise, may you lose all your cultivation, become immortal, and never be able to cultivate again in any lifetime. Bamboo flower true person grimaced. Is that really necessary? It is necessary. Minyu recalled how Bamboo Flower True Person had mentioned Meng Li's memory being erased. She hadn't done that herself, it must have been Gu Dongxing who handled it for her. She then realized that she hadn't been thorough in her considerations and had left Gu Dongxing to clean up after her. So now, facing this Bamboo Flower True Person, if he were to reveal Chu Pengfei's spiritual root or her own matters, it might cause trouble. In any case, to avoid major problems later, she would have to deal with the inconvenience now. She coldly stared at Bamboo Flower True Person. If you refuse to swear this oath, then I'll have no choice but to make you forget. Chapter 1742, Stealing Disciples, 8. When Bamboo Flower Taoist heard Minyu's words, he realized that what she meant by helping him forget was to erase his memory, and he was immediately filled with terror. Erasing memories would certainly damage the sea of consciousness. He had been training relentlessly to strengthen his mental cultivation. If his memories were erased, how could he continue to improve his mental cultivation? Moreover, during the process of memory erasure, his spiritual sense might also be harmed. Most critically, having someone invade his sea of consciousness and read his memories who didn't have their own secrets. What if she discovered his secrets? No, he absolutely could not let her erase his memory. Though reluctant, Bamboo Flower Taoist still raised his hand and began to swear, I swear that I will never reveal anything about Chu Pengfei and Nan. Nan Mingyu, she interjected. Bamboo Flower Taoist continued his oath, I swear that I will never disclose any matters concerning the two fellow cultivators Chu Pengfei and Nan Mingyu to anyone. If I break this oath, may I lose all my cultivation and be unable to cultivate for all eternity. After finishing his oath, Bamboo Flower Taoist looked at Minyu with pleading eyes. Is this enough? Minyu nodded. All right, you may leave now. Bamboo Flower Taoist immediately fled as if his life depended on it. Yes, he was fleeing in panic, afraid that if he lingered even a moment longer, he would be detained by this master and her disciples. His claim about reporting to the Dragon Head was entirely fabricated. He feared dying here with no one even to collect his corpse, let alone seek justice for him. This Nan Mingyu, who could even erase memories, would surely have no qualms about killing him and stealing or destroying his soul. He dared not take the risk. He did not notice that a faint imprint from Mingyu had been attached to his hair. This imprint would remain on him forever. If he betrayed his oath, Mingyu would know, and if the Heavenly Tao did not punish him, she would do it herself. This was a technique she had realized after splitting her soul. After Bamboo Flower Taoist left, Mingyu finally turned her gaze to Chu Pengfei. She sighed inwardly. Chu Pengfei's body, after 2 years of refinement, had become exceptionally clear and pure, perfect for cultivation. Coupled with his dual full wood and fire spiritual roots, his future in cultivation was boundless. No wonder Bamboo Flower Taoist wanted to take him as a disciple. Any cultivator who saw him would want to bring him into their camp as quickly as possible. But how could they know that his excellent aptitude was not innate, but the result of her refinement? She asked with a smile, Pengfei, not joining a sect, do you feel any regret or disappointment? How could I regret it when I have you as my master? Chu Pengfei's heart was filled with excitement. He knew well that everything he had today was thanks to his master. If Bamboo Flower Taoist had seen him 2 years ago, he probably wouldn't have had the same intention as Situ. After all, not everyone had the patience to refine his body. Moreover, over the years, he had gradually come to understand that even in the cultivation world, it wasn't easy to obtain a marrow cleansing pill. Yet his master had given him one without hesitation. And those heavenly treasures called nectar could even transform the body, making spiritual roots fuller and meridians wider, tougher, and more unobstructed. Therefore, no matter who tried to forcefully take him as a disciple, he would not leave. His master could only be Nan Mingyu, his dear cousin-in-law. Mingyu naturally saw the determination in his eyes. If he truly wanted to become Bamboo Flower's disciple, he could have simply gone to him and informed her afterward. After all, he hadn't formally taken her as his master yet. Chapter 1743, Stealing a Disciple, 9. Alright, since you have no regrets, let's begin the apprenticeship ceremony. Mengyu's apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. Qingwen brought out spirit tea, and Pengfei knelt to offer it. After drinking the tea, Mengyu stated her usual rules, then gave Pengfei a storage pouch as a meeting gift, marking the completion of the apprenticeship. After that, it was time to acknowledge the senior brothers and sisters. Qingwen was quite pleased. I finally have a junior disciple. In the cultivation sect, seniority was not based on age, but on the order of joining. Therefore, although Pengfei was only younger than Qingshan in age, he became everyone's junior disciple. Following this, they entered the spirit array formation set up in the backyard with spirit stones. First, the techniques for the wood and fire elements were transmitted through divine sense, and then he took the Juyuan pill to break through to the Xiantian stage. During the breakthrough, following Mengyu's guidance, he used the spiritual energy drawn by the Xiantian breakthrough contract to directly channel qi into his body. After circulating it through his meridians, he guided it into his lower dantian. 3 days later, he successfully channeled qi into his body and directly advanced to the second layer of qi refining. Mengyu couldn't help but marvel at Pengfei's extraordinary talent. He was cultivating both wood and fire elements simultaneously, unlike the others who only cultivated a single spiritual root. Cultivating 2 spiritual roots at once, yet progressing faster than those cultivating just one, meant the spiritual energy he absorbed into his body was double that of others. His talent was truly astonishing. From now on, Mengyu had 5 disciples. Qingshan was at the peak of core formation, Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng were at the early foundation establishment stage, Qingwen was at the 9th layer of qi refining, and Pengfei was at the 2nd layer of qi refining. It could be said that among the cultivators in the mortal world, Mengyu and her disciples had already taken the commanding heights. After becoming a formal disciple, Pengfei also occupied an eastern side room in the front courtyard of the Jade Garden. He cultivated for 10 consecutive days to solidify his 2nd layer qi refining cultivation before leaving. He still had family business to attend to. However, having tasted the sweetness of cultivation over the past 2 years, he had already begun to cultivate a successor, his younger sister, Zhen. Zhen had great management skills. In fact, because she was a woman, fearing others might not accept her, she was even more iron-fisted than her brother. She managed people through rules, and anyone who violated the rules, regardless of who they were, was punished accordingly. As a result, her management was even more effective. Even Pengfei felt that his sister managed better than he did. After stepping into the qi refining stage this time, Pengfei directly handed over the management rights of the 50% family business shares that Shui had given him to Zhen. When Zhen entered the family business, the family strongly objected, citing the ancestral rule that women could not enter the family business, trying to prevent Zhen from managing the family's assets. But Pengfei forcefully suppressed the opposition. This 50% of the shares do not belong to the family, so the family's ancestral rules cannot bind them. Zhenren, the head of the family, conveyed the opinion of Shui, the head of the charity hall. Anyone who opposes women entering the family business will no longer receive support from the family foundation. Given Pengfei's formidable strength and the threat of losing family foundation support, no one dared to say no anymore. Clearly, ancestral rules were nothing more than empty words in the face of powerful strength and wealth. But that is a story for later. On Monday afternoon, Wang Huilan drove back and told Mengyu, "Master, we have the pharmacology exam tomorrow. After the subject, we will have completed all our credits." Mengyu's 2 disciples, Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, had both completed their credits early, just like Mengyu. After occupying a room in the Jade Garden, they no longer lived at the school. Although they didn't only show up for exams like Mengyu, they drove back and forth early and late, just so they could cultivate in the courtyard at night. Chapter 1744, Stealing a Disciple, 10. Because Qingshan had transformed from a demon beast, as long as he didn't use his power, others couldn't tell, but once he made a move, his demonic aura was impossible to conceal. Therefore, Mengyu had set 3 rules with him, forbidding him from easily harming humans. Qingshan pointed angrily at Bamboo Hua True Person. "So what if you reported it? How dare you try to poach my master's disciple? Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Don't think you're so great just because you have a sect, and don't think only you have a background while everyone else crawled out of a rock crevice. Let me tell you straight, my master is a member of the Nan family. Nan Shao, the nascent soul true lord of the Nan family in the immortal sect, is my master's father." Hearing Qingshan's words, it was as if a thunderbolt struck him on the head. Bamboo Hua True Person was stunned. He had originally thought that Mengyu was a loose cultivator from the mortal world who had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter and entered the immortal sect. He had planned to intimidate her with his sect, hoping that this fellow Taoist Nan might give up her disciple. But now, it turned out she was from the Nan family, one of the 3 great clans, and moreover, she was the daughter of a nascent soul true lord. She even gave a name. This kind of thing couldn't be faked. Besides, she did bear the surname Nan. He couldn't win in reasoning, and when it came to background, hers was even stronger than his. And then there was this young man who called fellow Taoist Nan his master. His aura was also incredibly powerful. If his guess wasn't wrong, this young man was likely a golden core true person as well. This female cultivator surnamed Nan was a golden core true person herself, and she even had another golden core true person as her disciple. Moreover, since she was a golden core true person, her Tao partner's cultivation was likely only higher, not lower. That meant, in this one sect alone, as far as he knew, there were 3 golden core true persons. And who knew how many more there were? On top of that, she had the backing of one of the 3 great cultivation families in the immortal sect. What else could he do? I don't want this disciple anymore, alright? I'll leave right now. This was the first time he had suffered such a great loss. It must be done. Mingyu recalled how Bamboo Hua True Person had just mentioned that Mingli's memories had been erased. She hadn't done it herself, so it must have been Gu Dongxing who helped her. Hearing Mingyu's words, Bamboo Hua True Person panicked. No, I am a member of the immortal sect. But then he remembered that Mingyu also had backing in the immortal sect, and he slumped his head in defeat. What do you want? Don't leave just yet. Mingyu refused to let him go. Bamboo Hua True Person grimaced. Is that really necessary? You must swear an oath not to reveal any information about me or my disciple to anyone. Otherwise, may you lose all your cultivation, become immortal, and never be able to cultivate again in this life or the next. Bamboo Hua True Person grimaced. I'm not fighting you for the disciple anymore, and I won't hold you accountable for crippling my disciple. What more do you want? Mingyu sneered. The disciple is mine. It's only natural that you shouldn't fight for him. Your disciple harmed me, so it's only natural that I crippled her. You came to poach my disciple, so even if I crippled you, that would be only natural as well. She had only just realized that she hadn't thought things through completely, and Gu Dongxing had to clean up the mess for her afterward. So now, facing this Bamboo Hua True Person, if he were to reveal Chu Pengfei's spiritual root or her own matters, it might cause trouble. In any case, to avoid big trouble later, she had to deal with it now. She coldly stared at Bamboo Hua True Person. If you don't swear this oath, then I'll have to help you forget. Good morning. Still 6 updates today, 3 in the morning, 3 in the evening. This chapter ends. Chapter 1745, Fleeing in Panic. When Bamboo Flower Daoist heard Mingyu say this, he knew that her offer to help him forget meant she intended to erase his memory, and he was immediately filled with terror. Erasing memories, that would surely damage the sea of consciousness. He had been training hard precisely to increase his mental cultivation. If his memories were erased, how could he continue to improve his mental cultivation? Moreover, during the process of memory erasure, his spiritual sense might also be harmed. Most critically, having someone invade his sea of consciousness and read his memories who didn't have some secrets of their own. What if she discovered those secrets? No, he absolutely could not let her erase his memories. Although Bamboo Flower True Person was reluctant, he still raised his hand and began to swear. I swear that I will never reveal anything about fellow Taoists Chu Pengfei and Nan Mingyu. Bamboo Flower Taoist continued his oath. I swear that I will absolutely never reveal anything about fellow Taoists Chu Pengfei and Nan Mingyu to anyone. If I break this oath, may I lose all my cultivation and be unable to cultivate for all eternity. After Bamboo Flower Taoist finished swearing, he looked at Mingyu with pleading eyes. Is this enough? Mingyu nodded. All right, you may go. This Nan Mingyu, who could even resort to erasing memories, would surely be capable of imprisoning or even destroying his soul after killing him. He dared not gamble. This was also a technique she had realized after splitting her soul. After all, not everyone had the patience to help him refine his body. Furthermore, over these past few years, he had gradually come to understand that even in the cultivation world, it wasn't easy to produce marrow cleansing pills. Coupled with his dual full spiritual root aptitude of wood and fire, his future after cultivation was boundless. No wonder Bamboo Flower Taoist wanted to take him as a disciple. Any cultivator who saw him would want to quickly bring him into their own camp. After Bamboo Flower Taoist left, Mingyu finally turned her gaze to Chu Pengfei. Chu Pengfei's heart was stirred with emotion. He naturally knew that everything he had today was thanks to his master. If Bamboo Flower Taoist had seen him over 2 years ago, he probably wouldn't have had the same intention as Situ. This mark would remain on him forever. If he betrayed his oath, Mingyu would know, and if Heaven's Tao did not punish him, she would do it herself. His claim about reporting to Dragon Head was entirely fabricated. He feared that if he died here, there would be no one to collect his body, let alone seek justice for him. She sighed inwardly. Chu Pengfei's body, after 2 years of refinement, had become very clear and pure, perfect for cultivation. He did not notice that a trace of Mingyu's mark had been attached to his hair. How could I regret being able to take you as my master? But how could they know that such excellent aptitude was not innate, but rather something she had refined? She asked with a smile. Pengfei, not joining the sect, do you feel any regret or disappointment? Yes, he was fleeing in panic, afraid that if he slowed down, this master and her disciples would detain him. Bamboo Flower quickly fled away. But his master had given it to him without hesitation. And those heavenly treasures called nectar could even transform the body, making spiritual roots fuller and meridians wider, tougher, and more unobstructed. Therefore, no matter who tried to forcefully take him as a disciple, he would not leave. His master could only be Nan Mingyu, his own cousin-in-law. Mingyu naturally saw the thoughts in his eyes. If he truly wanted to become Bamboo Flower's disciple, he could have done so and then come to tell her afterward. After all, he hadn't formally taken a master yet. End of chapter. Chapter 1746, the last subject. Alright, since you have no regrets, let's begin the apprenticeship ceremony. Mingyu's apprenticeship ceremony was very simple. Qingwen brought spiritual tea, Pengfei knelt to offer it, and after drinking the tea, Mingyu routinely stated her own rules. She then gave Pengfei a storage pouch as a meeting gift, completing the apprenticeship. After that, it was naturally time to acknowledge the senior brothers and sisters. Qingwen was very pleased. I finally have a junior disciple. In the Cultivation sect, seniority was not determined by age, but by the order of entry. Therefore, although Pengfei was only younger than Qingshan, he became everyone's junior disciple. Afterward, they entered the spirit gathering array formed by spirit stones in the backyard. First, the wood and fire cultivation techniques were transmitted through divine transmission, and then he took the Juyuan pill to break through to the Xiantian realm. During the breakthrough to Xiantian, following Mingyu's guidance, he used the spiritual energy drawn by the Xiantian breakthrough contract to directly guide qi into his body. After circulating it through his meridians, he channeled it into his lower dantian. 3 days later, he successfully guided qi into his body and directly advanced to the second layer of qi refining. From now on, Mingyu had 5 disciples. Qingshan was at the peak of core formation, Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng were at the early foundation establishment stage, Qingwen was at the 9th layer of qi refining, and Pengfei was at the 2nd layer of qi refining. But Pengfei firmly suppressed it. This 50% of the shares does not belong to the family, so the family's ancestral teachings cannot be used to constrain it. Given Pengfei's formidable strength and the threat that those who opposed him would not enjoy the family support fund, no one dared to say no anymore. Zhengren, the head of the family, conveyed the opinion of Shui, the general manager of the charity hall. Whoever opposes women entering the family business can no longer receive assistance from the family fund. It was evident that ancestral teachings, in the face of formidable strength and financial power, were nothing more than a scrap of paper. Mingyu had to marvel at Pengfei's extraordinary talent. He was cultivating both wood and fire elements simultaneously, unlike them, who only cultivated a single spiritual root. After becoming an official disciple, Pengfei also occupied an eastern side room in the front courtyard of Jade Garden. However, having tasted the sweetness of cultivation over the past 2 years, he had already begun to cultivate a successor, his younger sister, Zhen. Even Pengfei felt that his sister managed things better than he did. Cultivating 2 spiritual roots simultaneously, yet progressing faster than those cultivating one, meant the spiritual energy he absorbed into his body was twice that of others. His talent was truly extraordinary. Zhen had excellent management skills. In fact, because she was a woman and feared others might not accept her, she was even more iron-fisted than her brother. She managed through systems and rules. Anyone who violated the rules was punished without exception, resulting in even better management outcomes. When Zhen entered the family business, the family strongly objected, citing the ancestral teaching that women should not enter the family industry, trying to prevent Zhen from managing the family's assets. After stepping into the qi refining stage, Pengfei directly handed over the management rights of the 50% of the family business shares that Shui had given him to Zhen. He cultivated for 10 days straight, consolidating his second layer qi refining cultivation. Before leaving, he still had family business to attend to. It could be said that among cultivators in the mortal world, Mingyu and her disciples had already taken the commanding heights. But that is a story for later. On Monday afternoon, Wang Huilan drove back and told Mingyu, "Master, we have the pharmacology exam tomorrow. After the subject, we will have completed all our credits." Mingyu's 2 disciples, Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng, had both completed their credits early, just like Mingyu. After occupying a room in Jade Garden, they no longer lived at the school. Although they did not come as rarely as Mingyu, who only showed up for exams, they drove back and forth early and late, just to cultivate in the courtyard at night. Next chapter update time, 8 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1747, Academy Cultivators. Once we finish the last exam with the retake students, only the internship will be left. By July next year, we can graduate a year early. Huang Zifeng was also very excited. My dad said he can arrange for us to intern with the 5th-year students. In fact, their credits should have been completed by the first semester of their junior year. Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng had mostly been shadowing at the hospital, but a small matter caused them to miss a 5th-year course, so they had to take a retake exam at the start of their senior year. At their academy, the actual internship begins in the 5th year. However, if they had already completed their credits, they could request to start the internship directly in their 4th year. Speaking of the internship, both girls were quite excited. Although they were cultivators, because they followed Minyu into the mundane world to cultivate, they spent most of their time attending classes. Now that 3 years had passed and their credits were complete, they naturally wanted to put their knowledge to use. Having studied traditional Chinese medicine, they could practice medicine and accumulate virtue during their future trials, so interning at a hospital was very necessary. Moreover, as cultivators, they would need merit to protect themselves when facing tribulations in the future, so they also needed to increase their merit. Minyu was about to suggest they intern at her own hospital when a thought suddenly struck her. They were both Foundation establishment cultivators. Although Minyu had intensified their magical training since returning from the Qin family estate, they had actually been living under her wing all this time. It was better to let the school arrange the internship. Ideally, she should also speak with Huang Zifeng's father and have them intern separately. But they needed to experience the myriad facets of life to strengthen their minds and increase their mental cultivation. So, she swallowed the words that had reached her throat. The next morning, the three of them drove a small minivan to the academy. Minyu had only come to the academy on the first day of school, treated her roommates to a meal, and then never returned. As she walked in now, she immediately attracted a large crowd. So, what if she's a senior? Isn't a senior still a girl? They're 3 girls, and we're 3 guys. Boss, go for it. Today was no exception. They parked the car in the lot of a small inn and then walked to the academy. Could be. They're heading that way. That's for the retake exam. She failed a course? Then she's not a freshman. She's a senior. Wow, our academy actually has beauties of this caliber. A girl so stunning she could make heaven angry and people resentful. This is my first time seeing one. Is she really a student here? We've been on campus for several days, and this is the first time we've seen her. Maybe she's not a freshman. At that time, private cars were still rare, so Huang Zifeng and Wang Huilan usually parked their car at a small inn not far from the school, then walked home from there. The 2 boys beside him were also captivated. A tall freshman who had just enrolled this year stared at Minyu. Hey, those 3. Don't. They're about to take a retake exam. Don't disturb them. Let's talk after they finish. Right. Let's book a private room later to celebrate their exam success. The tall, handsome freshman narrowed his eyes slightly, fixing his gaze on Minyu's retreating figure. Although he hadn't detected any spiritual energy fluctuation from this girl, he somehow felt that she radiated an aura of spiritual energy. Minyu naturally sensed the 3 of them. They were just a few wealthy young scions of the new generation. That tall young man actually had spiritual energy fluctuations. He was even a cultivator. Oh? There were cultivators in the academy? The chapter ends. Chapter 1748. Making Friends. However, Nan Mingyu thought that since there were cultivators in the association, it was not surprising that there were cultivators in the academy. Weren't she and her 2 disciples cultivators themselves? It was just that they usually used the concealment technique to hide their cultivation levels and concealment talismans to mask their spiritual energy, so no one knew they were cultivators. The young man in front of her was merely an early Foundation establishment cultivator. Although Nan Mingyu did not hold the typical cultivation world mindset that a higher level could crush a lower one, she still took note of him. Moreover, they were only talking among themselves and had not approached her, so she merely swept her divine sense over them without even turning her head. To her, she was only here to take the final exam. After today, she would only need to come back when it was time for graduation. However, when Nan Mingyu and her 2 disciples finished the exam and left the school, heading toward the small inn, they were stopped by someone. Classmate, let's get to know each other. My name is Yang Gang, this is our boss Ho Tianji, and this is Chiu Laotu. We're all freshmen in the clinical medicine program. We'd like to invite you 3 to have a meal at Hao Zai Lai to get better acquainted. Nan Mingyu looked up and saw that the ones blocking them were exactly the 3 freshmen who had been staring at her before the exam. The tall, handsome cultivator did not speak. The one who spoke was the young man beside him, who had a somewhat rough appearance. His name was Yang Gang, and his looks matched his name. From his muscular build, Nan Mingyu guessed he was an ancient martial arts practitioner. The other one, Chiu Laotu, was an ordinary person. Nan Mingyu did not say anything. Huang Zifeng stepped forward to face Yang Gang. Don't block our way. We're busy. With that, she reached out and pushed Yang Gang aside. Then, Nan Mingyu acted as if nothing had happened and walked ahead, taking the lead. Because the road was a bit rough and it had rained the day before, there were puddles on both sides except where he stood. For the 3 of them to pass, they either had to jump over the puddles or push him aside. Ho Tianji's eyes lit up immediately. He stared at Huang Zifeng's retreating back. How strange. That girl has such incredible strength. And that girl seemed to defer to the middle one, who was as beautiful as a celestial being. So, the middle one, who looked like a celestial being, should also be a cultivator, but she was wearing a device that blocked spiritual energy to prevent others from sensing it. Because when that girl reached out to push Yang Gang, he finally sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. He had deliberately used a weight-dropping technique when he stood in front of them to speak, anticipating that the girl might try to push him aside. He had not expected that the girl would merely reach out and gently push him, sending him stumbling. He had to hop to avoid landing in a puddle. Since coming down from the mountain, Ho Tianji had rarely encountered other cultivators, which often left him feeling lonely. Now that he had found 3 female cultivators, how could he let them go? Yang Gang had not expected that a burly man weighing 160 jin could be pushed aside by a young girl with just one hand. That girl had used spiritual energy. Only cultivators had spiritual energy, so she was a cultivator. Seeing Nan Mingyu walking past, he quickly called out to her back, "Taoist friend, please don't leave just yet." Nan Mingyu turned around and looked at the cultivator. "Is there something you need?" Ho Tianji's eyes were filled with excitement. I just wanted to make friends with you, Taoist friend." I am," he wanted to say he was also a cultivator, but did not know how to phrase it. Nan Mingyu smiled faintly. "You blocked our way just to make friends?" This chapter ends. Chapter 1749, the 27th generation disciple of the immortal medical sect. Ho Tiange was dazzled by Mingyu's smile, and nodded a bit dazedly. "Yeah, I just wanted to make a friend." Seeing the clarity in his eyes, Mingyu knew he was telling the truth. More friends mean more paths, she wasn't that aloof. Although this man was only a foundation establishment cultivator, there weren't many cultivators in the mortal world. As long as he had no ill intentions, she didn't mind making a friend. "Sure, but we're heading out to buy practical supplies now, so I'm afraid we don't have time to have a meal with you." Practical training? Ho Tiange seemed a bit surprised. These 3 girls looked only 17 or 18, and they were already about to start practical training? He grew a little anxious, disregarding his master's instruction not to reveal his identity lightly. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier between them and said, "I am Ho Tiange, a 27th generation disciple of the immortal medical sect. May I ask, senior sister, who are you?" Mingyu was curious when he revealed his sect. "The immortal medical sect, isn't it in the immortal sect?" Ho Tiange quickly replied, "Our immortal medical sect has always practiced cultivation by engaging with the world. How could we enter the immortal sect? Naturally, we walk the mortal realm." Mingyu was astonished. Not only were there cultivation families like the Qin family in the mortal world, but also cultivation sects like the immortal medical sect that practiced worldly cultivation. There might even be other hidden cultivation sects. She had thought that aside from the Nan family, only some unremarkable rogue cultivators remained in the mortal world. He immediately asked enthusiastically, "Senior Sister Nan, where are you planning to go?" Today was truly an eye-opener. It seems I've been narrow-minded. I didn't expect the mortal world to have a cultivation sect like the immortal medical sect. I'm from the Nan family. Forgive him, he had just come down from the mountain and didn't know about the events that had happened to the Nan family in the past 2 years. He hadn't expected to run into a member of the Nan family today. He knew that the Nan family was one of the 3 major cultivation families in the immortal sect, which was why no one in the mortal world dared to bully them. Of course, there were also those who, unaware of this, had reached out to harm the Nan family. For instance, someone had sent the Nan family patriarch to a May 7th cadre school, and later sent the eldest son of the Nan family to be an educated youth in the countryside. I've already completed my credits and am preparing to start my practical training. But hadn't he heard that the Nan family members in the mortal world were all without spiritual roots, only able to practice ancient martial arts? Even if someone with spiritual roots was found, they would be sent to the immortal sect. Since this female cultivator was from the Nan family, why was she still in the mortal world? Ho Tiange was very disappointed. "Why are you starting practical training already? I was hoping to exchange more with you, senior sister, at the academy." However, Ho Tiange also knew that the person who had targeted the Nan family later met a miserable end, and the Nan family patriarch had only been away for 2 or 3 years before returning to his position. Mingyu had no intention of hiding her purpose, otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the train. Ho Tiange understood. "I've long heard that there's a cultivation family, the Nan family, in the mortal world, but I didn't expect that the Nan family would have such a wonderful person as you, senior sister." Mingyu found it amusing. Even if she hadn't started her practical training yet, she wouldn't be attending classes. Still, this Ho Tiange attending the academy was probably just for show, right? After all, in today's society, without a diploma, one couldn't even qualify to practice medicine. The older generation of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners could rely on family heritage and practical experience to directly obtain a medical license. But the younger generation could only gain the right to practice medicine by attending university. Just like her, she had studied the medical canon and intended to promote it in the future, but without a medical license, how could she practice? Sure enough, after a moment of contemplation, Ho Tiange made a startling decision. No, I'm going to do practical training too. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night, dear readers, and may you have sweet dreams. End of chapter. Chapter 1750, Arrogant Student. Mingyu was speechless. Even with Huang Zifeng's father's help, she had only managed to skip classes. This disciple of the immortal medicine sect actually wanted to skip all classes and go straight to internship? Just as Mingyu was about to advise him, she heard him say, "The textbooks I received, I understood them at a glance. They're not as thorough as what I learned in the immortal medicine valley. Staying at the academy is a waste of my time. Senior Sister Nan, wait for me. I'm going to find the leadership right now and apply for an internship directly as a student of this academy." With that, Ho Tianji waved his hand to remove the barrier, then grabbed 2 classmates and ran off. Huang Zifeng walked over. "Master, what did he say to you? Why did he become so?" She couldn't find the words. Wang Huilan also said, "Yes, master, what's wrong with him? So hasty and impulsive." "He said he wants to participate in the 5th-year internship," Mingyu said. Wang Huilan and Huang Zifeng were both stunned. A freshman was clamoring to join the 5th-year internship? Perverted. Never mind, let's hurry up. Buy the things we need for the internship, then go home for a meal. What they didn't know was that after Ho Tianji returned to the academy, he actually went to find the academy leadership and requested to join the 5th-year internship. Is his purpose just to gild his resume? If he were an ordinary student, the dean wouldn't even bother. But this student was Divine Physician Ming's disciple. Too arrogant, isn't he? Then I'll stay and attend classes seriously. If I pass the exams, count it as my credits and let me follow the 5th-year students for the internship. Don't say that, he's really a special person. Heard of Divine Physician Ming, right? He's Divine Physician Ming's disciple. Yeah, he's really too arrogant. How can he want to take exams without learning any theoretical knowledge? Your master teaches well, but textbook knowledge isn't necessarily the same. Are you sure you want to take the exam? The dean's heart stirred. If he passed, it could count as earning credits. But then he frowned. What if you don't pass the exam? He was originally here to gild his resume, but at least he should sink in and do it properly. He hadn't even touched the water and wanted to leave. How was he supposed to handle something so obvious? Ho Tianji said confidently, "I already know everything in these textbooks. If I stay in class, it's a waste of my time. So I hope you'll let me join the internship. If you don't believe me, you can test me." Divine Physician Ming's disciple? I heard he didn't get in through regular exams but through the back door. The dean was in a difficult position. This student was Divine Physician Ming's disciple. He had entered the Chinese Medicine Academy through a special channel. But unexpectedly, after enrolling, he hadn't even attended classes for a few days before clamoring to join the 5th-year students for an internship. Since he's Divine Physician Ming's disciple, why does he even need to come to university? Setting exam questions just for him alone? That's too special, isn't it? What? A freshman wants to skip theoretical learning and go straight to an internship. Shoo, don't say that. Divine Physician Ming isn't an ordinary person. He might hear what you're saying. Does that even need to be said? Out of consideration for Divine Physician Ming, the dean finally had no choice but to ask professors from various subjects to come up with exam questions for Ho Tianji to take. But no matter how the professors felt about it, they eventually put together a set of questions for Ho Tianji. However, because the professors were upset, the questions they came up with were naturally the hardest. Their goal was to make Ho Tianji back down and attend classes obediently. Even the principal was shocked when he saw the exam questions. Was this deliberately making things difficult, or deliberately making things difficult? Good morning, everyone. It's getting cold here in Gillen today. I'm not sure about other places, but dear readers, remember to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. This chapter ends. Chapter 1751, Turning into a Sticky Taffy. The exam was taken and graded on the spot, with the professors all waiting to see Ho Tiange make a fool of himself. However, watching the speed at which his pen danced across the paper, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Was he answering the questions without even thinking? When the first test paper was handed to a professor for grading, all the professors were somewhat shocked. There were hardly any mistakes. Just a quick glance told them that Ho Tiange's answers were at least above 90 points. There are still the remaining subjects. I don't believe he can do well in every single one. But in reality, Ho Tiange did indeed do well in every subject. While he didn't get full marks in all of them, each subject scored above 90 points. Even the points he lost were due to differences in interpretation, which led to deductions. In truth, the professors had to admit that his insights were superior to those of some of their own. The professors felt a bit embarrassed, but inwardly they were still unconvinced. He was the disciple of a divine doctor, after all. Such results were only natural. And so, Ho Tianga, who had entered the College of Traditional Chinese Medicine through the back door, happened to encounter Nan Mingyu. Upon hearing that she was preparing to go on an internship, he even managed to clear the path for his own internship. However, when it came time to assign internship locations, Ho Tianga made another demand. I want to intern together with classmate Nan Mingyu. The dean was troubled. Classmate Nan Mingyu's internship location was arranged by herself. It's a large hospital in Shenzhen invested in by a Hong Kong businessman. Since it's a private hospital, we can't arrange it for you. Ho Tianga waved his hand. No problem, I'll contact them myself. Wang Huilan was also frustrated. Master, I want to go to Shenzhen too. That place was at the forefront of reform. The dean really wanted to tell him that classmate Nan Mingyu already had a fiancé. Nan Mingyu's wedding was held internally within the Gu group, so the college didn't know she was already married. Although making phone calls was an option, there were no mobile phones at the time, and it wasn't easy to reach someone by phone. Thus, communication talismans were more convenient. Nan Mingyu scolded, "Are you still children, needing to follow your master? Don't forget, you are foundation establishment cultivators. Internships are also a form of training. Only by facing various social problems alone can you be tempered in the mortal world and make your mind stronger." The internship arrangements came down quickly. Nan Mingyu, of course, was assigned to the hospital in Shenzhen that had been decided long ago. But Huang Zifeng was assigned to the college's affiliated hospital, and Wang Huilan was assigned to the local municipal Chinese medicine hospital. Nan Mingyu gave them both a year's worth of cultivation resources. You must protect yourselves. When cultivating, always set up formations. Don't easily reveal your identities. If any problems arise, send me a communication talisman. The two reluctantly agreed. But after thinking it over, they decided to let it go. Perhaps he didn't have any ulterior motives after all? And so, without Nan Mingyu's knowledge, Ho Tianga had already turned into a piece of sticky taffy clinging to her, impossible to shake off. Huang Zifeng was very dissatisfied. Master, I want to be with you. Despite their reluctance, the master and her two disciples still parted ways. However, the communication talismans she was drawing now were all single-use. If only she could create reusable ones. Nan Mingyu was about to go on her internship, and Qingshan, Xiaoao, and the others naturally followed. Nan Mingyu wanted to send Qingwen to the young and small courtyard to stay with her mother-in-law, but Qingwen firmly refused. Master, I want to go with you. I don't want to go to school anymore. She herself was already 17 in total across 2 lifetimes, and having him sit in class with a bunch of little brats, though he hadn't studied in his previous life, he really didn't want to attend elementary school anymore. Nan Mingyu had a headache. This Qingwen, how had he turned into a piece of sticky taffy? End of chapter. Chapter 1752, Ho Tianga pursues. But in your past life, you never studied. Even though I never studied, I've already learned all the commonly used characters in this life, and for those I don't know, I can look them up in a dictionary. So, I can understand other textbooks just by glancing at them. Going to school would be a waste of time. Mingyu had no choice. Alright, you can follow me for now, but when you're older, you still have to go to high school and college, experience group life, and make some friends. That's the only way to not waste your youth. Qingwen happily agreed. As long as he could follow his master, he would do anything. And so, Mingyu took Qingwen, along with Qingshan, Xiaoao, Dabai, Dahe, and Old Bai's family, all in the space. Qingshan refused to take the train and boarded the southbound train. Xiaofeng and Xiao Wang, curious, flew in the air, following all the way. Mingyu found her sleeper compartment with Qingwen, and a head poked down from above. Senior Sister Nan, you're finally here. This person was, of course, Ho Tianga. Mingyu frowned. You, how did you get here? Aren't you still a freshman? Ho Tianga beamed with a big smile. Senior Sister Nan, I'm going for an internship too. Mingyu had a bad feeling. You're only a freshman. What internship? And isn't the college's arranged internship this year at the city's Chinese medicine hospital and the affiliated hospital? Why are you on this train? The train was about to depart, and she couldn't throw him off, so she had no choice but to ignore him. Your immortal medicine sect has a big influence in the mortal world, right? Ho Tianga talked about how he proposed the internship to the dean, how he asked the dean to have professors from each subject give him special exams, and finally earned all the credits, then got assigned to the internship. Ho Tianga was a bit embarrassed. It's not the immortal medicine sect's influence, it's my master Meng Xian's influence. Mingyu was annoyed. Was this guy like a stubborn piece of candy she couldn't shake off? No, if you want to intern, go somewhere else. Don't follow me. I won't put in a good word for you to intern with me at the Love Hospital. But then she found it strange. If the influence was really that big, why had she never heard of it? She had Awakens open a hospital under the Jade business name, and it was called Love Hospital. Mingyu finally understood why Ho Tianga was so impressive. It was all because of divine Dr. Meng's influence. Mingyu felt a bit indignant. Why did she have to honestly complete her credits, while he could finish all his subjects in one go? Ho Tiange smiled. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find the hospital's director myself and get him to agree to let me intern there. My medical skills, though I dare not say I've fully inherited my master's legacy, are still quite formidable compared to ordinary experts. Was it because he had connections? Ho Tiange's smile grew even brighter. Master Nan, I got on this train naturally to intern with you. It's very simple. But then, thinking back to his internship, she couldn't help asking, aren't you just a freshman? How did you get an internship spot? Although she could do it now too, she had no reputation. Minyu's heart stirred. What? Ho Tiange's master was Meng Xian? Divine Dr. Meng? The name Divine Dr. Meng was famous nationwide. In her past life, Minyu had heard Jiang Huayu tell people that getting one pill from Divine Dr. Meng was like gaining an extra life. She had to admit defeat. Forget it, I won't envy you. Although she envied Ho Tiange for being able to start an internship right after entering his freshman year, she hadn't wasted her time in the capital these past few years. Thus, she no longer felt envious or jealous of Ho Tiange. But she wanted to rest, yet couldn't. Ho Tiange had specifically chased after her. How could he allow her to ignore him? End of chapter. Chapter 1753, White Lotus. Minyu closed her eyes, wanting to rest, but Ho Tiange waved his hand to set up a barrier around them, eager to exchange cultivation insights with her. Hey, senior sister Nan, what level of cultivation have you reached now? I can't even see your cultivation level. Do you have some technique to conceal it? Minyu was speechless. Is this how you ask someone? Doesn't he know it's taboo to ask about someone's techniques like this? Minyu didn't speak, just looked at Ho Tiange. Ho Tiange felt he had asked improperly and turned his gaze to Qingwen, who had already sat cross-legged on the bed. Is this your younger brother? Is he also a cultivator? Minyu had once asked Gu Dongxing to refine some artifacts that could conceal spiritual perception, so all her disciples wore such jade pendants. Since Ho Tiange was only at the foundation establishment stage, he couldn't see through them. Minyu had to avoid the sensitive topic. He's not my younger brother. He's my disciple. His name is Qingwen. Then she addressed Qingwen. This is Ho Tiange from the Immortal Medical Sect. You can call him Uncle Ho. Qingwen obediently called out, Uncle Ho. Wow, you've taken a disciple. Ho Tiange exclaimed. Generally, in cultivation families or major sects, one wouldn't take a disciple before reaching the Golden Core stage. First, before Golden Core, one's lifespan is too short, and everyone races against time to cultivate themselves, leaving little time to teach others. Second, if you haven't even reached Golden Core, what can you teach someone else? He looked at Minyu seriously. Could he have misjudged her? Was this girl before him actually a Golden Core cultivator? If Minyu knew what he was thinking, she would surely tell him, you did misjudge me. She wasn't just a Golden Core cultivator, she was at the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. It was only because of her pregnancy that her cultivation had dropped to the late Golden Core stage. Once she gave birth, she would immediately recover to the great perfection, and if she wanted, she could even directly condense her nascent soul. However, she didn't want to condense her nascent soul so soon. She preferred to gain more experience through trials first. Their sleeper compartment had 4 berths, and the newcomer should be the other passenger in this compartment. The passenger was a young woman with wavy long hair, wearing a white dress. She looked very pure, instantly reminding one of a white lotus. Her watery big eyes glanced at Minyu, then at Qingwen, then at Ho Tiange, and she repeated the question she had just asked. Finally, her gaze locked onto Ho Tiange. Earlier, when Minyu had Qingwen call Ho Tiange, Uncle Ho, Ho Tiange had already withdrawn the barrier. Ho Tiange was about to ask another question when he suddenly heard a voice interrupt. Excuse me, is this birth number XXX? Hearing the woman ask repeatedly, Ho Tiange, annoyed at being interrupted, said impatiently, can't you see for yourself? Aren't the numbers right above? The woman's eyes immediately welled up with tears. This big brother, have I disturbed you? I'm so sorry. She looked at Minyu. This big sister, is this little boy your son? Could you share a bunk with your son? I'm not used to sleeping on the top berth. Minyu was baffled. Ho Tiange looked to be in his 20s, while she herself appeared to be only 17 or 18. This woman, with a bone age of at least 24, called Ho Tiange big brother, and her big sister, and even referred to Qingwen as her son. Although she was actually 21 in virtual years and pregnant, no matter how you looked at it, she couldn't have a child as old as Qingwen, right? What kind of eyesight did she have? Besides, if she wasn't used to the top berth, why should others give up their bottom berth for her? This chapter ends. Chapter 1754. Who exactly is bullying whom? Minyu said flatly, first, you look older than me, so there's no need to call me big sister. Second, I'm not that old, and I couldn't possibly have a son your age. Third, you're not used to sleeping on the top bunk, and neither am I. So, I'm sorry, but I can't give you the lower bunk. If you don't like the top bunk, you can ask in another compartment. The woman immediately looked even more aggrieved, as if the whole world had wronged her. Her eyes reddened, and her tears threatened to fall but didn't. The key was that even as she put on this act, it didn't diminish her beauty in the slightest. Instead, it added a pitiful, delicate charm. As if holding back some unspeakable difficulty, she finally whispered an apology. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My eyesight is poor, so I misjudged and thought you were much older than me. I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me. I wanted to swap bunks with you because I've been frail since childhood and I'm not used to the top bunk. Every time I take the train and get a top bunk, I ask kind-hearted people to swap, and I've always met good people before. That's why I asked you. It's just that, well, forget it. Mingyu nearly choked. Was she indirectly calling her not a good person? And besides, while apologizing to me, why are you sneaking glances at Hotianga? Was she hoping Hotianga would stand up for her, making Mingyu give up the lower bunk so she could sleep on the same bunk bed as him on top, her below, sparking endless imagination? Mingyu had to admit, she hit the nail on the head. Actually, when the woman first asked Mingyu to give up the lower bunk, Qingwen had been ready to offer his own. But after hearing the woman subtly insult his master, he changed his mind. The woman then turned to Qingwen. Little brother. She thought to herself, if you don't fancy me, I don't fancy you either. But Ho Tiange was oblivious. He didn't even glance her way. This left the delicate woman feeling defeated. Her tears were about to fall as she looked at Ho Tiange with infinite grievance. Big brother. Before he could refuse, Mingyu quickly said, you wouldn't make a 6 or 7-year-old child sleep on the top bunk, would you? Kids toss and turn in their sleep. What if he falls off? How dangerous would that be? Surely you're not so heartless as to put a child in danger just for your own comfort. Ho Tiange said coldly, Miss, I'm not as old as you, so there's no need to call me big brother. The woman's composure shattered. She was left speechless. Still, she wanted the lower bunk. She didn't want to climb up and down, looking ungraceful. She had hoped Qingwen would give up his lower bunk, but Mingyu had blocked that. First, Mingyu said she looked older, and now this handsome man said she was older than him. How could she bear it? Her tears finally fell. You're all bullying me. She threw her large bag onto Qingwen's bed, not caring if it hit the child, and ran out crying. The three in the room looked at each other in confusion. Who exactly was bullying whom? What frustrated them even more was that, not long after, the woman returned with a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. Mom. Don't worry. They didn't bully me. I just wasn't used to the top bunk. End of chapter. Chapter 1755. I'll beat you to death. The middle-aged woman swept her sharp triangular eyes over the three of them and asked, Did you bully my daughter? Mingyu felt speechless. How old was this person, still running to her mother? And clearly, she was the one being bullied, yet it turned into them bullying her? Ho Tiange grandly held a book and ignored them, while Qingwen simply lay down. Mingyu didn't want to deal with them either. She rolled her eyes and picked up a book to read. But the woman with the big wavy hair suddenly noticed her bag had been thrown to the floor and shrieked, Mom, look. My bag was thrown by them. Oh no, it fell to the ground. The middle-aged woman's face darkened even more. Speak up. Who threw my daughter's bag to the ground? None of the three responded to her. The middle-aged woman wanted to lose her temper, but had no target, so she asked her daughter, Xiaoman, where did you put your bag just now? This granny, tell me yourself. This auntie threw such a big bag onto me, pressing me down. I could barely breathe, so how could I not turn over? As soon as I turned, the bag fell off. What could I do about it? The most annoyed was the woman with the big wavy hair. She had always thought she was younger than the other girl in the sleeper compartment, but this brat called that girl big sister and called her auntie. How did she look like an auntie? Qingwen glanced at Xiaoman and added, besides, whose bag isn't shoved under the bed? Only her bag is so precious it has to go on the bed? If she wants it on the bed, fine, put it on her own bed. But she put it on my bed and even pressed it on me. What's that about? I turned over and the bag fell off. Who's to blame? Qingwen had to sit up. Why don't you ask your daughter where she put it? Qingwen looked helpless. This auntie was here earlier. First, she asked the big sister across to give up the lower berth. The big sister said she wasn't used to the upper berth either and refused. Then she tried to get me to give it up, but I roll around in my sleep at night and was afraid of falling, so I couldn't do it either. The middle-aged woman didn't seem surprised at all. Isn't it just the bed? The bed is so wide. A little kid like you doesn't take up much space. What's wrong with putting a bag there? Mingyu looked at Qingwen but didn't speak up for him. Ho Tiange frowned when Qingwen called him uncle but called Mingyu big sister. He was clearly Mingyu's disciple. The woman with the big wavy hair, Xiaoman, pointed at Qingwen's bed. I put it here. She wanted this uncle to speak up for her and even called him brother, but he said he wasn't much older than her and told her not to call him that. Then she threw her bag at me and ran off. The middle-aged woman immediately found her target and pointed at Qingwen. You little brat, who told you to throw my daughter's bag on the ground? Huh? The middle-aged woman didn't expect a child like Qingwen to be so articulate and was momentarily at a loss. She glanced at her daughter Xiaoman, whose eyes were red and about to cry again, and said, You little brat, you think throwing my daughter's bag on the ground is justified? Get up and sleep on the upper berth, or I'll beat you to death. Hearing the woman say she would beat him, Qingwen's face turned cold. Granny, are you being reasonable? I bought a ticket for the lower berth. What gives you the right to make me sleep on the upper berth? You little brat, you didn't buy a ticket, what did you say? You bought a sleeper ticket? This is your spot. The middle-aged woman was a bit stumped. Today. End of this chapter. Chapter 1756, Taking My Birth and Hitting Me Too. Although Qingwen was already over 7 years old, nearly 8, because he had been abused a few years earlier, a 5-year-old child was about the same size as a 3-year-old. Though he had recovered in recent years, he was still shorter than his peers. No one would doubt it if he said he was only 6. Such a young child usually only bought a half ticket. For a sleeper berth, parents were reluctant to buy him a bed. At most, they would buy a half ticket for a seat and have him squeeze into the same bed as an adult. Therefore, when the middle-aged woman heard that Qingwen had a ticket, she was somewhat surprised. She had assumed Qingwen hadn't bought a ticket and was just following an adult. Even Big Wave Xiaoman looked surprised. She had thought the guest for this berth hadn't arrived yet, so this little brat had taken it to sleep for a while. She never expected that he had actually bought a ticket too. What, just because I'm small, I can't buy a ticket? Is there such a rule? Qingwen rolled his eyes. If it had been an ordinary person, knowing the child had a ticket, they would have let it go. But the middle-aged woman, seeing that after all their talking, neither of the 2 adults in this compartment had stepped forward, assumed this child was alone. At least, he wasn't with the other 2 in the compartment. So she simply switched to domineering mode. I don't care if you bought the ticket or found it. You get the hell off this berth for me. With that, she reached out to drag Qingwen directly off the bed. Ho Tiange looked at Mingyu, but noticed she was still reading, as if the mother and daughter bullying someone weren't her people. He wondered to himself, why wasn't she intervening? They had clearly come together. But then he immediately slapped his forehead. This girl was a cultivator, and that child was her disciple, naturally also a cultivator. The middle-aged woman's anger flared. I don't believe I can't catch you, you little brat. This time, she decisively dropped her bag and reached out with both hands to grab Qingwen's shoulders, trying to lift him off the bed. What's going on? Sure enough, when the middle-aged woman reached out to pull Qingwen down, she found that his arm felt slippery and elusive. With just a slight shift, he dodged her. She grabbed again, he dodged again, and she couldn't catch him no matter what. Qingwen had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, but just as her hands were about to reach him, he slid backward, evading her grasp. Seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, his feet shot out and kicked the middle-aged woman in the stomach. The woman immediately felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, collapsed to the ground, let out an ouch, and began cursing loudly. You little bastard, how dare you kick someone? Someone come quick. Someone's taken my birth and hit me. I'm dying. I need to see a doctor. Daughter, hurry and call a doctor for me. I'm dying. Xiaoman immediately panicked. Mom, what's wrong with you? Right, a doctor. I need to call a doctor. Which brother, sister, uncle, or aunt can help? Call a doctor. My mom was beaten by this child and can't get up. Even if her disciple was only at the 1st or 2nd level of qi refining, could he really be bullied by someone like that? He decided to just keep watching the show. The train compartment was only semi-enclosed, and at her shout, people from the neighboring compartments came running over, looking in and exclaiming. This auntie says that kid hit someone. That kid? How could he hit someone? It looks more like this auntie was the one trying to hit someone. Someone from the next compartment had been watching since the middle-aged woman arrived. Hearing the question, they explained. This auntie said the kid took her sleeper berth and wanted to hit him. The kid dodged inward, and his foot accidentally kicked her. She sat down and started screaming. Good morning. Chapter end. Chapter 1757, Turning into a Drama Queen. Look at her, she seems to be in a lot of pain. Is she trying to extort him? How hard can a child kick? How much pain could it cause? Exactly, even if a child kicks with all his strength, it wouldn't hurt that much, right? Besides, when she tried to grab him, he just wanted to move inward and used her to push off to avoid her hands. How hard could it have been? In that case, she really is just pretending to extort the child. Is this child's adult around? Are they just letting her extort him like this? Is he alone? Aren't there 2 adults in this compartment? Yeah, why aren't they helping the child? Why are they letting these 2 women bully a little kid? Both of them look young. How can they be so cold-blooded? I was scared, so I wanted to retreat into the bed. I just used a little force from you to move back into the bed, so you couldn't hit me. But I didn't expect that one kick from me would make you act like you're dying. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have resisted when your daughter asked me to give up the lower berth I bought myself. But she wanted me to sleep on the upper berth, and I was really scared. I often toss and turn in my sleep and fall off the bed. My bed at home has half-meter-high railings, and I still manage to roll off in my dreams. Ho Tianga, innocently caught in the crossfire. What did I do to deserve this? Mingyu was also speechless. She just wanted her disciple to handle his own affairs, and she didn't think he would lose out, so she didn't step in. But because of that, she was being called cold-blooded. However, she couldn't even curse or yell now because the pain was too intense. Yeah, even we outsiders can't stand it. How can they, being in the same compartment, be so cold-blooded? The middle-aged woman, however, was cursing in her heart. Who said a child's kick doesn't hurt? She was in so much pain she wished she could die. The brat Qingwen looked innocent and started crying too. Grandma, are you dying? I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to kick you. You were trying to grab me, and I was just avoiding you. It's my fault. I should have just stayed still and not moved. I shouldn't have turned over and caused your daughter's bag to fall under the bed. If your daughter's bag hadn't fallen, she wouldn't have been so angry, and you wouldn't have come to scold me and threaten to kill me. I'm afraid I'll roll off the bed at night. The upper berth here is so high. What if I fall and break my arms or legs? That's why I didn't dare give up my lower berth to your daughter. But your daughter wasn't happy and asked you to help. She even put her big bag on me. Whose brat is this? So ill-mannered. If I had known this kid was so troublesome, I wouldn't have come near him. Grandma, you're not really dying, are you? This aunt here will definitely ask me for money to treat your injuries. What should I do? I'm just a kid. Where would I get the money? Ho Tianga listened to Qingwen's cries and felt even more frustrated. This kid really was. Mingyu, listening to Qingwen's cries, was also a bit stunned. How had her disciple turned into such a drama queen? The middle-aged woman sitting on the ground, crying out in pain, felt bitter inside. Because Qingwen's outburst, though it seemed like a scared child's rambling, actually revealed everything she and her daughter had done. End of chapter. Chapter 1758. Indignation. The middle-aged woman just wanted to teach the child a lesson and, in the process, make him give up the lower berth to her daughter. Little did she expect that the kick would hurt so much she lost her reason. Accustomed to throwing tantrums, she shouted a couple of times, drawing people over, only to have the child cry out the truth. Had she dug a pit for herself and jumped right in? Now, not only was her stomach hurting so badly from the kick that she wished she were dead, but her head also ached from the shame. To make matters worse, aside from crying out in pain, she couldn't utter a single coherent sentence. Her daughter, frightened by her mother's cries of pain, had already run off to find a doctor. The onlookers, having heard Qingwen's tearful account, understood the situation clearly. So this woman had been trying to take the child's lower berth and caused all this trouble. How shameless could this mother and daughter be? The train ride was only 3 days and 2 nights, yet they would bully a child just for a lower berth? And she had even piled a heavy bag on the child? Earlier, people had assumed the middle-aged woman was only grabbing the child because he had taken her berth, causing him to struggle and kick her. But now everyone knew it wasn't the child who had taken her berth. She was the one trying to forcibly take his, and had even hit him. Indignation flared. Yeah, I thought the kid had taken her berth, so she dared to say she'd beat him to death. Who knew? At this outburst, she suddenly found her voice and immediately defended herself. Who's faking? That damn kid really kicked me hard. I was in agony just now. In her fury, she even shouted, "Shut up. How can there be such a vicious woman in this world?" After hearing Qingwen's tearful plea, the crowd turned on Xiaoman's mother. How can you be so shameless? So she was faking it. This woman is too shameless. Isn't it obvious? She threw down her bag and lunged at the kid with both hands, looking fierce. Of course the kid dodged, and when he flailed, he kicked her stomach. Then she pretended to be hurt to extort him. She wanted to beat the kid to death? How can she be so cruel? I don't believe no one here can see it. I really was in so much pain from that kid's kick that I thought I'd die. I'm sure my spleen is ruptured. Yeah, I thought the kid had taken her berth too. After all, kids usually just buy a half-price seat ticket and can follow adults into the sleeper car. Hearing the crowd's words, the middle-aged woman was both angry and humiliated. She desperately wanted to shout out and defend herself. She wasn't faking it. She really was in so much pain from the kick that she almost thought she'd die. At her rebuttal, the crowd fell silent for a moment before launching an even fiercer counterattack. What are you wailing about? A kid's little kick. How bad could it be? If I weren't really in pain, why would I be sweating from it? Exactly, that kid is only 6 or 7 years old. Faking is faking. Look at her shouting so loudly now. If her spleen were really ruptured, would she have that much energy? Exactly. When Xiaoman arrived with a bearded old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, she saw the crowd surrounding her mother, arguing with her as if playing a game of cards. Her mother, hands on her hips, was shouting back at everyone. With that fierce demeanor, how did she look like a patient? What was she supposed to do now? End of chapter. Chapter 1759, He is Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Xiaoman was stunned. Wasn't her mother in excruciating pain? How did she suddenly turn into a shrew, standing there with her hands on her hips, arguing with everyone? The bearded old Chinese doctor beside her looked around at the crowd and asked Xiaoman, "Where's your mother? Didn't you just say she was dying?" Xiaoman pointed at her own mother and managed to say, "My mother," before trailing off. She had been genuinely frantic earlier, asking everyone she passed, "Who is a doctor? Please save my mother, she's dying." She had finally managed to bring this bearded old Chinese doctor over, but her mother looked nothing like someone on the verge of death. How was she supposed to explain this to the old doctor? "You said your mother was dying, but does she look like someone dying? Are you messing with me?" The old doctor was very displeased, stroking his beard and glaring at Xiaoman. Xiaoman's face crumpled in distress. "Master, my mother really was in terrible pain earlier. She couldn't even speak, and she said she was dying herself. That's why I was so frantic. I'm not lying. Maybe, possibly, she's just gotten better now." At that, she really did start crying. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the old doctor walked over. Who was it that was in so much pain earlier? Xiaoman's mother was also stunned to see her daughter bringing a bearded old man over. She had been in agony earlier, but now, for no apparent reason, she felt much better. Although the old doctor could tell at a glance that Xiaoman's mother was fine, he still took her pulse. Xiaoman asked anxiously, "How is my mother?" "Probably got bored on the train and just came along to take a look." Xiaoman's mother nearly spat blood. She really had been kicked hard by Qingwen, but she had just been falsely accused of faking it, so she got angry and started arguing with them. She was still in some pain, just not as unbearable as before. But this old doctor actually said she was fine. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? My stomach still hurts. How could I have no injuries at all?" "Even if you are a doctor, you must be a quack," the middle-aged woman said resentfully. "I told you she was faking it." The bearded old Chinese doctor lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. "Your mother is fine. She has no injuries at all." He then looked contemptuously at the middle-aged woman. "Aside from being a bit overweight, she's in good health." The crowd immediately erupted in chatter. Someone among them exclaimed, "It's actually Ghost Dr. Old Nyo." Someone immediately asked, "Is this Ghost Dr. Old Nyo famous? How did this girl manage to bring Ghost Dr. Old Nyo here?" The old doctor rolled his eyes at her. "Are you the doctor, or am I such a ghost doctor?" And this woman actually called him a quack? This woman wanted to fake it herself, but Ghost Dr. Old Nyo exposed her, so of course she calls him a quack. Of course he's famous, extremely famous. Not only is his medical skill unfathomable, but he himself is also unpredictable. His treatment methods are endless. He not only uses herbal medicine, but also various insects to cure people. Legend has it that he can even cure those who are terminally ill and rejected by big hospitals. But there's one thing, he's very hard to find. It's actually Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. How dare you call me a quack? The old doctor was furious. "I, Nyo Banian, have traveled far and wide. My friends in the martial world call me Ghost Doctor, but no one has ever dared to call me a quack. Trying to scam people. Shameless." Just as the mother and daughter were at a loss, a voice cut in, "Xiaoman, what's going on here?" Then, an authoritative middle-aged man stepped into the train car. End of this chapter. Chapter 1760, Losing Face and Substance Alike. Xiaoman had almost forgotten, her father was also on the train. Yes, they were originally supposed to return to Shenzhen as a family of 3 because their grandfather in Shenzhen was celebrating his birthday. The original plan was for only her parents to go back, so her mother had bought just 2 sleeper tickets. She never expected that after her father returned, he would say that the old man was in poor health and that every birthday might be his last, implying that there was no guarantee he would live to see the next one. Therefore, he demanded that she come along to visit their grandfather. So, after boarding the train, they had to ask someone to get an extra sleeper ticket for her. But because it was a last-minute addition, not only was she unable to be with her father, but she also couldn't get a lower berth. Originally, her mother wanted her father to come over to their compartment, but Xiaoman refused because she didn't want to be stuck with her rigid, dull, and strict father. She believed that with her own abilities, she could surely get someone to give up their lower berth for her. But she never expected that her usual foolproof methods would fail in front of the people in this compartment. Especially when that handsome guy said, "You're older than me, don't call me big brother." That remark made her feel insulted and humiliated, causing her to lose face. In a fit of anger, Xiaoman called for her mother, thinking only of reclaiming her dignity. Instead, she ended up losing both face and substance. How was she supposed to explain this to her father? Xiaoman's mother wanted to retort, but our daughter was. Old Yan looked at Xiaoman. Xiaoman timidly glanced at Mengyu and the other two and said, "No, the three of them didn't gang up to bully me." Xiaoman shrank back. "I'm sorry, Dad. I know I was wrong." But Old Yan spoke sternly to his daughter. "What have I taught you all along? I've told you that even when you're in the right, you should yield 3 points. Think about what you did today. Did you live up to that?" "What? Make her apologize to a 6 or 7-year-old child?" Xiaoman's mother was stunned. As soon as everyone saw this middle-aged man, they were intimidated by his presence, and no one dared to say a word. The scene fell into silence. Old Yan said seriously, "Is it me you owe an apology to? Apologize to them now." Seeing that his daughter, though feeling wronged, still apologized, Old Yan turned to his wife. "And you, what are you doing? It's because you're her mother that she doesn't know how to be a proper lady from a respectable family. Have you forgotten your own status? I've always told you that when you're out in public, you must not bully others with your position, and even when you're in the right, you should yield 3 points. Did you do that? Apologize to this little girl." Xiaoman immediately apologized to Mengyu and the others. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. I apologize to you." But her expression was still tearful and full of grievance, as if she had done nothing wrong, as if the fault lay entirely with others. When Xiaoman's mother saw her husband arrive, she was first startled, then burst out, "Old Yan, you're finally here. Our daughter is about to be bullied to death. Come help us out." The crowd was confused. They had thought it was just about the child, but it turned out the 2 adults were also involved. Everyone sneered inwardly. This woman's demeanor was far from yielding 3 points. When in the right, she was clearly making a scene even when she was in the wrong. Still, her husband seemed like a reasonable man. Knowing that his wife and daughter had done wrong, he made them apologize first. But seeing the sour look on Xiaoman's mother's face, would she really apologize to that child? Noticing the venomous glare in the middle-aged woman's eyes, Mengyu spoke up. "An insincere apology is unnecessary." The middle-aged woman, finding an outlet for her frustration, shouted at Mengyu, "What business is it of yours?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1761, One Must Know One's Place. Who would have thought? Before Mengyu could speak, Qingwen suddenly stood in front of her bed and snapped back at Xiaoman's mother. "How dare you yell at my master? My master is right. You clearly lack sincerity. Besides, just now you weren't being reasonable and yielding 3 points. You were unreasonable and making a fuss over 3 points. So, I do not accept your apology." Everyone was a bit surprised by Qingwen's words. This young woman was actually the master of this child? Xiaoman's mother was about to speak when Old Yan shouted at her, "Apologize now." He was furious with his wife. He had just said being reasonable and yielding 3 points, to define her apology as not being unreasonable, but rather yielding out of humility, to save face for her and their daughter. Yet, she still wouldn't apologize cleanly. Did she want to make things even uglier? This woman. If it weren't for the fact that she had borne him children, he would have divorced her. Xiaoman's mother, intimidated by her husband's shout, shrank back and bowed slightly to Qingwen, saying, "I'm sorry, it's my fault." As soon as she finished, without waiting for acceptance, she grabbed her daughter and ran off. Before leaving, she threw out a line, "Old Yan, you sleep on the top bunk here. The other side is for me and our daughter." As the mother and daughter left, the crowd dispersed. Old Yan put on a helpless expression and said to Mengyu and the others, "I'm sorry. On behalf of my wife and child, I apologize to you. It's my failure to discipline them properly." His attitude was quite sincere. But Qingwen said, "Uncle, I accept your apology. But I want to make something clear. I did kick your wife." Everyone was stunned. This child actually admitted to kicking someone? Old Yan was also taken aback. He had thought his wife was just making a scene. Was this really a 6 or 7-year-old child? Qingwen continued, "My master taught me that we don't start trouble, but we don't fear it either. So when your wife tried to forcefully drag me off the bed, I did kick her to stop her from bothering me. But I didn't use heavy force. I promise you, her body will hurt for at most a day, and then she'll be fine." Old Yan was shocked. He had been outside watching the situation develop when his wife fell and cried out in pain, and his daughter went to find a doctor. But he really hadn't noticed anything wrong with that woman just now. The ghost doctor Old Nyo, who hadn't left because no one had paid his consultation fee, was startled. So this kid really did strike? Old Yan also looked at Qingwen. He really hadn't expected his fierce wife to be taken down by this boy. Just from those tearful accusations, his wife and daughter were no match. Old Yan had suspected his wife was trying to extort them. After all, Qingwen was just a 6 or 7-year-old child. But seeing his wife sweating in pain didn't seem fake, so he thought she might genuinely be hurt. Still, he couldn't come out to defend her and had to wait for the old Chinese doctor's diagnosis. Later, when his wife angrily argued with people who said she was faking pain to extort them, he wanted to jump out and slap her, but he held back. Only after the old Chinese doctor diagnosed her as fine, and she indeed seemed fine, did he come out to make his wife and daughter apologize. But now, hearing Qingwen's words, he realized his wife had truly been taken down by a child. He recalled that there were such people in the world, and looking at this master and disciple pair, he immediately concluded that he had likely encountered martial arts experts from the underworld. Today's 6 chapters are complete. It's getting colder, everyone. Take care to keep warm. Chapter end. Chapter 1762, Another Sticky Tofu Candy. Actually, Old Ox the Ghost Doctor was also curious. Kid, what method did you use just now to make that woman sweat in pain? Qingwen glanced at Mingyu and said a bit sheepishly, I didn't hurt her, I just kicked her pain nerve. How do you know where the pain nerve is? Old Ox pressed. Qingwen looked at Mingyu again, and Old Ox remembered that Qingwen had said Mingyu was his master, so he immediately latched onto her. For the rest of the journey, Old Ox kept pestering Mingyu to discuss medicine. Fortunately, Mingyu had thoroughly mastered the medical canon, so no matter what Old Ox said, she could answer him, making him so excited he wished he could live there. Old Ox was a wandering doctor, devoted to traditional Chinese medicine his whole life, with no children. He was also a master of medicine, having seen countless people, but never one as beautiful and talented as Mingyu, so he took a liking to taking her as a disciple. Mingyu sighed inwardly. She hadn't shaken off Hotianga, that sticky tofu candy, and now another one had appeared. Old Ox turned his attention to Hotianga. Young man, how about we swap berths? My berth is in carriage 6. No interest. Hotianga had gone to great lengths to follow Mingyu for her internship and had worked hard to get a sleeper berth in the same compartment as her. Why would he give it up? Old Ox was about to get angry when Hotianga recited, the body has 8 hollows. What do they correspond to? Answer, they correspond to the 5 viscera. Old Ox's eyes lit up. How are they treated? Hotianga continued, when the heart and lungs have evil, the qi lingers in the 2 elbows. When the liver has evil, the qi flows to the 2 armpits. When the spleen has evil, the qi lingers in the 2 hips. When the kidneys have evil, the qi lingers in the 2 popliteal fossae. All these 8 hollows are joints where true qi passes and blood vessels flow. Evil qi and bad blood must not stay. If they stay, they injure the tendons, bones, and joints. The joints cannot bend or stretch, causing spasms. He realized that Hotianga's insights into traditional Chinese medicine were even more profound than his own. He really couldn't bear to leave, so he went to discuss swapping berths with Old Yan again, hoping to stay. Old Ox then latched onto Hotianga and started discussing with him. Learning that Mingyu was going to intern at the Love Heart Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital in Shenzhen, and that Hotianga also planned to go there but hadn't confirmed with the hospital yet, he pondered for a moment and said to Mingyu, Can you introduce me to the hospital leadership? I want to intern with you too. But Old Yan was even more convinced that Mingyu and the others were extraordinary people. He wanted to befriend them, so why would he leave? As for trying to take Qingwen's berth, the last person who tried that had been thoroughly routed by him, so he didn't dare to drive him away. In the end, he could only beg Qingwen to let him squeeze onto half of his berth. He refused to leave, and Qingwen had no choice but to let him stay. Hotianga was very dissatisfied. You, Old Ox the Ghost Doctor, have such a big reputation. Why bother interning? Stop messing around. But Mingyu had an idea. From their discussions, this Old Ox was a master of medicine. If she could keep him at the Love Heart Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, it wouldn't be bad. She said, I can introduce you, but if you leave after just 1 year, and the director blames me, what then? Old Ox glared and huffed. Am I that kind of person? The others all looked at him, as if to say, yes, you are. Because you're a wandering doctor who travels all over the country. Who would believe you'd settle down? End of chapter. Chapter 1763, Another Oath. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo said angrily, I've been running around everywhere just to find a medicinal herb. If I already had it, would I need to travel so much? Mingyu asked, what herb are you looking for? Can you tell me? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo sighed. I'm looking for a lingji mushroom that's over 500 years old. Mingyu's eyes flickered. A lingji over 500 years old? Could it be that you have someone very important who has been ill and hasn't woken up? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo suddenly became desolate. Yes, I have a patient who has been asleep for 10 years. As long as I get a 500-year-old lingji, I can prepare a resurrection pill and wake her up. Can you prepare a resurrection pill? Mingyu asked in surprise. Although she could exchange for a 9-turn resurrection pill from Xiao Dao, she had spent 50,000 merit points to save Chu Shui back then. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo sighed again. I happened to come across a recipe for making a resurrection pill, but I'm not skilled in alchemy. I can only prepare it by mixing the ingredients. Mingyu almost laughed out loud in joy. Haha, you don't know alchemy, but I do. She already had the recipe for the 9-turn resurrection pill, but many of its ingredients were from ancient times, unavailable even in her herb garden, let alone in the outside world. So even with the recipe, she couldn't refine it. But if there was a recipe for a simpler resurrection pill and ghost Dr. Old Nyo was trying to prepare it, it meant the ingredients were modern. Now that she had the herb garden that the Qin family ancestor had risked his life to reclaim, she might be able to gather everything. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo's spirits immediately sank. Minyu felt a surge of excitement. If I help you find a Lingji over 500 years old, would you be willing to share your recipe with me? As for a 1,000-year-old one, she had the wooden treasure Gu Dongxing gave her, which she could put into the herb garden to accelerate growth. Besides, she had obtained a herb garden in Qin village, which contained 1,000-year-old ginseng and Lingji. Of course, she wouldn't conduct the transaction with ghost Dr. Old Nyo on the train. Actually, I said over 500 years, but the recipe actually calls for a 1,000-year-old Lingji, along with 1,000-year-old ginseng. Such treasures are almost impossible to find, which is why I said over 500 years. Minyu's herb garden naturally had such Lingji and ginseng. Minyu's eyes flickered again. I'm asking hypothetically, if I could find them, would you trade with me? Because I also want a resurrection pill. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo immediately grabbed Minyu's arm. Can you find a Lingji over 500 years old? He let go of her arm, looking quite dejected, which amused Minyu. If you want the recipe, I'll give it to you. But the various herbs in this recipe aren't easy to find. I've been searching for 20 years and still haven't gathered the most crucial few ingredients. She also wanted to recruit this talent for her beloved traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Ho Tianji, hearing Minyu speak to ghost Dr. Old Nyo like that, understood somewhat. The herbs ghost Dr. Old Nyo couldn't find across the country might exist in the immortal sect. And Nan Mingyu's family was one of the 3 major immortal cultivation families in the sect, so it wasn't impossible for her to obtain some herbs. So he reminded him, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, life is full of dangers but also miracles. Don't give up hope. Maybe Senior Nan can help you find the herbs you need. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, hearing this, felt a stir. After a flicker of thought, he solemnly swore, if Miss Nan helps me find a Lingji and ginseng over 500 years old, allowing me to gather all the ingredients for the resurrection pill and prepare it, then I, Nyo Banian, will dedicate the rest of my life to serving Miss Nan. End of chapter. Chapter 1764, Another Enlightenment. The oath made Mingyu's expression turn serious as well. She waved her hand, setting up a barrier between them. Ghost Doctor, take out the prescription and let me have a look. As soon as she cast the barrier, others could only see the two of them chatting amiably. When Ghost Dr. Old Nyo saw that Mingyu had silenced the surrounding noise with just a wave of his hand, his heart surged with excitement. He had finally encountered a cultivator. Nyo Banian had studied medicine under his master since childhood while also practicing ancient martial arts, rarely returning home. His family had arranged a marriage for him. His fiancée was named Shin Shaozu, a refined young lady from a scholarly family. But because he was away from home for long periods, his fiancée's family wanted her to marry someone else. However, she firmly refused, insisting on waiting for him to return. Her father, who loved his children dearly, indulged her. While others her age married at 18 or 19, she waited until her 20s, still holding out for him. During the Great Movement, her father, due to his experiences before liberation, was persecuted to death by enemies who seized on his weaknesses. On the day she lost her father, she rushed back from school, but was involved in a car accident, leaving her in a vegetative state. When Nyo Banian finally returned home, he learned of his fiancée's fate. Nyo Banian knew he didn't want to leave too many karmic ties for himself, so he reluctantly took out the prescription. Now, he had finally met the cultivator his master had spoken of. How could he not be thrilled? Nyo Banian wanted to kneel and beg Mingyu for help, but found that his knees wouldn't bend. His family urged him to remarry, but he refused, insisting on waiting for his fiancée to wake up and marry her. He had obtained the prescription for the resurrection pill from his master, but discovered that its ingredients were extremely rare, with 1,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year Lingji being the most elusive. To find these ingredients, he became a wandering doctor, traveling through famous mountains and great rivers while treating people along the way. He returned home once a year, telling his fiancée about his experiences. She thought to herself, since others could improve upon prescriptions, why couldn't she? Her heart stirred with excitement. Her alchemy manual contained many prescriptions, all from ancient times. But because many ancient ingredients had gone extinct, she couldn't find them, so she could only refine basic pills. Clearly, this prescription was likely an improvement on the ancient 9-turn resurrection pill. His master told him that his fiancée had little chance of waking up, and that the only way to revive her was to find an alchemist among cultivators to refine the resurrection pill. But 20 years had passed, and he had earned the name Ghost Doctor, yet he still hadn't gathered all the ingredients for the resurrection pill. Mingyu took the prescription and glanced through it, finding it somewhat similar to the 9-turn resurrection pill in her alchemy manual, except that modern ingredients had replaced the ancient ones. Mingyu grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from kneeling. Between us, this is just a transaction. You give me the prescription, I give you the 1,000-year Lingji, and the deal is done. You don't need to kneel to me. She then thought that the path of alchemy seemed to allow for flexibility. With this thought, she felt that the way of alchemy, like cultivation, followed a principle. When one path is understood, all paths open. As long as the ingredients were properly combined, the right pill could be refined. If alchemy was like this, then what about cultivation? Could it also break free from existing methods, trying different ways to absorb spiritual energy, or directly using mental power to harness it? The more she thought, the clearer her mind became, and before she knew it, she had entered a state of enlightenment. End of chapter. Chapter 1765, Must Stay Close. Nyobanyan noticed that Mingyu had stopped moving. Having traveled far and wide, he recognized that she had entered a state of enlightenment, a legendary phenomenon in the cultivation world. He dared not disturb Mingyu and quietly stood guard by her side. Fortunately, Mingyu had set up a barrier between them earlier. Thus, even though her enlightenment occurred on the train, it was not disrupted. It was only after more than an hour, when the barrier Mingyu had set dissipated due to its time limit, that Ho Tiange noticed something was wrong. He immediately pulled Niu Banian out and set up a separate barrier for Mingyu, protecting her during her enlightenment. In truth, Qingshan, who was in the space, had already prepared himself the moment he sensed Mingyu's enlightenment. If anyone foolish enough dared to interrupt his master's enlightenment, he would surely come out and teach them a lesson. As for Qingwen, upon seeing his master in enlightenment, he too had readied himself. He appeared to casually stand before his master's bed, but in reality, he was already guarding her. However, Ho Tiange was unaware of this. He could only silently blame Mingyu for not making her barrier last longer. Yet, he found it amusing. Even Mingyu herself couldn't have known she would enter enlightenment, could she? Afterward, he asked Niu Banian what he had said to Mingyu earlier. Niu Banian only mentioned that he had told Mingyu about his life story, daring not to speak of anything else. In particular, he refrained from revealing a single word about Mingyu asking him for the pill formula, afraid of accidentally exposing any of her secrets. He was now 100% certain that Mingyu was the alchemist he had been searching for. Otherwise, she wouldn't have entered enlightenment just from seeing his resurrection pill formula. 3 hours later, Mingyu finally awakened from her enlightenment. She noticed the faint spiritual energy around her converging toward her, and then realized that her cultivation had reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. Old Yen, however, understood nothing about enlightenment. All he saw was Mingyu sitting on her bed, chatting with that ghost Dr. Old Nyo. How strange, just listening to a life story, and she enters enlightenment? Although Ho Tiange suspected that Niu Banian hadn't told the whole truth, he figured that the man and Mingyu were merely passing acquaintances, so there was no reason for him to keep secrets for her. What he didn't know was that Niu Banian, upon guessing that Mingyu was an alchemist, had already decided to curry favor with her, hoping she would refine a resurrection pill for his fiancé. Naturally, he would say whatever benefited Mingyu. He even felt a bit envious of Mingyu. He made up his mind to stick close to this alchemist and have her refine the resurrection pill for him. But would she be willing to refine it for him? If she didn't help him with the pill refinement, he could only prepare it himself, and the effect would be vastly different. Afterward, when Mingyu's barrier dissipated, although he saw her in a daze, that young man waved his hand, and Mingyu once again appeared to be sitting on the bed reading a book. What delighted her most was that her mental cultivation had actually reached the peak of the out-of-body stage. With just a little more opportunity, her mental cultivation could break through to the integration stage. Xiaodao congratulated her from within the space. Congratulations, Master. Your mental cultivation has finally reached the late out-of-body stage, now matching the soul energy you possess. Mingyu was overjoyed. With my current mental cultivation, if I don't split my soul, will I still get headaches? Xiaodao paused for a moment before replying, it will still happen a bit. Your previous 2 enlightenments only brought your mental cultivation to the nascent soul stage, but you absorbed a massive amount of soul energy, which caused the headaches. Now that you've reached the out-of-body stage in mental cultivation, because you absorbed too much soul energy from the remnant soul of a celestial immortal, if you don't split your soul, there will still be after effects. This chapter ends. Chapter 1766, Something You Can Never Envy. Mingyu was a bit puzzled. Generally speaking, whatever level of mental cultivation a person reaches, they possess a corresponding level of soul energy, right? Now that I have the mental cultivation of the out-of-body stage, I have the soul energy of that stage too. So wasn't it a waste for me to devour all that soul energy? Xiaodao explained, Master, if you didn't have that much soul energy, you wouldn't have been able to increase your mental cultivation so much in one go. A single moment of enlightenment would normally only raise your mental cultivation by one level at most, but you jumped from the late nascent soul stage to the peak of the out-of-body stage. Without soul energy as a foundation, that would have been impossible. Minyu suddenly understood. Soul energy and mental cultivation actually reinforce each other. Before, because her mental cultivation was insufficient and her soul energy was excessive, she suffered from headaches. Now, even though her mental cultivation had increased, it only barely matched her soul energy. This was only possible because she had devoured the soul energy of a celestial immortal. Otherwise, who else would have such an opportunity? Of course, opportunities come with risks. Such an opportunity would later bring her great trouble, but that's a story for another time. Xiaodao sighed regretfully, Master, if you weren't pregnant and weren't on the train, you could have set up a spirit gathering array to condense your nascent soul this time. What a pity. Minyu smiled bitterly. Indeed, if she weren't pregnant, this moment of enlightenment would have been an excellent chance to condense her nascent soul. But everything has its pros and cons. This time, she sacrificed the chance to condense her nascent soul, but the two treasures in her womb gained a great blessing. They had long been awakened by Minyu's consciousness. When Minyu experienced enlightenment, they were still inside her body and also sensed the mysteries of enlightenment. Their mental cultivation increased as well, directly reaching the peak of the foundation establishment stage. How infuriating that must sound. When Minyu and Ho Tiange heard old Yan's words, they both burst into laughter. Ho Tiange really wanted to give him a smack. He rolled his eyes. I said you were plump, and now you're really puffing yourself up. If Minyu were willing to provide them with a large amount of spiritual power, they could reach foundation establishment as soon as they were born. However, if they were born at foundation establishment, their childhood would likely be prolonged. Old Yan, who had been unable to get a word in, finally interjected, Miss, you're not plump at all. Besides, it's better for a girl to have a bit of flesh, it brings good fortune. Minyu laughed triumphantly. Exactly. I was actually worried about being too plump and was thinking of losing weight. Minyu's mental cultivation had increased, and she no longer had to worry about having too much capacity, but too small a container. She was in a great mood. That's right, my luck is just that extraordinary. No matter how much you envy me, you'll never have it. Moreover, although Minyu hadn't condensed her nascent soul, her mental cultivation had already reached the peak of the out-of-body stage. Therefore, she was destined to at least cultivate to the peak of the out-of-body stage in the future. Ho Tiange saw Minyu awake and couldn't hide his envy. Hey, can't you be any less dramatic? You even achieved enlightenment on a train. Therefore, Minyu planned to have her 2 children born at most at the great perfection of the qi refining stage. Then, from ages 0 to 16, they would learn the various arts of cultivation. Old Yan also laughed heartily. He finally managed to speak with the two of them. Sure enough, seeing that he was eager to build a connection, Minyu took out a pill bottle containing a single foundation pill. Comrade Yan, meeting you is fate. This is a foundation pill. After taking it, your body will be free from illness and disaster, and you'll live out your natural lifespan. Old Yan was overjoyed. Thank you. Can I give it to my father? He had been worried that his elderly father wouldn't make it through the year, and now he had received a pill from Minyu. How could he not be grateful? End of chapter. Chapter 1767, Shaking Off the Sticky Taffy. Xiaodao exclaimed in surprise. Master, this person is very grateful to you. He actually gave you 2 points of merit. Minyu looked at old Yan's grateful expression and felt a bit pleased. She took out another pill bottle. That one was for you. Use it yourself. This one is for your father's birthday celebration. Old Yan was even more grateful. Thank you, immortal master. Wow, master, you got 3 more merit points. This old Yan is a good person. Minyu found it amusing. So having merit points makes him a good person? Xiaodao said very firmly, of course. If you give pills to a bad person, he will live longer and increase his chances of doing evil. You won't gain merit, you'll even lose it. The fact that you got merit as soon as you gave the pill shows that both old Yan and his father are good people. He has merit himself, so he can give you merit through his gratitude. Hearing this, Minyu realized it made sense. She looked at old Yan, who was eager to befriend her, and noticed a trace of misfortune between his brows, knowing he would run into trouble. Thinking of his exceptional wife and daughter, she sighed inwardly. A man like him marrying such a wife, a virtuous wife, brings fewer troubles to her husband, seemed to hold some truth after all. She said to old Yan very directly, I'll be interning at Shenzhen Charity Hospital for the next year. If you need anything, you can find me there, or find my apprentice here. Wasn't it just going to Charity Hospital? He could go there too. The car stopped, and hearing the announcement over the speaker, Minyu pulled Qingwen up. You all stay seated. Qingwen and I are getting off to handle some matters. Ho Tianji finally realized something was wrong. Not good, they've shaken us off. Old Yen was even happier, giving Mingyu a deep bow. Thank you so much. When I get to Shenzhen, I will definitely visit you. He slapped his forehead. I should have thought of that earlier. But, Suddenly, he pointed at the bag at Niu Bonian's feet. Isn't this Nan Mingyu's bag? Niu Bonian found it strange. Why tell him to watch the bag instead of Ho Tianji? But he didn't think much of it and moved the bag closer to himself, saying, all right, I'll keep an eye on it. He didn't notice that Mingyu had said, you watch it, not please watch it for me. Only after the car started and the two hadn't returned did Niu Bonian sense something off. Why haven't they gotten back on? Beside him, Ho Tianji was speechless. She said if you need anything, you can find her, and you said you must visit her. Doesn't that mean you're admitting something will happen to you? What? Niu Bonian couldn't believe it. This Nan Mingyu had made a deal with him. He had shown her his prescription, and now she was gone. What about the 1,000-year Ganoderma she had promised him? Seeing Niu Bonian's frustration, Ho Tianji couldn't help saying, don't worry. As a cultivator, if she said she'd give it to you, she will. Mingyu opened her bag, glanced inside, then zipped it up and pushed it under the bed where Qingwen and Niu Bonian were sitting. Old Niu, keep an eye on this bag. Ho Tianji waved his hand. Go on. He was enjoying his conversation with Niu Bonian. Niu Bonian was startled. She didn't take her bag? Ho Tianji recalled how Mingyu had left the bag with Niu Bonian earlier and pointed at it. Open it and look. Niu Bonian shook his head. This is Miss Nan's bag. How can I open it without her permission? Ho Tianji sneered. She left it for you. End of chapter. Chapter 1768. A bit of guilt. Niu Bonian couldn't believe it. No way. Old Yen also said, she clearly wanted to get off, yet she handed you a bag without asking you to watch it for her. She told you to look after it. It should be for you. Open it and see, there's no problem. Niu Bonian thought it over and opened it. The bag was large but relatively empty, containing only 2 jade boxes. Just as Niu Bonian was about to take out the jade boxes to examine them, Ho Tiange suddenly stopped him. Zip the bag up. Then, he transmitted his voice. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 boxes contain 1,000-year Lingji and 1,000-year ginseng. If you open them here, keeping them might be a problem. In truth, he wasn't guessing, he had seen them with his spiritual sense. Even he wanted such treasures. Niu Bonian suddenly heard a voice in his mind and nearly shouted, but he held back. He glanced at Ho Tiange in surprise, knowing he was right. So, he zipped the bag back up. Then, he hugged the bag to his chest. This was the hope of his fiancée waking up. Though they had only spent a day or 2 together, he trusted Ho Tiange greatly. If he said the contents were 1,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year Lingji, then it must be true. He had made a deal with Mingyu, agreeing only to exchange the recipe for the resurrection pill for Lingji over 500 years old. But now Miss Nan had given him 1,000-year Lingji and 1,000-year ginseng. Still, recalling that she had mentioned going to the Love Heart Hospital in Shenzhen for an internship, he could seek her out there. Thinking of this, he broke into a foolish grin, causing the other 2 to frown. Was this really old Niu the ghost doctor? It was a pity that such an upright official had such an extreme wife and daughter, making people keep their distance. Mingyu watched the train leave with Qingwen and burst out laughing. Haha, finally shook off those 2 sticky candies. Oh no, 3 sticky candies. She suddenly felt a bit guilty. She should have directly told him that she could help him refine the resurrection pill. Besides, she really wanted to recruit him. However, she had already mentioned she was interning in Shenzhen, and she believed he would find his way to the Love Heart Hospital. Whether he stayed there or not, she would help him refine the resurrection pill. How grateful would he have to be to generate 10 points of merit for her? As for old Yen, she could see he was currying favor with her, likely aiming to befriend her. If he didn't have such an extreme wife and daughter, she wouldn't mind getting to know him. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Master, Niu Bonian's gratitude toward you has generated 10 points of merit. His gratitude toward Mingyu surged like a tide. He had already decided that once his fiancée woke up, he would dedicate his life to Miss Nan's service. But now, even that wish couldn't be fulfilled. She had shaken him off and left. Mingyu's laughter abruptly stopped. This Niu Bonian had actually given her 10 points of merit? That was the same as saving someone. If he didn't come on his own, then it wasn't meant to be. Master, where are we going now? Qingwen asked. Mingyu, naturally, to see your master's husband. But before that, let's check on our base. For now, let's drive to G-City. She took Qingwen to a secluded spot and pulled out a Hummer. This car belonged to the guy who had tried to kill Oh Shui in Hong Kong, reportedly from the Overlord gang. Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1769, Merit intercepted by someone. Thinking of the Bawang gang in Hong Kong, Mingyu felt frustrated for another minute. That gang had offended her mother-in-law, and she hadn't had time to punish them back then. But this car had already been registered by Gu Dongxing through some means, so it could be driven. The minivan she originally carried with her was left for Wayne. Qingwen got into the Hummer, touching here and there, his face full of excitement. Mingyu glanced at him. Almost all boys loved cars. Do you like it? Mingyu asked. Qingwen's eyes lit up. I do. He thought his master would say, if you like it, I'll give it to you. But instead, her next words were, liking it is useless. You're still so short now, even if I gave it to you, you couldn't drive it. Qingwen puffed his cheeks in annoyance. Good thing he hadn't rushed to build his foundation, or he'd be constantly mocked by his master like this, right? The unscrupulous master laughed heartily at having struck down her disciple. She reached out and ruffled Qingwen's hair. When you have your coming-of-age ceremony, I'll give you one as a gift. Really? Qingwen immediately cheered up again. The master and disciple drove straight to the southern compound in Xiangyang County. This place had originally been bought by Mingyu to wait for its value to appreciate, but later she gave it to Jing Suizhu as the company's headquarters. However, she found it strange. Why, when her money was used to handle matters, did she not receive any merit points? Xiaodong was puzzled. That's not right. Wasn't this money allocated by higher authorities? She asked Xiaodong, under whose name did you carry out these tasks? Mingyu suddenly recalled something. When Jing Suizhu was still serving as township head, she had mentioned that higher authorities offered rewards for self-raised funds used for things like road construction. Mingyu frowned. It wasn't her who ordered it. I did, and it was all my money. She realized that her merit had likely been intercepted by someone. But Jing Suizhu wasn't around. Upon asking, she learned that the company headquarters had already been moved to Shenzhen. Mingyu shook her head. That woman really worked at a terrifying pace, and she wasn't here anymore. The person now stationed at the compound, Xiaodong, was someone she had trained specifically to handle charitable works like road and bridge building. She asked Xiaodong about recent activities and discovered that he had almost completely paved all the rural roads in Xiangyang County and had built kindergartens and nursing homes in every township. Xiaodong was puzzled. Didn't General Manager Jing order this? Mingyu was shocked. Who said this money was allocated by higher authorities? Deputy County Head Lian said so. He claimed he got the money from higher-ups through his connections. Everywhere I went, he followed along, and each time he told the locals about the hardships he endured to secure the funds. I thought the money really came from his efforts. For example, if you spent 100,000 yuan on road construction, higher authorities would reward you with a few thousand yuan, but only after the road was completed. The same applied to running nursing homes and kindergartens. For each such welfare institution established, higher authorities would allocate some special funds to them. That money was available once you reported the establishment, but compared to the cost of building nursing homes and kindergartens, it was just a drop in the bucket. But the locals didn't know that. When Deputy County Head Lian took credit, they assumed all the money came from his efforts. Their gratitude went to him, and the merit was intercepted by him, leaving Mingyu with nothing. Chapter end. Chapter 1770. I will not let him off. Chapter 1769. Mingyu was furious inside. At this time, it was still the early days of reform and opening up. After farmers could operate independently, they all wanted to sell their products for money. Hence, there was a saying, if you want to get rich, build roads first. However, the funding for road construction from above was very limited. Building all village-level roads would require a huge expenditure. The higher authorities could not possibly build so many roads all at once. Therefore, the leaders had to delegate the task to local governments and plan which roads to build this year and which to build next year. A county like Xiangyang, which undertook road construction on such a large scale, was virtually unprecedented, and it was a cause for celebration among the people. Thus, when Mingyu did these things in Xiangyang County, whether it was the leader in charge of this area or the main heads of the county, they could all gain good political achievements from it. But now, not only had they taken the credit, but they had also intercepted the merit she rightfully deserved. She could not tolerate that. What about the nursing homes and kindergartens? Did they also say they got the money from above to build them? Xiaodong was on the verge of tears. She had no idea that the money was given by the young woman in front of her. Xiaodong was startled. I can't do that. If I stop distributing this money, people will make a huge fuss. At the time, I was puzzled and said, isn't this money allocated from above? Then she told me about how Deputy County Chief Lian would say at every place that the money was something he had begged for from above, and she told me to stop the payments. Have all the funds for road and bridge construction across the county over the past 2 years been fully allocated? And what about the various expenses for the nursing homes and kindergartens? Are they still being distributed through you? Well, all right. Xiaodong agreed. Xiaodong quickly called Jing Zong. Jing Zong, someone came to our compound this year, claiming to be named Nan. She told me to stop all the funds that should be distributed. Xiaodong hurriedly said, some of the road construction money has been distributed, some hasn't. The nursing homes and kindergartens are paid out monthly. Mingyu snorted. Didn't Deputy County Chief Lian say that the money was found by him? If they come to make a fuss, just tell them to go find Deputy County Chief Lian. She couldn't help but scold. Are you stupid? If the money came from above, how could it end up in your hands? Jing Suizhu was shocked. My master, Boss Nan came to find you? Mingyu gritted her teeth and said, good. Now, stop all the funds that should be distributed immediately. Jing Suizhu immediately slapped her forehead. Her master had done all these things, yet someone else was taking credit for them. It was all her fault. She had been so busy that she forgot to explain things clearly to Xiaodong. Mingyu drove angrily to the northern compound. Yes, as soon as she arrived, she asked me about the road and bridge construction and the nursing homes and kindergartens. Then she asked under whose name these things were being done. I said, wasn't it you who told me to do them? She said she was the one who had them done, and the money was also hers. Xiaodong was confused. I thought you had connections with the officials, which was why you got me this job. Jing Suizhu wanted to knock some sense into her sister-in-law's head. You're usually so smart when handling things, but why didn't you think that I've already left the official circle? Why would anyone still do me favors? Xiaodong covered her head. Sister-in-law, you underestimate your own influence. These days, whoever has money is the boss, right? You've already expanded your company to Shenzhen, with tens of millions in assets. Who would dare to look down on you? Xiaodong truly believed that her sister-in-law had found her this job, one that let her manage the money. Who told her not to make it clear that the money was given by that big boss? This chapter ends. Chapter 1771. Instead of sincerely apologizing, it's better to actively correct. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm very busy here too. Let me tell you, even the money your sister-in-law used to set up the company was given by Boss Nan. This company also belongs to Boss Nan. I'm just working for her. Every single cent you've handled came from Boss Nan. All the funds that should be distributed, if she tells you to stop them, you stop them. Otherwise, if you offend her, even I can't protect you. Even the deputy county magistrate dares to claim credit falsely. I won't let him off. All right, I'll do as you say, Xiaodong quickly replied. She had just hung up the phone when another call came in. Xiaodong, this is Old Gao from the Civil Affairs Office of Cloud Mist Township. The nursing home construction team is halfway through, and they're asking if we could advance them the material costs for the second half of the project. Could you transfer the funds to our account? Xiaodong, still fuming, snapped back. My account here has been frozen. Where would I get the money? Yes, because Xiaodong had just disobeyed Mingyu's orders, Mingyu had decisively frozen the account she had originally left for Jing Suizhu and notified Xiaodong. Old Gao was shocked. What? You don't have the money? Then what about our project here? Without materials, the construction team will stop work. Xiaodong snorted. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Didn't Deputy County Magistrate Lian say the money was his doing? Go ask him. On the other end, after hanging up with Xiaodong, manager Jing felt deeply guilty. It was all her fault. Once she arrived in Shenzhen, she got so busy with company matters that she neglected her master's affairs. She immediately thought of calling the North City compound to apologize to her master, but as she picked up the phone, she realized that instead of sincerely apologizing, it was better to actively correct the mistake. So, she decided to call Secretary Yang of Xiangyang instead. Secretary Yang of Xiangyang had originally been the deputy secretary and was only promoted during last year's leadership transition. Secretary Yang, hello. This is Xiao Jing from Daeong Company. How could I compare to Secretary Yang's success in officialdom? Jing Suizhu's voice carried a hint of grievance. I'm just working for someone else. Whether I can keep my position as general manager is still uncertain. Secretary Yang's heart skipped a beat. Jing Suizhu was the county's lucky star. Without the large amounts of funding she had secured from her boss, how could he have had the money to build roads? At that time, the party and government were not yet separated, so transportation fell under his jurisdiction. His promotion, naturally, was due to his outstanding achievements. Within a year, he had paved 60% of the township roads and 10% of the village roads. Manager Jing, hello. Long time no see. You're doing well in Shenzhen, aren't you? Secretary Yang was still grateful to Manager Jing. After all, without her strong support, he wouldn't have such impressive accomplishments. Not only that, but he had heard that after the rural household contract responsibility system was implemented, some 5 guarantee households were struggling because village collective funds and unified fees couldn't be collected. So, she had used her own money to establish several nursing homes. This year, she had expanded the effort, setting up nursing homes in every township, with most still under construction. If Jing Suizhu were no longer general manager, would the money still come? Manager Jing, are you implying there's some difficulty? Or have we spent too much on welfare projects this year, and your boss is upset? Should I step in and talk to your boss? Could it be that manager Jing's boss had noticed she was investing too much in welfare and wanted to remove her from her position? The previous chapter has been revised. Readers, please refresh. Chapter 1772, Let Them Worry on Their Own. Jing Suizhu smiled bitterly. My boss is a kind-hearted person. How could he possibly think that welfare programs are being run too extensively? She paused and continued, Secretary, last year when you were in charge of transportation, you tirelessly promoted my boss. The beneficiaries all knew it was my boss's kindness that helped them build roads, allowing those businessmen to come into the villages and collect their goods. Otherwise, the things they grew, relying only on shoulder pulls to carry out and sell, would probably rot before they could sell them all. So, the common people are very grateful to my boss. Yes, that's exactly how it should be. Yang Zilin nodded repeatedly. He understood very well that in this life, it all comes down to fame and fortune. For a boss to put up so much money for welfare programs, what he seeks is nothing but fame. He was fully aware that only by satisfying the boss and helping him gain fame could he obtain more money from the boss to benefit the people and enhance his own political achievements. Therefore, no matter which village or stockade he visited, he made a point of promoting the boss's contributions, and the common people naturally felt deep gratitude toward the boss in their hearts. His thinking was not wrong. Sure enough, the boss was pleased and agreed to invest another 300,000 this year, rolling out projects across the entire county, building nursing homes in every township, and also agreeing to cover the daily operating expenses of those nursing homes. Furthermore, he also agreed to allocate funds next year to build a kindergarten in every township, likewise covering the daily expenses of the kindergartens. I haven't heard any rumors, but I have heard a lot of praise for Deputy County Magistrate Lian, saying that he spared no effort, used his connections to secure funds from above, built roads, established nursing homes, and opened kindergartens. Everyone is united in wanting to elect him as county magistrate during the transition. Yang Zilin was shocked. President Jing, the money came from your boss. Who said it was Deputy County Magistrate Lian who secured it from above? After Jing Suizhu finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Daring to claim credit for her master's achievements, let them worry on their own. Yang Zilin paused. President Jing, have you heard some kind of rumor? He had initially planned to send a secretary down to investigate, but then he felt this matter was too important. If the boss got angry, the nursing homes under construction in various townships and next year's kindergartens would all fall through. Jing Suizhu sighed. Secretary Yang, you think it should be this way, but do others think so? Then I'll wait for your good news, Secretary. Who said that? How would I know? Jing Suizhu sighed again. I've already been scolded by my boss and the charity account has been suspended. I don't even know if I can continue as general manager. Upon hearing that the charity account had been suspended, Yang Zilin was even more shocked. He quickly assured her, I will handle this matter immediately. You don't need to worry. Yang Zilin put down the phone and immediately ordered his secretary, never mind, arrange a car for me. I'm going to the countryside right now. These were all great initiatives benefiting the elderly and children across the entire county. Moreover, the village-level roads that were being planned would likely be difficult to build as well. Without the boss's money, relying on the farmers themselves, they could at most provide labor. Asking them to pay for road construction was nearly impossible. He drove directly to Malai Township's Tianxin village, where road construction had begun this year. After entering the village road, the jeep had only gone a short distance before getting stuck in a mud pit. In fact, most villages had roads, but they were all dirt roads. Once it rained, tractors would churn them up, leaving large puddles. The businessmen who came to collect agricultural products drove trucks, which often got stuck in the mud and couldn't be pulled out. Therefore, those businessmen naturally dreaded coming to such villages to collect goods and would rather pay higher prices to go to other villages that had asphalt roads. This chapter ends. Chapter 1773, The Farming Uncle Won't Mind Me Being Covered in Mud. Yang Zilin had no choice but to get out of the car with the secretary to help push it. It took a great deal of effort to get the vehicle out of the pit, and by then, his pants were splattered with mud and water from the wheels, turning them into a mess of patterns. The young driver, Xiao Wang, was at a loss. Secretary Yang, this road is terrible. He wasn't trying to shirk responsibility. The road really was that bad. Yang Zilin smiled. We're going to the countryside. The farming uncle won't mind me being covered in mud. Let's keep going. But in his heart, he was worried. The old dirt roads were barely passable when there weren't many vehicles, but now with more tractors around, the roads had to be repaired. If the general office stopped funding for road repairs, where would he find so much money for it? When they arrived at the road construction site, Ma Desheng, the village committee director of Tianxin village, nicknamed Ma Depeo, rushed over. Secretary Yang, you've come to supervise in person. Don't worry, the citrus trees the villagers planted the year before last will bear fruit the year after next. Everyone is counting on having a cement road so that buyers can come to collect the oranges. That's why everyone is working with great enthusiasm. Look, to cut costs, the villagers carried these crushed stones from the rocky hill over there. Originally, we required one person per household, but now, to speed things up, many households have sent 2 people. Yang Xilin looked at the bustling scene. Though he felt gratified, the funding issue made him frown. He took out a cigarette and handed it to Ma Dishing, probing, "Has Deputy County Chief Lian not come this year?" At the mention of Deputy County Chief Lian, Ma Dishing immediately showed an expression of admiration. "Deputy County Chief Lian? He came just yesterday. He said that as long as everyone keeps up the progress, the money for buying cement will be allocated soon." The villagers are very grateful to him. Yang Xilin was startled. This Lian Zhengqing was taking credit for others' work. Was that his goal? Lian Zhengqing had only served 1 term as deputy county chief. Generally, one had to serve 2 terms as a deputy before being promoted to a full position, unless there were exceptional achievements or merits to warrant a special promotion. But besides the top-down route, there was another way: direct recommendation and election by representatives. It seemed Lian Zhengqing was taking credit to win people's hearts. He frowned. "Do you mean to say that all you village directors know that the money for your road repairs was begged from above by Deputy County Chief Lian? Even the village chiefs know about this." "Of course." Ma Dishing immediately praised him. "Thanks to Deputy County Chief Lian for going to the higher-ups to beg for money for our village. It's not just me who thinks so." At the last 3-level cadre meeting, all the village committee directors praised Deputy County Chief Lian. Everyone says that this Deputy County Chief Lian, like you, is a good official who works wholeheartedly for the common people. To build our village roads, Deputy County Chief Lian has worn himself out running around. It's said that when he was asking for money from above, he even knelt before the person in charge. Everyone was deeply moved, saying how wonderful it would be if there were more cadres like Deputy County Chief Lian. Some even said it would be great if Deputy County Chief Lian could become the next county chief. "Oh." Yang Xilin exhaled a puff of smoke. "So you also think Comrade Lian Zhengqing is a good person?" Ma Dishing laughed. "Of course. Deputy County Chief Lian is our great benefactor. He has done good things for us common folks, so naturally, we want all the villagers to know." Yang Xilin trembled with anger. This matter had become common knowledge, yet he alone was kept in the dark. He forced down his rising fury. "Why haven't I heard you mention this when I've come down before?" Today, the chapter ends. Chapter 1774, Speaking Up for Justice. Ma Dishing smirked awkwardly. "Well, isn't that because Deputy County Magistrate Lian asked us to keep quiet? Back then, the money you brought in was used to repair the township roads and some village roads across the county. Now, the money he brought in has been used to repair all the village roads. That's a huge achievement. If we told you about it, wouldn't it seem like his accomplishment overshadowed yours? So, he instructed us never to mention that the money for repairing the village roads came from him when higher-ups come around. But honestly, I think Deputy County Magistrate Lian underestimates you. Do you really seem like the kind of person who can't stand seeing your subordinates achieve results?" Ma Dishing truly lived up to his nickname, Ma the Cannon. He dared to say anything. His words were clearly speaking up for Deputy County Magistrate Lian. However, Yang Xilin had come to find Ma Dishing first after receiving the call precisely because of this reputation of his. After all, from other village cadres, he probably wouldn't hear such blunt honesty. But as blunt as it was, hearing a village cadre speak up for a subordinate right in front of him, essentially pointing a finger at him and accusing him of being a petty man afraid of his subordinate's achievements surpassing his own, was infuriating. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Who told you that the money for your road repairs was secured by Deputy County Magistrate Lian from higher authorities?" Ma Dishing finally sensed something was off. "Isn't it true? He always says how hard it is to get funding from above, implying that the money came from him, right? Who said the money was allocated by higher authorities?" Yang Xilin shook his head. "The road you're building now will cost at least 100,000, and that's only possible because the villagers are contributing their labor. Have you ever thought about how many administrative villages and natural villages there are in our county? If every village gets a cement road, how much money would that take? But after spending so much money, now we hear that our county's road construction, nursing homes, and kindergartens were all funded by higher authorities, so the donor has stopped the funding." Ma Dishing was shocked. "All of it came from one boss? How rich is that boss? Who is he? Why would he give our county so much money?" "Of course it wasn't allocated by higher authorities," Yang Xilin said firmly. "Just like the township roads built the year before last and last year, all this money came from one boss." Ma Dishing was stunned. "So this money isn't." But he still explained. "Her name is Nan Mingyu. She's from the Xia Yao Natural Village of Jiangzhou Village Committee, Damian Township, Xiangyang County. After she found her biological father and became wealthy, she came back to help build her hometown. Yang Xilin's face darkened even more. Is that the key point here? Do you really think higher authorities would allocate so much money? And all of it to our county? Ma Dishing, why didn't you think more carefully before spreading rumors among the people? Your nickname, Ma the Cannon, is well-deserved. Ma Dishing was still marveling at how rich that person was when he heard the funding had been cut off. He panicked. The funding stopped? Then how do we finish the road? I've already laid the foundation and prepared the gravel. I'm just waiting for the cement money to come through so I can buy the cement. Yang Xilin glared at him bitterly. When you were spreading the word that Lian Zhongqing went to higher authorities to beg for money to build the road, didn't you stop to think? The boss's money, if you threw it into water, at least you'd hear a splash. But throwing it into your road, not even a sound. What would that person think? Ma Dishing grew anxious. No, I have to find Deputy County Magistrate Lian. He promised me that once my progress was on track, he'd give me the money for cement immediately. Yang Xilin sneered inwardly. Was this disbelief in him? Or too much trust in Lian Zhongqing? Good morning, everyone. It's so cold. Last night, my cat gave birth to a kitten. I had to rearrange her nest and prepare food for her, so I didn't sleep until late. This morning, I didn't want to get out of my warm bed. But thinking about the update, I braced myself and threw off the covers to get up. End of this chapter. Chapter 1775. Transfer this money immediately. Yang Xilin drove around several more villages, and almost every village committee director and party branch secretary held the same view, that the money had been secured by Deputy County Head Lian. However, he did not reveal the truth to them. After gathering the information, he turned back with a grim expression. The village officials were completely baffled. It was only after receiving a call from Ma Dishing that they learned the reason. When the village officials found out that the money had actually been provided by Boss Nan, and that he had frozen the account after hearing that Deputy County Head Lian had secured funds from higher authorities, they all became anxious. Soon, the party branch secretaries and village committee directors called each other and realized one thing: the account that had been providing them with money was frozen. Now, these village officials were truly panicked. In their panic, those far away called Deputy County Head Lian, while those nearby simply rode their bicycles to find him. Ma Dishing was the first to call. Deputy County Head Lian, the roadbed in our village is finished, and the materials are ready. We're just waiting for you to release the cement funds, or the project will have to stop. Don't stop it. I'll notify the finance department right away to release the cement funds for you, Deputy County Head Lian said to Ma Dishing. She suppressed her impulse. How would I know? The boss said to stop it, so it stopped. If you have any questions, ask our boss. Which leader goes to a boss for support without being polite? This money isn't yours, so why are you ordering me to release it? Her admiration instantly turned into contempt. Is your boss temporarily short of funds and needs to take it from you? That can't be. This money is a special fund for welfare projects. Xiao Dong grumbled inwardly. It's the boss's own money. He can use it however he wants. Once it's in your hands, it's a special fund. Before it reaches you, it's the boss's money. Jing Suizhu, who had long known that Lian Zhongqing would call, said, "Who is this?" Then, he immediately called Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong, this is Lian Zhongqing. The road construction project in Tianxin village is progressing quickly. The roadbed is finished, and the materials are ready. Now we're just waiting for the cement funds to be released to buy cement for paving. Transfer this money over immediately. Lian Zhongqing had no choice but to call Jing Suizhu again. General Jing, long time no see. You must be busy in Shenzhen, right? Everything is fine? Lian Zhongqing was stunned and said urgently, why would your boss freeze this account for no reason? Doesn't he know that the road construction in every village is at a critical stage? Xiao Dong curled his lips and said, I can't do anything about it either. The boss said to stop it, so it stopped. Xiao Dong secretly resented this. She had previously thought the money was secured by Lian Zhongqing and even admired him, believing he had great ability to obtain so much money. Now she knew that the money was allocated by her sister-in-law's boss to the special welfare fund account she managed. She said flatly, oh, it's Leader Lian. Sorry, but the boss froze this account this year, so the money can't be released. Lian Zhongqing quickly said, you can't even recognize my voice? I'm Lian Zhongqing from Xiangyang County. Oh, it's you. I'm really sorry. We haven't had much contact, so... Is there something you need? Lian Zhongqing asked urgently, is something going on over there? Why was the account for the road construction frozen? Jing Suizhu, the road construction account was frozen? I'm not too clear about that. Probably because my boss heard that you secured a lot of funds from higher authorities and figured you wouldn't need his money anymore, so he stopped it. After all, nobody's money falls from the sky, and I'm short on working capital for my business here too. End of chapter. Chapter 1776, Urgent Calls for Payment. Lian Zhongqing was startled and quickly said, how could the little money I asked for from above be enough? To build this road, don't we rely on a bit from the higher-ups, a bit from the boss's support, and a bit from the villagers themselves to get it done? Besides, wasn't it planned long ago that the funds for the stage would come from you first? You should talk to your boss and have the account unfrozen quickly. Otherwise, our road construction project will have to stop. Jing Suasia chuckled and said, is that so? Then I'll talk to our boss about it. But I can't guarantee I'll convince him. From the start of the project until now, our boss has been the one putting up the money. The villagers don't know it's our boss funding it anyway, so for the remaining part, you can just use the money you begged from the higher-ups to cover it. Lian Zhongqing listened to Jing Suaju's words and suddenly understood. The little tricks he had been pulling behind the scenes had been discovered by manager Jing. He was instantly at a loss for words. As a result, he failed to respond in time, and the phone emitted a series of beeps. Clearly, the other party had hung up. No sooner had Lian Zhongqing put down the phone than it rang again. He had no choice but to pick it up, and Ma Desheng's loud voice came through. Leader Lian, can our funds be released immediately? Our project can't stop. The villagers' enthusiasm has been dampened, and it'll be hard to reignite it. Lian Zhongqing's mouth tasted bitter. In the past, for these road construction funds, he only needed to make one call, and Xiaodong would release the money right away. After all, she had already verified the situation. As long as the road was being built, the payments had never been late. However, no sooner had Ma Desheng hung up than someone else called Lian Zhongqing's office. Leader Lian, I'm Lu Fugue, the party secretary of Mawei Village. Our village's road construction project is almost finished. Can you release the final payment to me right away? Just as Lian Zhongqing was about to speak, his office door was knocked on. Then, Shang Mingguang, the party secretary of Shibian Village, pushed the door open and said, Leader Lian, our village's nursing home has already started construction, but the funds haven't been released yet. When can you allocate them to us? Ma Desheng finally confirmed that what Yang Zilin had said was true. Lian Zhongqing's story about kneeling and begging for road construction funds from above was completely false. The money was really provided by that boss. In fact, no one had even approached the boss. He had voluntarily offered it to build his hometown. All Ma Desheng had to do was supervise the villages and push the road construction through in one go, and that would be a great achievement. But before he could say more, the call had already ended. Ma Desheng's blunt mouth couldn't hold back. Could it be that the boss has stopped the road construction funds? Yet Ma Desheng had already told all the villagers that Lian Zhongqing had secured the road construction funds from above, urging everyone to remember Lian Zhongqing's kindness. Now it was proven that Lian Zhongqing hadn't gotten any money from above at all, and Ma Desheng had spread misinformation. He was also at fault. It was because he had taken credit for someone else's achievement that the boss, in anger, had halted the funding for the road construction. How do you know? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lian Zhongqing knew he had misspoken. But having said the wrong thing, he didn't know how to correct it. This funding hasn't come through yet, he could only stall. However, he had harbored a bit of greed. But this greed wasn't for money, he hadn't even handled the funds. He just wanted to claim a bit more credit. And that had turned a sure thing into a troublesome mess. Secretary Qin of Xingli Village also said, our village is already halfway done, but the construction team says they'll stop work if they don't get paid. Our village's nursing home is already built, but the project funds are still owed. You can owe the project funds, but our village's nursing home hasn't received this quarter's budget yet. How are we supposed to handle the big problem of feeding the elderly? Chapter 1777, I was wrong. Lian Zhongqing. He had a huge headache. Xiaodong's account had been frozen, so where was he supposed to get the money? Just then, his secretary came over. Deputy County Head Lian, Secretary Yang wants you to go to his office. Lian Zhongqing felt as if he had been granted amnesty and hurriedly left. Secretary Yang, you wanted to see me? Yang Zilin looked at Lian Zhongqing with a dark expression. I heard you went up to the higher-ups and begged for a large sum of money. Lian Zhongqing broke out in a sweat. That's all just rumors spread by others. If I had gotten the money back, I would have reported it to you first thing. Heh. Yang Zilin let out a cold laugh. Aren't you the one spreading it everywhere? How hard you worked to get the money, how you even knelt for it, and that's how you secured a huge fund, rolling it out across the entire county to build village roads. Your heroic deeds have spread through all 12 townships and villages. How is it that yourself don't know about it? Lian Zhongqing kept wiping his sweat. That's a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. And as a result, you've become a hero in the eyes of the common people, while painting me as a petty man afraid of being overshadowed by my subordinates' achievements, getting the cadres to stand up for you. You've got some nerve. Have you considered that if you steal the credit from the boss, what will he think? He donated his hard-earned money to give back to his hometown, and yet you've taken the credit for it. What will he do? Have you thought that because of your actions, our county's village roads might not be completed? The county's rural nursing homes might not get built. and next year's plan to establish kindergartens everywhere could fall through. I know, you just want to show results. You just want the people to be grateful to you. You just want to win their hearts. But Lian Zhongqing, there's nothing wrong with wanting to achieve results. If you work hard yourself, no one can say a thing. But you shouldn't steal credit that isn't yours. Have you thought about all of this? Secretary, I never meant it that way. Lian Zhongqing quickly defended himself. I just... A misunderstanding? Yang Zilin suddenly slammed the table. What a convenient misunderstanding. You go everywhere, and it spreads everywhere. Afraid I'd find out, you even told the village cadres that I only built the township roads and a few village roads, while you built all the village roads in the county. Your achievements were too great, you said, so you didn't want to tell me. Is that what you meant? Secretary Yang said bitterly. Back then, Boss Jing came to me on his own initiative. I never dared to take even a shred of credit. I always highlighted his deep love for his hometown. But when this matter was handed over to you, you turned it into something you fought for from the higher-ups. Even if you said you got it from the boss, that would still betray his initiative to build up his hometown. But you didn't mean it? You just wanted to win people's hearts. You just wanted political achievements. But the hearts you won through improper means, when the truth comes out, how will you explain yourself to the boss who supported our county's economic development? How will you explain yourself to the people? Lian Zhongqing hung his head heavily. Secretary, I was wrong. The first time, in West Village, I talked about how hard it was to secure funds from the higher-ups. After all, the country is big, and money is needed everywhere, but the nation isn't wealthy. I never said the money for the roads came from me. But the village cadres, hearing me talk about the difficulty of getting funds, misunderstood and thought I had brought the money for the roads. They thanked me sincerely, and I got carried away and didn't clear up the misunderstanding. After that, in other villages, word spread, and I just let it be. I'm sorry, Secretary. I've let down your expectations. I truly realize I was wrong. I'll write a self-criticism, and I'll go apologize to the boss. This chapter ends. Chapter 1778, Seeking Help from Boss Lin. It's not me you've wronged, but Boss Nan. Yang Zilin let out a long sigh. Lian Zhongqing, because of your mistake, the village cadres believed that you were the one who secured the funds from higher-ups on their behalf. The village cadres believed it and spread the word among the common people, and as a result, the entire county's residents learned of your great achievements, overshadowing the fact that Boss Nan took the initiative to build roads and perform good deeds for the whole county. The impact of this matter was too great, leading Boss Nan to halt the funding. You must go to each village yourself to clear up the misunderstanding and satisfy Boss Nan. Otherwise, don't expect to get a single cent from her. Lian Zhongqing's face fell. Having to go to each village to explain and clear things up, where would he put his face? Would he still be able to hold on to his official position in the future? Secretary, I made a mistake, and I'm willing to write a self-criticism and apologize to Boss Nan. But after all, I am a deputy county chief. Going to each village to explain, won't that damage the reputation of officials among the masses? You're afraid of damaging your reputation now? Where was this concern earlier? Yang Zilin felt like kicking him. I was confused. I just thought that even if I went to explain and apologize, the money probably wouldn't be given again. Maybe we could find a way to get the funds from elsewhere. In truth, he still wanted to mitigate the negative impact of this incident on himself. Yang Zilin frowned. Even if you manage to get money from elsewhere in the future, you still need to clear up the misunderstanding with Boss Nan and restore her justice. Of course, if you can secure support from other sources, it might also salvage your image among the people. But where do you plan to seek support? He said, how about this? I'll convene a meeting of village committee directors, and at the meeting, you can explain clearly to everyone that the money for building roads, nursing homes, and kindergartens over the past year was voluntarily provided by Boss Nan. Then, let the village cadres return to their villages and explain to the masses. He didn't believe any boss could be so generous as to donate a huge sum to support hometown development. Last time, I mentioned to that Boss Lin whether we could establish a children's welfare home in our county. He agreed to invest. As for that Boss Lin from the Mingxin group you mentioned, you can also try to approach him and see how much he's willing to donate. However, the original plan by Boss Nan to donate to our county amounted to over 10 million. That's no small sum. Yang Zilin thought it over. Having a deputy county chief go to each village to explain was indeed a bit difficult. All right, I'll go find Lin Qingxin tomorrow, Lian Zhongqing said. Lian Zhongqing quickly added, doesn't our county have a group company? That Mingxin group company, Boss Lin has taken in many homeless children from society, which shows he's also a charitable person. This time, he must make amends for his mistakes. Otherwise, forget about rising further, he'll be lucky to keep his current position. But what they didn't know was that both the Mingxin group and the Yuzhu group were owned by the same person, Nan Mingyu. On the other side, after dropping that bombshell, Minyu went to the small courtyard in the north of the city. No, it should be called a large courtyard now. Because the homeless children they took in had outgrown the space, Awakens later bought the adjacent land and expanded it. Now, it should be referred to as the North City Compound. At the North City Compound, Minyu received a warm welcome. She noticed that the number of children taken in had reached over 100. These were only those below school age. The school-age children should have been attending school. End of chapter. Chapter 1779, Sister Nan. Faced with these innocent smiling faces, Minyu's heart softened, and she took out a large amount of supplies to give to the children. Minyu, it's enough that you come to see us. Why buy so many things? Aunt Ding, who had been brought from Xiao village by Minyu to take care of the children, said with feigned reproach. Minyu felt a bit sheepish. In reality, she hadn't bought anything at all. Everything she took out had been stored in her space long ago. For instance, the fabrics, clothes, shoes, milk powder, malted milk, and so on were purchased during a shopping spree in Hong Kong. The candies were leftovers from the new year, bought in excess and stored in the space. The meat came from hunting trips with her registered disciples, stashed in the underground warehouse of the space house. Aunt Ding called out to the children, "Children, this is your Sister Nan. Do you remember who Sister Nan is?" The children chorused, "Sister Nan is our benefactor." Aunt Ding nodded with satisfaction. "That's right, Sister Nan is your benefactor. It was Sister Nan who had your brother Awakens take you in. The house you live in belongs to Sister Nan. The food you eat, the clothes you wear, the notebooks you use, the beds you sleep on, everything was bought with Sister Nan's money. So, do you know what you should do? We should thank Sister Nan." "Good, then let's all thank Sister Nan together, okay? Thank you, Sister Nan. Sister Nan, I love you. Master, your merit points are increasing again. 1 point, 2 points, 5 points, 10 points, 100 points. Master, you've gained a full 100 merit points." Minyu was also deeply moved. The merit points were secondary. What truly affected her was being touched by the children's love, stirring a warm surge of affection in her heart. These children hadn't always been here. They had wandered through society for a time before being discovered by Awakens, who brought them here and gave them a warm home. Among them, some had met Nan Minyu before, while those who joined later had never seen her. Yet, whether they had met her or not, they all held a Sister Nan in their hearts and knew that everything they enjoyed was provided by her. Sister Nan is the most beautiful. All along, Awakens and Aunt Ding had told them that they were taken in, given a home, food, shelter, and the chance for the older siblings to go to school with backpacks like other children, all because of Sister Nan. These children were so adorable, she couldn't help but love them. With every heartfelt cry of thanks to Sister Nan and every sincere smiling face, Minyu felt a pang of shame at that moment. She had only provided the money. All the actual work was done by Awakens and Aunt Ding. Yet the children gave their gratitude unreservedly to her, Nan Minyu. "I love you all too." Minyu shouted from her heart, "You're all so lovely." At a loss for how to express her feelings, she suddenly called out, "How about we make dumplings together today?" The children roared in agreement, "Yes." Minyu decided to take out some minced dragon meat and mix it with pork to make dumplings for the children. As long as she controlled the ratio, eating it would only make the children stronger and healthier. So, under Aunt Ding's arrangement, a few of the older children joined in making dumplings. Before long, Awakens heard the news and returned. Seeing Minyu, his eyes sparkled and his heart pounded. His goddess had finally come back. Today, this chapter ends. Chapter 1780, This Woman You Cannot Marry, Part 1. Since sending Aunt Ding to Lin Chongxin's place, Minyu hadn't returned here. For anything, she handled it by phone remotely, and funds allocated to the company were transferred directly through accounts. Thus, she hadn't seen Awakens for 2 years as well. Although Awakens had been preoccupied with company matters, he hadn't neglected his cultivation. He was now a 9th-level martial artist, nearly reaching the innate stage. However, he still lagged behind Shenqi and the others. Shenqi and Wu Jiangxing had already reached the innate stage. Seeing that he just stared at her without speaking, Minyu couldn't help but find it amusing. "What's wrong? Grown up now, and you don't even know how to address your master." Awakens looked at Minyu. This girl had given him a new life, taught him to read, taught him martial arts, and transformed him from a trash child into the president of a group company. In the throes of youthful infatuation, the face before him was the one that often surfaced in his mind during his spare time from work. But he also knew that this goddess in his heart already had her own home. Therefore, he buried his deep admiration at the bottom of his heart. He would run the company well for her and expand her wealth. Hence, while other nominal disciples called her Big Sister as she requested, he insisted on calling her Master. But at this moment, the word Master couldn't be uttered due to overwhelming emotion. Just then, a voice cut in, "Awakens, who's here?" No, Xian's gaze toward her held no love. Could he be coerced? Xian's eyes dodged, unsure of what to say. Minyu's gaze turned cold as she looked at Xian. Xian, who is she? That woman who went into Tiger Gully to rescue Qingwen and brought her along, only for her to betray her own Pa Yuhua. That woman who was locked into a shared wife house by the human trafficker leader Yulauer, and then blamed Minyu for not saving her, Pa Yuhua. Minyu's heart sank. Xian didn't refute her words. This was a tacit admission. Could it be that he had really gotten involved with that woman Pa Yuhua? Upon seeing Minyu, Pa Yuhua was also startled, but immediately, her expression turned haughty. She lifted her chin and looked at Minyu. What am I doing here? Of course, I'm looking for my boyfriend. She turned to Xian. Xian, why don't you introduce me? I'm your girlfriend, aren't I? Minyu walked out and blocked Pa Yuhua. What are you doing here? This woman was actually Pa Yuhua. That Pa Yuhua who had been sold into Tiger Gully alongside her, and had also attempted to jump off a cliff midway but failed. That Pa Yuhua who had gone into Tiger Gully to rescue Qingwen and brought her along, only for her to betray her own Pa Yuhua. That Pa Yuhua who had been locked into a shared wife house by the human trafficker leader Yulauer, and then blamed Minyu for not saving her. Hearing this voice, Minyu's heart suddenly turned cold. Had she misheard? Her gaze shifted to the source of the sound, and she saw a well-dressed woman walking into the courtyard. Aunt Ding rushed out with flour-covered hands and immediately scolded Pa Yuhua. Pa Yuhua, why are you coming to find our Xian again? I've told you before, you're not worthy of our Xian. Stop coming, why can't you just give up? Pa Yuhua tilted her head, glanced sideways at Aunt Ding, and let out 2 laughs. Aunt Ding, whether I'm worthy of Xian isn't for you to decide, it's for Xian to decide. Xian never said I couldn't come. Besides, Xian and I are in a romantic relationship. What right do you have to keep me away? Aunt Ding looked at Xian in disbelief. Xian, you didn't actually agree to her, did you? You should know, she's a woman who was once trafficked. You. Aunt Ding felt uneasy. How could a fine young man like Xian marry a woman who had been trafficked? She wasn't a virgin anymore, while Xian was still a pure young man. Good morning, dear readers. Just went shopping on Tmall. Did you all buy anything? End of this chapter. Chapter 1781, This Woman You Cannot Marry, Part 2. Upon hearing the words trafficked, Ashin's expression immediately changed. He glanced at Minyu and then said to Aunt Ding, Auntie, being trafficked wasn't her fault. Please don't bring it up again. Aunt Ding noticed Ashin looking at Minyu and suddenly remembered that Minyu had also been trafficked. She fell silent. Pa Yuhua saw that Aunt Ding dared not speak further but had no intention of letting her off the hook. Moreover, with Minyu present today, she wanted to throw her weight around and assert her dominance. Who told Minyu to refuse to save her back then? Now she was Ashin's girlfriend, and Ashin was the CEO of the Mingxin Group, a status far higher than Minyu's. She herself had risen with the tide and could now look down on Minyu. Besides, Nan Minyu showing up at Ashin's place today must mean she needed something from him, right? With her around, she would make sure Minyu didn't get what she wanted. But since Nan Minyu's man was an officer, she decided to first pick on someone softer to flaunt her power. Pa Yuhua pointed at Aunt Ding and said, Listen here, Auntie. You eat Ashin's food and live under his roof. If it weren't for him, you'd be just like any other lonely elderly person in the countryside, left to fend for yourself. Who do you think you are? You should just stick to your place and stop meddling in Ashin's affairs. Don't you think you're overstepping? Ordinarily, Pa Yuhua felt Aunt Ding posed no real threat to her. Although Aunt Ding had secretly advised Ashin not to associate with her, she never did so openly. So Pa Yuhua hadn't bothered to have her removed. Ashin was the CEO of the Qingxin Group, and the Mingxin Group had become the strongest enterprise in the entire G City. It owned subsidiaries like Mingxin Waste Recycling Company, Mingxin Garment Factory, Mingxin Antiques and Jewelry Company, Mingxin Department Store, and Mingxin Electronics Information Company. She fumed. What do you mean by that, Aunt Ding? Ashin already said not to bring that up. Are you deliberately picking a fight with me today? Do you believe I can have Ashin fire you? Aunt Ding was displeased. Pa Yuhua, you know your own situation. You're just taking advantage of Ashin's kindness, because he's an innocent young man who doesn't know any better. Tell me yourself, are you still a virgin? Aunt Ding laughed. You want Ashin to fire me? Pa Yuhua, ask Ashin yourself, would he ever fire me? Now that she was merely Ashin's girlfriend, people flocked to curry favor with her. Once she became his wife, everyone in those subsidiary companies would surely obey her. Pa Yuhua hadn't expected that. Despite Ashin saying not to mention the trafficking, Aunt Ding would still bring up the fact that she wasn't a virgin. Pa Yuhua cursed inwardly. This old hag had always opposed her relationship with Ashin, and unfortunately, Ashin always showed great respect for her. Otherwise, she and Ashin would have been engaged by now. Minyu listened to Pa Yuhua's words. She seemed emboldened. Could it be that she and Ashin were really together? But today, this old hag suddenly acted as if she had a backbone and openly opposed her relationship with Ashin. So today, she had to crush her arrogance. She also wanted to let Mingyu know that back then at Tiger Gully, when she refused to save her, times had changed. It was time to reclaim her former standing. Originally, she only wanted to throw her weight around and scold her a bit, but now she decided to make an example of the old hag first. She looked at Ashin. Ashin, she disrespected me. Fire her. The chapter ends. Chapter 1782, This Woman You Cannot Marry, Part 3. In Payuhua's view, the group company belonged to Axin. These children were taken in by Axin, and this old woman was naturally hired by Axin to cook and do laundry for everyone. She was already Axin's acknowledged girlfriend, so getting him to fire this old woman should not be difficult. But unexpectedly, when Payuhua asked him to fire Aunt Ding, Axin shook his head. No, I can't fire her. Payuhua felt dissatisfied inside, but her face only showed a puzzled expression. Why can't you fire her? She has nothing to do with you. She had checked. Aunt Ding had taken care of Nan Mingyu when she was a child, so she should have been placed here by Nan Mingyu. That was also why she chose to target Aunt Ding. But the group company belonged to Axin, so there was no reason that she, Payuhua, as his girlfriend, should be less important than Nan Mingyu, who only came to him for help. What she didn't know was that in Axin's heart, she and Nan Mingyu were as different as mud and clouds. She was the mud, and Mingyu was the cloud. Axin glanced at Aunt Ding and said, because she is like a mother to me. When Aunt Ding heard Axin's words, she was first stunned, then smiled smugly at Payuhua. Did you hear that? My relationship with Axin isn't something you can drive a wedge into. He has always treated me like a mother, and I have always treated him like a son. We're like mother and son. Tell me, what mother wouldn't care about her son's marriage? The light in Axin's eyes immediately dimmed. Yes, she had a man, and she was even married. Payuhua looked at Axin and noticed that when Aunt Ding said he should marry Mingyu, Axin's eyes lit up. Aunt Ding wasn't wrong. Just as she had treated Mingyu like a daughter when Mingyu was little, she had regarded Axin as a son these past few years. But she hadn't expected Axin to understand her feelings and even see her as a mother. Mingyu, seeing that Aunt Ding was trying to matchmake her with Axin, couldn't help but find it both amusing and exasperating. Auntie, Payuhua is right. I already have a husband. Take the children and go make dumplings. Don't argue with her, it's not worth it. Even if I want him to marry Mingyu, so what? As long as he likes Mingyu and Mingyu likes him, why can't it happen? She now fully realized that Axin harbored feelings for Mingyu. She immediately grew jealous. Aunt Ding, don't play matchmaker. Mingyu already has a man. Please don't ruin things for us, okay? I'm begging you. Payuhua didn't believe it. Axin only took you in out of pity, and saying he sees you as a mother was just a casual remark. You're just a lonely old woman from the countryside. How could you really be Axin's mother? Besides, Axin likes me. If you don't let him marry me, do you want him to marry? She glanced at Mingyu nearby. Do you want Axin to marry Mingyu? Aunt Ding didn't know about Mingyu and Gu Dongxing, nor did she know that Axin's Mingxin group actually belonged to Mingyu. After Mingyu arranged for her to stay here, she genuinely felt that Axin and Mingyu were a good match. So, she looked at Mingyu and Axin with hopeful eyes. Aunt Ding let out an, you have a husband? That's such a pity. She truly thought Axin was a good man, smart, capable, handsome, and with such a big company, perfect for Mingyu. Who knew Mingyu was already married? She obediently listened to Mingyu and led the curious children far away from there, continuing to teach them how to make dumplings. Mingyu looked at Axin. Axin, is she really your girlfriend? The chapter ends. Chapter 1783, This Woman You Cannot Marry, 4. Axin was startled for a moment. He glanced at Payuhua, who was staring at him nervously, her eyes pitiful and pleading. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. Mingyu looked at Payuhua. Do you know her past? Axin hesitated again but still nodded. I know. Knowing that, and he still wants to marry her? Mingyu pressed further. Do you know what she went through during her time at Tiger Hollow? Axin gritted his teeth but nodded again. I know. Yuhua told me everything. Mingyu was surprised. Payuhua had actually told Axin everything? If she told him everything, then he should know about her past betrayal. And he still wanted to marry her? Did he even respect her as his master? No, knowing how cunning Payuhua was, she wouldn't have mentioned her betrayal of others, only the things that worked in her favor. Axin hesitated once more before shaking his head. I never actually agreed to marry her. It's just that when she spread rumors at the garment factory that she was my girlfriend, I didn't deny it. Sometimes she came with me to the northern city compound, and I didn't refuse. But I never explicitly confirmed that I would marry her. No matter which woman it is, if you forbid me to marry her, I definitely won't. Axin looked at Mingyu in confusion. Why was she saying he couldn't marry this woman? Was it because she had been trafficked and was no longer a virgin? But she herself had been through the same situation. Axin was stunned. What? She betrayed you. He turned to Pai Yuhua, demanding, didn't you say that thanks to you, she escaped? Could it be that she thought he would look down on women who had been trafficked? But her situation I couldn't bear to, Axin said. Mingyu asked Axin, did you really promise to marry her? And if I forbid you to marry her? When Pai Yuhua heard Axin's words, she seethed with resentment. This Nan Mingyu had such a strong influence over him that he would obey her command not to marry someone? Pai Yuhua, seeing Mingyu taken aback, gloated. Axin is a man of his word. He agreed to be my boyfriend, so he will definitely marry me. Don't waste your efforts trying to drive a wedge between us. Axin. Mingyu looked at him. This woman you cannot marry. Mingyu frowned, deep in thought. She looked up at Pai Yuhua and saw her eyes flickering with obvious guilt. Then she looked at Axin and saw pity in his eyes for Pai Yuhua, but no love. She suddenly asked, did she also confess to you about betraying me? Mingyu turned to Pai Yuhua. Oh? I wasn't aware that you helped me with anything. Pai Yuhua was furious inside, but gritted her teeth. Isn't it true? On the way to the mountains, if I hadn't distracted the trafficker, could you have succeeded in jumping off the cliff? If you hadn't jumped, how could you have escaped the trafficker's clutches? Mingyu found it amusing. How would I know you were distracting the trafficker to help me escape? I don't recall ever telling you I planned to jump off the cliff to escape. We didn't know each other before, so how could we have had any mutual understanding? Besides, that cliff was so high. The chance of surviving a jump was less than 1 in 10,000, a near certain death. Could you have predicted that I would be caught by a pine tree halfway down instead of falling to my death? When I jumped, I did so with the conviction of preferring death over submission. In other words, I jumped to kill myself. So if you say you helped me, do you mean you helped me commit suicide by jumping? If so, your heart is truly cruel. The chapter ends. Chapter 1784. This woman you cannot marry. 5. Mingyu snorted inwardly. In her previous life, when she was escaping from Tiger Pit, the buyer discovered her. She fled to the spot with a large rock, and to avoid being caught and forced back into a life of darkness, she jumped off that rock. That time, she had jumped with the determination of preferring death over dishonor. By chance, she was caught by a pine tree and survived. Only then did she learn that there was a very dense pine tree there that might be able to hold her, which gave her the courage to jump a second time after being reborn. Even so, she was still gambling with her life, because she didn't know if she would deviate or if the big tree would catch her again. She was betting on her life. Pai Yuhua was both ashamed and indignant. No matter what you say, if I hadn't happened to jump off the cliff at that time, the trafficker would have been too busy stopping me to pay attention to you. If you hadn't been able to jump, you would have been sold into Tiger Pit just like me. Mingyu nodded. Yes, on the way when the three of us were being taken into Tiger Pit, I jumped off the cliff almost at the same time as this Pai Yuhua. She was caught by the trafficker beside her, while the trafficker next to me only grabbed one of my shoes, but I still jumped down. As a result, I was caught by a pine tree that jutted out halfway down the cliff, so I didn't die. However, the place where I jumped had a large rock sticking out, so from above, no one could see that I was caught by the pine tree. So the trafficker thought I had fallen to the bottom of the cliff and didn't come down to catch me. And I happened to be rescued by a regiment commander who was on a mission at the time, so I didn't die. That regiment commander is now my husband, Gu Dongxing. So that's why you married that commander, Gu. Repaying a life-saving grace with your own body, it's only right, only right. Aunt Ding glanced at Axin again, still feeling it was a pity. Aunt Ding had never known about Mingyu's situation. She had only assumed that Mingyu, like Pai Yuhua, had been sold into Tiger Pit and later rescued. Only today did she learn that it wasn't the case. So this was the Mingyu she had admired, possessing such courage and such incredible luck, jumping off a cliff and being caught by a pine tree. Pai Yuhua was both embarrassed and furious. Regardless, if I hadn't happened to jump off the cliff too at that time, the trafficker would have been too busy stopping me to notice you. If you hadn't been able to jump, you would have been sold into Tiger Pit just like me. At that time, Pai Yuhua had also wanted to jump, but was stopped. And yet, she dared to use that as a claim that she had helped Mingyu. Truly shameless. Axin, hearing Mingyu's words, stared at her in shock. So she had jumped off the cliff to escape the traffickers. So Mingyu had never been sold into Tiger Pit. In other words, she had never, like Pai Yuhua, been trafficked and lost her chastity. His brow furrowed tightly. He had agreed to date Pai Yuhua out of sympathy and pity because she had suffered alongside Mingyu, was Mingyu's fellow victim, and had even helped Mingyu. The deeper reason was that Mingyu was the goddess in his heart. Though to him, this goddess was someone he could only look up to others, she was a defiled goddess. He wanted to tell people that being trafficked was not her fault. But he couldn't bring up such a topic, so he could only show through his actions that he would not despise women who had been trafficked, as long as their hearts were pure. Aunt Ding listened, confused. Mingyu, are you saying you jumped off the cliff so you weren't sold into Tiger Pit? Mingyu nodded. Yes, on the way when the three of us were being taken into Tiger Pit, I jumped off the cliff almost at the same time as this Paiyu Hua. She was caught by the trafficker beside her, while the trafficker next to me only grabbed one of my shoes, but I still jumped down. As a result, I was caught by a pine tree that jutted out halfway down the cliff, so I didn't die. Although she had won the gamble, even she herself couldn't have known in advance that she would succeed, let alone Paiyu Hua, who had no idea that a dense pine tree would be sticking out halfway down that cliff. Chapter 1785, This Woman You Cannot Marry, 6. After learning that Paiyu Hua, who had come to the clothing factory for recruitment, was one of the women who had been trafficked and rescued alongside Mingyu, Axin hired her despite her not meeting the requirements. He took the initiative to care for her and even gave her special treatment. Paiyu Hua, who was very adept at reading people, immediately latched onto Axin's concern and care, seizing this golden opportunity. Axin had not originally intended to pursue a romantic relationship with Paiyu Hua, but Paiyu Hua asked him if he looked down on her for not being a virgin. For some reason, at that moment, he seemed to see his goddess looking at him, as if she too were asking, "Do you look down on me for not being a virgin?" Thus, as if possessed, Axin replied to Paiyu Hua, "I don't look down on you for not being a virgin." But he did not agree to be her boyfriend. However, when rumors spread in the clothing factory that Paiyu Hua was his girlfriend, he did not clarify them. Over time, everyone assumed they were a couple. But now, hearing Mingyu say she would rather break like jade than be like a tile, he suddenly felt that this was his true goddess, so pure, so admirable. Looking at Paiyu Hua, he found her dirty in every way. Moreover, she dared to confront his goddess and even wanted to drive away Aunt Ding, whom he had always regarded as a mother. He confronted Paiyu Hua. "Why did you lie to me?" Paiyu Hua saw that Axin's eyes, which once held sympathy and pity for her, were now replaced by coldness. She panicked. I didn't lie to you. At the time, I thought Mingyu had escaped by jumping off a cliff. And although I didn't deliberately draw the trafficker's attention to help Mingyu escape, it's true that I did attract their attention. I didn't mean to deceive you. Paiyu Hua defended herself earnestly. I didn't know you misunderstood. You never told me whether she had lost her purity like I did. Mingyu let out two cold laughs. Indeed, her buyer gave her to other men to play with. I couldn't stand it, so I taught her buyer and that man a lesson. But that wasn't because I was sold into Tiger Gully like her, it was because I went there to rescue Qingwen and saw her being bullied, so I helped her on the way. Axin recalled her words. You said you and Mingyu helped each other in Tiger Gully. You said that when your buyer bullied you, Mingyu fought back for you. So when I mistakenly thought Mingyu had also been trafficked into Tiger Gully, why didn't you clarify that she had escaped on the way? Why did you let me believe that Mingyu, like you, had been sold into Tiger Gully and lost her purity? No. Paiyu Hua glanced at him timidly, but what I said was true. When my buyer hit me, Mingyu really did help me. If you don't believe me, ask Mingyu, isn't that right? Her words seemed flawless. However, her act of saving Paiyu Hua was deliberately twisted by Paiyu Hua to mislead Axin into believing that Mingyu, like Paiyu Hua, had been sold into Tiger Gully, defiled by her buyer and tainted. And deep down, Paiyu Hua was resentful. Why, when both were trafficked to Tiger Gully, was Mingyu still pure and untouched, while she was filthy and ruined? Thus, she deliberately made Axin misunderstand. Not only Axin, but also Aunt Ding, whom she led astray. In fact, whenever she met anyone familiar with Mingyu, she would find ways to make them believe Mingyu, like her, had been trafficked and was no longer a virgin. Dear readers, have you shopped today? 6 chapters end here. Good night. The chapter ends. Chapter 1786, This Woman You Cannot Marry, Part 7. Axin glared angrily at Paiyu Hua. Tell me, why did you deliberately mislead me? Paiyu Hua shot a hateful look at Mingyu, then turned back to Axin, playing the sympathy card. Everything I said was true. You just misunderstood me. Axin, don't dwell on these trivial details. We're boyfriend and girlfriend, don't let outsiders hurt our relationship. Outsiders. Axin sneered. The outsider you're talking about is my master. Without my master, I wouldn't be where I am today. Although Axin rarely called her master in front of others, she was still his master even if he didn't say it aloud. She was his master. When Paiyu Hua heard Axin call Mingyu his master, she was stunned. She realized she had made a mistake. A master was like a parent. They couldn't possibly be in that kind of relationship. Damn it. She had gotten the target wrong from the start. Would begging her now even help? She forced a smile and reached for Mengyu's hand. Mengyu, so my boyfriend is your disciple? Then shouldn't I call you master too? Don't worry, I'll honor you together with Axin from now on. Mengyu sidestepped, dodging Pai Yuhua's hand. Don't call me master. I don't have a disciple like you. She looked at Axin and said, Axin, it's not that I don't trust your judgment, but this woman, you really cannot marry her. Break up with her. Axin glanced at Mengyu, then at Pai Yuhua and replied, alright. Mengyu, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to ruin my relationship with Axin? Why can't you stand to see me happy? You're actually telling Axin to break up with me? Even if you're Axin's master, you can't interfere with his marriage, can you? You have to give me a reason today, or I won't let this go. Everyone knew that breaking up a relationship was a sin that harmed one's virtue. How could she do this? Wasn't she afraid of divine retribution? Mengyu sneered coldly. A master is like a parent. My disciple has no parents, so as his master, I naturally have to oversee his lifelong matters. Your heart is not upright, so of course I won't let you marry my disciple and ruin his life. How is my heart not upright? Pai Yuhua looked at Axin with grievance. Axin, we've been together for so long. Don't you know my character? Am I someone with a crooked heart? When she heard Axin say she should no longer call herself his girlfriend, Pai Yuhua panicked. She hadn't expected that Mengyu would say she couldn't marry him and tell him to break up, and Axin would actually agree. She was dumbfounded. But Axin glanced at her indifferently. I trust my master more. If my master says you're no good, then you're no good. So don't call yourself my girlfriend anymore. The money and things you took from me, I won't ask you to return them. Although Pai Yuhua knew that she and Mengyu had already fallen out back at Tiger Hollow, and that meeting again would bring no kindness, she never thought Mengyu would openly advise Axin not to marry her. Everyone knew she had been rescued by the People's Liberation Army from the mountains. After spending so long in a trafficker's den, how could she still be pure? On top of that, she had a younger brother to support, so no man in the surrounding villages was willing to marry her. She had barely managed to get into Mingxin Garment Factory by playing the victim, and had even won Axin's care. After realizing that Axin only looked after her because of Mengyu, she cleverly exploited his sympathy, dressing herself up as Mengyu's friend and benefactor, and finally gained Axin's trust to become his girlfriend. Almost everyone in the factory envied her luck. An impure woman like her had actually become the girlfriend of Axin, the dream man of all the female workers. Good morning. The chapter ends. Chapter 1787. This woman you cannot marry. 8. Back then, Pai Yuhua had indeed enjoyed a moment of glory. Those who had looked down on her, even called her a worthless sack, turned around to flatter and curry favor with her. If she lost the halo of being Ashin's girlfriend in the future, she would definitely revert to her original state. No, it would be worse than before. Because after becoming Ashin's girlfriend, she had been quite arrogant, ruthlessly retaliating against those who had mocked her. If people found out she was no longer Ashin's girlfriend, those people would surely take their revenge on her. What should she do? Pai Yuhua lunged forward, trying to hug Ashin's waist. No, Ashin, I don't want to break up. I love you. If we break up, I'll die. Caught off guard, Ashin found Pai Yuhua clinging to his leg. It felt like being entangled by something dirty. He shook his leg to throw her off, but when that didn't work, he simply kicked her away with force, sending her flying. Pai Yuhua fell into the flower bed in the yard. She wasn't injured from the fall, but the flower bed was planted with roses, and it was just the start of autumn. The thorns all over her body made her cry out in pain. Ashin pointed at Pai Yuhua. Get away from me, you're filthy. We haven't even officially started dating, so how can you talk about breaking up? Pai Yuhua stared at Ashin in disbelief. You clearly said that as long as my heart is pure, you wouldn't despise me. Now you're calling me dirty. Ashin secretly resented this. Back then, he hadn't found her dirty because he believed that his goddess had also been defiled after being trafficked. He imagined that even if his goddess was defiled, her soul would still be pure. That was why he had accepted Pai Yuhua, who had been trafficked into Tiger Gully alongside his goddess. He glanced at Pai Yuhua and sneered. The question is your heart pure? But how could she admit that? Purity of heart had no clear measure. Panic flickered in Pai Yuhua's eyes. Was her heart pure? Of course not. Mingyu looked at Ashin and noticed that he didn't dare meet her gaze. She suddenly understood something. In the end, this was a kind of displaced love. He didn't love Pai Yuhua. He loved the identity she shared with Mingyu of being trafficked together. At that time, I discovered that the trafficked child Qingwen was being abused, and I also found you, who had been trafficked into Tiger Gully alongside me. At that moment, your buyer had just handed you over to a man named Abayo for his amusement. Just as you were about to be raped by that man, I beat Abayo away and saved you. Based on the description of your brother, I sent my men to rescue him. Of course my heart is pure. Mingyu then revealed the detailed process of Pai Yuhua betraying her. But now that his goddess remained pure and untouched, he naturally couldn't accept the defiled Payuhua. The police received intelligence that Tiger Gully was not just a hub for selling trafficked women, but also a den for human traffickers. They needed someone to investigate, so I volunteered to go to Tiger Gully. But as soon as the trafficker leader Yu Lauer arrived, you immediately sold me out, the very person who had just saved you and your brother. Not only did you reveal that I was the shared wife bought by the Zhou brothers, but you also told them that I was the fiancé of Commander Gu, who had led troops into the mountains to dismantle the traffickers' den and rescue many trafficked women. Tell me yourself, would a pure-hearted person repay kindness with such betrayal? Listening to Mingyu, Xin looked at Payuhua in disbelief. You betrayed your own savior? You're a venomous woman who repays kindness with enmity. No, that's not true, no. Xin, don't believe her. She's lying, really. Payuhua panicked. End of chapter. Chapter 1788. This woman you cannot marry. 9. Xian pointed at Payuhua with hatred. If I don't trust my master, am I supposed to trust you? I never thought you were such a venomous woman. I almost fell for your trap. Thinking about how he had pitted her because of his master, even defending her when she clashed with the female workers at the garment factory, and eventually not denying it when she called herself his girlfriend. Yet he had no idea that he had almost brought a venomous woman into his home. Remembering how this woman had just tried to fire Aunt Ding, if she truly became his wife, the homeless children he had taken in would surely have no good days ahead. Xian, who had trained himself in business to keep his emotions hidden, was now losing his composure. Payuhua, leave. The money and things I gave you, you don't have to return. But the 2,000 yuan you borrowed from the company accountant must be paid back. After this, you will leave the garment factory. Payuhua hadn't expected Xian to trust Mingyu so completely, believing whatever she said. Moreover, she had already used that money to buy a house in the county town to settle her younger brother. How could she possibly repay it? She was furious. Xian, you need to understand, I am your girlfriend. How can you trust someone else and not me? I didn't betray her. She got me thrown into the communal wife room by Long Air, and she didn't even try to save me. Heh, Mingyu sneered. When you were dragged to the communal wife room and violated, I indeed didn't save you. That's because you had just betrayed me. Would anyone who has just been betrayed turn around and save the person who betrayed them? She grimaced. I was just afraid of Long Air and said things randomly back then. You weren't harmed anyway. You clearly had the ability to save me, so why didn't you? She had regretted it immediately, but it was too late. She was still sent to the communal wife room and violated by 2 men. Thinking of the pain she endured at those men's hands, her eyes reddened. It wasn't just shame, it was hatred. Mingyu crossed her arms and said coldly, just because I wasn't harmed, does that make your betrayal meaningless? I've been a farmer once, and I don't want to be a farmer twice. But if it weren't for the police and military I called, you'd probably still be in that communal wife room in Tiger Gully, being violated day and night, wouldn't you? At that moment, Payuhua felt she had been possessed. Why hadn't she noticed that Mingyu had never been afraid of Long Air? If she hadn't been so eager to betray Mingyu, given Mingyu's nature, she wouldn't have stood by and let her be sent to the communal wife room. She had indeed miscalculated. Payuhua was left speechless. Glancing at Xian, she suddenly realized that such matters, being violated by men, shouldn't have been revealed to him. In her anger, she had blurted it out. Although Xian had known she was trafficked and no longer a virgin, he hadn't known she had been violated by multiple men. Now that Mingyu had laid it all out, would Xian still want her? Her demeanor shifted from aggressive to pleading. Xian, I didn't mean it. I really didn't. It was just an instinctive reaction to protect myself. I'm just a weak woman, what could I do? But... She looked at Mingyu tearfully. You clearly had the ability to save me. But you didn't. See, we've both wronged each other. Can't we call it even? Please forgive me. I can't live without Xian. Don't make me leave him, please. End of chapter. Chapter 1789. This woman you cannot marry. 10. Payuhua played the sympathy card. She truly had no other options now, so she could only repeatedly express her helplessness, emphasizing that Mingyu had stood by and done nothing to save her, hoping Mingyu would realize she too had wronged her and would show mercy by letting her off. She should have known long ago that every time Xian mentioned Mingyu, he asked a lot of questions, and she, in order to get close to Xian, always used Mingyu as a topic. She had used her relationship with Mingyu to get close to Xian, won him over, and even got him to agree to be her boyfriend. After becoming Xian's girlfriend, how could she have gotten so carried away that she forgot the role Mingyu had played in it? Worse, just now, she had even thought that with her higher status, she could trample on Mingyu. It seemed that Xian and Mingyu had an unusual relationship. Why hadn't she noticed it sooner? Payuhua now only hoped that Mingyu would forgive her, because then she might still win Xian back. But how could Axin still want her? In truth, even if Mingyu hadn't said all this, Axin wouldn't have wanted her anymore. Previously, he had tolerated her because he thought she shared the same situation as the goddess in his heart and had even helped that goddess. Now that foundation was gone, everything was naturally different. Most crucially, the thought that she had betrayed the goddess in his heart meant it was no longer a matter of whether he valued her or not. She, Paiyuhua, had become his enemy. How could he still tolerate her? However, years of business warfare had tempered his character. He only stared at her darkly, saying nothing. Mingyu looked at Paiyuhua, then at Axin. She believed that Axin's feelings for Paiyuhua had already wavered. Third, when you were sent to the communal wife room, don't talk to me about standing by and doing nothing. I'm not a police officer, I have no duty to save you. So, I don't owe you anything. Second, you betrayed me in front of Yulauer, repaying my kindness with ingratitude. Mingyu sneered, don't talk to me about settling the score. First, when you bought a husband and let other men violate you, I saved you. So, you owe me a life. But she couldn't let her guard down. She had to make Axin see Paiyuhua's true face today. He had to break up with Paiyuhua today, completely and for good. In summary, I don't owe you anything. You and your brother owe me 3 life-saving debts, and you repaid me with 1 act of ingratitude. So, when you talk about settling the score, can it really be settled? A weak woman? Fourth, you and your brother were only able to escape Tiger's Nest because of the people I sent to rescue you. So, you owe me 2 more lives. Paiyuhua was on the verge of collapse. She absolutely could not let Axin marry Paiyuhua. Not because she had lost her purity, but because she was a venomous snake. Axin was the leader of the commercial empire she had painstakingly cultivated. She couldn't let Paiyuhua destroy him. She absolutely could not let him, after she left, be persuaded by Paiyuhua's pleas and agree to marry her. Mingyu actually refused to settle the score with her, refused to forgive her. If Mingyu wouldn't forgive her, could Axin still forgive her? Paiyuhua looked at Axin and, sure enough, saw storm clouds in his eyes. And when she looked at him, he looked back at her, and she saw hatred in his eyes. He hated her. How could he hate her? Paiyuhua couldn't understand. Could it be that his feelings for his master were truly extraordinary? He couldn't marry his master, so he had transferred the feelings he had for his master onto her, who shared the same experience as his master. She felt she had figured it out. End of chapter. Chapter 1790. If you don't marry me, I'll see you for molestation. Axin pointed coldly at Paiyuhua and said, I told you, you can get lost now. And remember to return the 2,000 yuan you borrowed from the accounting office. Paiyuhua flat out refused to comply. No way. If you dare not marry me, I'll go and accuse you of molesting me. And she glanced at Mingyu, then back at Axin, as if to say, you two are in cahoots, you must have an improper relationship. But after a moment's thought, she held back those words. She had to leave herself some room to maneuver. How could she give up the throne of the general manager's wife? Even if there was no love, she would fight to the death to keep her position. At that time, the crime of hooliganism was still a serious offense. Axin stared at this woman who, just yesterday, had been his girlfriend, always acting fragile in front of him, only revealing her true nature when she met his master. Now she had turned into a scoundrel, threatening to sue him for molestation. Although Axin had tacitly agreed to be Paiyuhua's boyfriend, he had never made any intimate moves toward her. Perhaps, even if he had married her, he would have only fulfilled his duties and obligations. And Paiyuhua herself, in order to play the role of a pure-hearted woman, had never made any frivolous advances toward him. The two had always maintained a chaste friendship, never crossing that line, so how could there be any talk of molestation? Go ahead and sue me, Axin said, his gaze growing colder. I'll be waiting for you to file the charges. Paiyuhua was stunned. Aren't you afraid of going to jail? Aren't you afraid I'll accuse you of rape? Who saw me rape you? What evidence do you have to prove I raped you? Her eyes swept over Axin, and his face instantly flushed red. Mingyu, who had been sitting calmly on the sidelines, suddenly tensed up. What? Had Axin already slept with Paiyuhua? Anything is possible, Paiyuhua said, now that the masks were off and she didn't care about offending him. If you won't marry me, then transfer half of the company's shares to my name. Think it over yourself, either marry me, transfer half the shares to me, or go to jail. Haha, of course I have evidence. Paiyuhua laughed, almost maniacally. I have solid evidence to prove you molested me. I've kept the proof of you sleeping with me. Axin now regretted his moment of weakness in agreeing to let Paiyuhua into the garment factory. He glared at her. What nonsense are you talking? How would I not know? When did I ever sleep with you? Axin had great confidence in his self-control. There was no way he would have done anything to Paiyuhua just because he got drunk. Impossible. Axin firmly refused to believe he had slept with her, let alone without knowing it. Nonsense. Paiyuhua laughed. How could I be talking nonsense? When you were drunk, you got into my bed. You forgot, but I didn't. I know our positions are too far apart, so I kept the evidence of you molesting me. If you dare abandon me, just wait to wash your ass and go to jail. At first, the person in charge of hiring had refused to let her into the garment factory because she had no sewing skills at all, let alone any talent for designing clothes. But after meeting Aunt Ding, she had asked to see him. She had told him about her relationship with Mengyu, and he had made an exception to take her in. Now, he truly regretted it. Indeed, at any time, one must strictly follow the rules and regulations. Otherwise, once the door to personal favors is opened, it brings unexpected trouble to the company. Sue me if you want, Axion said. I won't marry you, and I certainly won't give you half the company's shares. End of this chapter. Chapter 1791, I believe you. Pa Yuhua looked at Axion in disbelief. You really aren't afraid I'll report you? I have evidence. I'm telling you, if I do report you, you'll definitely go to jail. Don't say I didn't warn you. I told you. Go ahead and report me. Axion said firmly. First, your body disgusts me even to touch. I agreed to take care of you out of sympathy and pity, but I never clearly said I would marry you. You spread rumors among the female workers that you were my girlfriend. I didn't have the heart to expose you. But now, I'm telling you, I will never marry you. Second, this company, I'm just a manager, not the owner. You want shares, but I can't give them to you and I won't. Third, forget sleeping with you. I haven't even held your hand. So, I'm not afraid of you reporting me. Seeing that Axion was unmoved, Pa Yuhua grew angry. Fine, just wait. We'll see each other in court. Pa Yuhua stormed off in fury. Axion looked uneasily at Mengyu. I really never slept with her. I never had any such thoughts about her. I only agreed to take care of her because I saw her living alone with her younger brother, and because she had lost her innocence after being trafficked, with no one willing to accept her. Out of momentary sympathy, I agreed to look after her and confirmed a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with her. Who says dating has to lead to marriage? If that were the case, why bother dating at all? Just get married directly. What? Axion thought he had misheard. What did you just say? After all, with Pa Yuhua acting so emboldened, anyone would believe she was telling the truth. He didn't know whether Mengyu believed his words or hers. A voice interjected, I believe you too. Mengyu was a bit speechless. If you had no feelings for her, why did you tacitly accept the boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Can sympathy and pity alone sustain a marriage? Being caught by his master in his most embarrassing state, he felt both ashamed and regretful, worried about his own situation and afraid that his master, whom he revered like a deity, wouldn't believe him. Hearing the word disciple, Axion snapped back to reality. Then, recognizing the voice, he remembered that he had forgotten about the young disciple Qingwen, whom his master had brought along. Axion let out a sob and suddenly hugged Mengyu. Thank you for believing me. Mengyu said very seriously, I believe what you said. I believe you never had any real relationship with her. But seeing her disciple's distressed state at that moment, she could only choose to comfort him. I believe you. His words seemed spoken to others, yet also to himself. He quickly let go of Mengyu and said apologetically, Master, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. He had hugged her tightly, and Mengyu had wanted to push him away but held back. She patted his back. You are my disciple. Of course I believe you. He looked at Qingwen. Little junior brother, why do you believe me? Qingwen looked at him with disdain. It's simple. If you had really slept with her, your vital essence would have been lost. But one look at you and it's clear you haven't lost it, so naturally you couldn't have slept with her. Axion breathed a sigh of relief. At least his body could still prove his innocence. You should think carefully about what Pa Yuhua said and what really happened. She was adamant that she has evidence. Mengyu reminded him. Today's update ends. It's so cold, dear readers, go to bed early. End of this chapter. Chapter 1792. He was actually sued. Mengyu had only wanted to let Ashin see Paiwa's true face, so she hadn't stopped her actions. But now, she was starting to worry. Yes, she and Qingwen could tell that Ashin had not lost his virginity, but they could see it. Ordinary people couldn't. Would the public security believe him? Ashin lowered his head and thought, utterly puzzled. Where did Paiwa get the confidence to think she could sue him? And what exactly was the evidence she swore she had? Forget it. What's true can't be faked, and what's false can't be made true. I don't believe she can prove I harassed her when I never slept with her. Didn't we say we'd make dumplings today? Let's go make dumplings together. Mingyu felt she might be worrying too much. Could Paiwa really turn white into black and black into white? More likely, Paiwa had realized she couldn't get anywhere with Mingyu and had found an excuse to run away. Right, let's make dumplings to celebrate you seeing through Paiwa's true face. When she first heard that Ashin and Paiwa were boyfriend and girlfriend, she had been quite worried. She wasn't afraid of Paiwa causing trouble, but she feared Ashin being stubborn. People caught in the web of love weren't easy to pull out. But she had underestimated Paiwa's shamelessness, because she actually went ahead and sued Ashin. After lunch, police officers arrived at their northern city compound. Someone knocked on the gate. Is Lin Chengxin here? Minyu swept her divine sense outward and saw two men in uniforms standing at the gate. She first had Ashin go into the room, cast a barrier, and then signaled Qingwen to open the door. Minyu had Qingwen serve 2 cups of tea. Ashin is out. I'm his master and can speak for him. May I ask what this is about? The 2 men in uniforms entered, glanced around the yard, and asked, Where is Lin Chengxin? It's like this. Paiwa, an employee of Mingxin Garment Factory, has filed a lawsuit accusing Lin Chengxin, the general manager of Mingxin Group, of raping her. The court has referred it to the Public Security Bureau for investigation. We're here to invite Comrade Lin Chengxin to the bureau to cooperate. The uniforms were startled. One touched the table and found it was solid rosewood. He squeezed the corner, which was as hard as iron, and was shocked. Seeing their disbelief, Mingyu reached out, grabbed a table corner, and crushed it into powder. Feeling that wasn't intimidating enough, she decisively tore off the other 3 corners, saying, These corners were too sharp, afraid they'd hurt someone, so I made them rounded to prevent injury. The 2 uniformed men looked at Mingyu in surprise. So young, and she was Lin Chengxin's master? Their expressions shifted. Was she an internal martial arts expert? They both became cautious. We're officers from the Chengguan police station. I'm surnamed Zhang. You can call me Old Zhang. This is my colleague, surnamed Gao. Call him Xiao Gao. Mingyu grew angrier. This Paiwa hadn't gone to the police station but directly to the court? If she had gone to the police station with limited manpower and a case against a company president, they might have ignored her baseless accusation. But going to court was different. Once a notice came from there, the police had no choice but to act. She became alert. How could a woman who hadn't even finished middle school know so much? There was someone behind this. Good morning. It's cold. I don't want to get out of bed in the morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1793. She has evidence. Minyu asked, Did that Paiyuhua ever say what her relationship was with General Manager Lin before? Old Zhang nodded. She did. She said her relationship with Lin Chengxin was that of employer and employee. Minyu let out an umph. If you go investigate at the garment factory, you'll find out that word among them was that they were in a romantic relationship. But that romantic relationship was built on deception. Lin Chengxin is my apprentice. The reason he agreed to be Paiyuhua's boyfriend was because Paiyuhua and I were once abducted and sold together to Tiger Gully. The difference is I escaped halfway by jumping off a cliff, while Paiyuhua was sold into Tiger Gully. Over a month later, she was rescued by the military and local authorities. However, because her younger brother was also sold into Tiger Gully, she went back in herself and was coerced into becoming the wife of Jian Dalin in Tiger Gully. After I learned that there were still human traffickers and abducted people in Tiger Gully, I went in to investigate. I happened to save Paiyuhua, who was being raped by a man other than her husband. But when the human trafficker leader appeared, she betrayed me. Minyu recounted the story of how she had saved Paiyuhua. After Paiyuhua was rescued, she came to apply for work at Mingxin Garment Factory to support her younger brother. But she didn't meet the recruitment conditions and was rejected. She sought an audience with General Manager Lin under the pretext of being my friend. Because General Manager Lin is my apprentice, out of sympathy and pity, he gave her special treatment. Paiyuhua took the opportunity to spread among the female workers that General Manager Lin was her boyfriend. General Manager Lin couldn't bear to expose her, so he tacitly agreed. Minyu then directly took out a tape recorder. Ever since she realized recording was very useful, she now records whenever she talks to someone with ill intentions. If you won't marry me, then transfer half of the company's shares to my name. Think it over yourself. Either marry me, transfer half the company shares to me, or go to jail. Until I came today and exposed her lies, Lin Chengxin knew she had never helped me. On the contrary, she had betrayed me. Therefore, he firmly wanted to make things clear to her. He did not agree to be her boyfriend. As a result, Paiyuhua threatened that either he marry her, or he must give her half the shares of Mingxin Group, or else she would sue Lin Chengxin for raping her. Minyu looked at the 2 police officers. So, you see, this woman is only doing this to achieve her own goals, which is why she is suing General Manager Lin. Among the 2 police officers, the shorter one, Xiao Gao, said, Didn't he tacitly acknowledge being Paiyuhua's boyfriend? When they were together, could there have been a moment of passion? Impossible. Minyu interrupted him. Lin Chengxin only refrained from exposing the rumor that Paiyuhua spread about being General Manager Lin's girlfriend, because she claimed to have done me a favor. But as for raping her, she is neither beautiful nor a virgin. Think about it yourselves, is that possible? Old Zhang looked at Mingyu and said, Everything you've said is just your side of the story. But Paiyuhua has produced evidence. Mingyu asked curiously, what evidence did she produce? Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before saying, a pair of underwear with semen stains on it. The blood type of the semen matches Lin Chengxin's. The chapter ends. Chapter 1794. I guarantee Awakens is innocent. Minyu's face instantly turned bright red from anger. She truly never expected Pai Yuhua to be so shameless. What can a piece of clothing prove? Not to mention whether the stuff on it belongs to Lin Chengxin. Even if it does, isn't it possible for an unmarried man to have a nocturnal emission? After Pai Yuhua claimed to be Lin Chengxin's girlfriend, living in this compound, it wouldn't be hard for her to get her hands on his things if she wanted to. As for how she got the stuff from his pants onto her own belongings, who knows what tricks she used. So, a piece of clothing with a man's bodily fluids on it simply cannot be used as evidence. If she were truly raped by Lin Chengxin, she should have used her own body to collect evidence on the very day it happened. That would be real proof. Hearing Minyu's words, the two staff members also began to feel that a piece of clothing with a man's fluids on it really couldn't serve as evidence. Under Minyu's pressure, Xiao Gao steeled himself and said, but that still doesn't prove Lin Chengxin didn't rape Pai Yuhua. So, you'd better call Lin Chengxin back and let him come with us for investigation. Seeing that this man was determined to arrest Awakens, Minyu grew very angry. She gave him a cold glance and said, I dare to guarantee that Lin Chengxin is innocent. Old Zhang was puzzled. How can you guarantee that? Of course. Minyu looked at the two of them and said, for example, the two of you, even though you're older than old Zhang, your primordial yang was lost long ago. Xiao Gao breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, losing primordial yang could be from being with a woman or other reasons. Being with a woman before marriage was considered promiscuity and punishable by law, but using the five-finger method was just a matter of weak will. Minyu raised a delicate finger. First, he is my disciple. Martial artists have a rule. One must not lose primordial yang before achieving major success. Therefore, he would not ruin his own cultivation for momentary pleasure. He frowned and scolded Minyu. Young lady, aren't you embarrassed talking about such things? Second, as of now, his primordial yang remains intact. He is still a true virgin. Saying that a virgin raped an unclean woman is as ridiculous as saying a chaste maiden sold herself. Minyu smiled calmly. I am a doctor. I must understand human physiology. I can not only tell that your primordial yang has been lost, but also that your bone age is 23. She chuckled and said, preserving primordial yang isn't only about being with a woman. There are other ways, like using your hand. Xiao Gao's mouth formed an O. How do you know? You're talking nonsense. Panic flashed in Xiao Gao's eyes. Mingyu could tell at a glance that this man had a history with women, but was not married. The two staff members felt a surreal sensation. Xiao Gao said in disbelief, can you really tell if someone's primordial yang is intact? She then looked at old Zhang, who quickly said, you don't need to check me, I believe you. Mingyu had already seen his work ID with her spiritual sense, which listed his age as 30, but his bone age was actually 35. In this era, the push for younger cadres meant that if a man hadn't reached deputy section level by 35, his chances of becoming an official were slim. If he hadn't reached deputy department level by 45, there was no hope of promotion. So, some people deliberately reported a younger age or used connections to alter it. Clearly, this old Zhang had changed his age and was afraid Mingyu would expose it. End of chapter. Chapter 1795. I suggest you investigate Pai Yuhua first. The reason Mingyu insisted on going in person was that when Pai Yuhua left, she had placed a mark on her as a precaution, in case Pai Yuhua caused trouble and she couldn't find her. If Pai Yuhua were smart, after filing a complaint against Awakens, she would likely lie low for a while. Only Mingyu could locate her through the mark. On the other hand, Mingyu also felt that although Pai Yuhua was targeting Awakens, her real aim for revenge was herself. This was a matter between her and Pai Yuhua, so it was better for her to settle it personally. Moreover, she had a feeling that Pai Yuhua had someone backing her, and that person was probably not simple. She couldn't figure it out. Jiang Huayu had suffered a spiritual injury and fled into the immortal sect to hide and recover, so it couldn't be her pulling the strings behind the scenes. Who else would come looking for trouble with her? Mingyu drove her Hummer out of the northern city compound and headed toward the city. She activated the mark she had left on Pai Yuhua and swept her spiritual sense toward it. She found that the mark was not in the county town but had moved toward the city center. Although the city center wasn't far from the county town, the cost of living was higher, and renting a place was more expensive. Could it be that Pai Yuhua had filed her complaint and then fled to the city to hide? Mingyu's spiritual sense tracked the mark's direction into the city, only to find that it wasn't there either. She had to follow it through the city until she reached the southern outskirts, where she finally sensed the mark getting closer. Once she left the city, the mark became clearer. Its location had already passed the suburbs, over 100 li from the city. If not for Meng Yu's powerful spiritual sense, she might not have been able to detect it easily. There was a large orchard of over 60 mu, enclosed by thorny bushes. Inside, many orange and pear trees were planted, with the orange trees laden with fruit. However, the fruit was still green and not yet ready for harvest. At the center of the orchard stood a 3-story small building. It was a house with a small footprint, but 3 floors. The first floor was a kitchen and living room. At that moment, 2 people were watching TV, while 2 others were hiding in the shadows. The second floor had 2 bedrooms. The third floor had only 4 pillars supporting the roof, with open sides, more like a pavilion, but with railings. Standing on the roof, one could see the surroundings clearly. This watchtower-like building was clearly used to guard the orchard. However, unlike ordinary guardhouses, this one was relatively upscale. Probably when the fruit ripened, the owner would move the whole family here to stay. The entire third floor was undivided, forming a large pavilion-like space. In the center was a table, a few chairs, and a recliner. At that moment, Pa Yuhua was in the third-floor pavilion, sitting by the table, while a young man lay on the recliner. What shocked Meng Yu was that the young man lying on the recliner looked exactly like Axin. Meng Yu's spiritual sense fixed on the young man who resembled Axin so closely. She was certain that this young man had not undergone any facial surgery. That is, he hadn't used makeup or plastic surgery to look like Axin. His face was natural. Even his build was similar to Axin's. She guessed something and quickly pulled the car over to the roadside, then swept her spiritual sense over both Axin and that young man simultaneously. As she had suspected, the two shared the same bloodline. This young man and Axin were twins, and identical twins at that. Otherwise, they wouldn't look so alike. Chapter 1796. Some people cannot be touched. Upon seeing this young man, Meng Yu finally understood why Pa Yuhua was so certain she could have Axin sent to prison. Because identical twins are formed when a single fertilized egg splits into 2 embryos. Since they originate from the same fertilized egg, they share the same gender, blood type, and nearly identical appearance, personality traits, and intelligence. Even certain physiological characteristics and susceptibility to diseases are highly consistent. If Pa Yuhua had slept with this young man and kept his underwear, she could then use that underwear as evidence of Axin raping her. Since this young man and Axin have the same blood type and genes, if she used the semen stains left on her underwear by this young man to accuse Axin of rape, Axin would have no way to defend himself. When Meng Yu was in the compound earlier, she had mentioned to the 2 police officers that Pa Yuhua might have stolen Axin's underwear stained with nocturnal emissions, but there was no way to prove she had stolen it. Thus, in reality, that underwear could indeed leave Axin unable to argue his case, and during a time when the crackdown on crime was still ongoing, it might even send him to prison. Meng Yu was also puzzled. How could Axin have a twin brother like this? Did he know about it? And why would this twin brother want to frame him? As far as she knew, when Axin was 8 years old, his parents died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. He then lived with his uncle, but his uncle took his family's property and mistreated him. After 3 months with his uncle, unable to bear his aunt's disdain and abuse, he ran away and became a homeless child. He first licked plates at the company's food stalls, then wandered to Xiangyang County, where he survived by eating leftovers in restaurants. Later, he discovered that others could earn money by picking up trash, so he joined them, scraping by. Because he fought fiercely, no one dared to provoke him, and he even gathered a group of children to dominate the garbage dumps around the county. In his previous life, he built his fortune through trash and met a mentor, eventually becoming a business leader. In this life, he was taken in by Meng Yu and started founding companies early on. Given his background, he shouldn't have a brother, let alone an identical twin. This situation meant either that he was not the biological child of the Lin family, that the Lin parents had adopted him, or that the Lin parents had actually given birth to twins back then, and one was taken away. Considering how his uncle mistreated him, and how no one in the Lin family cared when he ran away, it was highly likely that he was not the biological child of the Lin parents. In other words, he was adopted by the Lin family. After thinking for a while, Meng Yu felt she was overcomplicating things. She could simply go find that young man directly. Since that young man had come to them and even plotted against his brother Axin, he must understand their relationship. She could just use magic to question him. Would he dare not answer? If he truly refused, she could directly perform a soul search. Thus, Meng Yu started the car again and drove straight toward that large estate. At that moment, Pa Yuhua was talking to that young man. By now, the police should have arrested Axin, right? Hey, Master Yi, shouldn't you give me the 100,000 you promised? The young man, Master Yi, lounging in a chair, glanced at her disdainfully. Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. As soon as he's in prison, the money will be transferred to your account. Then he added, I thought you might actually go through with it and really marry him. Chapter 1797. Truly too sinister. How is that possible? I'm not really in love with him. Pa Yuhua quickly denied it. Besides, in his heart, there's only his master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get close to him under the pretense of helping his master, or even spread the rumor that we were in a romantic relationship, and he didn't deny it either. Pa Yuhua was actually feeling guilty. Before today, she had indeed considered turning the pretense into reality. If Axian was willing to marry her, she would go ahead and marry him. That way, she would become the wife of the general manager of Mingxin Group Company, and the entire company would be hers. Why would she still need the paltry sum of money from young Master Yi? Although from the very beginning, the so-called romantic relationship between her and Axian was something she had been spreading, Axian had never exposed her, effectively tacitly acknowledging their connection. However, no matter what she did, Axian hadn't even touched her hand. She had no confidence in this, which was why she hadn't refused Yifei's bribery. But she never expected that today, Nan Mingyu would come to Qingbei Courtyard and expose her true colors. Axian actually wanted to break up with her. Moreover, he ruthlessly wanted to kick her out of the garment factory and even demanded that she immediately repay the money she had borrowed from the accounting office. She thought to herself, since you're being so heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. After lodging her complaint, she felt a bit of fear. Although Axian took in so many homeless children, the fact that he could build such a large business meant he must be ruthless. If he found out that she had repaid his kindness by reporting him, he would definitely not let her off. Therefore, she came straight here to find Yifei. She hoped to get the money as soon as possible and take her brother far away. You understand, don't you? He exposed you only because he saw you as a substitute for his master, someone he pitied and cherished. He didn't know before that his master had actually run away halfway and was pure and untouched, while you had been defiled. Once he learns the truth, he probably won't even want to look at you again. So, don't hold on to any illusions. Pa Yuhua smiled bitterly in her heart. Wasn't that the case? As soon as he learned the truth today, his gaze immediately treated her like something dirty. Then, thinking of the man in front of her, Pa Yuhua felt a surge of resentment. This man wasn't a good person either. Even when he pretended to be Axian and slept with her, he still despised her, unwilling to touch her body, leaving her unable to use her body to lodge a complaint. Neither of these two brothers was a good person. But then again, if they were truly good people, why would they scheme against their own brother? She paused for a moment and said, What about my brother? Can you tell me where my brother is now? Yes, if he hadn't taken her brother away, she wouldn't have so easily listened to this man and followed him to scheme against his brother. But precisely because she knew this man wasn't a good person, she wanted to see her brother as soon as possible. Hearing Pa Yuhua's words, Mingyu sighed inwardly. This utterly wicked Pa Yuhua was genuinely good to her brother. Over 2 years ago, for her brother's sake, she was forced to enter Tiger's den a second time. This time, being coerced by this man into scheming against Axian was also because of her brother. However, Mingyu felt no sympathy for her. From what she could see, it seemed that after this young man heard that she was Axian's girlfriend, he bribed her to scheme against Axian. She had been sold by her stepmother, her father had become a stepfather, and, because of her identity as a trafficked person, she was despised. When she and her brother were at their wits' end, Axian gave her a job and took care of her in many ways. That was a tremendous kindness to her. Yet she used Axian's sympathy to scheme her way into becoming his girlfriend. This was an ungrateful woman. A real-life version of the farmer and the snake. She played it once with her, and then again with Axian. This time, she absolutely would not let this woman off. Chapter 1798. Another Axian. Yifei lounged lazily on the recliner, narrowing his eyes. I told you, as long as you behave, your brother won't be in trouble. Haven't I been doing everything you said? Pa Yuhua said ingratiatingly. Can't you just let me see my brother? Honestly, I only let you hear your brother's voice yesterday. What else are you worried about? Yifei thought for a moment and added, Once I get Axian's company, I'll still need you, his ex-girlfriend, to help me fool everyone. And if you do well, I can promise you that the garment factory will be yours to manage in the future. Pa Yuhua's unease didn't fade, but hearing Yifei say she'd manage the garment factory brought her some joy. Those female workers who always crossed her, she could bully them as she pleased. And that Aunt Ding, she'd definitely be kicked out. Those wretched kids, originally street urchins, barely greeted her whenever they saw her, always siding with Aunt Ding. From now on, she'd drive them all out. Then a thought struck her, that Nan Mingyu. Let me tell you, that Nan Mingyu isn't easy to deal with. Do you think she'll figure out you're not Axian? She's Axian's master, and getting past her is the hardest part. Yifei snorted. I have my own plans for that. You don't need to worry about it. He stood up. All right, I'll go check if the police have arrested him. You stay here. Pa Yuhua refused to agree. She called after Yifei's retreating figure. No, it's no fun staying here alone. Why don't you take me to my brother? Why do you keep bringing up your brother? Yifei didn't turn around, his tone growing impatient. Pa Yuhua insisted, I just want to see my brother. Young Master Yi, I've already filed the complaint and handed over the underwear. You said you'd transfer the money after Axian's in prison, but I really want to see my brother. Yifei finally turned back. You really want to see him now? Pa Yuhua caught his gaze and hesitated for a moment, but thinking of her brother, she said, yes, I want to see my brother right now. I'm really worried about him. If he's away from me too long, he gets scared. If you don't let me see him, I'll go find Axian and tell him the truth. Yifei sighed and turned back. Since that's the case, go keep him company. He walked over to Pa Yuhua, took her hand, and suddenly spun behind her, locking his arm around her neck. In a sinister tone, he said, your brother went underground long ago. Since you want to see him so badly, go meet him down there. No. Pa Yuhua's eyes flew wide open. She never imagined Yifei had killed her brother, nor that he would kill her. Was this the source of her lingering unease? Didn't he need her to cover for him? Yifei, no, don't kill me. You just reminded me. The complaint's been filed, the underwear handed over. You're useless now. What do you think I'd keep you around for? Did you really think I needed you to cover for me? Someone already knows you've fallen out with him. What cover could you possibly provide? So, just go ahead and die. Yifei tightened his arm around Pa Yuhua's neck, and she began to suffocate. Chapter 1799. Axian was adopted by the Lin family. Pa Yuhua was filled with regret. When Yifei first approached her, she had told Axian about the matter, given how well Axian had treated her back then, would he have definitely helped her find her younger brother. Although Axian had never explicitly promised to marry her at that time, he had no girlfriend, and when she spread rumors that she was his girlfriend, he didn't deny it. Even if it was just borrowing his influence, everyone fawned over her, and her days at the garment factory were good. Unlike in her village, where she was despised wherever she went, and even forced to run away from home by her stepmother because of her status. With a child of 1 or 2 years old and bearing the shame of her past, she couldn't marry anyone. When she tried to work, she either wasn't hired because she had her younger brother with her, or she had to give up because there was no one to watch him. In the end, she was left with no way out. It wasn't until she discovered that Mingxin Garment Factory was hiring female workers and allowed her to bring her younger brother to the factory that she found a lifeline. It was her own greed that got the better of her. She was lured by Yifei's promise of 100,000 yuan after the deed was done, and threatened by him using her younger brother, so she did that thing that betrayed Axian. Even when Mingyu later exposed her, if she had just softened and admitted her mistake, she could have stayed at the garment factory to work and support her younger brother. But no, by that time, her younger brother had already been killed by Yifei. Who should she hate? Should she hate Axian? Axian had been kind to her and had always treated her well. Should she hate Mingyu? Mingyu didn't allow her to marry Axian, so she should hate her. But when it came down to it, Mingyu had saved her several times. She even knew that the first time she was rescued from Tiger Claw Hollow, it was because Mingyu had mentioned it to her husband, which led to the rescue of her and the other women who had been trafficked into the deep mountains. Moreover, as Axian's master, Mingyu had every right to intervene in his affairs. Pa Yuhua herself knew that she wasn't worthy of Axian, and Axian had never truly said he wanted to marry her. Everything had been her own scheme to trap him. So, in truth, she had no right to hate Mingyu. Looking back, the ones she truly should hate were the family, who sold her and her younger brother. She regretted that when her family asked whether to sell her or her younger brother, she chose to sell herself. If she could do it all over again, she would fight to the death to take her younger brother and leave that so-called family early. In the midst of endless regret, Pa Yuhua's consciousness sank into darkness. Minyu's spiritual sense watched as Axian's twin brother killed Pa Yuhua. Unlike a few years ago in Tiger Claw Hollow, when she had allowed Yu Lauer to send Pa Yuhua into the communal wife room, back then she hadn't known that Pa Yuhua would be violated as soon as she was sent in. She had only thought that she would have to wait until nightfall to be passed around by the men without wives, and she had calculated that the people she had called for would arrive soon to rescue her. So she had stood by and done nothing, not stopping Yu Lauer from sending her into that room. But this time, Pa Yuhua was truly killed, not just sent into a communal wife room. This time, she truly turned a blind eye. Because Pa Yuhua was simply not worth saving. Saving her would mean harming her own disciple. Moreover, since Pa Yuhua had dared to frame her disciple, Mingyu had already planned to kill her after everything was over. Now that someone else had killed her, it saved her the trouble of dirtying her own hands and losing her own merit. The only problem was that the person who had accused her disciple was dead, which would add a bit of trouble to her disciple's rape case. People might suspect that Awakens, unhappy with Pa Yuhua repaying kindness with enmity and reporting him, had sent someone to silence her. Chapter 1800. Neither of these two brothers is a good person. Mingyu looked at Yifei. With Yifei here, things became much simpler. Therefore, the next moment, she appeared on the rooftop of the Garden Guard building. She even took out her camera and snapped a few photos of Yifei, who was still strangling Pa Yuhua by the neck. Seeing that Pa Yuhua had already stopped breathing, Yifei finally let go of her. However, as soon as his tense emotions subsided, he heard a click sound. He turned around and saw a girl as beautiful as a celestial being holding a camera, aiming at him. Another click sounded, capturing his front-facing photo. Being photographed while committing murder, Yifei immediately panicked. He couldn't figure out how this girl had appeared. Clearly, his subordinates were guarding downstairs. He roared in anger and instinctively lunged at Mingyu, intending to silence her. Mingyu simply sidestepped, dodging Yifei's punch. Then, she quickly grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and pinned him to the ground. Yifei never expected that he would lose in just one move, and to a girl of 17 or 18. He shouted loudly, "Who are you? What do you want?" Clearly, he was trying to attract the attention of his subordinates on the first floor. However, the third-floor attic room had long been sealed off by Mingyu with a barrier. Even if he screamed his lungs out, he couldn't summon anyone from downstairs. "Are you wondering why your subordinates haven't come to rescue you?" Mingyu's voice sounded from behind and above him. Yifei was indeed puzzled. "Listen carefully. Don't you notice that there's no sound around you at all?" Mingyu reminded him. Yifei finally realized it. Yes, ever since he heard the click of the camera, he hadn't heard any other sounds. He thought it was because he had just killed someone, and the tension had caused temporary deafness. But he forgot that if he were truly deaf, how could he still hear the sound of the camera? In fact, even the sound of the camera could have been blocked if Mingyu didn't want him to hear it. But since she had already set up a barrier around the entire third-floor attic, she saw no need to go to such lengths. Yifei suppressed his panic and asked, "Who exactly are you?" He glanced at Pa Yuhua, whom he had killed, and said, "Did you come because of her? She was nothing but a slut. Is she worth you fighting me over? I am from the Yu family of Hong Kong." At a loss, he revealed his family background, hoping that Mingyu would show some restraint out of fear of the Yu family of Hong Kong. The Yu family of Hong Kong? Mingyu was somewhat surprised. Although she had been to Hong Kong and even taken O Pengfei of the O family as her disciple, she hadn't paid much attention to the other major families there. Who am I?" Mingyu sneered. "When you were harming your own brother, didn't you investigate whether he had a master?" Yifei was instantly stunned. Lin Chengxin's master. He had indeed investigated that Lin Chengxin had a master, but at the time, he hadn't taken Lin Chengxin's master seriously. Just someone practicing ancient martial arts, what was there to fear? In the face of power and influence, what could individual combat strength do? No matter how high one's skills were, a single bullet could kill them. Thus, he never gave much thought to Lin Chengxin having a master. Only a fool like Pa Yuhua would believe that he intended to impersonate Lin Chengxin to take control of the company. He hadn't grown up in the mainland, and many things there were unfamiliar to him. One mistake would be enough to expose him. Therefore, from the very beginning, he had never planned to become Lin Chengxin. Chapter 1801. Don't kill me. Yes, Yifei's plan was to have someone drug Lin Chengxin after he was sent to prison, then make it look like he died in a fight, extract the faked corpse, and then step in as his twin brother to inherit his company. But who told him that the master of Lin Chengxin, whom he had dismissed as insignificant, was not just an ancient martial arts practitioner, but also a mysterious figure who could soar through the skies and seal off an entire realm? Now, how was he supposed to convince this master of Awakens that he had no intention of harming his own twin brother? He had heard, after all, that beyond the ancient martial artists he had encountered, there existed a kind of folk sorcerer capable of taking lives without a trace. The young woman before him was clearly one of those sorcerers. Mingyu, being mistaken for a sorcerer, saw Yifei's eyes darting around as he remained silent. She simply released her grip, placed one foot on Yifei's back, and said, "What, still not being honest?" Yifei quickly apologized. I'm sorry, ma'am. I never really intended to harm my brother. I was just testing for him whether this woman truly loved him. It turned out she didn't love him at all. She wanted him dead, so I had to kill her." Mingyu clearly didn't believe him. You came up with that excuse pretty fast. It shows you're not stupid. Since that's the case, why didn't you start your own business instead of killing your brother for his wealth? Yifei said bitterly, Awakens is my brother. I never planned to kill him. Never planned? Just now, weren't you scheming to have Xian sent to prison, then have someone kill him there, and then inherit the company in the name of being his twin brother? Yifei smiled wryly. I don't care if you believe me, but I never intended to kill my brother. You never intended to kill him? Then how are you going to inherit Xian's company? Don't tell me you were planning to impersonate Xian to run it. Only a fool like Pai Yuhua would believe you needed her cover to pose as Xian and seize the company. Not to mention that you couldn't make a body disappear in prison, and with all the homeless children Xian has taken in at his courtyard, how could their eyes let you get away with impersonation? And on top of that, Xian has me, his master. So, from the start, your plan was to kill Xian and then inherit his property as his brother, wasn't it? No, I really didn't plan to kill Xian. Yifei thought for a moment and said, I did intend to act against Xian in prison, but not to kill him. I was going to drug him, get him out, then announce his death and inherit his company. He had truly miscalculated. He hadn't accounted for Xian's master being so formidable. This time, he was really done for. Mingyu looked into his eyes and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said, since you were after the Mingxin group, how come you didn't find out whether this group actually belonged to Xian? Yifei looked up sharply. Of course it's Xian's. The legal representative of the group is also Xian. He had wanted the company, so he had checked thoroughly. The company was indeed under Xian's name. Mingyu snorted. Have you ever considered how Xian, a homeless child, got so much money to start a company and with investments increasing year after year? Yifei couldn't figure it out either. Where did Xian get so much money to invest? Tens of millions were poured in every year. Where did that money come from? I'll tell you straight. The investor for this company is me, Mingyu said coldly. What? Yifei couldn't believe it. Xian's investor was his master? Impossible. You're a student. Where would you get so much money to invest? Mingyu directly pulled out an agreement. Open your dog eyes wide and look at the signatures on this agreement. Yifei stared at the agreement. It was the one they had all signed, stating that all company investments were to be handled by Mingyu, with Shenqi, Wu Jiangxing, Wang Huilan, and Zheng Shuiyu each taking 0.5% of the profits and Lin Chengxin as the manager, taking 10% of the profits. In other words, the true owner of this company was Mingyu. The profits the other disciples received were merely benefits given to them by this master. Chapter 1802, this time, truly turning a blind eye to death. Yifei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He had spent months setting up his scheme, only to end up with nothing, and even earned himself a reputation for plotting against his own brother. Even if he eventually handed over his brother and claimed he had never killed him, his plan had still failed. Mingyu asked, now tell me, who are you? How did Xian leave the Yi family? How did you find Xian, and why did you come to scheme against him? Spill everything, and I might just spare your worthless life. Yifei hesitated. Mingyu, thinking of her disciple, the one who managed her group company, decided not to wait for him to speak. She directly performed a soul search on him. After all, with her current level of power, she could conduct a soul search without harming his soul. It turned out that although the Yi family wasn't a well-known major clan in Hong Kong, they were still a wealthy household. The previous generation's patriarch, Old Master Yi, had stumbled upon a fortune through gambling on rough stones and used it to start a business that made him rich. He had 3 sons. The eldest, Yuan, returned from his studies and took over the business his father had founded, growing it even stronger. The second son, Yiwu, was an outstanding student who went abroad, later married a foreign countess, had 2 sons, and built his career overseas. But the third son, Yidafu, had been a wastrel since childhood, indulging in drinking, gambling, and womanizing, a man of all vices. Yet he was the one who won the old man's heart the most. The patriarch arranged for him to marry the daughter of a wealthy merchant, securing a generous dowry, and divided the company's shares into 4 portions. The eldest got 30%, the second got 20%, the third got 20%, while the old man and his wife kept 30% for themselves. This way, even if the third son accomplished nothing, he would never have to worry about food or clothing. The wealthy merchant's daughter bore 3 sons. The eldest son, Yuan, had never married due to a heartbreak during his student days. He had even once considered adopting one of the third son's children as his heir. However, at the age of 40, he rescued a female student being harassed by foreigners, and the 2 married. Soon after, she became pregnant with twins. But before the children were born, Yuan died suddenly in a car accident. His wife, in a panic, went into premature labor. She gave birth to twins at the hospital with all her might, then died from massive hemorrhaging. When the old lady of the Yi family learned that her eldest son had died and that her eldest daughter-in-law had followed him to the grave after childbirth, she collapsed on the spot. Although she had always outwardly favored the third son, in truth, she relied most on the eldest. Chaos erupted. By the time the old lady regained consciousness, the eldest son's twin babies had vanished. Old Master Yi, upon discovering that his newborn grandsons had been stolen, immediately ordered a thorough investigation and pursuit. In the end, only one grandson was recovered. The other could not be found no matter how hard they searched. With the eldest son dead and the second son abroad, the company had to be handed over to the third son for management. The old man named the orphaned grandson Yifei and raised him by his side. What puzzled everyone was that the old man transferred 20% of Yifei's father's 30% shares to Yifei's name and 10% to Yi Laosan's name. This gave Yi Laosan the same 30% stake as Yi Wen had once held. According to the old man, that 10% was the manager's share. The old lady, after that stroke, passed away within a few years. The old man's health also deteriorated steadily. After his wife's death, he barely managed to raise Yifei to adulthood before he, too, passed away. After the old man's death, both the second son, who had returned from abroad, and the third son, who now managed the company and held 30% of its shares, set their sights on the 30% stake left by the old man. But, unexpectedly, in his will, the old man left 20% of his shares to his kidnapped grandson, Yilong, and the remaining 10% as a reward for finding Yilong. Whoever found Yilong would get that 10%. Chapter 1803, Why didn't his subordinates come to rescue? Additionally, the various jewelry, jade, and cash savings accumulated by the old man and old woman were divided into 3 shares, one for each of the 3 brothers. Since the eldest brother was no longer alive, his share was inherited by his 2 sons, Yifei and Yilong. The second and third brothers both felt that the old man's decision was biased because, in this way, the eldest branch effectively held 40% of the shares. The other 2 brothers combined only had 60%. However, since the old man had already passed away, no one could question him about it. But because of this, they had no outlet for their anger, so they naturally took it out on Yifei. When the old man was still alive, Yifei had a decent life at home, but once the old man was gone, his situation at home became awkward. Apart from the old butler, no one paid him any attention. However, in the second year after the old man's death, the old butler was dismissed by third Uncle Yi, who claimed that the butler was too old and should return home to enjoy his retirement. As for the dividends Yifei was entitled to, while the old man was alive, he had always kept them for Yifei and handed them over to him before his death. But after the old man passed away, third uncle used the excuse that Yifei was still young and never gave them to him. In reality, when the old man died, Yifei was already 16 years old and fully capable of managing his own property. If the old man hadn't saved up the dividends that Yifei's father should have received and deposited them in the bank, allowing Yifei to withdraw the interest each month, he wouldn't even have been able to survive. He became increasingly silent, even somewhat dull. But in reality, Yifei was biding his time, even deliberately not doing well on his exams. However, wherever he went, the 2 bodyguards assigned to him by the old man followed, and every scheme aimed at him, he managed to evade perfectly. This infuriated third Uncle Yi, who had always wanted to get rid of him, but he was completely helpless. It wasn't until last year that Yifei suddenly made his move, got into a university abroad, and left home. Like a bird flying out of its cage, he began his actions and sent out his shadow guards to search for his younger brother. Yes, what no one knew was that the old man had not only trained Yifei from a young age, but also cultivated a team of shadow guards who grew up alongside Yifei. Of course, the old man and old woman had divided their visible jewelry and jade among the 3 brothers, and Yifei had inherited his father's share by proxy. But the old man and old woman had also hidden a portion, and that portion was given to Yifei. There were 10 shadow guards in total, each possessing extraordinary skills and abilities. The old man had long suspected that the person who killed the eldest brother and kidnapped his son was his most beloved third son. But with the second brother abroad and the eldest brother dead, if he had punished the third son, the Yi family would surely have been devoured by other families. Therefore, he had no choice but to tolerate the third son for the time being. He meticulously trained Yifei and handed over the shadow guard team, originally intended for Yifei's father, to Yifei's management. His only hope was to cultivate an outstanding heir for the Yi family so that after his death, the Yi family would not be destroyed because of the third son. The second and third brothers of the Yi family never truly sent people to search for Yilong. Because without finding him, although the eldest branch's 40% shares and the 10% shares designated for finding Yilong were not in their hands, the business was controlled by third Uncle Yi. As long as he gave a portion of the dividends to the second brother, who was far away abroad, why would the second brother bother to come back and meddle? Third Uncle Yi did indeed send people to look for Yilong, but according to the information Yifei's people uncovered, Third Uncle Ye's goal was not to bring Yilong back to the Yi family, but to find him and kill him outright, preventing him from returning to compete for the Yi family shares. Chapter 1804. Where did Xian get so much money to invest? For Yi Lao-san, Yi Dafu, as long as he killed that Yilong, the shares of the company under Yilong's name that were allocated by the old man would become his. Then, by finding a way to also obtain Yifei's shares, only Yi would be left with 20% of the shares in the entire company. Half a month ago, Yifei found Xian and learned that Xian was already the general manager of Mingxin Group Company. However, he dared not meet Xian, fearing that acknowledging Xian would alert his third uncle's people, putting Xian in danger. Moreover, after learning about the scale of Xian's group company, he came up with another idea, to have Xian fake his death. That way, Yi Lao-san would stop searching for and killing Xian. Then, he would openly inherit the company, expand it, and defeat the Yi family's company. Thus, he found Pai Yuhua and orchestrated that scene. The reason he did this was that even if Third Uncle Yi discovered Xian's situation, he would only think that he had killed his brother to get the company, not that his brother was still alive. As for himself, he had dark guards for protection. Although he couldn't directly confront Yi Lao-san, he could still protect himself. As for why he didn't directly explain the matter to his brother, it was because he didn't believe his brother would willingly hand over the company to him. Therefore, his actions could be considered forcibly taking his brother's company. However, in his mind, he was only forcibly taking the company to seek revenge. After avenging, he would return the company to his brother. As for why Yifei wanted to kill Pai Yuhua, his explanation wasn't wrong. He genuinely felt that Pai Yuhua had betrayed his brother, and he wanted to give his brother an explanation. As for Pai Yuhua's younger brother, he didn't kill him, but had sent him to an orphanage long ago. Meng Yu sighed and released Yifei. She never expected that Xian had such a background, being sold from Hong Kong to the mainland, and then bought by the Lin family parents, who raised him as their own son. If Yifei hadn't come looking for him, Xian probably wouldn't have known that he wasn't actually the biological son of the Lin family parents. Overall, Yifei's intentions were good, but he overestimated himself and underestimated his brother's side, leading to failure. Initially, she thought that if Yifei truly intended to harm Xian, she would kill him outright. But after reading his memories, she found that he wasn't heartless toward his brother. He had simply underestimated him. He even planned to protect his brother. Therefore, Meng Yu could only let him go. However, she didn't have a good impression of Yifei. If it weren't for leaving him as a blood brother for Xian, someone who could become a future ally, she would have erased his memories and thrown him onto the street. Yifei regained consciousness, unaware that he had just walked through the gates of hell, or what had just happened. Because after reading his memories, Meng Yu erased the part where she had invaded his consciousness. Alright, I believe you didn't really intend to kill Xian. But it's also true that you wanted to take over his company. I didn't want to forcibly take Xian's things. Yifei wanted to say that he only wanted to use the company to seek revenge and defeat the Yi family in the business world. But he would return the company to his brother. You don't need to explain. I understand your intentions, but you overthink things. Xian is not as weak as you think, and you are not as strong as you believe yourself to be. Meng Yu thought for a moment and then asked, besides you, has anyone from the Yi family found Xian? Chapter 1805, Xian's Background, Part 1. Yifei quickly shook his head. If Yi Dafu had found Xian, he would definitely have killed him. Xian is still alive, so they probably never found him. Maybe it never even occurred to them that Xian would be sold to the mainland. Meng Yu scoffed. They only want to kill Xian? What if Xian becomes strong enough? What if my Mingxin Group Corporation becomes powerful enough, far surpassing your Yi family's business? Would they still want to kill Xian then? Yifei was momentarily confused. What do you mean? The Yi family's company was worth over $1 billion. How could Xian's master dare to claim they would surpass the Yi family? Wasn't that too arrogant? Seeing his expression, Meng Yu knew he didn't believe her, so she asked, your Yi family's main business is real estate, right? Yifei nodded. Yes, the Yi family's core business is real estate. The Yi family's real estate company has a market value of over $1 billion. Meng Yu smiled. Over $1 billion was in the past, wasn't it? Who knows if it's still worth $1 billion now? Yifei was taken aback, then understood. You're right. Since 1981, real estate has taken a big hit. The land the Yi family acquired in the previous 2 years was still at high prices, but housing prices have been falling for over 3 years straight, leaving properties unsold. So the Yi family group hasn't been doing well these past few years. Meng Yu understood. All right then. I'll have Xian go back to Hong Kong to start a real estate company and immediately buy up a large amount of land. What do you think will happen? Mingyu knew that these 2 years were the low point for Hong Kong's real estate market, but starting next year, it would enter a bull market that would last for 13 consecutive years, only crashing in 1997. Therefore, having Awakens return to Hong Kong to develop the real estate market now was absolutely the best timing. But Yifei wanted to say that with a real estate market in a slump, it wasn't a good time to invest in real estate. Mingyu immediately cut him off. No buts. I've already decided. My disciple won't be bullied for nothing. As for the grudge against Uncle Yi-san, my disciple will settle it himself. When people from Hong Kong were all investing in the mainland, Mingyu planned to go to Hong Kong to develop, and at the lowest point of Hong Kong's real estate market at that. To others, this was absolutely the craziest decision. But others didn't know the course of history. Mingyu did. Investing in Hong Kong real estate now was absolutely the best opportunity. After all, she had plenty of money now. She had earned $1.4139 billion from the Huaxia Dragon Auction City. Aside from what she kept for personal use and the funds she gave to her disciples for welfare projects and investments, she still had $1.3 billion left, all deposited in her Hong Kong account at Yuhang Bank. Her original plan was to keep $300 million for backup and use $1 billion the following year to exchange for Japanese yen and invest in the Japanese stock market. However, after she later traded with Lei Qi and exchanged for $8 billion, she had Lei Qi take that $8 billion to invest in the Japanese stock market. As a result, the $1 billion originally planned for stock investment was also left behind, giving her $1.3 billion in savings. After withdrawing $100 million to exchange for RMB to increase investments for Awakens and Jingsuizhu, and also setting up the Love Charity Hospital in Shenzhen, she still had $1.2 billion that had barely been touched. At that time, $1 could be exchanged for 7.8 Hong Kong dollars. She only needed to take out $400 million to exchange for over 3 billion Hong Kong dollars to invest in the real estate market. She didn't believe she couldn't crush the Yi family's real estate business. As for Awakens' safety, she didn't believe that a master of the innate level couldn't protect himself. If it really came down to it, she could always send a few more shadow guards to him. Chapter 1806, Awakens' Background, Part 2. Yifei saw that Mingyu wouldn't listen to his advice and could only say, "Your decision is, of course, a good one." Having an extra ally to help avenge his parents, only a fool wouldn't like that. He glanced at Pai Yuhua, who was lying to the side, and was about to speak when he saw Pai Yuhua twitch and then stand up. Watching Pai Yuhua, whom he had just choked to death, come back to life, Yifei was utterly shocked, his mouth forming an O shape that he couldn't close. Mingyu shot him a look and said, "She was just playing dead earlier." Needless to say, the reason Pai Yuhua could stand up was that Mingyu had split off a bit of her consciousness to control the body. She couldn't die yet. Awakens needed her to withdraw the lawsuit. Yifei quickly tried to compose himself. He had checked, Pai Yuhua was clearly dead, but now she was alive again. He even began to doubt himself. Had he misjudged earlier? He wanted to insist he hadn't made a mistake, but with Pai Yuhua standing right there alive, even if he had doubts, he dared not speak. The three went downstairs. The guards on the first floor, who hadn't seen Yifei come down with two women, were all stunned. The young master and Pai Yuhua were one thing, but when had this woman gone up, and how had they missed it? Yifei shot them a fierce glare, and then got into Mingyu's car. He had taken her advice and planned to go directly to see Awakens. However, before meeting Awakens, Mingyu first took Pai Yuhua to the court to withdraw the lawsuit. The court staff, seeing the plaintiff herself coming to withdraw, only scolded her a bit before processing the withdrawal. The evidence was naturally returned, and Mingyu threw it into a fire to burn it. Since Pai Yuhua had just died when Mingyu split her consciousness to take over the body, it was as if Pai Yuhua's soul had barely left when Mingyu moved in. The vitality in this body hadn't completely faded, and after Mingyu revived her and gave her a rejuvenation pill, she was essentially no different from a living person. As for the syphilis in her body, Mingyu circulated spiritual energy through her, eliminating the virus. Because this person hadn't been killed by her, taking over the body with her split consciousness carried some karmic consequence, though not heavy, since Pai Yuhua had left behind a younger brother. This brother was someone Pai Yuhua had promised to care for, and now that Mingyu had taken over this body, she had to look after him. So, she drove to the welfare home Yifei had mentioned and picked up the child. Aunt Ding saw Mingyu return with Pai Yuhua holding the child and pointed at Pai Yuhua, cursing, "You ungrateful wretch. Weren't you going to sue Awakens? What are you doing here?" Mingyu found it both amusing and exasperating. The one now inhabiting Pai Yuhua was her own split consciousness, meaning she was the one being scolded by Aunt Ding. She had to tug at Aunt Ding's sleeve. "Auntie, don't scold her anymore. It's not good for the children to hear. Besides, she's already withdrawn the lawsuit." Aunt Ding, hearing that the lawsuit had been dropped, looked at Pai Yuhua, who nodded. Aunt Ding finally breathed a sigh of relief. So you still have some conscience. Just as she was about to say more, she saw Yifei getting out of the car and walking into the yard. She pointed at him in shock. Why you? Who are you? She was certain that Awakens was still inside taking a nap. This man looked exactly like Awakens, but he definitely wasn't him. Had Mengyu gone out and brought back a fake Awakens? Could it be that Awakens wasn't alone? Did he have a twin brother? She pointed at Yifei and asked Mengyu, who is he? Mengyu smiled. Exactly what you're guessing. Aunt Ding exclaimed in surprise, Awakens, come out quick, your brother is here. Chapter 1807, Brothers. Awakens, hearing Mengyu's return, also came out and immediately spotted Yifei. Seeing Yifei, who looked like a mirror image of himself, Awakens was startled and turned to Mengyu. Master, he is. Mengyu said, doesn't he feel familiar? Sense it. I've heard that twins have a telepathic connection. He is my twin brother? Awakens still couldn't believe it. My parents only had me. Yifei looked at Awakens. The parents you're talking about are the Lin family, right? You weren't born to them. You were my twin brother from the same mother. You were kidnapped right after birth, and I've been searching for you for 20 years. I didn't expect you to be sold to the mainland. It was only in the last 2 years that I sent people to search here and found news of you. Yifei hugged Awakens without hesitation. Don't doubt it. I am truly your biological brother from the same mother. Although Awakens felt a blood-deep familiarity, he still looked at his master in disbelief, as if only her confirmation would make him believe. Mengyu nodded. Your bloodlines match. He is indeed your twin brother, but whether you are the older or younger brother is hard to tell. She paused and smiled. Why don't you measure yourselves? Whoever is taller becomes the older brother. Or weigh yourselves, whoever is heavier becomes the older brother. If that doesn't work, fight it out and see who's stronger to decide who's the older brother. Mengyu's words broke the tense atmosphere, where one brother was overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, and the other was caught between disbelief and excitement. Awakens finally confirmed that this wasn't a dream but reality. He truly wasn't a child of the Lin family, but had been bought by his adoptive parents to be their son for old age support. In recent years, Awakens had always worried about his uncle's family showing up. If they did, would he acknowledge them or not? If he did, given his uncle's family's nature, they would likely bring endless trouble to him and the company. If he didn't, people might call him ungrateful, which would also harm him and the company. Thus, even as the general manager of the group company, he rarely appeared in public, leaving most public-facing tasks to his deputy, Changzi. As a result, when people mentioned the Awakens group, they often thought of Deputy General Manager Lu Changzi. Despite this, he still harbored a hidden worry. What if his uncle's family came knocking one day? But now, discovering that he wasn't truly a member of the Lin family filled him with excitement. Looking back, there were clues from his life before age 8 in the Lin family. For instance, his grandparents didn't treat him well. His parents didn't care for him like ordinary parents would. There always seemed to be a distance. Sometimes, his grandfather looked at him with a complicated expression. Once, he heard his grandmother scold his mother, calling her a hen that couldn't lay eggs. At the time, he wondered why his mother, who wasn't a hen, would need to lay eggs. Later, when he understood what a hen that couldn't lay eggs meant, he was even more puzzled. Hadn't his mother given birth to him? The strangest thing was that when his uncle's family mistreated him, no one in the Lin family spoke up. When he first left his uncle's house, he scavenged for food at the local market, and the Lin family members saw him but pretended not to. Someone in the village once reminded his uncle, "Isn't that your brother's son?" His uncle glared at the villager and said, "What are you talking about? My brother has no son." All of this finally made sense today. He was never a blood relative of the Lin family. Chapter 1808, planning to open a real estate company in Hong Kong. Awakens looked up at Yifei and asked, "Are our parents still alive?" Yifei was stunned by the question. After a long pause, he said, "They're gone." Gritting his teeth, he added, "They were killed by third uncle." Then Yifei spoke while Awakens listened, laying out the story of the Yi family. However, there were some discrepancies from the memories Mengyu had directly extracted through soul-searching. He didn't dare to reveal the part where he had schemed against his brother and planned to fake his death, afraid it would affect their brotherly bond. Mengyu naturally understood his predicament. She thought to herself, "Now you're scared, but why weren't you scared before?" As Awakens listened to his brother's account, his emotions fluctuated between excitement and anger, ultimately settling into grief. Could it be that he was destined to have no connection with his parents? His adoptive parents had died in a car accident when he was 8, and his biological parents had died even earlier, right when he was born. Was he fated to be a lone star of calamity? A heavy sense of sorrow gradually emanated from him. Mengyu gently patted his back. "You still have your master, Aunt Ding, and so many younger siblings. And now, you've found your blood brother." Awakens' heart jolted. Asterisk, that's right. If I were a lone star of calamity, I wouldn't have a master, a godmother, or all those younger siblings. Asterisk. Especially now that my brother has found me. I am not alone. His heart slowly warmed. Watching Mengyu gently hold Axin and pat his back, Yifei felt a pang of jealousy. This brother of his had been trafficked away as a child, but his circumstances seemed quite good. Just looking at the people around him made it clear that he was actually very happy. And on top of that, he had such a beautiful and gentle master. Yifei wanted a master like that too. After the brothers reunited, Axin introduced his godmother to Yifei. Yifei respectfully bowed to Aunt Ding. Thank you for taking care of my brother all these years. Aunt Ding was flustered. Oh, good child, no need for such formalities. Actually, it's Axin who has been taking care of me, a lonely old woman, all these years. Afterward, the brothers discussed how to deal with their third uncle. They both agreed to first strengthen themselves before seeking revenge. This was their family matter, and Mengyu didn't feel it was appropriate to interfere. Then, the brothers argued over who was the older and who was the younger. Mengyu offered them a suggestion. How about this? I'll put up $2 billion in funds. Each of you gets $1 billion to go back to Hong Kong and set up a real estate company. After 3 years, whoever makes more money gets to be the older brother. Yifei gasped. The total value of the Yi family's real estate assets, after offsetting debts, was less than 100 million. The private property his grandfather had left him was less than 30 million. And this master of his brothers was casually offering 2 billion. He immediately grew anxious. No, that won't work. The real estate market is in a slump right now. The Yi family has already suffered huge losses because of it. Our assets have shrunk to less than 100 million dollars, and we're even discussing whether to pivot. Hong Kong isn't suitable for real estate right now. Can we compete in something else? Mengyu shot him a look. No, I have faith in real estate. You're only looking at the present, can't you see the long term? She analyzed the situation in Hong Kong for them. The real estate market in Hong Kong is sluggish right now, but it will definitely recover next year. Listen to me, go back now, before the market warms up, set up a real estate company, hoard land, and build houses. Yifei was still hesitating when Mengyu added, the money is mine. If I'm not afraid of losing it, why are you? Chapter 1809, An Ungrateful Turncoat. Yifei suddenly understood. Yes, the money belonged to someone else. He was just the general manager, so what was there to fear? But, Yifei sighed. I'm still studying in Country Y right now. I only came back this time because I heard from my subordinates that they found my brother, so I took leave to return. Mengyu complained inwardly. If you still need to study, then what about that earlier plan to fake your brother's death and seize his company? Yifei caught Mengyu's look and actually understood what she meant. He felt wrong too. He had faked his brother's death only to avoid persecution from their third uncle. If he had known that his brother's master was this formidable, why would he have gone through all that trouble? As for seizing his brother's company, that was also unavoidable. After making his brother appear dead, who else would manage his brother's company if not him? Mengyu cast a contemptuous glance at Yifei and said, that doesn't matter. You can study first and compete later. But Axin must go to Hong Kong to set up a real estate company. Axin worried, but if I leave, what will happen to the Mingxin Group company? Mengyu smiled and patted his shoulder. You can manage it remotely. Just treat the real estate company in Hong Kong as a branch of the Mingxin Group. Axin thought of Jiangzi. He should be able to handle things on his own now, and they could always call if something came up. But then another thought struck him. But I don't have a Hong Kong household registration yet. Can I still set up a company? Mengyu asked Yifei, if Axin returns to Hong Kong, how long will it take to get his household registration sorted? Yifei thought for a moment. As long as the Yi family acknowledges Axin's identity, it should be done within half a month. But Axin, are you sure you want to return to the Yi family now? Going from the mainland to Hong Kong at this time was no easy feat. Axin wasn't ready to return to the Yi family yet. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Yi family wouldn't acknowledge him so easily. Thinking about what Yifei had said about the Yi family, he also felt some resistance to becoming a member of it. After all, he had never lived in that household and had no emotional ties to anyone there. Of course, he would avenge his parents. After that, having Yifei as his brother would be enough. At least for now, he had no intention of publicly revealing his identity as someone from Hong Kong. What he didn't know, however, was that some things were beyond his control, and this decision of his would soon be overturned. Mengyu thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll use the identity of Yu Hang to register the company first, and you go manage it. Yu Hang is my identity in Hong Kong. As for Axin going to Hong Kong, since doing it openly will take time, let him go illegally first. Then, Fei, you figure out a way to get him a proper identity over there. Is it that urgent? We could take it slower, Axin said, not wanting to be labeled as an illegal immigrant. Mengyu replied, don't worry. I have a helicopter. We'll fly directly over tonight. Although the Five Elements fan couldn't change its form, Mingyu could activate an illusion array to make it look like a helicopter. Yifei gave a wry smile. A helicopter? That's too conspicuous, isn't it? If they were trying to sneak in, the sound of a helicopter would give them away. It might even draw attention and get them mistaken for spies or something. Mingyu chuckled. Don't worry. My helicopter makes no sound, and no one else can see it. Yifei found this strange. Was there really a helicopter that made no sound? Suddenly, he recalled how Mingyu had appeared out of nowhere in the third-floor pavilion at the orchard house. The 4 bodyguards he had brought were guarding downstairs, yet none of them had noticed her arrival. Could it be that she had flown over in a helicopter? Yifei didn't realize how close to the truth he was. Chapter 1810, I Am Your Brother. Mingyu decided that she would take the 2 brothers to Hong Kong tomorrow evening. As for why not tonight, it was naturally because there were still some matters to handle. However, Paiwa's younger brother was a bit difficult to deal with. She couldn't really let Paiwa take the child with her, could she? She now planned to have this doppelganger manage the space, and no one else could enter the space. Mingyu looked at Aunt Ding, who was feeding the child, and had an idea. She said to Aunt Ding, Auntie, how about making this child your grandson? Aunt Ding found it strange. Doesn't she want to take care of him herself? She gestured with her chin toward Paiwa, who was sitting in a daze. Mingyu glanced at Paiwa and said, she'll be helping me with things from now on. The child will be entrusted to you, and from now on, he'll be your grandson. Aunt Ding was a bit surprised and also a little delighted, really. Her eyes were fixed tightly on Paiwa. She was afraid that Paiwa would say something to disagree. Paiwa had no choice but to nod. It's true. Anyway, my father doesn't want him anymore, and he even let his stepmother sell him. I'm still young, and taking him with me would make it hard for me to marry in the future. I know you're a good person, and I feel at ease with him following you. Besides, once he's given to you, he'll be your grandson from now on. Even if I see him in the future, I won't acknowledge him anymore. The biggest regret in Aunt Ding's heart was that her family had no heir. Although Asin had acknowledged her as his godmother, that was only a god relationship. But if she got this child, he would be the root of the Ding family from now on. Aunt Ding thought to herself, the child was just over 3 years old, not yet 4. If she raised him well and taught him properly, he would surely be close to her. Moreover, she believed what Paiwa said. After all, Paiwa was only 20 years old. How could she marry someone while taking care of a 3-year-old younger brother? All right, from now on, he'll be my own grandson. She held the child tightly and wouldn't let go. What pleased her most was that Paiwa had said she wouldn't acknowledge him even if they met. After all, she was raising this grandson to carry on the Ding family line, and she didn't want him to return to the Pai family when he grew up. Mingyu quickly said, Auntie, why don't you give the child a name? Once he had a name and took Aunt Ding's surname, he would truly be a member of the Ding family. Aunt Ding glanced at Paiwa again and, seeing no objection, said, then let's call him Ding Jiagan. Hearing the name Aunt Ding had chosen, Mingyu and the others almost burst out laughing. Aunt Ding really wanted the Ding family to have a root. Seeing Mingyu and the others shrugging their shoulders, Aunt Ding blushed. Is this name not good? Her son Juzi had also been named by her. His full name was Ding Daju. Now that Juzi was gone, she had a grandson again. This was the root of the Ding family. What was so funny about calling him Ding Jiagan? Mingyu quickly suppressed her laughter and said, good, very good. Ding Jiagan, the root of the Ding family. It's very fitting. She also felt very comforted. No matter how well she treated Aunt Ding, it couldn't compare to giving Aunt Ding her own descendant. After all, in rural tradition, it was said that there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no offspring is the greatest. Aunt Ding's son, little Juzi, had passed away from illness before he could marry and leave behind a root, which had always left a knot in her heart regarding her husband, who had died on the battlefield. Now that she had a grandson, she could finally feel complete. Mingyu then began preparing for her trip to Hong Kong. Once there, she naturally planned to visit the O family, since that was her mother-in-law's maiden home. Her mother-in-law also had a company in Hong Kong, and she still had a few subordinates managing it for her there. Therefore, she intended to prepare some local specialties to bring as gifts for relatives and friends in Hong Kong. Chapter 1811, Not Alone. Early the next morning, as the residents of the small courtyard in the north of the city were having breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Qingwen furrowed his little brows as he looked at the large group of men and women before him. Who are you looking for? There were 6 people in total. 2 men in their 40s or 50s, a woman of similar age, a woman in her 30s, and 2 younger individuals, a man around 25 or 26 and a girl of 16 or 17. These people, even without considering their clothing, had eyes that gleamed with a green light, like wolves searching for prey, giving off an unsettling vibe. Seeing Qingwen open the door, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, who appeared honest but had sharp eyes, stepped forward and asked Qingwen, Good morning, little friend. Is this the home of Lin Chengxin, President Lin? Qingwen asked warily. Who are you to Brother Xian? Hearing this, the middle-aged man knew they had come to the right place. He grinned broadly. We are his eldest uncle, his eldest aunt, his eldest cousin, as well as his in-laws and their child. Hurry up and step aside so we can go in. The people inside, who were eating breakfast, were all stunned. Had the eldest uncle and eldest aunt of Xian finally come knocking? Especially Xian, who had always kept a low profile, with Qiangzi handling all company matters. His uncle's family lived in the neighboring county of Hualin. How did they know he was here? Moreover, they had directly addressed him as President Lin Chengxin, indicating they knew he had become the head of Mingxin Group Corporation. Who had told them? And what was this about his in-laws and their child? While Qingwen was still stunned, the eldest aunt of Lin had already pushed her way in. She immediately saw the group of people sitting in the courtyard having breakfast. It was August, and even in the morning it was still a bit hot. Since there was no air conditioning at the time, everyone was sitting under the pomelo tree in the courtyard to eat. Because the children were eating in the small cafeteria, Aunt Ding had also gone there with them. Mingyu's doppelganger, Pai Yuhua, had taken her younger brother and followed Aunt Ding to the small cafeteria. At this moment, only Mingyu, Qingwen, Xian, Xiangzi, Yifei, and Yifei's 4 bodyguards were sitting in the courtyard eating breakfast. Since they were eating behind closed doors, the bodyguards had not concealed themselves. On the large round table were dumplings made yesterday, steamed meat buns made this morning, meat porridge, boiled eggs, and a large plate of flatbread. Seeing such a lavish breakfast, the eyes of the Lin and Pai families gleamed with greed. The eldest aunt of Lin rushed over. Oh, Lin Chengxin, you live here in a Western-style house, feeding outsiders delicious food and drink, while letting your elders drink thin porridge and eat bitter herbs in the countryside. Our Lin family really raised you for nothing. As she spoke, she reached out to grab the plate of dumplings. When the eldest aunt of Lin said, our Lin family really raised you for nothing, anyone paying attention would realize she was fully aware that Xian was not of Lin blood. The plate of steamed dumplings was the most precious item among all the breakfast dishes. They were made from special ingredients. The flour came from the space, the water used to knead the dough was spiritual spring water, and the filling was deer meat mixed with dragon meat. The taste was exquisite, and they were Qingwen's favorite. Seeing that the eldest aunt of Lin was about to take his beloved dumplings, Qingwen, protective of his food, immediately pulled the plate closer to himself. Chapter 1812. Let Xian go to Hong Kong. Aunt Lin immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Qingwen and cursing. You short-lived brat, born with a mother but no upbringing, eating my Lin family's food, living in my Lin family's house, and you dare to snatch food from me? Watch me beat you to death. With that, she made a move as if to strike Qingwen. It turned out she had mistaken Qingwen for a homeless child they had taken in. Qingwen had long heard that after Xian's foster parents died, his uncle and aunt seized their property, treated Xian harshly, and forced him to run away from home. Thus, he had no goodwill toward this aunt at all. He didn't bother to clarify whether he was a homeless child either. Instead, after dodging Aunt Lin's hand, he pointed at her and said, this house isn't your Lin family's at all. Your face is really thick. Aunt Lin was enraged. Who says this isn't my Lin family's? This courtyard belongs to Lin Chengxin, so it's my Lin family's. Even the Mingxin group belongs to my Lin family. You filthy beggars, behave yourselves and we might let you stay. If you cause any more trouble, I'll have all of you thrown out to beg. When she said this, everyone in the courtyard gasped. They had thought the Lin family had just come to mooch, since autumn had just begun. But they never expected them to actually come for the Mingxin group. That was no small appetite. Qingwen let out a snicker. The courtyard is your Lin family's? The Mingxin group also belongs to your Lin family? Your Lin family sure has a big face, daring to claim the Mingxin group as yours. Aunt Lin put her hands on her hips. The Mingxin group is Xian's, and Xian is my nephew, so of course the Mingxin group belongs to my Lin family. Your face is bigger than your butt, Qingwen said, making a mocking gesture on his cheek. Your family split from Xian's family long ago. After Xian's parents died, you took over his home under the pretense of taking care of him, and then kicked him out. Now that Xian has made it big, you say he's part of your Lin family. You're nothing but a vicious, evil villain. Hearing Qingwen dare to curse her, Aunt Lin flew into a fury. You damned kid, what kind of crap are you spewing? She reached out to hit Qingwen, but her hand was grabbed by someone. She tried to pull it back but couldn't free it. Looking up, she saw a handsome young man. Though he had grown up, she could still vaguely recognize traces of Xian from his childhood. It was Xian himself. So she burst out cursing. Lin Chengxin, you worthless brat. What do you think you're doing? Didn't your mother teach you how to treat your elders? Xian pushed Aunt Lin's hand away, shoving her into Uncle Lin, and said, if you have something to say, say it. What's with the physical nonsense? Seeing Xian push her away, Aunt Lin rushed out of the courtyard gate, sat down on the ground, and began wailing. Everyone come and see. This heartless Mingxin group boss is hitting people and hitting his own aunt who raised him. This is ingratitude. This is unfilial behavior. Pa Yuhua's father, stepmother, and the stepmother's daughter, not seeing Pa Yuhua, temporarily hid behind the Lin family. Their goals differed from the Lin families, so even though they had come together, they wouldn't engage in this kind of slander against their son-in-law. Everyone in the courtyard hadn't expected her to use Xian's push as an excuse to pull this stunt, and they were all a bit stunned. If she had stayed inside, they could have closed the gate and used the isolation array to block the noise. But she had run outside to wail, and this immediately alerted the neighbors. Chapter 1813. The Ding Family Roots. At this time, not many people had gone out to work yet. Aside from those who were at their jobs, most folks were still at home. What's more, it was just past 7 in the morning, the peak time for breakfast, so there were even more people around. As soon as this Auntie Lin started wailing and shouting, people quickly gathered. And since she had already blurted out those words, which had reached the ears of the neighbors, dragging her back inside to talk now would only make it seem like they were trying to cover something up. Therefore, Minyu simply chose not to stop her and let her put on her show. Sure enough, after the neighbors came out, they began pointing and gossiping. What? That Ashin is the big boss of the Mingxin Group company. You're his neighbor and you didn't know that? I really didn't know. I only knew this place was a shelter for homeless kids. Inside, there are only the street children and a few old women taking care of them. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Besides the old women, there are occasionally half-grown kids coming and going with school bags. Those are the street kids who grew up in this yard, going to school. Most of them are in school and only come back on weekends. But regardless, there really is a young man named Ashin here. Is Ashin really the big boss of the Mingxin Group company? Someone named Ashin does exist, but as for being the big boss, who'd believe that? If Ashin were the big boss of our county's Mingxin Group company, then I'd be the big boss of the Yuzhu Group company that just moved out of our county. Come on, don't talk nonsense. Once I saw Qiangzi, the deputy general manager of Mingxin Group, speaking very respectfully to Ashin. Maybe Ashin really is the big boss. Yeah, I once saw the factory manager of the Mingxin garment factory calling him General Manager Lin. That's true. What's going on with this woman? Didn't she say Ashin hit his auntie? She must be that auntie, right? The big boss of Mingxin Group hitting his auntie? That was big news. But suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't you think it's strange? That Ashin has been scavenging trash in the county since he was 7 or 8, and no one ever claimed him. How did he suddenly get an auntie?" Someone immediately chimed in, yeah, if Ashin really had an auntie, how could he have been left to scavenge trash in this county since he was little? What's so strange about it? I heard Ashin lost both his parents when he was young. His uncle and auntie took over his family's house, deliberately refused to feed him, beat and scolded him every day, and eventually drove him out of his own home. This Lin uncle and auntie are so ruthless. They deliberately drove him out, didn't they? Now that they see he's made something of himself, they want to come crawling back, right? It must be that. So that's how it is. I'd want to hit someone like that too if I met them. Yeah, if you couldn't fight back when you were little, you fight back when you grow up. The Lin family watched as Annie Lin wailed and brought all the neighbors out, feeling quite smug. Make a scene, the bigger, the better. If it wasn't big, how could they get Lin Chengxin back under their control? But as they listened to the neighbors' chatter, something felt off. Minyu listened to the crowd's discussions, sneering inwardly. If they want to smear Ashin's reputation, they'd better see if I'll allow it. It turned out that when Minyu saw Auntie Lin stirring up trouble, she had already sent a voice transmission to Lesui, instructing him to steer public opinion among the crowd. It was just a matter of saying a few fair words. Lesui spent only 20 yuan to hire a few people to speak up in the crowd, and the tide naturally turned against the Lin family. Chapter 1814. The Lin family comes knocking. Uncle Lin listened to the crowd's murmurs, feeling somewhat puzzled. Weren't these people unaware that Lin Chengxin was the president of Mingxin Group? How did they know he had been driven out of the family at the age of 8? But then he quickly rationalized it for himself. Perhaps it was precisely because they knew he had been wandering since he was 8 that they didn't believe he was the Lin CEO of Mingxin Group. Yet he immediately felt something was off. Even if they knew he had been wandering here, how could they know he had been forced out of his own home? Auntie Lin had initially been listening to the crowd's chatter, instinctively ready to throw a tantrum and curse, but Uncle Lin, seeing that his wife's usual tactic wasn't working, glared and snapped, "Stop your nonsense and get out of the way." Then he stepped forward, looking at Axan. Axan, ever since you ran away from home, our whole family has been searching for you. We never expected you'd end up in Xiangyang County. Thank heavens, we've finally found you today. Behind Uncle Lin stood a young man in his mid-20s, who chimed in, yeah, little brother Axan. My dad searched every commune and even the county seat for you. Who would have thought you'd ended up in a neighboring county? If it weren't for the Pai family coming to discuss your marriage, we wouldn't have known that you, little brother Xin, had started a company by picking trash. You're really something, little brother Xin. I heard that just a few years ago, you were running a scrap recycling company, and in just 2 years, it's grown into a group company. The Lin family is truly fortunate to have you. The Lin family is fortunate to have you? Huh. Axin had always thought Lin Chenghui, this eldest cousin, was an honest man. Who knew he could talk so cleverly too? First, he implied that it was the Pai family who found them, not that they had come looking for trouble. So, the blame for today's situation lay not with the Lin family, but with the Pai family. Second, he hinted that the Lin family took pride in Axin. Since he was their pride, he naturally couldn't abandon the Lin family. He was still a Lin. Third, he mentioned that Axin had started by picking trash, then opened a scrap recycling company, and only after making a fortune did he build it into a group company. This subtly conveyed that he knew full well that Mingxin Group belonged to Axin, so don't even think about claiming it belonged to someone else. Since the company was Axin's, and Axin was a Lin, then ultimately, the company belonged to the Lin family. Finally, he deliberately emphasized the words in-laws and marriage. This was meant to remind Axin that his parents were dead, and his uncle and aunt were his elders. According to rural customs, they had the authority to decide Lin Chengxin's marriage. Axin hadn't expected this eldest cousin, Lin Chenghui, to be so sharp. When he was under 8, he was too young to see through him. Back then, the one who bullied him the most was his second cousin, Lin Chengguang, a brute who would grab him and beat him half to death without a second thought. But if eldest cousin Lin Chenghui was formidable, Axin wasn't exactly a pushover either. Looking for me? Axin suddenly let out a laugh. How ridiculous. You say you've been looking for me? Was there even a need? Right after I left the Lin family, I was licking plates at the commune market, eating leftover soup from diners, and since there was rarely anything left, I'd lick the plates clean and begging to survive. Your sister, Lin Chifeng, used to go with Annie to the market to sell eggs. How many times did she see me? I spent an entire year licking plates at the commune market before a human trafficker kidnapped me and brought me here. I only escaped by pretending to be crazy. Since then, I've been surviving in this county by picking trash. And now you say you've been searching high and low for me? Don't you find it funny? Chapter 1815. They actually came to demand the Mingxin Group. Uncle Lin seemed very shocked. What did you say? You licked plates at the commune for a whole year? Oh my, I really didn't know. I usually don't go to the market, only during the New Year market, and even then, it's so crowded and rushed that I go in a hurry, buy in a hurry, and come home in a hurry. So I truly didn't notice you. Xin, you're the only bloodline left by my only brother. How could I not want you? Believe it or not, I really have been looking for you all along. Even if I couldn't find you, I genuinely hoped you were doing well. Heh. Xin laughed. The thing is, I licked plates at the commune market for a whole year. You say you couldn't find me, do you think I believe that? Even if I believed you, ask these neighbors outside my yard who are watching the commotion, do they believe it? Among the crowd, someone immediately answered, no, we don't. Yeah, it's not like it's far away, it's right in the same commune. And who goes to the market without stopping by the food shop for a bowl of rice noodles or a bun for lunch? How could you not run into him? Of course, if you don't want to find someone, even if they walk right up to you, you can pretend not to see them. Exactly. They originally wanted to drive him out to take over his second uncle's house. Once they finally forced him out of the house, it played right into their hands. Why would they bother looking for him again? Are they stupid? Right, I don't believe it either. He was right there at the commune market. Even if you didn't see him, wouldn't the villagers? And if the villagers saw him, wouldn't they tell you? That's the same as you seeing him yourself. Saying you couldn't find him, who'd believe that? Yeah, I'm too embarrassed to even say it. Uncle Lin listened to the crowd's remarks and nearly spat blood. He had initially let his wife throw a tantrum and cry to draw the neighbors over, relying on his status as an elder to use public opinion to pressure Lin Chengxin into submission. But now, the things these people were saying were making him lose face. What a terrible move he had made. In truth, if Mingyu hadn't had less we bribe a few people in the crowd to stir things up, Uncle Lin's plan might have worked. After all, this was still the early 1980s, an era when the saying, parents are never wrong, prevailed. Thus, an act like hitting an elder could ruin a person's reputation in a rural county town like this. If he played his cards right, he could really pressure Lin Chengxin. But how could Uncle Lin know that several people in the crowd had been secretly bribed by Les Wei? At that time, everyone's wages were low, just a few dozen yuan. And for just saying a few words here, they got 10 yuan, who wouldn't put in the effort? So no matter what he or Lin Chengxin said, their comments always steered the discussion in a direction unfavorable to Uncle Lin's family. Uncle Lin desperately wanted to close the courtyard gate, but it was too late for that now. He quickly changed the subject. Axin, believe it or not, I really didn't notice you. If I had, how could I not have brought you home? But no matter what, failing to find you means I've let you down and let my deceased brother down. Axin, I've come this year to show you my attitude. I neglected you before, but from now on, I'll treat you well. Someone immediately chimed in. Now that's something I like to hear. That's right, wrong is wrong. Don't make excuses. But then a dissenter spoke up. The problem is, he's grown up now and made something of himself. He doesn't need you to treat him well anymore. Probably he wants you to treat him well instead, right? After all, he's a general manager now. Chapter 1816. Something's off. Uncle Lin nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. If it were any other time, he would have already lashed out in anger. You people with nothing better to do, why do you always meddle in other people's business? He forgot that, in the beginning, it was they themselves who deliberately provoked these busybodies into meddling. Only now, these meddlers weren't helping him, they were helping Axin instead. But he held back with great effort and said, Axin, the main reason we came today is to help you, not to argue with you. Your aunt is a bit straightforward, but she doesn't have a bad heart. Don't hold it against her. Your parents passed away early, and you're here all alone. No elder has been around to take care of your marriage arrangements, so we came today to handle them for you. Axin's eyes turned even colder. My marriage. So, they still wanted to use his marriage to control him? But today, he was no longer the same person. Even if he hadn't already learned that he wasn't of Lin blood, he still wouldn't let the Lin family dictate his marriage. Uncle Lin said eagerly, yes, aren't you and Pa Yuhua in a free love relationship? Since it's already matured, naturally, you should get married. You young people don't understand. Some things require elders to handle. I've brought your future in-laws along today. Let's sit down together and discuss a good auspicious date for the wedding. Then he pointed to the three people standing nearby. This is your future father-in-law, Pai Dainio, your future mother-in-law, Cheng Yechen, and your future sister-in-law, Pai Xuehua. Come, let's not stand in the yard. Let's go inside and talk. As he spoke, he pulled Aunt Lin into the yard, closed the gate, and shut out the onlookers. The people outside were quite frustrated. Why did they close the gate? They're discussing the wedding. Is President Lin really getting married? Is the bride that girl who just came? That girl isn't much. How does she deserve President Lin? Don't meddle in things that don't concern you. President Lin isn't stupid. Would he marry just anyone they shove at him? Who knows? Inside the yard. When Uncle Lin introduced the Pai family, Pai Dainio seemed like an honest rural man, while Cheng Yechen wore a beaming expression with a generous smile. As for the sister-in-law, Pai Xuehua, she kept stealing glances at Axin before shyly lowering her head and twisting the hem of her clothes. She looked nothing like a sister-in-law. She might as well have been the bride herself. No wonder the neighbors outside had mistaken her for the girl who was supposed to marry Axin. Before Lin Qingxin could speak, Aunt Lin immediately cut in, yes, Axin, marriage is a major life event. It can't be taken lightly. Things like betrothal gifts and bride prices, whatever the woman's family requests, need an elder to oversee. Otherwise, if the procedures go wrong, people will laugh at you. The moment Aunt Lin finished speaking, Pai Xuehua tugged at Cheng Yechen's sleeve. Cheng Yechen smoothed her hair and said, as for the betrothal gift, as long as it matches Axin's status, we won't be picky. And our dowry certainly won't be lacking. However, we do have one small request, to switch the bride's choice. Her words stunned everyone in the yard. Switching the bride's choice. Was that really a small request? Chapter 1817. Don't you think it's funny? The Lin family was also stunned. This Pai family seemed even thicker-skinned than their own. Lin's eldest uncle immediately grew displeased. In-laws, this isn't right. The engagement has already been settled. How can you switch the bride? Lin's eldest aunt chimed in as well. That's right. Axin and Yuhua are in a relationship based on free love. How can you just swap her out? She saw through it at once. Cheng Yechen was trying to have her own daughter take over the marriage arranged for Pa Yuhua, her stepdaughter. But how could she agree to that? Pa Yuhua had no mother, and now she had a stepmother and a stepfather, with a younger brother by her side, utterly alone and without support. Someone like that was easy to control. If she helped Yuhua marry Axin, would Yuhua dare to stop her later when she wanted to take something from him? But if it were Pai Xuehua instead, young, pretty, and with a formidable mother like Cheng Yechen, then she, as the eldest aunt, would find it far from easy to gain any advantage from Axin. Worse, her ultimate goal was to get her hands on Axin's company. So naturally, she had to oppose this. This time, even Pai Dainio felt it was wrong. Yechen, this isn't good. That's Yuhua's marriage. Even as a stepfather, he still had a shred of conscience, knowing that stealing someone else's marriage was not a good thing. Cheng Yechen put on a troubled expression and pulled Pai Dainio aside. Husband, I don't want this either. But while Yuhua is good in her own way, she's already lost her chastity. She's no longer a virgin. This general manager Lin is so handsome and a general manager to boot. Right now, he doesn't know Yuhua's background, so he can still date her. But once he finds out she's not a virgin, he'll divorce her, and then Yuhua will be a twice-married woman. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. Pai Danui listened to Cheng Yuchen's words and actually found them quite reasonable, but he still felt something was off. But, seeing him waver, Cheng Yuchen pressed on. Xuehua is young, pretty, and sensible. If she takes Yuhua's place and marries into the Lin family, she'll definitely win the man's heart. Once she's established herself in the Lin family and becomes Xian's lifelong wife, she can be a support for Yuhua and her little brother later on. That's far better than letting Yuhua marry in and end up in a short-lived marriage. Don't you think that makes sense? Pai Danui listened to his wife's words, and the more he heard, the more he felt she had a point. But he still had a concern. What if Yuhua kicks up a fuss? If she kicks up a fuss, are you going to let her have her way? Oh, that girl. She's always had her own ideas about everything. I don't know who she takes after. Even if she married into the Lin family, we wouldn't get any good out of her. But Xuehua is different. She's been obedient since she was little. Whatever we say, she does. If she marries into the Lin family, she'll definitely let us enjoy a comfortable life. Cheng Yuchen's words completely changed Pai Danui's attitude. All right, let's do it this way. Let Xuehua marry in. He didn't even bother with the excuse about Xuehua being Yuhua's support anymore. Because he shared the same view, Pai Yuhua had been stubborn since childhood. Ever since he married Cheng Yuchen, she had been picking on Cheng Yuchen and her daughter, finding fault with everything. Later, there was that whole elopement scandal. Even though she was now dating General Manager Lin, that elopement still made him lose face in the village. His wife was right. If Yuhua married into the Lin family, she definitely wouldn't look out for the Pai family. It was better to let the obedient Pai Xuehua marry in instead. Still, he instructed, but you need to talk to Xuehua properly. Make sure she doesn't become an ungrateful wretch. Cheng Yuchen quickly replied, Of course. My Xuehua has a good heart and is filial too. Just wait to enjoy the good life. Chapter 18:18. We've been looking for you. The Pai couple made their decision, and Cheng Yuchen then told her daughter. Pai Xuehua's eyes grew even brighter. She glanced at Xian, blushed, lowered her head, and fiddled with her braid. Listening to the Pai couple's words, Mingyu felt that the world was full of wonders. Today, she had finally witnessed such absurd parents. If Pai Yuhua were still alive and heard that her biological father was scheming over her marriage like this, she would probably be furious. But really, is it okay for you to decide someone else's marriage without any regard for their feelings? She glanced at Xian with a half-smile. Xian's face was dark, but when he saw his master looking at him, his dark expression immediately turned into a bitter gourd. He sighed and said, Why are you all talking to yourselves? When did I ever say I would marry Pai Yuhua? I'm only 20 years old. Who says I have to get married now? And besides, he swept his gaze over the Lin family. Even if I were to get married, you have no right to meddle in my affairs. Lin's eldest aunt immediately frowned and said, We are your elders. How can you say we have no right? If we don't, who does? Lin Chengxin's eyes were devoid of warmth as he looked at her. When I was 8, after my adoptive parents died, you moved into my house, took over my family's food, wouldn't let me eat, beat and scolded me, and forced me to leave home. At that moment, you stopped being my elders. Lin's eldest aunt grew even angrier. Lin Chengxin, your wings are hard now that you have money, and you want to shake us off, don't you? Oh, my miserable fate. She sat down on the ground, ready to slap her thighs and throw a tantrum, but Lin Chengxin pointed at the courtyard gate. The gate is already closed. Who are you performing for? Why not open the door and wail outside? Then I'll take the chance to tell everyone how you treated me during those 3 months after you moved into my house. Lin's eldest uncle froze, recalling how, after his younger brother and sister-in-law died in a car accident, he took their 100,000 yuan compensation, moved into their newly built 2-story house under the guise of taking care of his brother, and also got hold of his brother's bankbook. Back then, his wife had used every means to force this Xian away, and none of those methods were above board. At the time, he hadn't wanted to bear the burden either, so he let his wife do whatever it took to drive him out. If the gate were opened and Xian recounted all those past events, it was likely that even if Xian didn't drive them away, the neighbors would. Lin's eldest uncle immediately scolded his wife. Are you crazy, woman? What are you crying for? Get up now. None of them noticed the phrase, adoptive parents, that Xian had just used, but Lin Chengwei caught it and felt a chill in his heart. Had this cousin just referred to his second uncle and aunt as his adoptive parents? Did that mean he knew he was just a child bought by his second uncle? Lin's eldest aunt stood up, patted her backside, and looked at Xian. No matter what, you are a member of the Lin family. You can't just get rich and ignore your own people. Axin stared at her coldly. I am not a member of your Lin family. This time, Axin said it so clearly that both Lin's eldest uncle and aunt heard it distinctly. Lin's eldest aunt panicked and immediately scolded. What nonsense are you talking? Just because you've gotten rich, you won't admit you're a Lin? I wasn't wrong, you're nothing but an ungrateful wolf. At 8, you ran away from home, and now you're even denying your ancestors. Chapter 1819, Changing the Choice of Bride. Axin sneered twice. I don't believe you all didn't know that my adoptive parents bought me from human traffickers. Otherwise, why would you treat me like that? As soon as my adoptive parents died, you took over their house and did everything you could to force me out. In the 3 months after you moved into my home, did I ever have a single full meal? Was there a single day you didn't scold me or hit me? My second cousin, Lin Chongguang, whenever he beat me, wasn't it always with the intent to kill? And none of you ever stopped him. If I were truly of the Lin bloodline, even if you were scheming to take over my family's house, with grandfather and grandmother still around, you wouldn't have dared to treat me like that. But no matter how you treated me, grandfather and grandmother never intervened. When I didn't eat and went to them for help, they ignored me and wouldn't give me food either. Only when others were around would they reluctantly hand me a bit of burnt rice. The way they looked at me, it was as if they wanted me as far away as possible. Are there grandparents like that in this world? The truth is, all of you knew I was bought by my adoptive parents from human traffickers, so you planned to wear me down and kill me off, to keep me from competing for the family property. You were certain that no matter what you did, grandfather and grandmother wouldn't interfere. So when I was licking plates at the commune market, you saw me during your market trips, but pretended not to, and when others mentioned it, you acted as if you hadn't heard. Because every single one of you knew, I am not a Lin. Listening to Axin say these things, Mingyu suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for him. Axin's childhood was truly miserable. His adoptive parents died suddenly in a tragedy, and immediately afterward, his uncle's family seized their property and subjected him to abuse and beatings. If he hadn't left that home, he probably would have been ground down to death. The Lin family members shrank back as well, because everything he said hit the mark. They felt guilty. Axin swept his gaze over the 3 Lin family members. I am not your Lin family son. After my adoptive parents died, I had no further connection to the Lin family. So when you forced me out and I learned the truth about my origins, I stopped hating you. But Axin glared coldly at Uncle Lin's family. Don't come provoking me either. It's best if we have nothing to do with each other. If we do have a relationship, I wouldn't mind turning it into an enemy relationship. The 3 Lin family members were all stunned. No relationship is best, but if there is one, it becomes an enemy relationship. Lin Qingwei grew anxious. Qingxin, you can't be like this. I've always treated you like a brother. Lin Qingxin pointed at him. Don't tell me you treated me like a brother. If you really saw me as a brother, when your family took over my house, why were you the first to take my room? If you truly saw me as a brother, how did the things my adoptive parents bought for me end up in your hands? And when Lin Chongguang was beating me within an inch of my life, did this brother of mine stop him? When your mother scolded me without reason, did you ever say a single word in my defense? When I was starving and drooling from hunger, did this brother ever give me a bowl of rice? Lin Qingwei stood there stiffly. He had thought he never bullied Qingxin, but now that Qingxin had laid it all out, he was left speechless. Because everything Lin Qingxin said was true. After his uncle and aunt died, they moved into the newly built 2-story house. His parents took over the room that had belonged to his uncle and aunt, and he took over Axin's room, because aside from the master bedroom, it was the brightest and sunniest room. At the time, he never even considered that it was Axin's room. And everything in Axin's room, he naturally claimed as his own. Chapter 1820, What if Yuhua makes a scene? Lin Chengwei was naturally aware of everything his family had done to Axin, yet he never stopped them. Because the entire family shared the same thought, only if Axin died could this small building truly belong to them. Only then could they live in it forever. Otherwise, once Axin grew up, they would be driven out of this building. And that was the only small building in the entire village. After Axin was forced out of the house, he licked plates at the commune market. The whole family knew about it. Lin Chengwei had even seen it with his own eyes several times, and fellow villagers had mentioned it to him repeatedly. But he could only pretend not to see, pretend not to hear. In fact, the entire family had made a concerted effort to avoid eating lunch at the food stalls when going to the market, just to avoid facing Axin. After all the trouble they had gone through to drive him away, how could they possibly bring him back? Lin Chengwei, after all, was not Axin's parent. He didn't have such a thick skin. When Axin exposed his deeds, how could he still dare to claim that he treated Axin like a brother? Under Axin's relentless questioning, he couldn't utter a single word. Axin then pointed at Uncle Lin. I know that when my adoptive parents died in a car accident, the other party paid 50,000 yuan each. All that money fell into your hands. My adoptive parents' house and their savings also fell into your hands. I advise you, stop coveting what you shouldn't. Aunt Lin immediately felt uneasy. Was Lin Chengxin about to sever ties with the Lin family? How could that be? She hadn't yet gotten her hands on the money from Mingxin Group Company. Aunt Lin pointed at Axin and cursed, "You ungrateful wolf. Even if we neglected you, you are still the child of our family's second son. Where did you hear such nonsense? Are you even denying your ancestors? I tell you, you are my second brother's child. I saw with my own eyes that you were born to my second sister-in-law. If you don't believe me, send someone to investigate in our village. Who doesn't know that your mother was pregnant?" Back then, the second brother's purchase of a child was not done openly. First, they found someone to locate a source for buying a child, then had the second sister-in-law pretend to be pregnant. She faked it for over half a year before finding a suitable child. By the time they found the baby, the second sister-in-law had actually pretended to be pregnant for a full 10 months. For ordinary pregnancies, 10 months is calculated as 28 days per month, totaling 280 days, actually 9 months and a few days. But because the purchased child didn't arrive on time, the second sister-in-law had to fake the pregnancy for a full 10 months and several days, carrying the pregnancy a whole month longer than others. But if anyone investigated in the village, everyone knew that the second sister-in-law had been pregnant. That fact couldn't be faked. That was why Aunt Lin dared to suggest an investigation. No need to investigate. I'll tell you now, Lin Chengxin is not a member of the Lin family. He is my twin brother Yilong. Yi Fei, who had been quietly eating dumplings since the Lin family arrived, suddenly looked up and stood. The 4 bodyguards on either side of him also wanted to stand, but received his signal and remained seated. When the Lin family suddenly saw Yi Fei's face as he looked up, they were all startled. Because Yi Fei and Axin looked incredibly alike. The two were like copies of each other. The only difference was that Yi Fei's eyes held a greater sense of menace. Standing together, anyone who said they weren't twins would have to be blind. But Aunt Lin's eyes darted around, and she immediately shouted, "Ah, so it's you. I always said that when my second sister-in-law gave birth to twins back then, one was missing. So you were taken away. Good nephew, have you come to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the family?" Chapter 1821. I am not a member of your Lin family. Once the Pai couple made their decision, Zheng Yuchen told her daughter. Pai Xuehua's eyes grew even brighter. She glanced at Axin, blushed, lowered her head, and played with her braid. Listening to the Pai couple's words, Mingyu felt that the world was full of wonders. Today, she had finally witnessed such absurd parents. If Pai Yuhua were still alive and heard her biological father scheming over her marriage like this, she wondered if she would die of anger. Still, deciding someone else's marriage so recklessly without any regard, was that really okay? She gave Axin a knowing, half-smiling look. Axin's face was dark, but when he saw his master looking at him, his dark expression immediately turned into a bitter grimace. He sighed and said, "Why are you all talking as if you've already decided everything? When did I ever say I would marry Pai Yuhua? I'm only 20 years old. Who says I have to get married now? And besides," he swept his gaze over the Lin family, "even if I did want to get married, none of you have the right to meddle in my affairs." Lin's eldest aunt immediately frowned in displeasure. "We are your elders. How can you say we have no right? If we don't, who does?" Lin Chengxin looked at her with eyes devoid of any warmth. "When I was 8, after my adoptive parents died, you moved into my house, took over my family's grain, wouldn't let me eat, beat and scolded me, and forced me to leave. That was when you stopped being my elders." If the gate were truly opened and Axin recounted all those past events, even if he didn't drive them away, the neighbors would. Back then, his wife had used every means to force Axin out, and none of those means were honorable. And at that time, he hadn't wanted the burden either, so he let his wife do whatever it took to drive him away. Lin's eldest uncle froze, recalling how after his younger brother and sister-in-law died in a car accident, he took their 100,000 yuan compensation, moved into their newly built 2-story house under the pretense of taking care of his brother's affairs, and also took possession of their bank book. She plopped down on the ground, ready to slap her thighs and throw a tantrum, but Lin Chengxin pointed at the courtyard gate. "The gate is already closed. Who are you performing for? Why not open the door and wail outside? Then I can take the chance to tell everyone how I spent those 3 months after you moved into my house." None of them had noticed that Axin had said adoptive parents earlier, but Lin Chenghui caught it and felt a chill in his heart. Had this cousin just referred to his second uncle and aunt as his adoptive parents? Lin's eldest uncle immediately stopped his wife. "Woman, have you gone mad? What are you crying for? Get up now." Lin's eldest aunt grew even angrier. "Lin Chengxin, your wings are hard now. You have money, so you want to shake us off, don't you? Oh, my miserable fate. Did he know that he was just a child his second uncle had bought? Lin's eldest aunt stood up, dusted off her backside, and stared at Axion. No matter what, you are a member of the Lin family. You can't just get rich and ignore your own people. Axion looked at her coldly. I am not a member of your Lin family. This time, Axion said it so plainly that both Lin's eldest uncle and aunt heard him clearly. Lin's eldest aunt panicked and immediately scolded. What nonsense are you talking? You get rich and now you deny being a Lin? I was right, you're nothing but an ingrate. At 8, you ran away from home, and now you're even disowning your ancestors. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night, everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 1822, A Relationship of Enemies. Axion let out 2 cold laughs. Haha, I don't believe you don't know that I was bought by my adoptive parents from human traffickers. Otherwise, why would you treat me like that? As soon as my adoptive parents died, you took over their house and did everything you could to force me out. In the 3 months after you moved into my home, did I ever have a single full meal? Was there a single day you didn't scold me or hit me? Second cousin Lin Chengguang, every time he beat me, it was nearly to death, and you never once stopped him? If I were truly of the Lin bloodline, even if you were scheming for my family's house, with grandfather and grandmother still around, you wouldn't have dared to treat me like that. Lin Chengxin pointed at him. Don't tell me you see me as a brother. If you truly saw me as a brother, when your family took over my house, why were you the first to take my room? If you truly saw me as a brother, how did the things my adoptive parents bought for me end up in your hands? And also, when Lin Chengguang beat me nearly to death, did this brother stop him? When your mother scolded me without distinguishing right from wrong, did you say a single word for me? When I was so hungry I drooled, did this brother ever give me a bowl of rice to eat? So when I was licking plates at the commune market, you all saw me during your market trips, but pretended not to, and when others mentioned it, you pretended not to hear. Because all of you knew clearly, I am not a member of the Lin family. The truth is, all of you knew I was bought by my adoptive parents from human traffickers, so you planned to wear me down to death, to keep me from competing for the family property. You were certain that no matter what you did, grandfather and grandmother wouldn't interfere. Axion swept his gaze over the 3 Lin family members. I am not your Lin family son. After my adoptive parents died, I had no further connection with your Lin family. So, when you forced me out and I learned about my own background, I stopped hating you. But, listening to Axion say these things, Mingyu suddenly felt heartache for him. Axion's childhood was truly miserable. His adoptive parents met with a sudden tragedy, and immediately after came his uncle's family's seizure of property, abuse, and beatings. If he hadn't left that home, he probably would have been ground down to death, right? The Lin family members also shrank back, because everything he said hit the mark, and they felt guilty. But no matter how you treated me, grandfather and grandmother didn't care. When I had no food and went to them, they ignored me and wouldn't give me anything to eat. Only when others were around would they reluctantly give me some burnt rice crust. The way they looked at me, they wished I would stay far away. Are there grandparents like that in this world? Axion coldly glared at Uncle Lin's family. Don't come provoking me either. It's best if we have no relationship at all. If there really is one, I wouldn't mind turning it into a relationship of enemies. The 3 Lin family members were somewhat stunned. No relationship is best, but if there is one, it becomes a relationship of enemies? Lin Chenghui anxiously said, Chengxin, you can't be like this. I've always seen you as a brother. Lin Chenghui stood there stiffly. He thought he had never bullied Chengxin, but now that Chengxin had spoken, he was left speechless. Because everything Lin Chengxin said was the truth. After second uncle and second aunt died, they moved into second uncle's newly built 2-story house. His parents took over the room that originally belonged to second uncle and second aunt, and he took over Axion's room, because that room, aside from the master bedroom, had the best sunlight. At that time, he never once thought that it was Axion's room. And everything in Axion's room, he naturally claimed as his own. End of chapter. Chapter 1823, Even Denying One's Own Ancestors. Lin Chenghui was fully aware of how his family had mistreated Axion, yet he never stopped them. This was because the entire family shared the same thought. They wished for Axion to die, so that the small building could truly belong to them. Only then could they live in that building forever. Otherwise, if Axion grew up, they would be driven out of it. That was the only small building in the entire village. After Axion was forced out of his home, he licked plates at the commune market. The whole family knew about it. Several times, Lin Chenghui had seen it with his own eyes, and fellow villagers had told him about it as well. But he pretended not to see, pretended not to hear. In fact, the entire family made a point of avoiding the food stalls at the market when they went, just to avoid crossing paths with Axion. They had finally managed to drive him away. How could they possibly bring him back? Lin Chenghui, after all, was not Axion's parent. He did not have such a thick skin. When Axion exposed his actions, how could he dare to claim that he treated Axion like a brother? Under Axion's relentless questioning, he could not utter a single word. Lin's eldest aunt pointed at Axion and scolded, "You ingrate. Even if they neglected me, I am still the child of your second uncle and aunt. Where did you hear such nonsense? Are you even denying your own ancestors? You tell me, I am the child of your second uncle and aunt. I saw with my own eyes that I was born from second sister-in-law. If you don't believe me, I'll have someone investigate in our village. Who doesn't know that my mother was pregnant?" Back then, the matter of the second son buying a child was not done openly. They first asked someone to find a lead on buying a child, then had the second sister-in-law pretend to be pregnant. She faked the pregnancy for over half a year without finding a suitable child. By the time they found the baby, the second sister-in-law had actually pretended to be pregnant for a full 10 months. Axion then pointed at Lin's eldest uncle. He knows that his adoptive parents died in a car accident. The at-fault party compensated each of them 50,000 yuan, and all that money fell into my hands. The house of his adoptive parents, their savings, all of it fell into my hands. He advises us not to covet things we shouldn't. Lin's eldest aunt suddenly felt uneasy. Was Lin Axion trying to sever ties with the Lin family? How could that be? But if they went to investigate in the village, everyone knew that the second sister-in-law had been pregnant. That part could not be faked. That was why Lin's eldest aunt dared to suggest an investigation. No need to investigate. I will tell you now, Lin Axion is not a member of the Lin family. He is my twin brother Yilong. For an ordinary pregnancy, 10 months is calculated based on 28-day cycles, which is actually 280 days, roughly 9 months and a few days. But because the second sister-in-law had bought a child that didn't arrive on time, she had faked the pregnancy for a full 10 months and several days, carrying the child a month longer than normal. She had not yet managed to get the money from the Meng Axion group into her own hands. Since the Lin family arrived, Yifei had been quietly eating dumplings with his head down. Suddenly, he looked up and stood. The 4 shadow guards on either side of him also wanted to stand, but a look from him stopped them. When the Lin family suddenly saw Yifei's face as he looked up, they were all startled. Because Yifei looked far too much like Axion. The two of them were like copies of each other. The only difference was that in Yifei's eyes, there was an extra trace of malice. Standing together, if anyone said they weren't twins, they would be blind. But Lin's eldest aunt's eyes darted around, and she immediately shouted, "Ah, so that's it. I always said that back then. Second sister-in-law gave birth to twins. How could one be missing? So, I was taken away. Good nephew, have you come to reclaim your roots?" This chapter ends. Chapter 1824. Everything was spilled out. Both Axion and Fei were stunned by Aunt Lin's shamelessness. There really were people this brazen in the world. Even Uncle Lin and Lin Chengwei had to admire Aunt Lin's quick thinking. Because when they saw Yulong, they were all dumbfounded. The brother had come looking for him. No wonder Xian, that ungrateful wretch, knew he wasn't a Lin. But the way Aunt Lin put it, she immediately smoothed things over. This way, not only was Lin Chengxian still a Lin, but even Yifei became a Lin. Meng Yu, who had been keeping a low profile, couldn't hold back anymore. "How can you be so thick-skinned? This young man is from Hong Kong. The Yi family is a big clan." Back then, Mrs. Yi gave birth to twins, and one was taken from the hospital and sold to the mainland. That person is Axion. His brother came all this way to find his own flesh and blood. And you dare claim he's your second brother's child? Don't you even bother to think before you lie. At this time, with reform and opening up, people from Hong Kong were synonymous with investors, so they were respected everywhere. What's more, this Meng Yu said the Yi family was a major clan. Aunt Lin actually dared to claim a Hong Kong native as her nephew. Uncle Lin and Lin Chengwei, who had just silently praised Aunt Lin's quick wit, now wished they didn't know her. Good thing Uncle Lin had closed the courtyard gate earlier, otherwise, who knows what people would say. "You want me to acknowledge the Lin family as my roots?" Yifei gave a sinister smile. "Then should my biological parents come and acknowledge the Lin family as their roots too?" As Yifei said this, the 4 bodyguards who had been sitting stood up and moved behind him, exuding an icy aura, like battle-hardened killers fresh from the front lines. The Lin family was terrified. Axion's brother was no ordinary man. Sure enough, he came from a wealthy Hong Kong family, even bringing bodyguards just to find his brother. Aunt Lin almost unconsciously nodded. "He's not my nephew. He's your brother." "Then tell me, is Axion your nephew or my brother?" Yifei pressed on. "Why is my brother in your family?" But the young man's cold eyes swept over her, and she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. No, forget it. Her life was more important. Meanwhile, Pai Xuehua's eyes grew even brighter. If she could marry into Hong Kong. Aunt Lin's legs were trembling. Things seemed to have gotten out of hand. Lin Qingxin, that brat she used to scold and hit whenever she wanted as a child, was actually from a wealthy Hong Kong family. Yifei stepped closer. What do you mean by that? Aunt Lin involuntarily stepped back. I don't mean anything. Yifei then looked at Aunt Lin again, and feeling as if her blood had frozen, she quickly said, No, I don't mean that. Not only was he from a wealthy Hong Kong family, but the key was that his brother had come looking for him. And she had just blurted out that this terrifying young man was also her second brother's child. Yes, my second sister-in-law hadn't had a child in 3 years of marriage, so she pretended to be pregnant and had someone by one. Aunt Lin couldn't keep the secret any longer. Everything came spilling out. Manhwa had started recording as soon as Yifei stood up. Hearing Aunt Lin clearly admit that the second son had bought a child, she felt it was finally settled and she could relax. Even without this recording, Awakens had long been driven out of the house by his uncle's family, and he had every right to ignore them. But in the countryside, people wouldn't blame the elders for wrongdoing. They'd only blame the younger generation for not respecting them. By the time Yifei sat back down and Aunt Lin came to her senses, the words had already been spoken. End of chapter. Chapter 1825, Dogs Biting Dogs. Aunt Lin finally regained her senses. She couldn't help but glance fearfully at Uncle Lin. He glared at her fiercely, his eyes as if he wanted to devour her. Her heart skipped a beat. Once they returned home, a beating was probably unavoidable. Terrified, she threw caution to the wind. Not daring to face Yifei, she turned to Awakens instead. She pointed at Awakens. Awakens, even if you're not of the Lin bloodline, our Lin family raised you for all these years. You can't just shake us off like this. At the very least, you owe us the Lin family something. Awakens looked at her coldly. What do you want? Aunt Lin's eyes blazed with intense greed. Aren't you from Hong Kong? Since you're going back anyway, leave everything you've earned over the years to the Lin family as repayment for raising you. Fine. Awakens glanced at Uncle Lin and Lin Shui. Is that what you both think too? Seeing that Awakens wasn't angry, the two thought of his company and their eyes grew hot with desire. They quickly nodded along. Uncle Lin said, as long as you give us everything you've earned over the years, we'll be even. From now on, if anyone asks us about you, we'll only speak well of you, not a single bad word. No way, you're bullying him. Cheng Yechin shouted. Awakens, you can't give them everything. If you do, you'll have nothing left for yourself. Cheng Yechin refused to back down. How is it none of our business? Awakens is our Pai family's son-in-law. Heh. He laughed twice. Fine, then let's sign an agreement. I'll leave all the wealth I've earned in recent years to you, and from then on, I'll be done with the Lin family. Aunt Lin, seeing the company within reach, suddenly had a spoiler appear, and she flew into a rage. What crap are you spewing? This is our Lin family's business. What does it have to do with your Pai family? Your Pai family's son-in-law? Did our Awakens agree to that? Is your daughter so desperate to marry that she can't wait to latch onto a man from our Lin family? Fortunately, he knew the character of Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin. Usually, he even had Xiangzi handle big occasions, so he had long prepared for the protection of his private wealth. However, the three from the Pai family on the other side refused to accept this. Cheng Yechin turned red with anger. Why do you have to talk so harshly? If it weren't for Awakens dating our Shui, our Yuhua, and the whole county knowing about it, would we have come knocking? Awakens had originally thought that, no matter what, he had lived with the Lin family for 8 years. If they didn't ask for too much, he would give it to them and put an end to this chapter of his past. But he never expected the Lin family to want everything he had. The 3 Lin family members immediately showed joy on their faces. Minyu and the others finally understood how the Lin and Pai families had come today. So, it was still Pai Yuhua's doing. Not only had she spread the rumor at the garment factory that she and Lin Qingxin were boyfriend and girlfriend, but she had deliberately let it leak beyond the factory, even spreading throughout the entire county, eventually reaching the ears of Pai Yuhua's stepmother. Hearing that Pai Yuhua had found a big boss, the villagers went to congratulate the Pai family. Only then did Pai Dania learn that his daughter was dating General Manager Lin of the Mingxin Group. When Cheng Yechin first heard the rumor, she was angry, but soon she began scheming. Her own daughter, Pai Xuehua, was younger and prettier than Pai Yuhua. As long as she could exploit Pai Yuhua's weakness and make her give up the match to her daughter, it wasn't impossible. This chapter ends. Chapter 1826. Never been in a relationship. So, under the pretext of arranging Pai Yuhua's marriage, Cheng Yechin went to investigate Lin Qingxin's background. And since she happened to have a sister married into the Lin family village, she learned all about the Lin family's affairs from her. Right away, she persuaded Pai Daniu to go find Uncle Lin and his family to discuss the marriage between their children. That was how Uncle Lin's family found out that Lin Qingxin, whom they had driven out of their home, had become a big boss. One side wanted to scheme for their stepdaughter's marriage, the other wanted to scheme for their nephew. So the two families hit it off and went to find Awakens. But now, in Chung Yechen's eyes, Uncle Lin's scheme had succeeded. The company was about to fall into the Lin family's hands. What about their Pai family? They hadn't even seen Pai Yuhua yet, but they had seen Awakens, who was a handsome and talented man. They couldn't just give up easily. But now, Awakens was about to sign an agreement leaving everything he had earned over the years, after expenses, to the Lin family. If that happened, even if her Pai family got Awakens as a person, he'd be a pauper. What use would they have for a pauper? So naturally, Chung Yechen had to jump in and stop it. Uncle Lin's wife pointed at Chung Yechen. What kind of person is our Awakens? How could he possibly be in a relationship with your Yuhua? Why don't you have your Yuhua take a look in the mirror? She's a twice-married woman who was once trafficked. Does she deserve our Awakens? Pai Dania frowned too. To be honest, when he first heard that their Yuhua was dating the president of Mingxin Group, he didn't believe it himself. But the story was told so vividly that he couldn't help but believe. So he went with his wife to find the Lin family, and together they came to the county to find Awakens. Uncle Lin's wife immediately seized on Awakens' words and said smugly to Chung Yechen, "Did you hear that? Our Awakens has never been in a relationship with your Yuhua. So stop clinging on here and trying to shove your daughter onto the men of our Lin family." Hearing Uncle Lin's wife's words, he hesitated too and reached out to pull Chung Yechen's hand. "Yechen, maybe it's a misunderstanding." She glanced at Awakens and said, "Awakens, am I right?" Chung Yechen shook off his hand. Whether a man and a woman are a match is like a pair of shoes on your feet. Only the foot knows if the shoe fits, and only the people themselves know if they're a match. All I know is that almost the entire county knows Awakens is dating my Yuhua. But after seeing the young and handsome Awakens, he started to doubt. Forget being the president of a group company. Even if you were a penniless poor boy, such a handsome young man wouldn't go for a woman like Yuhua, who had already been married once. Yes, Pai Yuhua had spread the word that he was her boyfriend, and he hadn't denied it. But he had never actually been in a relationship with Pai Yuhua. They hadn't even held hands. Awakens glanced at her coldly. "I have never been in a relationship with Pai Yuhua." Uncle Lin also said to Pai Danio, "We were mistaken before. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, since the two children aren't in a relationship, you should leave first." Uncle Lin's family couldn't wait to drive the Pai family away. How could they let the Pai family stay and mess up their plans? Only with the Pai family gone could they smoothly take over Awakens' company. Otherwise, if the Pai family interfered in the name of being Awakens' in-laws, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. But how could Chung Yechen just leave like that? She had managed to drive Pai Yuhua and her brother away, and she had even made her husband Pai Danio have no objections after she sold off her own biological children, so she was no pushover. End of chapter. Chapter 1827. She is not worthy. Seeing that she couldn't get any results from Awakens, Chung Yechen immediately raised her voice and shouted, "Pai Yuhua, you come out here and explain yourself clearly. I know you're in the backyard. If you don't come out and make things clear, don't blame yourself if you suffer. Your little brother will suffer along with you. You sent your brother back to your father, and we don't care how you live your own life. You're already grown up, and you've even been married. But your brother is a member of the Pai family. You must return him." Mingyu felt something was off when she heard this. This Chung Yechen actually wanted to use Pai Yuhua's little brother as leverage? It seemed that Pai Yuhua had no choice but to come out. She had originally thought that since Pai Yuhua was already dead, and she was merely inhabiting Pai Yuhua's shell, she wouldn't settle scores with Chung Yechen. That was why she hadn't let Pai Yuhua appear. But since Chung Yechen was asking for trouble, she didn't need to spare her. She leisurely walked out from the backyard. The three members of the Pai family were all shocked when they saw Pai Yuhua. Chung Yechen had only shouted on a whim, not certain that Pai Yuhua was there. But now that she saw Pai Yuhua, she, who should have been agitated, was rendered speechless, because Pai Yuhua had changed so much. Even Pai Dania seemed not to recognize his own daughter. The once stubborn but petty Pai Yuhua had become poised and graceful, her temperament vastly different. When Pai Xuehua saw Pai Yuhua, naked jealousy flashed in her eyes. Pai Yuhua coldly swept her gaze over her. "I know what I'm saying. I'm speaking the truth, the honest truth. I really never had a romantic relationship with General Manager Lin. Also, the clothes she was wearing were too nice. That outfit probably cost dozens of yuan." She had never worn such fine clothes before. But now, seeing her cold expression, he suddenly felt a bit afraid to face his daughter. Yes, she was jealous of the stepsister with no blood relation. How could she, after being sold by her own mother, a second-hand woman, become even more beautiful than before she was sold? There was also an indescribable quality about her, as if she seemed even more like a city person. Pai Yuhua glanced at the three Pai family members, seemingly not taking them seriously at all. She then swept her gaze over the others before speaking. "I want to announce two things. First, I never had a romantic relationship with Awakens. After his daughter was rescued by the People's Liberation Army, she disappeared again not long after. Then rumors spread in the village that she had eloped. He was furious, hating that she had shamed him, so he didn't even bother to look for her. Chung Yechun immediately grew anxious. Yuhua, don't talk nonsense. If you didn't have a romantic relationship with him, why is the whole county spreading rumors that you and Lin were dating? This has seriously damaged your reputation. The reason the rumor that I was dating General Manager Lin spread was because he saw me bringing my little brother to work alone. He sympathized with me, pitied me, and so he let me, someone who didn't meet the requirements, say. He also helped me in many ways. Later, someone asked me, General Manager Lin is so good to you, are you two dating? At the time, my situation was a bit difficult, and I was being ostracized. I thought I could borrow General Manager Lin's prestige to stop those people from pushing me around, so I didn't deny it. But I never expected the rumor to spread so wildly. I don't even know who helped spread it. But no matter how far it goes, I can be sure of one thing. General Manager Lin and I really don't have a romantic relationship. Ours is purely a superior-subordinate relationship. So, don't try to use this connection to pressure General Manager Lin, and don't think about forcing your daughter Pai Xuehua onto him. She is not worthy. And here we go again. End of this chapter. Chapter 1828, Planning to Sue Stepmother for Human Trafficking. Chung Yechun and Pai Xuehua listened as Pai Yuhua spoke of having no connection with President Lin, and they felt deeply disappointed. When they heard Pai Yuhua say that Pai Xuehua was unworthy of President Lin, their expressions immediately twisted into vicious ones. Chung Yechun cursed at Pai Yuhua. No matter what you say, Xuehua is still a pure maiden, far more worthy of President Lin than a broken-down thing like you. You. Pai Yuhua gave her a cold stare, and that single look cut off Chung Yechun's curses mid-sentence. She felt a jolt of fear. When did this cheap wretch's gaze become so terrifying? Everyone turned to look at Chung Yechun with changed expressions. Was this woman really so heartless? She had actually sold her predecessor's daughter twice? And not only that, she had even sold the son who was meant to carry on the Pai family line. Everyone knew that Pai Danui had only this one son, born after his previous wife had struggled desperately to bring him into the world. After I was sold into Tiger Pit, the People's Liberation Army rescued me a month later. But then she colluded with human traffickers again and sold my younger brother into Tiger Pit as well. She even used my brother as leverage to sell me into Tiger Pit a second time. After selling me off, she spread rumors in the village, saying I had debased myself and run off with a man. But in reality, no one knew that both my brother and I were sold by her. She sold me twice and my brother once. The most bewildered was Pai Danu. His second wife had actually sold the children of his first wife, leaving only Pai Xuehua by her side, a child not of his blood, but who had taken the Pai surname. Pai Yuhua continued, the second thing I want to announce is that I plan to sue Chung Yechun for human trafficking. She not only sold me twice, but also sold my younger brother. She pointed at Mengyu. If it weren't for this fellow sufferer who was sold into Tiger Pit with me back then, but escaped by jumping off a cliff during the journey there, and who later brought people in to rescue me, my brother and I would still be living a life without sunlight in Tiger Pit. She's not my mother. My mother is buried in the ground. Pai Yuhua pointed at Chung Yechun. She told you I was getting married? Huh, are you sure it was marriage and not being sold? She said to me that to afford the hospital bills for giving birth to my little brother, either she would marry me off or she would sell my brother. She made me choose. Is that really how it was? To keep my brother from being sold, I chose to marry. But what she called marriage was actually drugging me and then selling me to human traffickers who took me into Tiger Pit. Hearing his daughter say that Chung Yechun had sold both her and her brother, Pai Danu was stunned. Yuhua, what are you saying? Didn't you choose to marry? How can you say your mother sold you? As for your brother, it was indeed her negligence in watching him. She put him on the bed, and while she went to feed the pigs, someone took him. You can't blame your mother for that. Chung Yechun felt a flicker of panic, but her face showed an expression of immense grievance. Danu, I didn't. How could I sell my own children? It's not like our family can't afford to eat. She turned to Pai Yuhua, you can't just say things without evidence. Speaking recklessly can get people killed. Pai Danu, seeing his wife's aggrieved look, began to waver again. He looked at Pai Yuhua, you say your stepmother sold you and you alone. Do you have evidence? Chung Yechun, with her back to Pai Danu, glared viciously at Pai Yuhua, as if daring her to say anything unfavorable, ready to take her life. End of this chapter. Chapter 1829, she has no evidence, but I do. Even if it were the real Pai Yuhua, after everything that had happened, she would no longer be afraid of Chung Yechun. Moreover, Pai Yuhua was not the real Pai Yuhua, and she would not be intimidated by Chung Yechun's harsh words. She said coldly, since I dare to say it, naturally I have evidence. She lifted her chin and looked at Chung Yechun. You might not know this, but when the police rescued me the second time, they searched the human trafficker leader's room and found several large ledgers. They clearly recorded the time, source, and route of every woman and child sold. Do you know what route means? It means whether the person was abducted, tricked, or sold by someone. If there was a seller, then who the seller was and what their relationship was to the victim. Everything was recorded. For example, my fellow captive Mingyu was sold by her foster mother, Li Chunhua. Because her buyer demanded it, a deed of sale was even written. All of this was recorded in the ledgers. However, she was luckier than me. She escaped by jumping off a cliff halfway. I wanted to do the same, but a minor trafficker caught me, and I failed. Hearing this, Chung Yetchen was terrified. Did the traffickers really keep such records? No, if such records existed, why hadn't the police come for her? She was bluffing, trying to make her slip up. She snorted. What do the traffickers' records have to do with me? I never sold you. Her biological daughter and the son her ex-wife had risked her life to give birth to, both had been sold by his current wife. In other words, both of his bloodlines had been destroyed by the woman sleeping beside him. This venomous woman had nearly left him without an heir. And he himself had been living with his head buried in the sand, first believing his daughter had run off with someone, then believing his son had been stolen. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. Let me remind you of something else. I once saw a ledger. The records of my abduction were clear. My brother and I were both sold by our stepmother, Chung Yetchen. I was sold for 500 yuan and my brother for 800. Later, when he heard that his daughter had befriended President Lin, he even agreed to let his stepdaughter, Pai Xuehua, take his biological daughter's place and marry President Lin. What kind of sin had he committed? Chung Yetchen looked at Pai Dania's ashen face, terrified. Dania, this isn't true. Yuhua is talking nonsense. She has no evidence. She regretted coming here. She had only wanted to secure a good marriage for her daughter, or at least squeeze some benefit out of her stepdaughter. But she never expected this trip to expose the secret of how she had sold her husband's children from his previous marriage. Hearing Pai Yuhua even get the exact amount she was sold for right, Chung Yetchen's face turned pale. Could it really be that the ledgers existed? Pai Dania could hardly believe that his daughter was telling the truth. Pai Yuhua has no evidence, but I do. Mingyu decisively pulled out the ledger. It was the one she had taken to prevent her own information from ending up in police files. At the time, she had only wanted to keep her details private, but today it came in handy. Coincidentally, that ledger contained the records of Pai Yuhua and her younger brother, Pai Yulong. End of chapter. Chapter 1830. Don't provoke an honest person. Lian Zhongqing looked at Lin Chengxin but noticed he didn't object to what Aunt Lin had said. His heart sank. Was President Lin really leaving everything to the Lin family? However, concerning the road repair donation, Lian Zhongqing couldn't help but ask, President Lin, if this agreement was signed under duress, it doesn't have to take effect. Are you sure this is your true intention? He stared at Lin Chengxin, hoping to hear the word duress from his lips, so he could invalidate the agreement. Uncle Lin was also getting angry. Comrade, what do you mean? Are you suggesting we force Awakens to sign this agreement? Let me tell you, both sides signed voluntarily, with no coercion from anyone. Whether you act as a witness or not doesn't matter. We've both signed and fingerprinted, so it's legally binding. Lian Zhongqing stubbornly looked at Awakens. What they say doesn't count. I want to hear it from President Lin. President Lin, tell me the truth. Did they force you to sign? Don't worry. If it was under duress, I'll stand up for you. Awakens had to answer. This agreement is indeed my own will. Hearing Lin Chengxin say this, Lian Zhongqing's face changed several times before settling into helplessness. Uncle Lin was right. As long as both parties had signed and fingerprinted, and it was their own will, the agreement was valid whether he signed as a witness or not. What frustrated him even more was that he still had to act as a witness to President Lin being stripped of his assets, something he had already agreed to. He reluctantly signed his name in the witness column. As he signed, he muttered to Awakens, President Lin, why are you so stubborn? You're giving away a perfectly good fortune. There was one thing he didn't say out loud, and now I can't even ask him for donations anymore. Thinking about donations, he remembered the children's welfare home he had discussed with Awakens before. He quickly looked up and asked, are you still going ahead with the children's welfare home? Yes, Awakens said, pointing to the backyard of the compound. The children are already gathered, so how could I not? We'll use this compound as the location. It wasn't big enough before, but now it has 2 sections, and the backyard has a 2-story building, more than enough. Lian Zhongqing, however, worried about future issues. I can try to get some funding from the county's finances, but the county is a bit strapped for cash. The amount won't be much. In the future. I'll send regular funds in the future, Awakens said firmly. That's great. Lian Zhongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the children's welfare home project hadn't fallen through, and the funding source was secure. But thinking about the large sum needed for road repairs, he grew anxious again. Where would he find the money for that? However, when the three Lin family members heard Xian's words to Lien Zhongqing, they sensed something was off. Hadn't he left all his money to the Lin family? Where would he get the money to fund the children's welfare home? Aunt Lin couldn't tolerate it. Now that she had the agreement in hand, she felt emboldened. She immediately spoke up, Xian, don't forget the agreement you just signed. All the money you've earned in recent years belongs to the Lin family. Xian nodded. I haven't forgotten. Then how can you say you'll send regular funds to the welfare home? Xian chuckled twice. What I've left you is the money I earned before today. The money I'll give to the welfare home in the future is what I'll earn from now on. Hearing this, Aunt Lin suddenly remembered that Xian was very good at making money. She immediately felt a pang of regret. Had she made a mistake? Xian himself was the golden goose that laid golden eggs. Chapter 1831, A Bleak Late Life. Aunt Lin felt a pang of regret as she thought about letting the golden goose go. She glanced at the agreement and comforted herself. With this contract, the Lin family would have a company too. From now on, they could use it to make money so they wouldn't lose out. With that, she straightened her back and said, fine, we won't meddle in your life from now on. But for now, hand over the company first. Hand over the company? What company? Xian looked confused. Seeing Xian playing dumb, Uncle Lin's expression immediately soured. He asked impatiently, are you the general manager of Mingxin Group? Xian nodded. Yes, I was the general manager of Mingxin Group until today. Until today? Uncle Lin felt something was off, but then he thought that after today, Mingxin Group would belong to him. Was Xian worried that he wouldn't let him stay on as general manager? He patted Xian on the shoulder. Xian, as long as you listen, I'll allow you to stay in the company. Aunt Lin added, yeah, your eldest cousin isn't familiar with the company yet. You'll have to guide him. At least stay until he's settled in before you leave. Xian looked puzzled again. Guide him? Is he going to Hong Kong too? Minyu almost burst out laughing. She quickly covered her nose with her fist, pressing her philtrum to stifle the laughter. If she didn't know his background, she'd almost believe him. What Hong Kong? You're handing over the company, so your eldest cousin will naturally be the general manager. You'll be the deputy general manager, Aunt Lin said, as if granting a favor. Xian looked even more bewildered. I'm going to Hong Kong, so I'll hand over the company. But I'm handing it to Qiangzi. What does that have to do with my eldest cousin? Uncle Lin finally sensed something was wrong. Xian, didn't we sign an agreement? The money you earned in the past few years, minus expenses, stays as compensation for the Lin family raising you for 8 years. Shouldn't your Mingxin Group be handed over to the Lin family? Since it's going to the Lin family, your eldest cousin will naturally be the general manager. Oh, you mean Mingxin Group? Xian suddenly realized. I'll give you the money I earned in these years, minus expenses. But Mingxin Group, I can't hand that over. Lin Chengwei stared at Xian. Xian, you're not backing out, are you? If you didn't want to give it, you shouldn't have signed the agreement. Are you going back on your word now? Even Zhongqing looked at Xian, wondering what he meant. It seemed he had no intention of handing over the company. But that made sense. Who would give away their own company to a family that had kicked them out, just to repay a few years of upbringing? Xian shook his head. You've got it wrong. Mingxin Group isn't mine. The Lin family was stunned. What do you mean, it's not yours? That's impossible. Aunt Lin raised her voice. Xian, if you don't want to give up the company, just say so. Don't say it's not yours. Everyone knows you started Mingxin Group from scratch, collecting trash and building it up. Xian smiled bitterly. You think too highly of me. How much money could I make from collecting trash? $1 or $2 a day at most. Even later, when I got into scrap recycling, I could make maybe 10 or 20 bucks a day. That's 300 or 400 a month, 3,000 or 4,000 a year. I've only been running the scrap recycling company for 3 years, earning 3,000 or 4,000 a year, less than 10,000 in total. How could I have built a group company worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Chapter 1832. Can't wait. Everyone saw that as soon as Aunt Lin sent Cheng Yuchen off, she immediately gleefully said that the eyesore was gone. Did this woman have no sympathy at all? Xian, however, knew this aunt's character well. If she had any sympathy, she wouldn't have driven him out of the Lin family while his adoptive parents' bodies were still warm. Therefore, he said coldly, fine, let big cousin write this agreement. Lin Chengwei was also a bit uncomfortable with his mother's blatant ruthlessness. But no matter how uncomfortable he felt, it couldn't outweigh the excitement of soon obtaining the company. So he almost couldn't wait to write the agreement on the paper Xian had taken out. The agreement stated that Yilong Lin Chengxin would donate all his earnings from the past 4 years, minus his expenses, to the Lin family to repay their 8 years of raising him. From then on, the relationship between Yilong and the Lin family would be settled, and they would live their own lives without owing each other anything. After writing the agreement, he made a copy, intending for each party to keep one. Mengyu, however, pointed at Lin Chenghui, who was copying the agreement. Make 2 copies. The witness also needs one. Chenghui thought Mengyu wanted to act as a witness, so he made 2 copies, along with the original, totaling 3 copies. When it was time to sign, Uncle Lin signed and pressed his fingerprint. Mengyu then pointed at Aunt Lin and Lin Chenghui. You two should also press your fingerprints to show that you came together. Especially you, Lin Chenghui, as the eldest cousin, you must clearly write under your name that you drafted the agreement. Xian felt a bit embarrassed, but reached out to shake the hand extended toward him. My adoptive parents' eldest uncle, aunt, and cousin came to sign an agreement with me. I was just looking for a witness when you arrived. Perfect. You're of high status. Could you be my witness? Lian Zhongqing was puzzled. Why did this kid invite him in without even asking? It was as if the host had been waiting for him. Seeing that Lin Chengxin had signed and pressed his fingerprint, the Lin family's joy was impossible to hide. They didn't care whether Lin Chengxin was being sarcastic or not. Lian Zhongqing had come to ask Xian for a favor, so he readily agreed. All right, I'll be your witness. After Xian read the agreement, he also signed and pressed his fingerprint. However, the sarcasm at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. Mengyu pointed outside the yard. The witness has just arrived. Qingwen, go open the door. The two didn't think much of it and pressed their fingerprints as Mengyu had requested. As soon as he entered, he found the yard full of people, either standing or sitting. Oh, what a lively scene, Lian Zhongqing said, spotting Xian in the crowd and immediately extending his hand. President Lin, are you hosting a banquet today? Lian Zhongqing, who had come to visit the general manager of Mingxin Group Company, was about to knock on the door when it opened. A child who looked about 7 years old, like a painting of a fairy boy, stood inside and made a gesture of invitation. Please come in. Lin Chenghui noticed that Mengyu didn't seem to intend to sign and asked curiously, why isn't the witness signing? But as soon as he saw the agreement, he was startled. Seeing that both parties had already signed, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had come to ask President Lin for a donation to repair the road. If President Lin gave away the company, what donation could he still get? He advised, President Lin, are you really going to give them everything you've earned these past few years? Xian smiled bitterly. This was their proposal, the condition for me to sever ties with the Lin family. I had no choice but to meet their demands. Aunt Lin immediately said, you there, he just asked you to be a witness. Why say so much? Besides, the signatures and fingerprints are already done. Can it be changed? The chapter ends. Chapter 1833. Xian is the real golden goose. Lian Zhongqing looked at Lin Chengxin but noticed that he did not object to what Aunt Lin had said. His heart sank. Was Lin always really leaving everything to the Lin family? But when it came to the road repair donation, Lian Zhongqing couldn't help asking, Lin, if this agreement was signed under duress, it doesn't have to take effect. Are you sure this is your true intention? He stared at Lin Chengxin, hoping to hear the word duress from his mouth, so he could render the agreement void. Lin's eldest uncle was also getting angry. Comrade, what do you mean? Are you saying we forced Xian to sign this agreement? Let me tell you, both sides signed voluntarily, with no coercion from anyone. Whether you act as a witness or not doesn't matter, we've both signed and fingerprinted, so it's legally binding. Lian Zhongqing stubbornly looked at Xian. What they say doesn't count. I want to hear it from Lin. Lin, tell me the truth, did they force you to sign? Don't worry, if it was under duress, I'll stand up for you. Xian had to answer. This agreement is indeed my own will. Hearing Lin Chengxin say this, Lian Zhongqing's face changed several times before settling into helplessness. Lin's eldest uncle was right. As long as both parties had signed and fingerprinted, and it was their own will, the agreement took effect whether he signed as a witness or not. What frustrated him even more was that he still had to act as the witness for Lin being stripped of his assets, which he had just agreed to. So he had no choice but to sign in the witness column. As he signed, he grumbled at Xian. Lin, why are you so stubborn? You're giving away a perfectly good estate. There was one thing he didn't say out loud, and now I can't even ask him for donations. Great. Lian Zhongqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the children's welfare home project wasn't scrapped, and its funding source was secured. However, Xian's words to Lian Zhongqing sounded off to the 3 Lin family members. I'll transfer funds regularly from now on, Xian said firmly. Thinking about donations, he remembered the children's welfare home he had once discussed with Xian, so he quickly looked up and asked, so, is the children's welfare home still happening? Aunt Lin couldn't hold back, and with the agreement in hand, she felt emboldened. She immediately spoke up. Xian, don't forget the agreement you just signed. All the money you've earned in recent years belongs to the Lin family. Wasn't all his money left to the Lin family? How could he still have funds to allocate to the children's welfare home? It's happening, Awakens said, pointing to the backyard of the compound. The children are already gathered here. How could we not go ahead? We'll use this compound as the site. It wasn't big enough before, but now it has 2 sections, and the backyard has a 2-story building. It's more than enough. Lian Zhongqing, however, worried about future issues. I can try to get some funding from the county's budget, but the county is strapped for cash, so it won't be much in the future. But thinking about the large sum needed for road repairs, he grew anxious again. Where would he find the money to fix the roads? Xian nodded. I haven't forgotten. Then how can you say you'll regularly fund the welfare home? Xian chuckled twice. What I've left you is the money I earned before today. What I'll give to the welfare home in the future is money I'll earn from now on. Hearing this, Aunt Lin suddenly realized that Xian was very good at making money. She immediately wondered if she had made a loss. Xian himself was the real golden goose. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night, everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 1834, Hand over the company. Uncle Lin was about to agree when he heard Ashin say, the loan is secured by 2 shops. If you don't repay it, the shops will be taken away. Upon hearing this, the 3 Lins realized they couldn't take advantage of the shops either. They had no intention of spending their own money to buy any shops. Spreading a piece of cloth on the ground was enough for a stall, so why would they need a shop? Thus, Uncle Lin slammed the table. We're not taking this 40,000 loan. If I wanted to buy a shop, I could do it myself. Ashin immediately gathered the papers. If you don't take the loan, it means you don't want the shops. Let's be clear, it's you who don't want them, not me who won't give them. Sign here to renounce these shops and the loan, and you can leave. In reality, the 2 shops Ashin had bought were in excellent locations, and such prime spots were no longer available. Uncle Lin didn't want to sign, but Yufei stepped forward. Either accept the loan and shop contracts and sign the settlement document, or sign the declaration renouncing the shops and the loan, and settle things once and for all. Choose one. As Yufei stood, his 4 bodyguards also rose, glaring menacingly at the 3 Lins. Aunt Lin, who had been about to throw a tantrum, froze. The fierce, murderous look in these men's eyes was terrifying. In the end, Uncle Lin had no choice but to sign the declaration renouncing the shops and the loan, settling matters between Ashin and the Lin family once and for all. After all their trouble, the 3 Lins gained nothing and were deeply dissatisfied. Aunt Lin wanted to cause a scene, but the cold stares of Yufei's 4 bodyguards fixed on her, as if any move she made would be met with consequences. Lin Chengwei realized that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't fare well. If Ashin's brother's bodyguards actually acted, they'd be in serious trouble. With Ashin backed by his brother and holding the settlement agreement, they had no reason to stay. So, the 3 Lins, who had come in arrogance, left in shame. Mingyu sighed. Ashin, your heart is still too soft. You even gave them such a good opportunity to make money, but they didn't appreciate it. Still, it's their loss. They missed out on a surefire way to earn money lying down. Ashin paused. Master, do you also think these 2 shops I bought are a path to wealth? Mingyu shot him a glance. Of course. Just wait and see. In 2 years, these shops on this pedestrian street will definitely rise to 100,000 yuan each. Really? Xiangzi's interest was piqued. Then I'll go buy a few too. Even Lian Zhongqing, upon hearing Mingyu's words, felt tempted. Should he borrow money to buy one? But after thinking it over, he realized it wasn't realistic. Where would he get that much money? Hearing that many shops were still unsold, Mingyu decided to buy 10 herself, adding, in the future, the rent from these shops will fund the welfare home. Lian Zhongqing's eyes lit up at this. Although General Lin had promised to allocate funds for the welfare home on time, who knew if that would actually come through? But with 10 shops, using the rent to support the children's welfare home would be a stable solution. He couldn't help but applaud. Using shops to fund the welfare home, that's wonderful. Ashin then turned to Lian Zhongqing. Deputy County Magistrate Lian, did you come to see me about something? Chapter 1835, I'm just a high-level wage earner. To make his argument more convincing, Xian even took out the contract he had signed with Mingxin Group Company. The 3 Lin family members listened to Xian's words and looked at the employment contract before them, stunned. But upon reflection, what he said seemed to make sense. If picking up trash could really lead to a billion-yuan company, then what he was picking up wasn't trash, it was gold. However, if the company wasn't Xian's, hadn't they come here for nothing? For a moment, the 3 of them were overwhelmed with frustration, disappointment, and anger, a mix of emotions flooding in. Lin's eldest uncle suppressed his anger, staring intently into Xian's eyes, and asked, the company really isn't yours? Xian met his gaze without flinching. Yes, the company isn't mine. I'm just a high-level wage earner hired by the boss to manage the company. A high-level wage earner? Lin's eldest aunt's eyes lit up again. Then your salary must be pretty high, right? Over 3 or 4 years, you must have earned quite a bit of money, haven't you? Lin's eldest uncle also said, I see in this contract that your salary is 300 yuan a month. And that's for the first year. Later on, they must have given you a raise, right? Besides, you've been working for the boss for so many years and even became the general manager. Surely the boss gave you some commission beyond your salary. Xian sighed, I have indeed made some money over the years, but you should know that I've been wandering outside since I was 8 years old, suffering the pain of having no home. So, when I had money, I gathered up homeless children who also had no homes, giving them a place to live so they could have a house like ordinary people, food to eat, and the chance to go to school. That's why everything I've earned over the years has been spent on the children. Xian was somewhat choked up because he had indeed said that. Xian smiled bitterly. This courtyard isn't mine either. Mengyu was very direct and pulled out the property deed. Xian said that because it was my idea. The reason is, this courtyard is mine. Originally, they thought the company was Xian's, and they could get a company and strike it rich. But now, the company wasn't Xian's. He was just someone hired to manage it. In the end, he was just an employee. But now, someone else had produced the property deed. So, the courtyard was gone too. Lin's eldest aunt was furious, pointing at Xian and demanding, the company belongs to someone else, and the courtyard belongs to someone else too. What exactly do you have? Tell me. Lin's eldest aunt then looked at the courtyard before them. At least this courtyard is yours, right? The courtyard seemed to be worth several thousand yuan. The 3 Lin family members looked at the property deed and immediately felt deflated. Lin's eldest uncle quickly pointed out, Xian, you're lying. You just told that leader that you'd use this courtyard to set up a children's welfare home. If the courtyard isn't yours, how could you casually give it away to establish a children's welfare home? When the Lin family heard Xian talk about his childhood of wandering, they were once again choked into silence. Xian's wandering was caused by their family. They had thought that, even if the company was gone, at least they could have a courtyard, which would still be worth something. Xian slowly pulled out a few sheets of paper. What I have is only this. Lin Chengwei took them and looked. They were IOUs. And when he counted the total amount on the IOUs, it came to 40,000 yuan. Of course, although these were IOUs, they were also investments. The county government was building a pedestrian street in the county town with 2 floors of shops. Each shop cost 20,000 yuan, so he had borrowed 40,000 yuan to reserve 2 shops. The chapter ends. Chapter 1836. What's left after all these years is only debt. Lin Qinghui's face immediately turned ugly. Xian, are you messing with us? Xian looked innocent. Everything I'm saying is true. Once these storefronts are built, they'll definitely make money. If you take on these loans, the 2 storefronts will be transferred to your names. Don't tell me you have no money. I know that when my adoptive parents died in a car accident, you received a total of 120,000 yuan in compensation for the 2 of them. Mingyu's heart stirred. This Xian was really thinking about them. These pedestrian street shops cost only 40,000 yuan each. In the future, just renting them out at 500 yuan per month per shop would bring in 6,000 yuan a year. In a few years, the principal would be recovered, and everything after that would be pure profit. If the Lin family actually took these 2 shops, even if they did nothing else, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink. But Aunt Lin wasn't having it. I don't believe you've spent all the money you earned over the years. Xian pointed to the backyard. I've taken in hundreds of homeless children. Over 100 are still here now. The money I earn isn't even enough for them. I often have to borrow from the company just to get by. All I have left now is a pile of debt. With those homeless children right there was no way to call him a liar. Besides, no matter how much he earned, supporting so many people would never be enough. It seemed his claim of having nothing but debt was true. Thinking this, the 3 Lin family members realized that Xian had no money left to give to their family. That was why he had been so quick to sign the agreement, wasn't it? They had laughed at Xian for being foolish earlier, but now it turned out he had been waiting for them all along. Uncle Lin stared at Xian, listening to his firm words, and a wave of helplessness washed over him. Aunt Lin couldn't help but curse. You ungrateful wolf. Don't forget, we raised you for 3 months. Xian sighed. Uncle, I'll call you uncle one last time. The Lin family raised me, but it was my adoptive parents who did. I never ate a single grain of rice from you. On the contrary, you took my adoptive parents' compensation money and their house. So don't talk to me about the Lin family's nurturing grace. I'll remember my adoptive parents' kindness. But you have no kindness toward me, only resentment. Xian shook his head. Aunt, before you came to my house, the food my adoptive parents left behind was enough to last me 3 years of eating freely. But after you arrived, in 3 months, I ate less than 10 jin of rice. Uncle Lin was furious. Xian, is this how you repay the Lin family for raising you? Aunt Lin said bitterly, if that's the case, Why did you even sign an agreement with us? If you're not giving us anything, do you think you can just wash your hands clean of the Lin family? Don't forget, even if the debt is only to the second brother, he was still a Lin. Huh. My adoptive parents had already split from the family long ago, and they're gone now. I'll find a way to repay them as I see fit. But they're also the Lin family, I owe you nothing. These 2 storefronts, take them if you want, leave them if you don't. Just go. Uncle Lin was about to say no, but Aunt Lin quickly said, take them? Of course we'll take them. She said this while making eye signals to her husband and son. Uncle Lin instantly understood. His wife meant to accept the shops for now and let Axin handle the debt. After all, the borrower wasn't them, and the ones being chased for repayment wouldn't be them either. This chapter ends. Chapter 1837. Arriving with righteousness, leaving in defeat. Uncle Lin was about to agree when he heard Ashin say again, the loan is secured by 2 shops. If you don't repay the loan, the shops will be taken away. Upon hearing this, the 3 Lins realized they couldn't take advantage of the shops either. They had no intention of spending their own money to buy any shops. A simple cloth spread on the ground was enough for their stall. Why would they need a shop? So, Uncle Lin slammed the table. We're not taking this 40,000 loan. If I wanted to buy a shop, I could do it myself. Ashin immediately gathered the papers. If you don't take the loan, that means you don't want the shops. Let's be clear, it's you who don't want them, not me who won't give them. Sign here to give up these shops and the loan, and you can leave. In reality, the 2 shops Ashin had bought were in excellent locations, and such prime spots were no longer available for purchase. Uncle Lin didn't want to sign, but Yufei stepped forward. Either accept the loan and shop contracts and sign a settlement agreement, or sign a statement renouncing the shops and the loan, and we'll be square. Choose one. As Yufei stood, his 4 bodyguards immediately rose as well, glaring at the 3 Lins. Auntie Lin, who had been about to throw a tantrum, froze. The fierce aura of these men and their terrifying eyes stopped her cold. In the end, Uncle Lin had no choice but to sign the statement renouncing the shops and the loan, settling matters between Ashin and the Lin family once and for all. With his brothers backing him up and the settlement agreement in hand, Ashin had no reason to stay any longer. Auntie Lin still wanted to cause a scene, but the 4 bodyguards behind Yufei fixed her with icy stares, as if ready to act if she made a move. Mingyu rolled her eyes at him, of course. Just wait and see. In 2 years, these shops on the pedestrian street will definitely rise to 100,000 yuan each. Really? Xiangzi was also tempted. Then I'll go buy a few too. Alas. Mingyu sighed. Ashin, your heart is still too soft. You even found them such a good opportunity to make money, but they didn't appreciate it. Still, it's their loss. They let go of a surefire way to get rich lying down. Ashin paused. Master, do you also think these 2 shops I bought are a path to wealth? After all their trouble, the 3 Lins gained nothing and were deeply dissatisfied. And so, the 3 Lins arrived with righteousness, but left in defeat. Lin Chengwei knew that if they didn't leave now, they wouldn't get anything good out of this. If Ashin's brother's bodyguards actually made a move, they'd be in serious trouble. Even Lian Zhongqing, hearing Mingyu's words, felt a flicker of temptation. Should he borrow money to buy one? But after a moment's thought, he realized it wasn't realistic. Where would he borrow that much money? Hearing that many shops were still unsold, Mingyu planned to buy 10 herself, adding, from now on, the rent from these shops will fund the welfare home. Lian Zhongqing's eyes lit up at that. Although General Lin had promised to allocate funds for the welfare home on time, who knew if that would actually come through? But with 10 shops, using the rent to support the children's welfare home would be rock solid. He couldn't help but applaud, using shops to fund the welfare home. That's brilliant. Ashin then turned to Lian Zhongqing. Deputy County Chief Lian, did you come to see me about something? The chapter ends. Chapter 1838, Lian Zhongqing's Confession. Lian Zhongqing smiled bitterly. He had originally intended to solicit donations from General Lin, but only today did he realize that this company didn't belong to Axin. He was just an employee too. As for the donation matter, it probably wouldn't be so convenient anymore, would it? After thinking for a moment, he said, could you introduce me to your boss? Axin glanced at Mengyu and asked, what do you need to see our boss about? Lian Zhongqing didn't hide anything and poured out all the mistakes he had made, expressing deep regret in his words. Now it's too late for regret. I've already offended the boss of that Yuju group. Alas, it's all my fault. When the village cadres first misunderstood, I didn't clarify, and later it became hard to clarify, so the misunderstanding only deepened. Although I didn't mean it at first, the harm was already done by not clearing things up in time. The boss of Yuju definitely won't give money anymore, so I have to find funds for road construction elsewhere, that's why. So that's why he came to ask for money today. Axin glanced at Mengyu again. Through today's interaction, Mengyu could tell that Lian Zhongqing wasn't a bad person, just too vain, unable to give up the villagers' praise, which led him to take credit. As for intercepting her merit, it wasn't intentional, he simply didn't know what merit or virtue meant. Mengyu said, actually, you could go apologize to the boss of Yuzhu. If you sincerely return the credit to her, I believe she would still be willing to continue donating for your road construction. Mengyu thought for a moment and said, you don't have to confess in front of the crowd. Instead, go directly to those villages and praise the Yuzhu boss for voluntarily donating to build their roads, so everyone understands where the money comes from. Mengyu nodded. It will definitely work. After all, what the boss wants is for the people to thank her. If you say it that way, the villagers will know the boss came to help them on her own initiative, and they'll be grateful to her. She'll be happy, and then the money will come, right? He was a man who valued face. Enjoying praise was pleasant, but going village to confess was a bit difficult. Lian Zhongqing nodded. All right, starting this afternoon, I'll go to each village to praise the boss's spirit of dedication. But he looked at Awakens. The road construction requires too much funding. Could you still introduce me to your boss? I'll see if I can get some support from your boss. Lian Zhongqing grimaced, but making me go village to confess, that's hard on my pride. Lian Zhongqing was shocked. The two largest group companies actually had the same boss? What big news? Awakens shook his head. You don't need to find our boss anymore, because the Mingxin group and the Yuzhu group share the same behind-the-scenes boss. Lian Zhongqing's eyes lit up. Will that really work? But at the same time, he felt ashamed of his actions. If he hadn't come to see Awakens today, wouldn't his mistake have been impossible to correct? He looked at Mengyu, then at Awakens. Awakens, could you arrange a meeting with your boss for me? I want to apologize to her in person. Awakens hesitated. Comrade Lian. Mengyu quickly said, Comrade, I think as long as you sincerely repent, the boss will surely feel it. So, as long as you handle things well and return the credit to the boss, even without an in-person apology, the boss will sense it. Lian Zhongqing took the hint. All right, I'll head back now and go to the villages this afternoon. I will definitely make things right. End of chapter. Chapter 1839. The Merit Returns. Mengyu smiled. I believe in you. As long as you seek truth from facts in the future, you will definitely be a good official. An official who genuinely seeks recognition from the common people and is willing to work for them, even if he sometimes makes mistakes, can still be considered a good official. After Lian Zhongqing returned, he indeed went down to the countryside immediately, visiting every village construction site. Wherever he went, he praised the bosses who voluntarily contributed money to build roads, especially emphasizing the bosses of Yuzhu Group and Mingxin Group. Sure enough, after Lian Zhongqing's tireless promotion, the common people finally understood that the previous claim that leader Lian had secured funds from higher authorities was a misunderstanding. The money was actually provided by the bosses to help them become prosperous. Thus, their gratitude naturally shifted from Lian Zhongqing to the bosses of Yuzhu and Mingxin Group. Shadow exclaimed in surprise, Master, the merit value has increased by 5. After a while, Shadow called out again, Master, the merit value has increased by 10. Master, the merit value has risen again. This time it's a lot. 15, 20, 50, 100. Master, the merit value is still rising. She thought for a moment and then said, why don't you just put up a sign stating that all profits of Yuzhu Group, after deducting all costs, will be used for welfare projects? Mengyu thought it over and said, G City is our hometown. This road must be built, and it must be built first. After a pause, she added, or maybe, let's also build roads in Shenzhen at the same time. Feeling that the merit value that should have been hers was finally in hand, Mengyu's anger subsided. She called Jing Suizhu, General Jing, continue distributing the road construction funds. Also, I'll give you another 100 million. Starting next year, build all the rural roads in G City. But make sure the phenomenon of others stealing credit doesn't happen again. Jing Suizhu quickly assured, it won't happen again. Jing Suizhu worried, but the funds. Funds are not a problem, Mengyu said. What Mengyu didn't expect was that after the company put up the sign, and because everyone could see the tangible work done by Yuzhu Group, building roads, running nursing homes, and establishing children's welfare homes, the company's business turned out to be exceptionally good. Jing Suizhu's heart skipped a beat. Jing Suizhu suddenly thought of something. Could we move the road construction to Shenzhen? That would be more beneficial for the company's development there. Mengyu was very firm. Yes, all. But don't worry, your salary and commission remain the same. Jing Suizhu breathed a sigh of relief. All right. Not to mention anything else, the children who grew up in the children's welfare homes run by Yuzhu Company across the country used only products manufactured by Yuzhu. Wherever they went, they would defend the Yuzhu industry. Yuzhu Group grew larger and larger, still adhering to one principle: all profits from the company, after deducting all costs, would be used for welfare. Yuzhu Company eventually became a globally renowned charity company. But that is a story for later. That evening, Mingyu followed the original plan and took the Ashin brothers to Hong Kong. As for Pa Yuhua's clone, she was left in the space, which happened to need someone to manage it. As for Yufei's shadow guards, they had their own way back. When Mingyu led the Ashin brothers, Qingwen temporarily stayed in the Chang'an compound, up to the rooftop, and saw the small helicopter that could only hold 4 people. Yufei, who had always kept a poker face, finally broke character. His mouth dropped open wide enough to hold an egg. There really is a helicopter. Today is still 6 chapters. If a person feels inferior themselves, who else will think highly of you? If you want others to respect you, you must first respect yourself. This chapter ends. Chapter 1840, Your situation at home is worrying. Axian also found it strange. How could he not know when a small helicopter had landed on his rooftop? But then again, since his master even had treasures like storage pouches, it didn't seem odd for him to have a plane on the roof. Mingyu walked into the helicopter first and directly sat in the driver's seat. Seeing the 2 brothers still in a daze, she said, "Why aren't you getting on?" Only then did they snap out of it and board the helicopter. The helicopter rose silently and then flew toward Hong Kong. Yufei was startled again. This helicopter really has no sound. Mingyu snorted. This was her 5 elements fan, powered directly by spirit stones. How could it make noise? She had to say, it's soundproofed. Originally, she had considered slowing down, but after thinking it over, she decided against it. She simply activated a barrier array on top of the concealment array, isolating both the inside and outside completely. Yufei, no matter how unwelcome he was in the Yu family, was still one of its masters. How could Uncle Zhang dare to say he didn't believe him? He quickly opened the gate. "Young Master Fei, please come in." In other words, aside from her using her divine sense to see, neither Axian nor Yufei could see outside. After Yufei drove in, Uncle Zhang immediately picked up the phone. "Big Young Master, Yufei is back. He's driving a Hummer himself, and it seems someone else is with him." I didn't see how many people. Yes, it shouldn't be a da and a air. The 2 only then realized they had arrived on a mountain within Hong Kong's borders. But this time, he didn't ask, because Mingyu directly said to him, "Now you drive. Head back to the Yu family." Yufei found it even stranger. After they got off the plane, a car was parked there with mainland license plates. Now, his brother's master had produced Hong Kong plates. Soon, the plane landed on the ground. The 2 hadn't reacted until Mingyu said, "We've arrived. Get off." But the license plate on this car, it was a mainland plate. Wouldn't it attract attention driving it out? Mingyu then remembered that although this car belonged to the Hong Kong Balong gang, she had asked Gu Dongxing to change the plates. Fortunately, she had kept the Hong Kong plates. Half an hour later, the car drove into a villa complex. When the Yu family guard saw an unfamiliar car approaching late at night, they naturally stepped forward to stop it. Yufei rolled down the window. "Uncle Zhang, you're on duty." She took out the license plates from her ring and handed them to Axian. "Swap them out." Who exactly was she? But with doubts in his heart, he dared not ask again. After all, he had experienced the power of his brother's master firsthand. She had taken him down in one move. He had always thought he was quite skilled. Yufei got out of the car and then noticed Mingyu walking toward a Hummer. He was again puzzled. His brother's master was formidable. When had she parked a Hummer here? Uncle Zhang, seeing it was Yufei, was somewhat surprised. Usually, young Master Fei didn't drive himself. Just as he was about to peek inside, Yufei's cold voice rang out. "Uncle Zhang, do you not trust me?" Mingyu, hearing the phone call from behind, looked at Yufei. "Yufei, your situation at home is worrying. You've only just returned, and Uncle Zhang is already calling some big young master. It seems someone is always keeping tabs on whether you come back." Yufei frowned slightly. "Big young master?" Mingyu nodded, and then I heard it just now. Yufei was stunned again. How had he not heard it? Did people with skills have sharper ears? End of chapter. Chapter 1841. No women in the hall. After thinking it over, Mingyu said, "After I acquire Yez, I will only give you 50 million in cash." Yi Dafu was immediately angered and about to speak, but Mingyu continued, "The other 50 million will be used as the Yi family's eldest branch's investment in the new company, accounting for a 20% stake, with Yilong and Yufei each holding 10%. From now on, Yez real estate will still be called Yez, but it will be the Yez of the eldest branch." Yi Dafu suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. The owner of Aishin Hall had come to avenge the eldest branch of the Yi family. However, Yufei already held a 20% stake in Yez, and the elder had left another 20% for Yilong, along with an additional 10% as a reward for finding Yilong. Now that Yufei had brought Yilong back, that 10% stake also fell to the eldest branch. Thus, in total, the eldest branch of the Yu family held a 50% stake. It was reasonable for Mingyu to offer Yu Dafu only 50 million. Moreover, preserving Ye's was the best outcome. Besides, as long as Ye's real estate still bore the Yi name, who was to say that in the future, his third branch of the Yi family couldn't reclaim Ye's from the eldest branch? Furthermore, the current Ye's company was staffed from top to bottom with his people, and he didn't believe he could not maneuver two young lads. Thus, Yi Dafu had already agreed to Mingyu's proposal in his heart, but he couldn't let her take Ye's so easily. He felt there should still be room for negotiation. Therefore, he insisted, selling the company is no small matter. I still need a few days to think it over. Mingyu sneered inwardly. All right, take your time to consider. Perhaps within these 3 days, you might find another buyer or a better option. But I can't guarantee I'll wait only for you. If another suitable real estate company comes along, I might buy that one instead. Yi Dafu, however, was unimpressed. At this time, the real estate market was in a slump, with houses unsold, and no one would acquire a real estate company under such circumstances. This woman was acquiring a real estate company now clearly to help the two lads of the eldest branch reclaim Yes. How could she easily let go of Yes? He needed to think carefully about how to get a better price. Little did he know, sometimes people's thoughts change and, because of his greed, he would lose an opportunity. Minyu's intention to acquire Yes was, first, because Axin was a member of the Yi family, and rather than letting Yes be acquired by someone else, it was better for her to do it herself. Second, she had previously told the two brothers, Axin and Yifei, that she would give them $1 billion to start real estate companies and compete to determine who is the elder brother. Though it was somewhat playful, she genuinely planned to start a real estate company in Hong Kong. Instead of starting a new one, acquiring two similar real estate companies would allow her to enter the market faster. Third, she wanted to vent for the brothers Axin and Yifei. You Yilao-san went a great lengths to drive out the eldest branch, didn't you? Now, having Yes fall into the hands of the eldest branch would be the most frustrating outcome for Yilao-san. Thus, Mingyu, who had originally planned to invest in a real estate company to drive Yes out of business, recalled that in her previous life, Yes had also ended miserably, so she simply decided to acquire it directly. Mingyu left the Yi residence with Axin and Yifei. After leaving the Yi house and getting into the Hummer, Mingyu saw Yifei hesitating to speak and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yifei thought for a moment and said, "Nan boss, I think you don't need to acquire Yes." Chapter 1842, discussing the acquisition of the Yi family. Just as Yi Dafu was feeling puzzled, he saw a young man following behind that woman. If Yifei hadn't entered first, he might have mistakenly thought this young man was Yifei. Yifei then walked in as the host and introduced Mingyu to the two. "This is my third uncle, Yi Dafu, and the one beside him is my cousin Yi Ba." Then he introduced Mingyu to old third Yi. "This is my brother's boss." After that, he pointed at Axin. "This is my twin brother, Axin, whom I've been searching for many years and finally found." Yi Dafu and Yi Ba looked at the two young men and wanted to argue that Axin wasn't Yifei's twin brother, but they couldn't say it, because the two young men looked far too alike. The two already looked similar, and Mingyu had even specially taken out 2 sets of identical clothes for them to change into, made slight adjustments to their minor differences, and even styled their hair the same way. So at this moment, the two looked like they had been copied and pasted. When the two children were first born, they were indeed identical, so he simply couldn't tell them apart. Back then, when he handed the 2 children over to the human traffickers to take away, the old man discovered it, and the 2 traffickers carrying the children had to separate, ultimately having one snatched back. Therefore, he didn't even know whether the one taken back was the older or younger brother. Now, with 2 identical people standing before him, how could he say that Axin wasn't his eldest brother's son? It was Yi Ba who spoke up instead. "Just because they look alike doesn't make him my cousin." Selling medicine. Mingyu continued, "I'm the one who opened Love Hall." "You are." In short, whenever Love Hall was mentioned, what people associated with it were the high drug prices and its mysterious aura. Axin looked directly at Yi Dafu. "I'm an orphan. My home is in South Province, Huaxia. After my parents died, I stayed with my uncle for a few months, suffered all kinds of abuse, left home, and survived by begging and picking through trash on the streets. My family turned a blind eye." He had thought this woman would present proof or reasons to verify her identity, but who knew she simply didn't care whether he believed or not believe it or not. He turned his gaze back to Axin. "Young friend, where is your home? Do you have any family left?" "This is easy." Mingyu suddenly interjected. "Overseas, there's already DNA testing technology. You can get a DNA test." Although their father is no longer around, Fei is still here. Just as the 2 brothers. Their faces clearly show they're identical twins, with a very high blood similarity. Of course, at Love Hall, only medicines at cost price were available for everyday treatments. Things like the rejuvenation pill or great returning pill couldn't be obtained. Minyu looked disdainfully at Yuba. As far as I know, your Yu family's total assets now don't amount to much, do they? 20% of your Yu family's shares aren't worth much either. Moreover, with the real estate market downturn, how much longer can your Yu family's real estate company hold on? Yi Dafu asked contemptuously. May I ask, what does Boss Yu sell? Besides expensive, high-quality medicine, Love Hall had another feature. Poor people could buy medicine at cost price. If the poor needed it urgently and had no money, they might even give it to you for free. Yi Dafu nearly choked on his own saliva. But the medicine was good, yet sold very expensively, at $1 million per pill. Did anyone try to rob the place? Of course. It was said that a martial arts expert once tried to steal the great returning pill, but after being hung at the store entrance for 2 days, no one dared to try again. But the rejuvenation pill wasn't the best or most expensive medicine at Love Hall. Not alike. Does it seem not alike? Minyu smiled faintly. Then you can choose not to believe it. Yi Ba interrupted again. You haven't even confirmed whether you're part of the Yi family yet. Aren't you just after our Yi family's 20% shares? That's why you got plastic surgery to look like this, right? But despite the high price, some people still bought it to keep on hand. After all, those who lived on the edge of a knife would want to have one on hand. Having a rejuvenation pill meant having a spare life. Love Hall's signature treasure was called the rejuvenation pill. No matter how severe the injury, as long as there was still a breath left, taking it would heal you immediately. However, it was said that pill cost $100 million, and most people couldn't afford it. After hearing others talk, he learned that he wasn't his parents' biological child, but had been bought by them from human traffickers. It wasn't until today, when Ah Fei and his brother came looking for him, that he realized his roots were in the Yi family of Hong Kong. As soon as Minyu spoke, she drew the attention of Yi Dafu and his son to herself. But the rejuvenation pill wasn't Love Hall's only signature treasure. After all, people involved in the underworld were a minority. What? You're the owner of Love Hall? Yi Dafu exclaimed in disbelief, his shock undisguised. Are you talking about the Love Hall in Hong Kong? The one on Minyang Road? Was this a background check? Love Hall was a newly opened Chinese medicine pharmacy. The medicines there were extremely expensive, but remarkably effective. It was said that medicines unavailable elsewhere could be found there. For example, ginseng over 100 years old. Yi Dafu looked at the woman in her 30s before him, somewhat incredulous. Was this woman the owner of Love Hall? Some said there was an innate master guarding the store, while others said Love Hall was protected by immortals. The best-selling and most expensive medicine in the store was the rejuvenation pill. It was said that no matter how severe the injury, as long as you took it in time, you'd recover quickly. Yi Fei introduced me earlier. I'm Awakens' boss. My surname is Yu and my name is Yu Xing. So it's Boss Yu. Yi Dafu's eyes showed some disdain. There was no big boss with the surname Yu in Hong Kong. Above the rejuvenation pill was another signature treasure called the Great Returning Pill, which could rapidly restore vitality. It cost $10 billion per pill. It was said that whether from severe injury or serious illness, even if on the verge of death, as long as you hadn't breathed your last, one Great Returning Pill could save you. However, whether it was the Great Returning Pill or the rejuvenation pill, the store wouldn't sell them easily, so they were merely kept as signature treasures. Yi Dafu was startled. This woman was right. His Yi family's real estate company was about to collapse. With houses piling up unsold, if they couldn't repay the bank loan by the end of this month, they would have to declare bankruptcy and liquidation. Minyu looked at Yi Dafu. The reason I came today with my disciple is to propose acquiring the Yi family's real estate company for $100 million. Yi Dafu was shocked. What? Acquire the Yi family's real estate? But he quickly calmed down. Even with the real estate downturn, our Yi family's real estate is still valued at over $1.5 billion. You're offering just $100 million to acquire it. Chapter 1843. I'll give you my answer in 3 days. Minyu chuckled lightly. You say your corporation is worth $1.5 billion, meaning your unsold houses, your halted unfinished buildings, and a piece of land you hold are worth $1.5 billion, right? But your debts are around $1.4 billion, aren't they? Try selling it. Can you sell it for $1.5 billion? If I hadn't come to acquire it, your Yi Corporation real estate would probably have to declare bankruptcy by the end of this month. By then, when the bank auctions it off, do you think they'll get $1.5 billion for your assets? More likely, you'll end up insolvent, right? Indeed, saying their houses and land were worth $1.5 billion was the market price. If they could survive this year, it might even exceed that. But unfortunately, they couldn't hold on. If the bank auctioned it off, they'd be lucky to get half that, maybe $700 to $800 million. Yi Dafu glared angrily at Yi Fei. How dare you leak my Yi family's secrets? Yi Fei shrugged. Would I even know the Yi family's secrets? Yi Dafu paused. True, only he, his eldest son, and the finance department knew the Yi family's financial secrets. Yi Fei, studying abroad, couldn't possibly know. Minyu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, why blame others unfairly? Your houses and land are right there, easy to appraise. Your debts are traceable at the bank. None of it is a secret. Now that Hong Kong's real estate market is sluggish, small and medium-sized developers are going bankrupt left and right, no secret there. You've done well to hold on this long. Selling Yi Corporation real estate to me for 100 million lets you take that money and reinvest in other ventures to make a comeback. But if you're forced into bankruptcy, well, you know what that means. In her past life, Minyu had heard Jiang Huayu talk about Hong Kong's real estate market. It was at its lowest point now. Next month, the government would implement countermeasures, and it would slowly recover by next year, followed by a 12-year bull market where prices would surge over six-fold until peaking in 1997 before crashing. Minyu remembered Jiang Huayu marveling at how, if she had bought properties in 1984 and sold them before the 1997 crash, she could have made a fortune. In fact, Yi Corporation should have gone bankrupt 3 months ago. But Yi Dafu had sold off the family's gold reserves to barely cover 2 months' interest. Now, with houses stuck unsold, debts unpaid, and the capital chain broken, they'd already missed last month's interest payment and couldn't pay this month's either. Yi Dafu looked at the woman before him, deep in thought. She had also noted Hong Kong's real estate market back then. Yi Corporation didn't exist, meaning it either went bankrupt or was acquired. This owner of Tang was right. Yi Corporation was on the verge of bankruptcy. Yi Corporation real estate was still here now, but next month the government would act. If Yi Corporation survived, it would have to hold on and wait. The only possibility was that it would be acquired this month or auctioned by the bank. If it declared bankruptcy and was auctioned, Yi Corporation real estate would end up insolvent. Getting back 100 million was actually a very good option. So, looking at the woman before him, he felt somewhat resigned but quickly made a decision. Please, Miss Yu, allow me some time to think. I'll give you my answer in 3 days. Fine, I'll wait for your reply, Mr. Yi, Minyu said. Don't argue with unreasonable people, because in the end, you'll only get hurt. Your 10 mouths can't outtalk one lying mouth. Always remember, stay away from bad people, don't dwell on bad things. The chapter ends. Chapter 1844. No need to acquire the Yi Corporation. After thinking it over, Minyu said, after I acquire the Yi Corporation, I will only give you 50 million in cash. Yi Dafu was about to get angry upon hearing this, but Minyu continued, the other 50 million will be used as the Yi family's eldest branch's investment in the new company, accounting for a 20% stake. Yi Long and Yi Fei will each hold 10%. From now on, Yi Real Estate will still be called Yi, but it will belong to the eldest branch of the Yi family. Yi Dafu suddenly felt a deep sense of malice. This owner of the Love Heart Hall had come to avenge the eldest branch of the Yi family. However, Yi Fei originally held 20% of the Yi Corporation shares. The elder had left another 20% for Yi Long, and there was an additional 10% as a reward for finding Yi Long. Since Yi Fei had found Yi Long, that 10% also fell to the eldest branch. Thus, in total, the eldest branch of the Yi family held 50% of the shares. Minyu's offer of only 50 million to Yi Dafu was reasonable. Moreover, preserving the Yi Corporation was the best outcome. Besides, as long as Yi Real Estate still bore the Yi name, who was to say that the third branch of the Yi family couldn't seize it back from the eldest branch in the future? Furthermore, the current Yi Corporation was filled with his people from top to bottom. He didn't believe he couldn't outmaneuver 2 young lads. Thus, Yi Dafu had already agreed to Minyu in his heart, but he couldn't let her take the Yi Corporation so easily. He felt there should still be room for negotiation. Therefore, he insisted, selling the company is no small matter. I still need a few days to think it over. Minyu sneered inwardly. All right, take your time. Perhaps in these 3 days, you might find another buyer or a better option. But I can't guarantee I'll wait only for you. If I come across another suitable real estate company, I might buy it instead. Little did he know, sometimes people's minds change. Because of his greed, he would lose an opportunity. Yi Dafu, however, was unconvinced. This was a downturn in the real estate market, with houses unsellable. No one would acquire a real estate company at such a time. This woman was acquiring a real estate company now, clearly to help the 2 lads of the eldest branch reclaim the Yi Corporation. How could she easily let go of it? He needed to think carefully about how to get a better price. Minyu's decision to buy the Yi Corporation was, first, because Ashin was a member of the Yi family. Rather than letting the Yi Corporation be acquired by someone else, it was better to buy it herself. Second, she had previously told the 2 brothers, Ashin and Yi Fei, that she would give them $1 billion to start real estate companies and compete to determine who is the elder brother. Though it was said in jest, she genuinely intended to open a real estate company in Hong Kong. Instead of starting a new one, acquiring 2 similar real estate companies would allow her to enter the market faster. Third, she wanted to vent for the brothers. Wasn't Yi Lao-san doing everything to drive out the eldest branch? Now, the Yi Corporation falling into the hands of the eldest branch would be the most frustrating outcome for Yi Lao-san. Thus, Mingyu, who had originally planned to invest in a real estate company to crush the Yi Corporation, decided to directly acquire it after recalling that in her past life, the Yi Corporation had also ended in failure. Mingyu left the Yi family with Xin and Yifei. After leaving the Yi residence and getting into the Hummer, Mingyu noticed Yifei hesitating to speak and said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Yifei thought for a moment and said, "Boss Nan, I don't think you need to acquire the Yi Corporation. Happy winter solstice. Today's 6 chapters are done. Good night, everyone." End of this chapter. Chapter 1845. The Yi family should not be preserved. Oh. Mingyu was a bit puzzled. Could it be that Yifei didn't want to take back the company that belonged to their eldest branch? Didn't he want the Yi family business to continue? She had heard that the Yi family company wasn't much before Yifei's father took over, just a small company worth tens of millions. It had grown and prospered entirely during the decade or so under his father's management. It could be said that the Yi family's current success was all thanks to his father. If she didn't help them preserve the Yi family business, it would be hard for it to survive this time, and his father's hard work would have been in vain. A cold gleam flashed in Yifei's eyes. Acquiring the Yi family business won't do you any good. First, the real estate market is in a downturn right now. Many small and medium-sized real estate companies have gone bankrupt or are on the verge of bankruptcy. It's not hard to acquire a real estate company. You could buy a better one with very little money. But old third you knows you want to help us, the eldest branch, preserve the Yi family business, so he'll definitely try to take a bite out of you. If you acquire the Yi family company, the price won't come down. You might not be able to acquire it for 100 million dollars. Second, even if you manage to preserve it, old third you knows your goal is to help us brothers take back the Yi family business. So he'll definitely think of it as belonging to them and use that as an excuse to reclaim it later. Third, right now, every level of the Yi family company is filled with old third yes people. After you acquire it, you can't replace everyone. To reclaim the company, old third you will surely plant moles and hold back on management, making future operations difficult. My brother and I will build a brand new Yi family business with our own abilities. Mingyu thought highly of this young man. It seemed he might soar to great heights in the future. Yifei shook his head. That's just a number. I've never received a single cent in dividends. Besides, judging by their attitude today, they won't acknowledge Awakens. So we won't get that 30% stake. Whether the Yi family business exists or not doesn't matter much to us. So instead of acquiring the Yi family company, it's better to acquire another company or simply start a new one. Awakens also agreed with Yifei's view. Master, no company in this world lasts forever. My father is already gone, killed by my third uncle. It's only fitting that the company be his funeral offering. So Yifei is right, let's acquire another company. Seeing that her disciple felt the same way, Mingyu naturally wouldn't push to acquire the Yi family business. But she still asked one more question. Are you both really sure you don't want to preserve it? Remember, you two brothers hold a 50% stake in it. I could try to get a bit more, so the company could be under your control. However, in her past life, Awakens had become a famous entrepreneur, but she had never heard of Yifei. Could it be that he had ultimately been killed? She took out a protective jade pendant and gave it to Yifei. Wear this. Once you put it on, don't take it off. Seeing this, Awakens was overjoyed. He quickly took it and put it on his brother. Yifei, this is a protective talisman made by my master's husband. Wearing it can withstand physical attacks. Even a sniper rifle can't kill you with this on. Yifei had long noticed Mingyu's extraordinary nature and was naturally very happy to receive the gift. Thank you, Boss Nan. Seeing that his master had given his brother a protective jade pendant, Awakens immediately pleaded on his behalf. Why doesn't master take Yifei as a disciple too? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1846, Insatiable Greed. Who would have thought, but Mingyu shook her head. Master doesn't have time to teach him. You teach him. The disciples she took on were all very pure-hearted. This Yifei was clearly the type who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His previous actions toward Awakens had already made Mingyu somewhat angry. Besides, he hadn't even proposed becoming a disciple himself. In truth, Yifei didn't propose becoming a disciple because he knew he had no favorable impression in front of his brother's master. He understood that even if he brought it up, the other party wouldn't agree. After all, he had been introduced to her while scheming against his own brother. This first impression was hard to change. Therefore, he held little hope for becoming a disciple. Seeing that his master wouldn't take him on, Awakens had no choice either. But upon hearing that Mingyu agreed to let him teach the techniques, he was delighted. Fei, once things settle down, I'll teach you the techniques. Hearing that he could learn the techniques from his brother, Yifei also felt it was for the best. However, by the time he truly understood Mingyu's abilities and wanted to become her disciple, it was already too late. The next day, Yifei's men reported that a medium-sized real estate company in Singapore could no longer hold on and was facing bankruptcy, just like the Yi family. Mingyu immediately made the decision and bought it for $60 million. Of course, along with it came the $12 billion in debt that Singapore owed. But knowing that there would be changes next month and that Hong Kong's real estate market would heat up next year, Mingyu didn't hesitate to acquire it. However, just as she was about to leave, someone reported that Yi Dafu had arrived. Mingyu planned to visit the O family and then return to the mainland. Given the current market conditions, this real estate company was already insolvent. The most critical issue was that they couldn't secure loans anymore, and creditors were constantly pressing them. Mingyu taking over and paying them $60 million made her a veritable fool. After arranging everything, Yifei flew back to the UK to study. He borrowed $100 million from Mingyu, intending to build his own business there. He also wanted to leave a few dark guards for Awakens, but Awakens refused. With Mingyu's help, he had already broken through to the innate realm. As an innate master, he naturally had the ability to protect himself. The unsold properties in Singapore at current prices were worth about $300 million. Additionally, there were 2 plots of land that had originally cost $900 million to acquire, but their value had likely dropped. After acquiring the company, Mingyu named it Jiatian Xia Real Estate Company and handed it over to Awakens, leaving it at that. Of course, she shared her predictions with Awakens, instructing him that Hong Kong's real estate market would recover next year. She told him to acquire more land in the second half of the year, run the company until the third quarter of 1997, then sell off all properties and enter the mainland real estate market. Still, she planned to assign him 4 dark guards, even if just to follow him and let him train them into versatile talents. Yi Dafu had miscalculated this time. He had assumed that the Yi brothers wouldn't abandon the Yi family, so he had maintained his stance and didn't actively seek out Mingyu. Moreover, he still held leverage over them, Yi Long. As long as he stubbornly refused to acknowledge Yi Long's identity, the latter couldn't reclaim his ancestral roots. He even thought that selling the Yi family was not worth it. Instead, he considered inviting Yu Hang to directly invest and save the Yi family, with the condition that they acknowledge Yi Long's identity. As for the shares the elder had left for Yi Long, they were like Yifei's shares, though they held the shares. The dividends were still at his discretion. He could give as much or as little as he pleased. End of chapter. Chapter 1847. Don't you care about your disciple acknowledging his ancestors? Yi Dafu felt that this move of his was sure to be foolproof. It would save the company, prevent the Yi family from being acquired, and keep the business under his control. Thus, he waited leisurely for the other party to come begging him. But 3 days passed, and the other parties still hadn't shown up. He wondered if they were just putting on airs, because he didn't believe Yi Long and Yifei would give up on the Yi family. In particular, he didn't believe Yi Long would give up on acknowledging his ancestors. It wasn't until the 4th day, when Yifei flew back to the country where he studied, and news came that the Xingzhou real estate company had been acquired by the behind-the-scenes boss of Aixintang, that he started to panic. He rushed to Xingzhou in a hurry and, sure enough, the sign above the Xingzhou real estate company had been changed to Jiatian Xia Real Estate Company. He immediately sought an audience with the new boss. Axine looked at his master. Do you want to see him? Mengyu smiled. We haven't done anything wrong, so why be afraid to see him? Let him in. When Yi Dafu walked into the general manager's office, he saw Mengyu, in her Yuxing identity, sitting grandly there, with Yi Long, who had just returned to Hong Kong, standing behind her. Yi Dafu was even more disheartened upon hearing that she had spent $60 million to buy Xingzhou. Hello, Boss Yu. After some casual pleasantries, Yi Dafu began to complain. Boss Yu, didn't we agree that you would acquire our Yi family? 3 days have passed. Why haven't you come back to discuss the acquisition with me? He thought that Mengyu's earlier words were just her way of not appearing too eager, but because he calculated that she was Yi Long's master and would want to help Yi Long return to the family, she would surely find a way to save the Yi family. It was precisely because he thought he had a hold on her weakness that he hadn't rushed to agree to sell, but instead asked for 3 days to consider. He never expected that she would say she wouldn't wait for just one family and actually mean it. On the 4th day, she had already acquired another real estate company. What was he supposed to do now? What about the Yi family, which was on the verge of bankruptcy? Mengyu added, besides, Xingzhou only cost me $60 million, which is $40 million less than the Yi family. I'd be a fool not to take it. Mengyu smiled. At the time, Boss Yu said he needed to think it over, and I also said I couldn't guarantee I'd wait only for your family. As it turned out, I found a more suitable company and bought it. Hello, Boss Yu. Xingzhou was already insolvent. How could it be worth $60 million? Yi Dafu then remembered what Mengyu had said when he asked for 3 days to consider. All right, Think it over carefully. Maybe in these 3 days, you can find another buyer or perhaps a better option. But I can't guarantee I'll wait only for your family. Xingzhou may have been insolvent, but what about your Yu family? Yi Defu was taken aback. The Yi family was also insolvent. How did she know that? Your Yu family is also insolvent, isn't it? Yet I offered your Yu family 100 million at the time. It was you who refused to sell. Meng Yu's tone carried a hint of mockery. Yi Defu choked. Indeed, with the same insolvency, she had offered 100 million, but his greed had cost him. Yi Defu looked at Meng Yu. Surely, boss, you can still acquire another company? After all, your disciple is a member of the Yu family. Don't you care about your disciple acknowledging his ancestors? This chapter ends. Chapter 1848. Do you want to know your third uncle's true face? Yi Defu was threatening her. If she didn't acquire Yi Corporation, he wouldn't let Awakens be recognized by the family? Heh. Ming Yu let out a dry laugh. I never said I'd link my disciple's recognition by the family to the acquisition. Besides, from our last visit to your residence, it seems your family isn't exactly welcoming of my disciple's return to the Yi family. As the disciple of the boss of Aixintang, his status is far too important to be forced into recognition. If you don't welcome him, he and his brother can simply establish a new Yi family on their own, not necessarily seeking recognition by the family. Yi Defu immediately felt uneasy. He glanced at Yilong, Ashin, standing behind Mingyu, and seeing his indifferent expression, his heart skipped a beat, so they didn't even take recognition by the family seriously, and he had been foolish enough to use Yilong's recognition as leverage? Who said mainlanders valued recognition by the family? Step forward, and I won't beat you to death. He didn't know that before the age of 8, Ashin had received little warmth in the Lin family. After 8, he became a garbage-picking child, never enjoying the warmth of a home. Instead, it was the group of homeless children he gathered who warmed each other's hearts. At 16, he met Mingyu, which changed his fate. She not only bought the small courtyard in the north of the city, giving him and his younger siblings a home, but also made him the general manager of the company and taught him unparalleled martial arts. Thus, the person he was most grateful for was his master. Seeing Mingyu's indifferent attitude and Yilong's cold expression, Yi Defu regretted it. If he had known this, he would have agreed directly when Mingyu proposed acquiring Yi Corporation last time. If she remembered correctly, several pieces of land put up by the Hong Kong government in the second half of this year had failed to sell. She needed to save more money to bid for more land. Why should he make things difficult for his master over the Yi family, a family that had given him a sliver of warmth but no real benefit? Moreover, this family had caused the death of his biological parents. The acquisition of Xingzhou only cost 60 million. But I spent 12 billion repaying debts. And next, I plan to acquire a few more pieces of land in the second half of the year. Mingyu shrugged and spread her hands. So, I don't have extra money to inject into Yi Corporation. Unfortunately, he hadn't fully believed her back then, missing the best opportunity to sell the company. He suddenly remembered that this boss you claimed to be the boss of Aixintang, and Aixintang's flagship treasure, the Great Rejuvenation Pill, cost 1 billion each. This woman was truly wealthy. He let out a bitter heh and tried again. Then, boss you, could you inject capital into Yi Corporation? After all, you didn't spend much acquiring Xingzhou, did you? Yi Defu gasped. She had repaid all 12 billion in debt? Which company didn't owe money? Who would pay off all their debts? And not only that, she planned to acquire more land? At a time when the real estate market was sluggish? Mingyu raised her teacup to see him out, and Yi Defu, despite his reluctance, took his leave. After Yi Defu left, Mingyu said to Ashin, "Do you want to know your third uncle's true face?" Ashin naturally replied, "Yes." "Good, then let's expose his inner darkness. Get a camera, and when he speaks, record him." Ashin didn't quite understand why his master said this. Yi Defu had clearly taken his leave, so why did she say to record him when he spoke? End of chapter. Chapter 1849. He killed his older brother with his own hands. The absolute trust in his master that had been cultivated over a long period of time had conditioned Awakens to react reflexively. Following his master's instructions would not lead to mistakes. Therefore, Awakens immediately went to look for the camera. Yi Defu walked out of the general manager's office and noticed that, because the company was temporarily closed for reorganization, there were hardly any people around. As he passed by the archives room, he saw that the door was slightly ajar and decided to go in and take a look, hoping to find something. However, after entering, he discovered that the room was empty. When he tried to leave, he found that the door he had come through was gone. Thinking he must have misseen it, he pushed open another door. But stepping into that room, it was also empty, with only another door. Opening that door led to yet another empty room. "Is anyone here? Is anyone there? I am Yi Defu. Please let me out. I came in by accident. I mean no harm. Please let me out." No matter what he said, there was no one, not a single sound, only endless doors and endlessly empty rooms. Who are you? Yi Dafu was terrified. Wasn't his older brother dead? Looking at the older brother before him, Yi Dafu's fear was beyond words. He didn't know how long he had been wandering through the rooms. His feet were tired, so he crouched down and eventually sat on the floor. Then, as soon as he stopped, he realized he was extremely hungry, dizzy with hunger. This time, the voice was a bit clearer, and it felt strangely familiar. And so, Yi Dafu wandered through these empty rooms, unable to find a way out. He was anxious, but the more anxious he became, the more trapped he felt. Fear crept into his heart. Could he be encountering a ghostly maze? The middle-aged man spoke as he walked toward Yi Dafu. Yi Dafu stared in terror at the man before him, his older brother, Yuan. Who are you? Are you my brother? No, you're dead. How could you be calling me? Yi Dafu asked in panic. Another voice called from behind. Ada. He was now filled with regret. Wouldn't it have been better to just go back? Why did he have to come into this building? No, don't come closer. You're not my brother. My brother is dead. Yi Dafu shouted. Yi Dafu turned around and saw a tall, handsome middle-aged man standing there, a doting smile on his face. Ada, you're being mischievous again. Why did you come here alone? Who's calling me? Yi Dafu stood up. He spun around, looking everywhere, but there was nothing but doors and walls. Just as he slumped down in defeat, he heard another voice. Ada. Just as he felt his sanity about to break, he suddenly heard someone call out to him, Ada, because he finally remembered that voice belonged to his older brother. Yuan shook his head. Ada, you're talking nonsense again. Your brother is perfectly fine. How can you say he's dead? As he spoke, he walked toward Yi Dafu. Yi Dafu kept backing away. No, brother, you are dead. You died in a car accident. Ada, what are you saying? How could your brother die in a car accident? Your brother has a dedicated driver, a veteran driver of over 10 years. How could there be a car accident? Ada, stop joking. I really am your older brother. Don't back away. Let me take a good look at you. The middle-aged man who looked like you and continued walking toward Yi Dafu. Some readers pointed out that chapters 1841 and 1842 didn't connect, and I realized I had accidentally missed posting a chapter. But now it's hard to insert it, so I'll have to revise chapter 1842 and include chapter 1841's content within it. Everyone, please go back and refresh to see it. This chapter ends. Chapter 1850. Is your big brother not good to you? Yi Dafu backed away, and as soon as he saw the door, he opened it, rushed inside, and slammed it shut. Luckily, these rooms all had doors. Luckily, he was fast. Then, a voice sounded behind him, Ada. The moment he heard that voice, he jumped. I am not Ada. Ada, I am your big brother. Why are you running? The man who looked like Yuan said discontentedly. You are not my big brother. I told you, my big brother is dead, died in a car accident. Yi Dafu shouted. Don't tell me that big brother had a dedicated driver. I had someone drug the driver, tampered with big brother's car, and sent someone to deliberately crash into his car. No matter how good big brother's driver was, he couldn't escape the car being destroyed and him dying. So, my big brother is really dead. You are not my big brother. The man who looked like you and seemed somewhat confused. Am I really dead? Yi Dafu pointed at him. You said it yourself, you are not my big brother. The man who looked like you and stared blankly at Yi Dafu. But, in my memory, I am Yuan, your big brother, and you are my younger brother, Yi Dafu. Yi Dafu roared. I'll say it again, you are not my big brother. My big brother is dead, and I killed him with my own hands. Was big brother not good to him? In his memory, his big brother was very good to him. When they were kids, he would follow his big brother out to play. If anyone bullied him, his big brother would fight them desperately even if he knew he couldn't win. Because of that, even older kids dared not bully him. Yi Dafu fell into his memories. He remembered his big brother saying, if our family has to suffer, it's enough for big brother to bear it. Our Ada is so handsome, born to enjoy life. Let big brother handle anything that comes up. I will earn you a lot of money and let you live a carefree life forever. Because of the Yi family's rules, it was the eldest son inheritance system. The company would definitely be inherited by the eldest son. But the other brothers also had shares. As long as the eldest son managed the company well, the other brothers, even if untalented, would still have money to spend. When he was young, his father was very strict with the three brothers. There was simply no happy childhood. It could be said that part of Yi Dafu's dissolute behavior was spoiled by his mother, and part was spoiled by his big brother. The man who looked like Yuan asked strangely, but why did you kill your big brother? Was your big brother not good to you? Back then, he didn't want to study, didn't want to be like his big brother without a childhood, learning all kinds of knowledge at a young age, cultivating various skills, and bearing the burden of the family's revival. That was why Yuan dared to say such things. And his big brother followed through. Under his efforts, the family business grew day by day, bringing in a lot of wealth for the family, allowing him to live without worries. And he naturally enjoyed the money his big brother earned, doing what he liked. His big brother even never married after being hurt by a woman in his youth. His mother even told him to let his third son out of his 3 sons be adopted by his big brother. At that time, he treated his big brother as a tool to make money for him. Thinking of this, Yi Dafu suddenly shouted, "He deserved to die. He deserved to die." Back then, he deliberately indulged me in eating, drinking, and having fun, letting me do what I loved without ambition. But in reality, he had a purpose. His purpose was to monopolize the company. 6 chapters updated. If you have votes, please cast them. End of this chapter. Chapter 1851. Why not be content? The middle-aged man who resembled Yuan looked at Yi Dafu with disappointment. I am the eldest son. The company was meant to be inherited by me. And did I keep it all to myself? Didn't you receive dividends? Dividends, of course Yi Dafu had received them. When his elder brother was alive, he got a 20% dividend every year, right into his hands. Even when he wanted to try investing and ran short of money, his elder brother gave him his own funds. That was how he started his own small company. Even when it ended up losing everything, his elder brother never blamed him. He simply said, as long as third brother is happy, it's fine. Even if we lose, we can afford it. The middle-aged man who looked like Yuan asked again, you got it, didn't you? Your elder brother worked himself to the bone and only took a 30% dividend. You, without lifting a finger, got 20% and could do whatever you liked. What more could you want? Yi Dafu asked himself, why wasn't he content? At first, he truly was content. His elder brother made money for him, and he only had to do what he enjoyed. Your discontent started after your elder brother got married, didn't it? Why did you kill him after he married? Yes, he remembered. It was because his elder brother got married that he became discontent. His elder brother getting married meant he had his own family. With a family came selfishness, because he would think more about his own sons and no longer consider his younger brother as he once had. Yes, it was all my elder brother's fault. Why did he have to get married? Why did he have to have his own children? If he hadn't married, I would never have killed him. Not only did he marry, but he also had twin sons. The middle-aged man sighed. Ada, so you had your elder brother's twin sons taken away too? The enraged Yi Dafu said bitterly, yes, I had them taken. I also had someone give my sister-in-law a shot of blood thinner to cause her hemorrhage. Only with her dead would everyone panic and no one think to look after the children. With no one watching them, I had the chance to have my brother's children taken away and everything of his became mine. But because the old man had 2 super bodyguards protecting Yifei, he couldn't kill him. What frustrated him most was that before the old man died, he left the shares to his kidnapped grandson, ensuring the eldest branch kept at least 40% of the shares. So he started wanting to eliminate his elder brother's 2 children again. Thus, he felt the crisis. He had to seize the company for himself. So he orchestrated his elder brother's car accident and arranged for his 2 nephews to be kidnapped. Unfortunately, those people were too stupid. To reduce the target, they separated the 2 children and took them away, but only managed to take one. The other was rescued by the old man's people and raised by the old man himself. That way, the company fell into his hands. He also tried to find that Yilong to kill him, but couldn't locate him anywhere. And when the company ran into trouble and faced bankruptcy, this Yilong returned on his own, bringing along his master, who was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Love Hall. Right, Yilong's master. He suddenly snapped awake. Good morning, dear readers. 6 chapters today as usual. 3 in the morning, 3 in the evening. This chapter ends. Chapter 1852, bringing Yi Dafu to court. Yi Dafu finally remembered that he was here to visit Yilong's master, to beg her to acquire the Yi Corporation, so he could cut his losses in time. How could he possibly be here? And how could he have an elder brother? None of this was real. Yi Dafu was completely sober now. The sobered Yi Dafu suddenly froze. When he looked again, where was his elder brother? He was standing in a room, the very same archive room in Xingzhou that he had initially wanted to spy on. At the door stood Yilong, the man he had desperately tried to find and kill in the past. Moreover, Yilong was holding a miniature video camera, recording him. His 2 bodyguards were lying on the ground. Recalling what he had just said, Yi Dafu realized he had been set up. He tried to make a move, but suddenly felt an immense weight pressing down on him, like a mountain crushing his back. He didn't have the skill to bend under such pressure, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Xian sneered. What, now you realize you were wrong? But you killed my father. Kneeling to me is useless. As he spoke, he continued recording with the miniature camera. Although Xian had long heard from a Fei that his parents were killed by third uncle, hearing Yi Dafu confess his crimes with his own ears still shocked and enraged him. He wished he could kill Yi Dafu on the spot. But even though he had now reached the innate stage, he couldn't do that. He wanted to bring him to court and let the law punish him severely. The camera in Axion's hand kept recording, capturing Yi Dafu's sudden fall to his knees and his open mouth that could not utter a word. After all, since Yi Laosen was in trouble and could no longer manage the Yi Corporation, a new leader was needed. Yi Laoer was the most suitable person to take control. Once Yi Fei returned, Mingyu stopped handling the matter and let him take over. Yi Laosen had killed Yi Wen and his wife and trafficked his nephew. The truth was exposed, and Yi Laosen was thrown into prison. On the other side, Yi Fei, who had just arrived in Country Y, immediately flew back upon hearing that Yi Dafu had confessed his crimes. Axion had not yet been acknowledged by the Yi family, so Yi Fei had to preside over the prosecution of Yi Dafu. Ignoring the objections of the Yi family elders, Yi Fei directly brought Yi Dafu to court. When he was released again, all anyone would see was him kneeling as if to confess, facing his nephew with an expression of utter speechlessness. Yi Laoer, Yi Wu, also rushed back from Country Y, along with his countess wife and their 2 children. They had all returned for the sake of the Yi Corporation. Yi Dafu wanted to shout, "Who's kneeling to you? I can't control myself, all right?" But he found that he could only open his mouth without uttering a single word. The Yi family held a family meeting and set up a liquidation team to audit the Yi Corporation. To their shock, the team discovered that the Yi Corporation had long been a hollow shell. Yi Laosen was never a qualified leader. When the old patriarch was alive, he could keep an eye on things, ensuring the company at least held steady even if it couldn't grow. After the old patriarch passed away 3 years ago, the company had been on a steady decline, losing its former glory. Of course, this period also coincided with a real estate ice age. Add an incompetent leader and one could easily imagine the Yi Corporation's fate: land bought at high prices, completed buildings unsellable even at reduced prices, bank loans unpaid, a broken capital chain, and ongoing construction projects forced to halt. Even the term insolvent couldn't fully describe the situation. End of chapter. Chapter 1853. Why does Yi Long deserve to be the general manager of Jia Tianxia? Afterward, Ashin said with great relief, "Master, it's a good thing you didn't acquire the Yi Corporation." Mingyu smiled. She had acquired the Yi Corporation, so naturally, it wouldn't have ended up in such a state. After the Yi Corporation was liquidated, seeing that the Yi family had no more profits to gain, Yi Laoer, Yi Wu, without a second word, took his family and flew back to England. From then on, he had no intention of returning. No one else in the Yi family was willing to take over this mess, and in the end, they had no choice but to declare bankruptcy. With that, the Yi Corporation collapsed completely. After the Yi Corporation declared bankruptcy, it was auctioned off by the bank. However, due to the sluggish real estate market, the business owners attending the auction were not very enthusiastic about the Yi Corporation. In the end, Jia Tianxia Real Estate Company, which had just acquired Xingzhou Real Estate Company, bought the entire Yi Corporation for only 600 million. You see, when Mingyu first brought Ashin to the Yi family, she had proposed to Yi Dafu to acquire the Yi Corporation for 100 million. If Yi Dafu had agreed at that time, Mingyu would not only have had to pay the Yi family 100 million dollars, but also had to take on the Yi Corporation's 1.4 billion debt, effectively spending 1.5 billion to acquire it. Moreover, she would have had to constantly worry about Yi Laosen causing trouble behind her back. But now, she had acquired all of the Yi Corporation's assets for only 600 million, saving 900 million. Since the company was bought at auction, there was no need to cater to the Yi family's ancestors, so the problem of the Yi family planting spies no longer existed. The predecessor of Jia Tianxia was clearly our Yi Corporation. Why should Yi Long, someone who just came back, be the general manager of our Yi family's company? He hasn't even clearly proven his Yi bloodline. Why does Yi Long deserve to be the general manager of Jia Tianxia? Moreover, she had only bought the company's existing properties, unfinished buildings, and 2 plots of land, without taking over the Yi Corporation's mess. The money from the auction of the Yi Corporation would be distributed according to the creditors' proportions, unlike if Mingyu had acquired the Yi Corporation, where she would have had to shoulder all the debts. Some people were reasonable. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Long is indeed Yuan's son, and he's Yi Fei's twin. Don't talk about proof or no proof. That face identical to Yi Fei's is proof enough that he's Yi Long. But immediately, someone retorted, "I know, the person who bought the Yi Corporation is Yi Long himself. Since he had the money to save the Yi Corporation, why didn't he take it out to save it? Instead, he waited until the Yi Corporation went bankrupt and then bought it, turning our Yi family's Yi Corporation into his personal asset." However, when Yi Fei announced Ashin's new identity, general manager of Jia Tianxia Real Estate Company, the Yi family immediately erupted. With the Yi family losing the Yi Corporation and Yi Dafu in prison, no one stopped Ashin from reclaiming his ancestral roots. Thus, almost no one opposed Yulong's return to the Yi family. The younger generation of the Yi family felt very aggrieved. Besides, our Yi Corporation filed for bankruptcy and was auctioned off by the bank. Don't say that Jia Tianxia belongs to the Yi family, someone might hear you. Now, Jia Tianxia Real Estate Company was essentially a merger of Xingzhou and the Yi Corporation, finally ranking among Hong Kong's top-tier real estate companies. His words were immediately echoed. Yeah, since Yulong is a member of the Yi family, he should have saved the Yi Corporation instead of watching it go bankrupt and then buying it at a low price, renaming it Jia Tianxia. That's right, Jia Tianxia is just the Yi Corporation renamed. Jia Tianxia is my Yi family's. It's unfair. Yulong is only 20 years old. Why should he be the general manager of Jia Tianxia, which was renamed from the Yi Corporation? Chapter 1854, Why didn't he save the Yi Corporation? In the ancestral hall, the elders of the Yi family clearly knew that the Yi Corporation had gone bankrupt. They themselves had filed for bankruptcy. They shouldn't blame Yulong. Even if Yulong hadn't bought the Yi Corporation, someone else would have. At least, in Yulong's hands, it still bore the Yi name. But the younger generation had a point that struck a chord with all the elders. Yulong had money, so why didn't he take it out to save the Yi Corporation? Why wait until it went bankrupt before bidding on it? They, too, were deeply dissatisfied with Yulong, this young man who had only recently been acknowledged as part of the family. Before Yulong could speak, Yi Fei swept his gaze across everyone and stood up. Elders, brothers and sisters, please let me, Yi Fei, say a few words. Everyone quieted down. First, after our Yi Corporation filed for bankruptcy, it was auctioned off by the bank. Even if my brother hadn't bought it, someone else would have. If someone else had bought it, could we go to the buyer and say, what right do you have to be the general manager of the Yi Corporation? The crowd thought it over. Yes, that made sense. If someone else had bought it, who would dare say such a thing? But someone still brought up Yulong's failure to save the Yi Corporation. He should have taken out the money earlier to save it. Yi Fei glanced at the speaker, his third uncle's youngest son, Yi Zhen, and said, Second, I want to tell you all that Jia Tianxia does not belong to my brother. He is merely a manager, not the owner. The owner of Jia Tianxia decides who manages it. That is her freedom. The crowd was taken aback. So Yulong wasn't the owner of Jia Tianxia? That explained it. The money was someone else's. If they wanted to save the Yi Corporation, they would. If not, they wouldn't. Even Yulong had no say in it. The Yi family was stunned. Someone had once come to acquire the Yi Corporation? And at a price of 100 million G-dollars? Perhaps in the past, 100 million wouldn't have meant much to the Yi family, but to the current Yi family, it was an astronomical figure. What's more, the Yi Corporation was already insolvent. No one would take it even for free. Yet someone was willing to pay 100 million G-dollars to acquire it. That was an incredible bargain. Why didn't Yi Dafu sell? Yi Zhen, the youngest of the three brothers in the third branch, immediately retorted, impossible. With the real estate market in a slump these years, our Yi Corporation is already insolvent. If someone offered 100 million, why wouldn't my father sell? When the crowd heard that the owner of Jia Tianxia had once approached Yi Dafu, they found it strange. What business did the owner of Jia Tianxia have with Yi Dafu? Everyone looked at Yi Fei, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. That owner once proposed Yi Dafu to acquire the Yi Corporation for 100 million. But then Yi Fei added a third point. Third, the owner behind the scenes of Jia Tianxia once brought me and Yulong to see the third. He paused here. He simply couldn't bring himself to call his father's murderer, Yi Dafu, uncle, to see Yi Dafu. Yi Zhen emphasized the real estate market slump, not his father's fault. Was he still trying to overturn his father's case? Yi Fei glanced at Yi Zhen and said, if you don't believe me, ask your eldest brother. He was there too. Everyone turned to Yi Ba. Compared to the arrogant and domineering Yi Ba that Yulong had first met, the current Yi Ba exuded an air of defeat. Yes, Yi Zhen and Yi Xiang both showed hatred toward the Yi Fei and Yulong brothers. Only Yi Ba, knowing what his father had done, felt no hatred, only resentment. After Mingyu and the others left, he had urged his father to sell the company to Mingyu quickly, but his father wanted more and refused to listen to his eldest son. At this moment, Yi Ba did not deny Yi Fei's words. Yes. End of chapter. Chapter 1855. My master is very protective. After receiving confirmation from Yi Ba, everyone was confused. Even Yi Xiang was confused. How could his father be so foolish? Why wouldn't he sell a company that was insolvent for 100 million G-dollars, instead letting it go bankrupt? If he had sold it, the Yi family would have had 100 million to invest in other industries and make a comeback. But by not selling, they could only declare bankruptcy and have the bank auction it off. Selling Yi Corporation wouldn't even cover the debts, so the Yi family ended up with nothing. Yi Fei sighed. because Yi Dafu discovered that the boss's intention in acquiring Yi Corporation was to let my brother Yi Long reclaim his lineage, return to Yi Corporation, and help me and Yi Long keep the company. The boss planned to keep the name Yi Corporation after the acquisition, giving me and Long each a 10% stake, with us managing it. After Yi Dafu learned of the boss's intention, he wanted to drive a hard bargain. He didn't want to let go of Yi Corporation. So he wanted the boss to inject capital into Yi Corporation instead of acquiring it. He thought he could use Long's return to the family to force the boss to invest and save Yi Corporation. But the boss didn't want to be constrained by Yi Dafu, so instead, he used 60 million to acquire another insolvent company, Xingzhou Real Estate, and renamed it Jia Tianxia. Yi Fei paused, scanning everyone in the room. So, it wasn't that Long refused to save Yi Corporation, but that Yi Dafu stopped the boss from helping Long save it. I think Yu Ba should know this very well. Everyone turned to look at Yu Ba. Thus, no one dared to say that Yi Long was unfit to be the general manager of Jia Tianxia. Instead, they hated Yi Dafu, the prodigal son now in prison, even more. That's right, Yi Long, we never made things difficult for you. Seeing Yi Ba nod, everyone naturally understood that what Yi Fei said was true. Yi Long, I never made things difficult for you. Which branch of the Yi family didn't have someone working at Yi Corporation? Hearing they might be fired, they immediately panicked. Yi Long, it was Yi Jin and Yi Xiang who told us that if they couldn't have Yi Corporation, they wouldn't let you have it either. That's why they had us make things difficult for you. Although Yi Corporation belonged to the main line of the Yi family, the company had a rule that Yi family members were given priority in hiring. Therefore, most of the branch family members worked at Yi Corporation. Once Yi Corporation collapsed, these branch members might also lose their jobs. How could they not hate that? Those who had worked at Yi Corporation quickly asked Yi Long, can we keep our jobs if we worked at Yi Corporation before? Yi Long glanced at everyone. I originally planned to talk to my master about keeping the jobs of Yi family members, but now I'm not sure. My master is very protective. The dejected Yi Ba still nodded, neither defending himself nor bothering to. Defending or not made no difference anyway. My master is very protective. What did that mean? The Yi family members were stunned for a moment before understanding. Since the Yi family had blamed the Yi Long brothers, the brothers knew it would be hard for the Yi family to keep their jobs. That's right, Yi Xiong said that their father had been sent to prison by you brothers and wouldn't come out for the rest of his life, so we couldn't keep working for you. He even said if Yi Long kept us on, we should resign. Yeah, he also said if we didn't do as he told us, he would ostracize us. Right, he said the same to me. Chapter 1856. Unexpectedly, Yi Long was so capable. To expel someone from the group means to cast a certain family out of the clan, similar to disownment. However, disownment only applies to members of the clan, while expulsion from the group applies to everyone within that collective. Because of the Yi family, Yi Ba and his two brothers had long formed a group in this area. Only members of this group could obtain the benefits given by the Yi family. But now, the Yi family was gone, though the Yi family members were not fully aware of it. They only saw that Yi Long was the general manager of Jia Tianxia, and heard from the Yi family that Yi Long was the illegitimate son of Yi Wen, the head of the Yi family's main line. Yi Long was the general manager of Jia Tianxia, and now Jia Tianxia was even larger than the original Yi family. Therefore, many people believed that Jia Tianxia still belonged to the Yi family. It was just that they had gotten rid of those bad debts by applying for bankruptcy. Thus, they were willing to believe Yi Xiong and the others and make things difficult for Yi Long. They hoped that when Yi Xiong and his brothers became general managers, they would fulfill the promised benefits. Heh. Yi Long looked at the three brothers. Their father had killed his own parents, and yet the three brothers were still haunting him, coming to cause trouble. He announced on the spot, Yi Ba, Yi Xiong, Yi Jin, and all their close associates and relatives will never be hired by Jia Tianxia again. As for the other Yi family members, their staying or leaving will depend on their performance. As soon as Yi Long said this, Yi Jin was the first to jump up. How dare you? The 16 bodyguards said nothing and charged straight at him. Yi Long snorted, why wouldn't I dare? The company belongs to my master, and now I am the general manager. I can hire whoever I want. Who dares to say no? Yi Fei was about to order his personal guards, but Yi Long stopped him. You step aside too. Seeing this, Yi Fei immediately stepped forward. How dare you? So, the 16 bodyguards all surrounded Yi Long. Yi Long looked coldly at the two brothers. Are you sure you want to do this? Yi Xiong directly ordered his bodyguards behind him. All of you, go up and beat him down. Seeing this, Yi Jin also ordered his bodyguards. All of you, go up too. Yi Xiong's 8 bodyguards immediately surrounded Yi Long. Yi Fei remembered that his brother's master was so mysterious. Could this brother also be very formidable? So he simply stopped and stepped aside. Seeing the bodyguards rushing forward, Yi Long suddenly moved. Then, everyone only felt a blur before their eyes and heard a series of thumping sounds, mixed with some screams and muffled groans. When they looked again, they found that Yi Xiong and Yi Jin's 16 bodyguards had all fallen. For Yi Long, a master of the innate realm, beating these ordinary people was indeed a bit like bullying, but since they made the first move, he wasn't the one bullying. After knocking down the 16 bodyguards, Yi Long grabbed Yi Jin, first punched him, then kicked him away. He then did the same to Yi Xiong. Seeing that Yi Long alone wanted to challenge all the bodyguards of him and his second brother, Yi Jin's face twisted into a sneer. What are you waiting for? All of you, go up and beat him hard. In just the blink of an eye, all of the Yi brothers except Yi Ba had fallen, and the ground was filled with wails. Yi Long then turned to Yi Ba. Do you want to avenge your brothers? Don't you also have 8 bodyguards? Yi Ba, looking dejected, shook his head with a bitter smile. The situation is lost. They just refused to accept reality. With that, he helped up his 2 younger brothers, one on each arm, and walked away under everyone's gaze. Yi Long and his brother watched Yi Ba's retreating figure. This Yi Ba was the toughest nut to crack. Since he didn't make a move, they couldn't easily touch him. But no matter what, they would dig out all his people and throw them out of Jia Tianxia. The Yi family members were stunned to see Yi Long easily defeat Yi Xiong, Yi Jin, and their bodyguards. None of them had expected Yi Long to be so capable. End of chapter. Chapter 1857. The Duo of Scammers. Now, does anyone still question my bloodline? Yi Long swept his gaze across the Yi family members. I've never received any favor from the Yi family since I was a child. I only came to acknowledge my roots out of gratitude for the life my parents gave me. What good things does the Yi family have now that would make me want to impersonate the Yi bloodline? But if you think you can use this acknowledgement of ancestry to coerce me, you've miscalculated. Yi Long, don't fall for that. If you push me too far, what's stopping me from dropping the Yi surname? At most, I'll start a new Yi family from my parents' generation onward. Yi Long's reprimand of Yi Jin and Yi Xiong was also a warning to everyone. He wanted to make it clear that he didn't care about acknowledging their ancestors or joining their clan. After all, aside from the life his parents gave him, he had never received even a drop of kindness from the rest of the Yi family. Sure enough, after this confrontation, those who had been itching to re-examine Yi Long's acknowledgement of his roots dropped the idea. Ridiculous. Someone as formidable as him, who would dare try to control him through ancestry acknowledgement? Besides, the last person who tried to force him to invest by using this issue was already dead. He was both cultured and skilled in combat. Were they still foolish enough to throw themselves onto the shore like reckless waves? Regardless, the current managers of the family empire were still Yi family members. If Yi Long truly refused to acknowledge his roots, the loss would be theirs. If, as Yi Long said, he started a new Yi family from his parents, they would have no connection to him at all. When the Yi Corporation was auctioned off by the bank, it had already severed ties with the Yi family. The one who bought the Yi Corporation and turned it into the family empire had even less connection to them. If Yi Long, as the general manager, also cut ties with the Yi family, how would they survive in the future? Realizing this, the Yi family members immediately changed their attitude and began to curry favor with Yi Long and his brother. But that's a story for later. She had originally wanted to visit Gu Dongxing, but thinking he might not be at the military camp, she called first. Sure enough, he was out on a mission again. So, she went directly to the Shenzhen Charity Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital for her internship. It's worth noting that although the Yi Corporation had been auctioned off, many of its employees were still Yi family members. This was why the Yi clan, despite holding no shares in the company, still cared about its fate. Minyu knew nothing of the Yi family's affairs. She had already arrived at the hospital she had founded under the name of her Jade business as the legal representative, working as an intern doctor. When she arrived, Ho Tiange from the Immortal Medicine sect was already there. Not only him, but also the ghost doctor Old Nyo had followed along to hang around the charity hospital. After the Yi Corporation merged into the family empire, whether the Yi family members could stay or what kind of life they would have depended entirely on Yi Long. Yes, senior sister Mingyu, you're finally here. We've been here for days. As soon as they saw Mingyu, this duo of scammers rushed over like they were greeting family. Oh, Mingyu girl, you're finally here. I thought you weren't coming. Mingyu girl, have you been somewhere again? That's right, senior sister Mingyu. Have you been handling something? If there's anything you need, just tell me, I'll take care of it. Mingyu girl. Stop. Mingyu made a halt gesture. I just got here. What's the rush? Senior brother Ho, how did you get into the charity hospital? And ghost doctor Old Nyo, I already gave you what you wanted, why are you still following me? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1858. Internship begins. Mingyu had a headache. How had this troublesome duo become like sticky plasters that she couldn't shake off? Ho Tiange grinned cheekily. Senior sister Mingyu, I'm here for my internship. You told me your internship hospital. Didn't that mean I should come here too? If I intern at the same hospital as you, we can exchange experiences later. Because old Nyo, the ghost doctor, was present, he didn't specify what kind of experiences. No way, he had finally found a fellow cultivator. How could he just leave? If he wasn't mistaken, this senior sister was definitely more skilled than he was. Wasn't it said that one should befriend those better than oneself and avoid those worse? In the immortal sect, a higher cultivation level could crush others, but this senior sister seemed easy to talk to. If he could befriend her and gain a few pointers, it would be his good fortune. Besides, the immortal medical sect cultivated by healing people. Interning at this hospital allowed him to learn and cultivate at the same time, while also exchanging cultivation insights with a higher-level cultivator, killing multiple birds with one stone. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo scratched his head. Hee, little friend Mingyu, I came here just to interact more with the younger generation. And, incidentally, to probe around and see if he could find the person who refined the resurrection pill. Of course, he couldn't reveal that goal now. His target wasn't Mingyu, since refining the resurrection pill supposedly required skills beyond ordinary cultivators. In truth, he was more interested in asking her master to help refine it. Alright, Teacher Mu. The two had no choice but to step aside, watching Mingyu enter before exchanging glances. But she also knew that Teacher Mu wasn't targeting her specifically, the hospital was simply overcrowded. Mingyu fully experienced the hardships of being an intern. The Teacher Mu she was assigned to kept ordering her around, barely giving her a moment's rest. Teacher Mu, is there a house for sale nearby? Mingyu thought about it. She was right. Many people didn't like seeing Chinese medicine doctors because they disliked drinking herbal decoctions. If the hospital directly prepared the herbs into soups or pills, it would be much more convenient. Mingyu ignored them. After reporting in, she began her genuine life as an intern doctor. Teacher Mu kept a straight face. It's simple. Our hospital offers cheap treatments. The medicines we use are all cell-made Chinese patent medicines, fast-acting and affordable. Naturally, everyone flocks here. Xiao Nan explained the precautions to this patient. The troublesome duo fell silent. Could they really talk like this? Weren't they afraid of killing the conversation? Alright, stop blocking me. I need to report in first, then start my internship. Alright, Teacher Mu. If Mingyu were an ordinary person, this level of labor intensity would have exhausted her. It seemed their thoughts had been seen through. Xiao Nan, take this patient's pulse and prescribe some medicine. Teacher Mu, why is our hospital always so full of patients? Oh, I see. So you two came to the love hospital with your own agendas. Xiao Nan, change this patient's dressing. Alright, Teacher Mu. Xiao Nan. Teacher Mu looked puzzled. You want to buy a house? Wasn't the internship only half a year or a year? Why would she need to buy a house? Still, she probably planned to stay and work here after graduation. Though she had only been here 3 days, this girl had performed well, so she could likely become a doctor here. If you want one, I'll ask around for you. End of chapter. Chapter 1859, Buying Another House. Mingyu sighed. It's a pity this place is a bit far from Donghu District. Otherwise, I'd live in that neighborhood. 2 years ago, Mingyu had bought 10 houses there. Now, those houses should have passed the delivery period. She planned to go this Sunday to collect them and rent them out. Houses from this period usually came with basic decoration, meaning the plumbing and electricity were installed, the walls were plastered, and the floors were cement, ready for renting. When work ended, Ho Tiange and Old Bull, the ghost doctor, walked over together. Mingyu, let's go out for dinner. The hospital food is terrible, Ho Tiange said. Mingyu was pregnant now, so naturally she wanted good food. However, she didn't want to eat out, it was expensive and lacked nutrition. She usually sneaked off to eat in her space. But with Ho Tiange around, she couldn't eat alone. So, she ended up going out to eat with the two of them. Ho Tiange, since you arrived first, do you know anything about the area around the Love Heart Hospital? I want to buy a house. Although she had mentioned it to Teacher Mu, Mingyu still felt that Ho Tiange, as a disciple of the immortal medical sect, might have better connections. Of course, she wouldn't settle here permanently. She had heard that Gu Dongxing was planning to transfer back to the capital in a year. When that happened, she would follow him. Mingyu took the herbs and asked, if the refining succeeds, how many resurrection pills do you want? Buy a house? Are you planning to settle here? Ho Tiange asked curiously. Old Bull, the ghost doctor, naturally understood that no one could guarantee successful alchemy. He just sighed and handed the herbs to Mingyu. Please. If your country stock market from 1982 to 1987, which rose 92 times, was the world's best, then the housing prices in Shenzhen were the world's fastest rising, with a maximum increase of over 40 times. Alright, let's go out this week and see if we can buy a private house. Mingyu nodded. Okay, I'll take everything to my master and do my best to refine the pill. If successful, I'll give you 2. The rest, good or bad, will belong to my master. Also, if the resurrection pill is successfully refined, you must agree to one condition. Minyu suddenly smiled. All right, I'll ask my master for you. But I can't guarantee he'll succeed. Are you sure you want him to refine it? Find your master to help refine the resurrection pill. Old Bull nodded. Yes, I plan to give it to you. But can you do me a favor? Minyu was puzzled. Are you planning to sell it? Old Bull said sincerely. If successful, just give me 2. I mainly can't guarantee that 1 pill will wake my fiancé. Minyu looked at Old Bull, and Old Bull looked back at her. Old Bull's eyes darted a few times, then he suddenly said, Little friend, I do have an old courtyard not far from our hospital. Minyu smiled. Why not? But buying houses in this city was never a mistake, because this city had the fastest rising housing prices. What favor? All right, I agree. Hearing Minyu agree to Old Bull, Ho Tianga exclaimed joyfully, Meng, your master is an alchemist? Minyu rolled her eyes at him. Please call me Miss Nan, or just Xiao Nan. The next day, Old Bull took Minyu to see an old courtyard. The property covered about 600 square meters, a traditional deep courtyard-style quadrangle from the landlord era. It had gray bricks and tiles, with the main building being 2 stories high. Traces of slogans were still visible on the courtyard walls. End of chapter. Chapter 1860. Do you know medicine? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo cautiously said to Mengyu, This house originally belonged to my grandmother's family. It was once requisitioned as an office and only returned a few years ago. Before she passed away, my grandmother gave it to me. After all, alchemy was something only immortal masters could do, usually rewarded with treasures from the cultivation world. Yet, he was only offering a courtyard as payment, and he feared Mengyu might look down on it. As for the conditions after the resurrection pill was refined, he felt he had nothing others would covet. For his fiancée, he would give up even his life. As long as she was revived, he would agree to any request. Mengyu thought for a moment, then said with a smile, All right. I'll go find my master. But since I'll be assisting my master in refining the pill, I might be away for a few days. For this week, you'll take my place as the intern doctor. These past few days, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo had either been chatting with her or talking to Ho Tianga, without ever practicing at the Love Heart Hospital. She had hoped he would stay at the hospital long term, but how could that happen if he never worked? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo felt there was a hint of calculation in Mengyu's smile, but what could he possibly have that would make an alchemist scheme for? So he agreed immediately. Fine, I'll serve as your substitute intern doctor. In truth, he couldn't understand why someone like Mengyu, already an immortal master, would bother being an intern doctor. But since she wanted to, he had no objection. Thus, when work began on Monday, Dr. Mu noticed that Mengyu hadn't arrived. Instead, a man in his 50s, wearing an ill-fitting white coat, stood before him and said, I'll be replacing Xiao Nan for this week's internship. Please let me know if there's anything to do. Dr. Mu was exasperated. What is this? Can internships be substituted? He asked impatiently, Where did Xiao Nan go? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo replied expressionlessly, She went to find someone to refine a pill. Dr. Mu grew angry. A resurrection pill? Why not say a great return pill? A resurrection pill. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo answered stiffly. Dr. Mu was about to lose his temper when Nurse Qin Pingying, having changed into her uniform, walked in. Hearing Ghost Dr. Old Nyo's words, she laughed and said, Old Nyo, you say you're substituting for Xiao Nan's internship. Do you even know medicine? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, however, replied seriously, The ingredients for a great return pill are hard to find. Dr. Mu was so irritated he laughed. Legend had it that the Shaolin Temple possessed a great return pill capable of bringing the dead back to life. Dr. Mu was stunned. What did you say? This old man had spent the past few days either coming to internal medicine to talk to Nan Mengyu or going to orthopedics to chat with Ho Tianga, or pulling them both aside to talk. This had made it impossible for Dr. Mu to get close to Ho Tianga. Dr. Mu had taken a liking to Ho Tianga the moment he arrived. He was exactly the kind of man she liked. Fortunately, orthopedics often needed nurses, so she could see him frequently. But this old man was always by Ho Tianga's side, even doing the nurse's tasks himself, which made her dislike him intensely. She had even complained to Vice President Qin, hoping to have the old man kicked out, but Vice President Qin said Old Nyo hadn't done anything wrong and was only helping Ho Tianga. Everyone was told not to drive him away and to treat him with respect. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo glanced at her sideways and said, Whether I know medicine or not, can a nurse like you really determine that? End of chapter. Chapter 1861. Do you have a medical license? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo turned to Dr. Mu. I'm just assisting you, aren't I? If I do something wrong, you can tell me. But now, it's almost time for work. Dr. Mu thought to himself that although Nan Mingyu had only been there for a few days, she was far more than just an assistant. Even though he had been running her around, her insights on treating illnesses were sometimes even sharper than his own. However, Old Nyo didn't seem like an unreliable person, so Dr. Mu didn't object. After all, Even real interns were only there to learn and wouldn't actually perform procedures themselves. At most, he would just have to work a bit harder. When the door opened, the patient's family members surged in to register. Within less than a minute, patients began to enter. The first patient was a woman in her 30s. She walked in clutching her stomach and sat down on a four-legged stool. "Doctor, I have a stomachache. I've been in pain all night." After taking her pulse and examining her complexion, mouth, and eyes, Dr. Mu said, "This is appendicitis. You've been in pain all night before coming in. It would be best to have a minor surgery to remove the appendix." The patient grimaced. "Is there no way to avoid surgery? For this condition, if you don't have surgery, eating the wrong thing could cause it to recur repeatedly. It's simpler to just cut it out," Dr. Mu said. The woman's face fell. But She didn't want to leave. "Doctor, could you just prescribe me some?" Dr. Mu had no time to argue with her. He directly wrote out a surgery order and handed it to her. "No wonder they say treatment here is cheap. They only charge for the cost of medicine. And I thought this Love Charity Hospital was something special. Turns out they dare to let someone without a medical license work here." Her words immediately caused an uproar among the patients. She sneered, "Old Nyo, you're not a doctor. What are you taking a pulse for?" Qin Pingying was startled. This old Nyo actually had such an imposing presence? But she quickly grew indignant. She had been scolded by an unemployed man. Is this how they treat patients? When the female patient saw that old Nyo looked even older than Dr. Mu, she naturally trusted him and extended her hand. "What? Love Charity Hospital is letting an unemployed man treat patients. You old devil, how dare you curse me? You're nothing but an unemployed bum. Do you even have a medical license to treat people?" Qin Pingying shouted loudly. Dr. Mu had already called out impatiently, "Next, Du Xiaoxian." The female patient shook her head. She wanted the surgery, but it would cost money and require at least half a month of rest. She was just a working woman. If she took that time off, her job would definitely be taken by someone else, and she'd have to find another one afterward. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo lifted his eyelids and glanced at Qin Pingying. "Get out." Qin Pingying came in with several forms. Seeing old Nyo taking pulses and diagnosing patients, she noticed that although he usually joked around with Ho Tianga, when he took a pulse now, he looked quite professional, like an old Chinese medicine practitioner. She thought to herself, this old Nyo seemed to have some skill? No, he was here to replace Nan Mingyu. She had to find a way to drive him out, so that Nan Mingyu would be marked as absent without leave. Dr. Mu frowned at the female patient. "Don't butt me. From your pulse, this is your third episode of appendicitis, isn't it? Without surgery, it won't be cured. Just go for the operation. I told you, if the doctor isn't qualified, they can charge less. Lower costs." If the hospital's doctor costs are low, does that mean the medicine costs are low too? No wonder it's so much cheaper than other hospitals. The chapter ends. Chapter 1862, Misguided Kindness. With just one sentence, Nurse Qin Pingying stirred up murmurs among the patients waiting outside, and also drew people from various departments over to find out what was happening. Dr. Mu shot Nurse Qin a harsh glare. This Nurse Qin, did she not know how to speak? Nurse Qin seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly explained, "He's not a doctor at our hospital, just someone dropping by." But this attempt at damage control only made things worse, didn't it? Sure enough, the crowd grew even more puzzled. People drop by hospitals? If he's just dropping by, why is he wearing a doctor's coat? Yeah, who visits a hospital casually? Dr. Mu was frustrated and had to clarify. This veteran Chinese medicine practitioner is here to observe and learn, and he's currently interning at our hospital. The crowd was astonished. An intern this old? Yeah, aren't interns usually college students? Could this old man still be in university? Didn't that nurse just say he's unemployed? Nurse Jean quickly said to the female patient, "Let me tell you, this man isn't from our hospital. He's really just an unemployed drifter. If you use his prescription and something goes wrong, our hospital won't take responsibility." But as soon as she said it, she thought to herself that she should let the patient take old Nyo's medicine. If the patient had problems afterward and came after old Nyo was backed by Nan Mingyu. Any trouble old Nyo caused would naturally fall to Nan Mingyu to handle, and then she could use that as an excuse to drive Nan Mingyu out of the hospital. "Old Nyo, aren't you just fooling people?" Nurse Jean called out again. "I've only heard that cutting out the appendix through surgery can cure appendicitis for good. How can your medicine possibly do that?" "What I said is true." Old Nyo's voice carried a hint of discomfort. "Believe me and use it, or don't believe me and don't. You can take that surgery form and go get the operation." But Ghost Doctor Old Nyo ignored them all, quickly scribbled out a prescription, and handed it to the female patient. "Go home and simmer the medicine with half a kilo of yellow rice wine. Take 1 dose daily for 3 days, and I guarantee you'll recover. Then take it for another 3 days, and your appendicitis will be completely cured." The female patient stared blankly at Ghost Doctor Old Nyo. Is this true? It can be cured without surgery. She was both surprised, delighted, and doubtful. Could this old Chinese medicine practitioner be trusted? The onlookers chimed in. I'd say, ma'am, it's better not to use a prescription from someone without a medical license. Nurse Jean was about to say he was interning on someone else's behalf, but Dr. Mu shot her a glare, and she held her tongue. Yeah, it's strange for this hospital to let an old intern at that, write prescriptions. Her eyes darted around, and she said to ghost Dr. Old Nyo, look, you, don't go around writing prescriptions recklessly. If someone gets sick from it, it'll ruin our hospital's reputation. What intern? That nurse just said he's an unemployed drifter. But that doctor said he's a veteran Chinese medicine practitioner, just here to intern. When Dr. Mu heard ghost Dr. Old Nyo claim that chronic appendicitis could be cured completely, he was astonished. He snatched the prescription from the female patient's hand, glanced over it quickly, and was secretly impressed. This prescription was brilliant. He silently made a mental note of the madman, then glared at Nurse Jean. That stirring stick, what nonsense was she spouting? Good morning. This chapter ends. Chapter 1863, Having Eyes but Failing to Recognize Mount Tai. The female patient asked anxiously, Doctor, can this prescription be used? As soon as she asked, she glanced guiltily at ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Her question was a clear sign that she didn't trust him. Dr. Mu said very firmly, this prescription is fine. It can cure your appendicitis. But whether it could eradicate the root cause, he wasn't sure, and he also had some doubts. Then can it cure it completely? The female patient asked urgently. Dr. Mu shook his head. I don't know. But I advise you to just have surgery. Cutting it out is much simpler, and you'll never have to worry about a recurrence. The female patient grumbled inwardly. Without worrying about a recurrence, who would pay the surgery costs? And even if she had the surgery, who would take responsibility if she lost her job from taking time off? Just then, a voice cut in. Who was it just now who said our hospital lets unemployed drifters treat patients? Dr. Mu looked up and saw Vice Dean Chin approaching. He immediately grew tense. Vice Dean, that's not it. It's just that the intern Xiaonan asked for leave, and old Nyo here stepped in to help cover for her. The Vice Dean was displeased. Xiaonan has only been here a few days, and she's already asking for leave? Even if she has to take leave, why bring in an unemployed drifter to cover? This is a hospital. Is it a place where just anyone can help out? Nurse Jean immediately chimed in sarcastically. That's right, Vice Dean Chin. I've never heard of an intern being replaced like this. This Xiaonan just started her internship, and she's already getting someone to cover for her. She acts like such a big shot, as if she's a full-fledged doctor. Even among regular doctors, few act like her. Isn't that right, Xiao Jiang? Qin Pingying nudged another nurse. If she hadn't shouted so loudly, no one would have noticed at all. Nurse Jiang had no choice but to agree. Right. Interns can't just be replaced. Qin Pingying had long been dissatisfied with Nan Mingyu. She had only just arrived, and yet she had Ho Tianga come to find her for a meal, and she brought this old geezer along too. They seemed very familiar with each other. What was their relationship? Dr. Mu shot Qin Pingying an unhappy look. This nurse was nothing but a troublemaker. This matter wasn't a big deal at all. Old Nyo was clearly an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Just from the way he took a pulse, anyone could tell he was a veteran, and the prescription he wrote was excellent. But she had to go and make a fuss, making it impossible for him to cover it up. Xiaonan had only been here a few days, but in that short time, her work attitude was clearly excellent. Whatever he asked of her, she handled well and thoroughly, even doing things he hadn't instructed. These past few days, he had been much more relaxed. She had only just arrived and had taken leave to sort out her accommodation. Even if no one had covered for her, he wouldn't have thought much of it. But she had been considerate enough to bring in old Nyo to help. He hadn't refused because he had seen old Nyo helping out a lot around Xiaonan these past 2 days. And from their conversations about difficult medical cases, it was clear that old Nyo was also an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner with considerable skill. Even though having someone cover for an intern wasn't ideal, her intentions had been good. But now, those good intentions had been twisted by Nurse Jean's shouting. He could only explain gloomily, Xiaonan took leave because she had something to deal with. I asked old Nyo to help because I was swamped here. But he's also an experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He's been a big help these past 2 days. Just now, there was a patient with appendicitis that had flared up several times. I suggested surgery and even wrote her a surgical order, but she didn't want to go under the knife. Old Nyo saw this, took her pulse, and wrote a prescription. Even though I didn't ask him to write it, I can tell at a glance that it's a good one. It will definitely cure the appendicitis. But whether it can eradicate the root cause, I can't say without clinical trials. End of chapter. Chapter 1864. The spiritual stone was mostly consumed by the clone. Vice Dean Sheen frowned. Regardless, without a medical license in our hospital, you cannot prescribe prescriptions. Moreover, he sized up Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. You're a barefoot doctor from some village, aren't you? Here to learn at our hospital. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo nodded. Your dean agreed, letting me look around on my own. Just then, a hand took the prescription. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo's prescription is hard to come by even for 1,000 gold. Let me take a look. This person was none other than Ho Tianga. What, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? He's Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Vice Dean Sheen was startled. The name Ghost Dr. Old Nyo carried immense weight. Are you really Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? He stared at Old Nyo in shock. Among the gathered patients, someone exclaimed. What, Ghost Dr. Old Six? It's actually Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo rolled his bovine eyes. I'm just an unemployed drifter. I wouldn't dare tarnish your hospital's reputation. Those in the know had bright eyes. Legend says his medical skills are unfathomable, and he himself is equally elusive. His treatment methods are endless. He not only uses herbs, but also various insects to heal people. It's said he can even cure those at death's door whom major hospitals refuse to treat. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, and he's come to Love Heart Hospital? Vice Dean Sheen looked at Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, confirming repeatedly, are you really Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo pointed at Qin Pingying. Just make sure she doesn't hang around this building. Famous, of course he's famous, hugely famous. He had long been annoyed by this girl hovering around Tianga. This was exactly what Qin Pingying had said earlier. Most crucially, if she went to the inpatient department, how would she still get close to Ho Tianga? Although intern doctors rotated shifts and Ho Tianga would eventually be assigned to the inpatient department, she wanted to see him every day right now. Qin Pingying sensed trouble. This was the outpatient building. If she wasn't allowed here, where would she go? The inpatient department? That meant night shifts, which she didn't want. Vice Dean Sheen grimaced. Ghost Doctor, what do you suggest? If he angered Ghost Dr. Old Nyo to the point of leaving, he'd surely be kicked out by the dean. Vice Dean Sheen suddenly realized, I'm sorry, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'll arrange a consultation room for you immediately. Someone immediately asked, what's so special about Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? Is he really that famous? But I've heard he's elusive and hard to meet. I never expected him to show up here. Ho Tianga couldn't hold back. Who would dare impersonate Ghost Dr. Old Nyo? Besides, if you doubt whether he's real, just let him treat someone and see. Moreover, there was now an intern named Nan Mingyu in the outpatient building who had been chatting and laughing with Ho Tianga since she arrived. By the time Ho Tianga rotated to the inpatient department, it would be too late, right? No, I can't leave here. Qin Pingying pointed at Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Don't say you might not even be Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Even if you are, you can't interfere with our hospital's work arrangements, can you? Ghost Dr. Old Nyo rolled his eyes. Your Vice Dean asked me. I didn't volunteer anything. He turned to Vice Dean Sheen. Anyway, I don't want to see this girl. You handle it. Qin Pingying wanted to speak further, but Vice Dean Sheen silenced her. Enough. Say another word, and you're out of Love Heart Chinese Medicine Hospital. End of chapter. Chapter 1865. The clone's cultivation cannot be allowed to grow too quickly. As soon as Qin Pingying heard that, she knew it wouldn't do. Where else could she find such a high salary? No, I'm not leaving. I agree to go to the inpatient department. I'll just step away for now. Since Nan Mingyu isn't here anyway, she'll always find a way to seduce Ho Tianga. The Ghost Dr. Old Nyo secretly felt pleased and thought to himself, oh Nan girl, I've gotten rid of your love rival for you. You must help me refine the resurrection pill. It turned out that he deliberately drove Qin Pingying away because he didn't want her hovering around Tianga, lest Ho Tianga be snatched away by Qin Pingying while Mingyu was absent. If Mingyu had heard Old Nyo's thoughts, she would have been at a loss whether to laugh or cry, because she had absolutely no romantic feelings for Ho Tianga. Moreover, she was already married and pregnant. Could he please stop forcing a match? Besides, she could tell from Ho Tianga's eyes that he wasn't developing romantic feelings for her, but rather wanted to exchange cultivation insights with her, since it was rare in this mortal world to encounter a cultivator of higher cultivation than his own. Unfortunately, Mingyu didn't know this, as she was currently hiding in her dormitory, refining pills. The hospital had provided her with a temporary dormitory, but it wasn't a single room, it was shared by 4 people. Mingyu set up a barrier around her bed, then entered her space. Fearing she might run out of time, she went into the thatched hut with 30 times the time speed. Those spirit stones had also been mostly used up by her. She didn't rush to refine pills first. Instead, she went to check on her clone. Since the thatched hut and the outside belonged to 2 different spaces, she couldn't sense the clone's cultivation progress inside the hut. However, when she saw the clone, she was greatly shocked. From the time the clone started cultivating to now, only a little over a month had passed, and in the thatched hut space, it had been less than 3 years. Yet the clone had already reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. Ever since she split off a portion of her soul to occupy the body of the celestial Yunjiang, Mingyu had left the clone in the thatched hut to cultivate. At the same time, she handed over the spirit stones from Yunjiang's storage ring and the spirit liquid obtained from the cave where Yunjiang was discovered, all for the clone to use in cultivation. What frustrated Mingyu the most was that the spirit liquid, the 1,000-gene and 100-gene bottles, had been drunk up by her, leaving only a dozen or so kilogram bottles. That was over 300 million low-grade spirit stones, over 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Now only over 30 million low-grade spirit stones, 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 1 million high-grade spirit stones remained. The higher the grade of spirit stones, the more she used. Fortunately, Mingyu hadn't given the clone those top-grade spirit stones, immortal stones, or spirit crystals to use. Otherwise, even these would have been lost. Because the Yunjiang clone was originally a celestial body, merely recovering her cultivation without needing to undergo tribulations, and with the various elixirs prepared by the immortal pursuer for Yunjiang. As long as there were enough spirit stones and pills, this clone could even cultivate directly to the Mahayana stage. Moreover, Mingyu calculated that because the clone had 5 spiritual roots, cultivating to the same level required 5 times the spirit liquid, spirit stones, and spirit pills that her original body used. At the rate the Yunjiang clone was consuming, even if all the spirit stones were used up, it would only allow her to recover to the early stage of the Unity Realm. No, she couldn't let the clone continue using spirit stones to cultivate anymore. Otherwise, once the original body gave birth to the child, there would be no spirit stones left for cultivation. She still had 2 precious babies to cultivate. Would she have to take the babies into the immortal sect to earn spirit stones? If the clone ascended while she, the original body, hadn't cultivated enough, what would happen if they couldn't ascend together? End of this chapter. Chapter 1866. The Wonderful Use of Learning Points. Mingju decided that she could not let her clone's cultivation advance too rapidly. Otherwise, if the clone ascended first, how would it protect the main body? With just a thought, Mingju made the clone stop cultivating. Then, she had it, like the Paiyuhua clone, farm the land, grow fruit, and brew spiritual wine in the space. More importantly, she selected herbs from the Qin family's medicinal garden that she did not have in her thatched cottage and transplanted them into her own peach blossom space. Additionally, she had previously discovered spiritual wheat and spiritual grain casually planted at the edges of that medicinal garden. She had collected some seeds and cleared a plot in her thatched cottage space to plant them. Now that she had obtained a good number of seeds, it was the perfect time to expand their cultivation in the peach blossom space as well. This way, in the future, she would truly have spiritual rice and spiritual wheat to eat. Although the rice produced in her space was delicious, it could not compare to spiritual rice. Mingju planned that, from now on, the peach blossom space would no longer grow ordinary rice and wheat. Instead, it would be entirely planted with spiritual grain and spiritual wheat. After arranging the clone's tasks, Mingju began refining pills in her thatched cottage. The reason Mingju had asked Ghost Dr. Old Nyo to substitute for her during her internship for a week was that she was not yet confident in refining the resurrection pill. This was because the resurrection pill was a 6th grade pill. So far, the highest grade pill Mingju had successfully refined was the 5th grade purple heart pill. After refining the purple heart pill, she had struggled to find good spiritual herbs to refine higher grade pills. First, she had initially felt a bit embarrassed, as if she had taken over her disciple's family's medicinal garden, so she tried not to use it unless necessary. Third, she had no use for those high-grade pills yet, and she still had plenty of pills below the golden core stage left over from her last refining session. The pills she gave to her disciples were more than enough. Second, after she had come to terms with the fact that, although the medicinal garden had been seized by the Qin family's ancestors, she had not taken it from them, but from Guan Yuran, and thus it was not a case of stealing her disciples' fortune. She had no time to refine pills. Moreover, Mingju had successfully refined pills of various grades last time, earning a large number of learning points. Those low-grade pills could be exchanged for just 200 learning points per bottle, and only low-grade pills were available, such as fasting pills, foundation pills, flesh regeneration pills, low-grade detoxification pills, and rejuvenation pills. Later, she obtained a medicinal garden from the fake Qin family ancestor, which contained many thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. This gave her the materials to refine higher-grade pills, but she had never gotten around to doing so. With 11,111,000 learning points, she exchanged for a large number of low-grade pills. However, these low-grade pills obtained through learning points were not even as good as the low-grade pills she had refined using stalactite marrow for her disciples. Therefore, she sold them all at the Love Hall in Hong Kong. Refining a first-grade pill earned her 1,000 learning points, a second-grade pill earned 10,000, a third-grade pill earned 100,000, a fourth-grade pill earned 1 million, and a fifth-grade pill earned 10 million. If not for Ghost Dr. Old Nyo wanting to refine the resurrection pill, she would not have thought about pill refining. To refine the resurrection pill, she first had to improve her own pill refining quality. With a thatched cottage's 30-fold time acceleration, 5 days equaled 150 days, 5 months. That should be enough time for her to succeed. Of course, the main reason she dared to take on Ghost Dr. Old Nyo's pill refining task was that she had a backup. The medicinal garden she had obtained from the Qin family contained many thousand-year-old herbs. Even if she failed, she could still gather another set of ingredients for the resurrection pill. This chapter ends. Chapter 1867, Refining the Soul-Returning Pill. Mingyu did not directly refine a 6th-grade pill. Instead, she first called out Xiaohua and began refining first-grade pills, then second-grade, third-grade, fourth-grade, and fifth-grade pills. Once she felt she had a good rhythm, she started refining the condensing infant pill. The condensing infant pill was also a 5th-grade pill, but it was the most difficult among 5th-grade pills to refine, requiring a 6th-grade alchemist to dare attempt it. Fortunately, she was able to find all the spiritual herbs needed for the condensing infant pill in the newly acquired medicinal garden. To be cautious, Mingyu separated the ingredients, taking only enough for one pill. She cut a small portion from each of the 108 herbs, extracted their essence in order, placed them into the alchemy cauldron, and finally added a drop of stalactite marrow. In her mind, she directed Xiaohua to control the heat while using her divine sense to shape the pill. Perfect success on the first try. And it was even of superior quality. However, refining this single pill wasted 1 drop of stalactite marrow, which was hardly cost-effective. For the second attempt, she took enough ingredients for 2 pills and succeeded again, producing 2 condensing infant pills using only 1 drop of stalactite marrow. For the third attempt, she put all the remaining condensing infant pill ingredients into the cauldron, refining 12 pills while still using just 1 drop of stalactite marrow. Still, the condensing infant pill was only a 5th-grade pill. Xiao Tao's voice rang out, "Congratulations, Master, for becoming a 6th-grade alchemist. Congratulations on receiving a reward of 100 million learning points. 200 learning points could exchange for a bottle of 30 foundation-building pills, and 400 points could exchange for a bottle of qi-gathering pills, but the highest exchange was still only for qi-gathering pills. What would she do with so many low-grade pills? Forget it, she would go straight to refining the soul-returning pill." She was somewhat reluctant to use stalactite marrow, as a single drop could fetch a sky-high price in spirit stones, while the reward from Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was merely a landlord's courtyard estate. Despite Xiaohua's assistance, the miraculous stalactite marrow, and Minyu's extraordinary divine sense, she still failed during the pill condensing stage 3 days later. Minyu recalled the entire refining process and identified the cause of failure. She had been too eager, using excessive heat, which led to the mishap. But the ingredients for the soul-returning pill were rare, and wasting them would be a great pity. So, she used another drop of stalactite marrow. She took 1/10 of each herb for the soul-returning pill and began refining it again. This time, Mingyu controlled the heat carefully, and after 5 days of refining, she successfully produced her first soul-returning pill. Originally, Mingyu intended to refine another 6th-grade pill, the barrier-breaking pill, but she found she was missing one spiritual herb. Thus, she couldn't practice 6th-grade pills before refining the soul-returning pill. Master, learning points aren't just for exchanging pills. They can also be used to learn the 100 arts of cultivation. 100 million learning points. What would she do with so many? So, Mingyu wasn't particularly interested in what Xiao Tao said about learning points. Master, if you acquire certain skills, you don't need to spend time learning them. You can simply spend learning points to exchange for a memory packet. After reading the memory packet, you'll master that skill. Mingyu was overjoyed, really. Learning the 100 arts of cultivation was very time-consuming, so few people were willing to study many. But if she could exchange learning points for memory packets, mastering these arts would become simple. She had only learned the most basic mortal techniques in formations and talismans, and she hadn't dared to touch more advanced skills. If she could use learning points to directly exchange for memory packets, she could acquire advanced talisman techniques and advanced formation knowledge. 6 chapters updated today. Good night, dear readers. End of this chapter. Chapter 1868. The outpatient building turns into a marketplace. As if sensing her master's thoughts, Xiao Tao immediately said, "Of course it's true." For example, Master once studied talisman techniques and formations, but what Master obtained was only the basics. Advanced talisman techniques can draw space talismans, time talismans, realm-breaking talismans, and even more powerful ones. Mingyu was astonished. She could actually draw space talismans? Time talismans? Well, the prerequisite is that you obtain that skill. Only then can the learning value help you learn and quickly master the technique. In short, it's a cheat for learning. Oh, I see. Since that was the case, she couldn't easily use learning value to exchange for low-level pills anymore. Her peach blossom space was now filled with many spiritual herbs, mostly low-grade ones. She could refine those pills effortlessly. Next, Mingyu continued refining the resurrection pill for Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Thanks to Little Fire, Bamboo Shoot Marrow, and Mingyu's powerful nascent soul-level divine sense, the third resurrection pill was successfully refined. After that, Mingyu refined the remaining spiritual herbs in one cauldron, producing 12 resurrection pills. In other words, from the resurrection pill ingredients provided by Ghost Dr. Old Nyo, a total of 14 resurrection pills were refined. She gave 2 to Ghost Dr. Old Nyo and kept 12 for herself. This was why alchemists easily became wealthy. When others provided alchemy materials, the alchemist took the majority of the resulting pills. However, Mingyu herself had consumed 4 drops of stone bamboo shoot marrow, and the cost of those 4 drops was almost equal to the price of 1 batch of resurrection pill ingredients. Thus, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was not at a loss. After successfully refining the resurrection pill, Mingyu did not rush to leave seclusion. Instead, she refined some yellow dragon pills for the golden core stage and purple heart pills for the nascent soul stage. She also refined some chi supplementing pills for the foundation establishment stage for her disciples. The various weapons she had once owned, a sword, a medicinal hoe, and a binding rope, did not seem particularly powerful. She recalled the spiritual artifact she had obtained from Yunjiang's storage ring, the Flying Cloud Awl. This Flying Cloud Awl was a top-grade spiritual artifact. It could be split or combined. When split, it could transform into 360 hair-thin needles. When combined, it became an awl. Although she currently couldn't use spiritual power, she could still refine the weapon. Previously, whether it was the sword or the medicinal hoe, she had simply used them directly in her hands. When fighting enemies, she relied more on her divine sense needles and divine sense awl. Seeing that she still had time, Mingyu thought about the 6 treasure keys that Gu Dongxing had mentioned and considered the secret realm they pointed to. She decided to enhance her combat strength. The most important way to increase combat strength was through weapons. For now, she was in the mortal world and no one was paying attention to her. But once she entered the immortal sect, she could not easily use divine sense attacks. She planned to keep that as a trump card for survival. As for the spiritual artifact Flying Cloud Awl, when combined, it could serve as an open attack weapon. When split into needles, it could be used for sneak attacks. Additionally, if needed, it could be taken out at any time for healing purposes. When she first obtained the Flying Cloud Awl, she had only performed a simple refinement and had not even stored it in her dantian. This time, she took the opportunity to refine it further and placed it in her dantian to nurture. This was also the first spiritual artifact she had ever stored in her dantian. She planned to refine this artifact into her life-bound weapon. Her intention, whether in the mortal world or later in the immortal sect, was to make medicine her path of survival. And for a healer, the ultimate weapon was naturally the needle. Good morning, dear. Chapter 1869. What is going on here? The flying cloud cone, which could be used for acupuncture or as a weapon, forming a cone when gathered and needles when scattered, and even assembling into a needle array, had since become Mingyu's favorite. After fully refining the flying cloud cone and making it her life-bound weapon that she could command as easily as her own arm, Mingyu thought to herself, since the flying cloud cone could be stored in her dantian and was even more convenient to retrieve than from a storage ring, could she also refine the medicinal hoe she had been using to plant and dig herbs and store it in her dantian as well? That medicinal hoe was also a low-grade spiritual artifact, very fitting for her identity as a healer. After all, no matter how many types of medicinal herbs she had in her field, some still needed to be gathered from the mountains. Once she left the school gate and traveled outside, carrying a medicinal hoe was simply part of a healer's duty and would not arouse suspicion. Thus, Mingyu took out the medicinal hoe and began to refine it deeply. However, as soon as the hoe was refined and stored into her dantian, it was pushed out by the flying cloud cone. Not only that, the flying cloud cone even sent out a mental message, forbidding it from entering the dantian. Mingyu found it both amusing and exasperating. Could this flying cloud cone actually be jealous of other weapons? Helpless, Mingyu had no choice but to store the medicinal hoe back into her ring. Checking the time, 5 months had passed in the hut, which meant 5 days had passed in the outside world. Mingyu emerged from seclusion. But when she arrived at the outpatient building of the Love Heart Chinese Medicine Hospital, holding a jade bottle containing 2 resurrection pills, she discovered that the entrance of the hospital's outpatient building had turned into a marketplace. She found an elderly man and asked, "Grandpa, why are so many people lining up here?" Not only was there a long queue, but there were also people around selling things. They had brought food, clothing, bedding, and even tents. Many tents had been set up on the open ground in front of the outpatient building. There was no city management at the time, otherwise, the hospital entrance would not have turned into a marketplace. Beside her was Ho Tiange, the intern doctor who had come with her. Someone nearby immediately chimed in, "That's right, miss. Ghost Dr. Old Nyo possesses legendary, unfathomable medical skills. He dares to treat patients who are at death's door and whom big hospitals refuse to accept, and he also dares to treat those whom big hospitals dare not treat." Minyu was baffled. What on earth happened here? Why were so many people gathered here? Her spiritual sense followed the queue inside and found that the line ended at a specialist consultation room. The expert currently seeing patients was none other than Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Minyu was stunned. A disciple of the immortal medical sect, a student of divine Dr. Ming, was actually working as a nurse for Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. Minyu smiled helplessly. She guessed that Ghost Dr. Old Nyo's reputation must have spread. The elderly man was surprised. "You're not here to see a doctor?" "Oh, no wonder. These past few days, the elusive Ghost Dr. Old Nyo has been seeing patients, and these people have all come after hearing the news. What's more, going to a big hospital costs a fortune, but seeing Ghost Dr. Old Nyo costs very little and still cures the illness." "That's right. A few days ago, there was a female patient with chronic appendicitis. The doctors advised her to have surgery, but Ghost Dr. Old Nyo only prescribed a few doses of medicine and cured her completely, even eradicating the root cause." "I heard that too. The day before yesterday, there was a man with kidney stones. He went to a big hospital, and they told him he needed surgery with a deposit of 500 yuan. But he had been laid off, and his wife had run off with the family's money. He couldn't afford the surgery, so he went home and cried while holding his only son. Later, he heard that Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was seeing patients here for a week, so he rushed over and lined up. He only spent 13 yuan on medicine, and the stones were passed. And there's more." End of this chapter. Chapter 1870, You Can't Cut in Line. Mingyu listened to the crowd talking and sighed inwardly. This Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was truly extraordinary. The moment his name was revealed, it drew such a large crowd. She asked around and learned that some of these people had been queuing since yesterday, while others had arrived before dawn today. As a result, a makeshift market had sprung up. Since people were lining up in the middle of the night, tents were needed to guard their spots. Some didn't want to go far to buy food, afraid their place in line would be taken, so they asked others to bring them food. This sparked a business opportunity, and soon food vendors appeared. However, if the ghost doctor were to hold consultations here every day, it probably wouldn't be a good thing. At the very least, having this market form daily at the door wasn't ideal. Moreover, she could tell that after these 5 days, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo himself was already very exhausted. It seemed that if Ghost Dr. Old Nyo were to stay at the Love Heart Hospital in the future, there would need to be some rules in place. At the very least, he couldn't be this busy every day. Ideally, ordinary patients shouldn't be allowed to see him, or else his own health wouldn't hold up. She sighed and walked toward Ghost Dr. Old Nyo. As soon as the crowd saw her, they grew displeased, and someone immediately shouted, "Hey miss, you can't cut in line." That's right. We've been queuing since yesterday and still haven't been seen. You should go to the back of the line." "Exactly, miss. You can't cut in line just because you're pretty. Get in line." A tall man who was maintaining order even walked toward Minyu, intending to drag her to the back of the line. Minyu quickly explained, "Ghost Dr. Old Nyo is my master. Even a hospital intern can't cut in line." The man still blocked Minyu. Moreover, the people in line deliberately shifted to block her path. Minyu didn't argue but simply waved her hand to set up a barrier, then directly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. Fortunately, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo heard Minyu's voice outside and shouted, "Disciple, why are you dawdling out there? Get in here." It turned out that Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was helping her out by speaking up. Hearing this, the crowd parted and let Minyu in. As soon as Minyu entered, Ghost Dr. Old Nyo excitedly asked, "Did you manage to refine the resurrection pill?" Ghost Dr. Old Nyo opened the jade bottle, took a sniff, and immediately felt revitalized. He quickly closed it and bowed deeply to Minyu. Thank you, your master, and thank you, young friend. What request does your master have?" Minyu quickly stepped aside to avoid his bow. "My master's request is that after you cure your fiancé, you stay and work at the Love Heart Hospital. Also, you can't just take the pill and leave, or these people outside will riot." Ghost Dr. Old Nyo was troubled. Staying to work at the hospital after curing my fiancé is no problem. But I must take the resurrection pill back to save my fiancé right away. Mingyu understood. Now that ghost doctor old Nyo had the resurrection pill, how could he still have the heart to treat patients here? Even if he stayed physically, his mind would be elsewhere. But if he left, what about the hundreds of people queuing outside? The chapter ends. Chapter 1871. A huge uproar. The ghost doctor, afraid that Mingyu might think he would take the pills and not return, quickly assured her, "Don't worry, I'll cure my fiancé and come right back. From now on, my remaining skills are yours to command." Mingyu found it amusing. "Are you really coming back? What about your fiancé?" The ghost doctor frowned but still said, "If she's willing, she can come with me. If not, I won't force her." Mingyu suggested, "How about you take up a post here from now on? But I won't require you to work every day, just 1 day a week for consultations." The ghost doctor was puzzled. "Why are you recruiting me for this hospital?" Mingyu had to tell the truth, "Because this hospital is mine." Upon hearing that the hospital belonged to Mingyu, the ghost doctor immediately agreed. "All right, I'll go back, cure my fiancé, and bring her here. Even if she doesn't come, I'll definitely be here 1 day a week to hold consultations at the Love Hospital." Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had a feeling that she should open fewer hospitals in the future. Too many troubles came with them. It would be better to just open a pharmacy and have a resident physician on hand. After all, in traditional Chinese medicine, most doctors were general practitioners. She quickly took out a pill bottle. "Here, take this. You might find it useful." The ghost doctor was about to leave when Mingyu stopped him. "You can't go through the front door. Use the back door. These are foundation establishment pills. They can replenish your fiancé's deficiencies and quickly restore her body to peak condition. The other one is for you. You've worked too hard over the years, and your body has suffered some losses. Taking this foundation establishment pill will allow you, the ghost doctor, to live out your full lifespan." But since he had obtained the resurrection pill, how could he stay? The ghost doctor thought it over and could only agree. Ho Tiange naturally knew that the ghost doctor had attracted so many people. If he just left like this, the people waiting in line would likely rebel. Mingyu said, "Why thank me? I'm letting you live a few more years just so you can work a few more years for me. All right, I can see your heart is no longer here. You'd better leave quickly." Mingyu turned her gaze to Ho Tiange. He is a disciple of divine Dr. Meng and highly skilled in medicine. If you're not afraid he'll ruin your reputation, let him impersonate you and continue the consultations. If there are any difficult cases, I'll just give them a foundation establishment pill. The ghost doctor poured out the pills and saw that there were 2 foundation establishment pills inside. He was immediately moved. "Thank you, Miss Nan." The ghost doctor looked at the long line of people he had attracted outside and grew worried. But what about these people? The ghost doctor could only express his gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you." Ho Tiange, the ghost doctor is in a hurry to return. Will you take over the consultations for him? Even if he used the resurrection pill to save his fiancée, her body would still be weak for a while. But with the foundation establishment pill, it would be different. With that, he lifted the barrier, let the ghost doctor leave, and then waved his hand again, pulling Ho Tiange inside. "But I'm not the ghost doctor," Ho Tiange worried. "That's easy." Mingyu waved her hand and cast an illusion on him, turning Ho Tiange into the likeness of the ghost doctor. Mingyu then went out and first tried to announce to the crowd, "The ghost doctor's consultations end today. Please stop lining up, those at the back." Mingyu didn't expect that her words would cause a huge uproar. End of chapter. Chapter 1872. The ghost doctor cannot leave. "No way, we've traveled all this way just to see the ghost doctor. The ghost doctor cannot leave." "That's right, the moment I heard the ghost doctor was here treating patients, I came yesterday. I'm almost at the front of the line now. The ghost doctor cannot leave. Ghost doctor, I beg you. My mother's illness hasn't been cured anywhere else. I heard you're the best at treating difficult and complicated diseases, so we rushed here overnight. You cannot leave. Ghost doctor, don't go. The ghost doctor cannot leave. The ghost doctor cannot leave. The ghost doctor cannot leave." Amid the chorus of "The ghost doctor cannot leave," Mingyu walked back inside. After a few minutes, she came out again and said, "The ghost doctor has been seeing patients here for 5 consecutive days. A family member is gravely ill, and he must return home by tomorrow morning." One person tried to argue, but those behind him immediately shouted, "You just have a cold, don't waste the ghost doctor's time. By hogging this spot, you're preventing patients who truly need the ghost doctor from receiving treatment. How can you be so heartless?" That person's face flushed red, and he had no choice but to leave. Mangyu walked down the long line, offering remedies as she went. Most didn't require medication. She simply told them to go home and use some folk treatments to cure themselves. Because it was a spiritual tool, it didn't need to be handled with the same difficulty as ordinary needles. There was no need for patients to lie down in a ward. She could have them stand right there, send a flying needle to precisely hit the acupoint, and automatically channel spiritual power to expel the illness. She couldn't just abandon her own family, but she also couldn't bear to let down the trust everyone had placed in her. The ghost doctor decided to work overtime until midnight tonight. These needles were from the Fei Yun cone she had refined from the Yunjiang storage ring, broken down into individual needles. So now, I'll conduct examinations for everyone. Among those waiting in line, if there are patients with minor ailments, please go and register with other doctors. Your eyes have a slight issue, but it's just a bit of excess heat. Go see another doctor to prescribe some cooling medicine. Mingyu continued to weed out several more people. You have a sprain, no need for the ghost doctor. Let me give you a quick acupuncture treatment, and you'll be fine. Constipation? No need for medicine. Eat half a caddy of bananas before bed, and it'll resolve. Foot pain from gout? Go directly to a doctor for some indomethacin and bone spur medication. Keep your diet light, and you'll be fine. What? Frequent urination at night. Catch a few cockroaches at night, roast, and eat them. Do this a few times, and it'll be cured. Truly a spiritual tool for saving lives. When the crowd heard that the ghost doctor would work until midnight, some were excited, others anxious, especially those at the back of the line, who felt helpless. Moreover, many treatments involved using insects as medicine. For a few cases, she simply administered a few acupuncture needles, and the illness was cured. Mingyu efficiently examined each person in line. When she found a common ailment, she would pull the patient aside. You just have a common cold. Go see another doctor for some cold medicine. Since Mingyu had earlier claimed to be the ghost doctor's apprentice, many believed her. Those who could be cured without medication naturally no longer wanted to wait in line. In no time, more than half the crowd had dispersed. When Mingyu approached a young man, he claimed he often had nosebleeds. I've seen doctors several times, but they only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. I've spent a lot of money at big hospitals, but nothing works. So I insist on seeing the ghost doctor. End of chapter. Chapter 1873, More Wronged Than Do-E in a Summer Snowstorm. Mingyu snorted. A minor nosebleed requires a ghost doctor's consultation? The treatment for this condition is very simple. Go home and steam pig heart with cinnabar and coxcomb flowers. Eat it once, and it'll be cured. I guarantee it won't recur. The young man was a bit skeptical. Really? If it doesn't get better, come find me again, and I'll take you to the ghost doctor. I'll be interning here all year, so I won't run away. The young man recalled that this girl was the disciple the ghost doctor had just acknowledged, and he immediately believed her. All right, I'll go back and try it first. Finally, after seeing off all the patients, Mingyu felt completely exhausted. Especially when she heard Xiaodao report that she had only earned 18 merit points, she couldn't help but complain inwardly. After treating so many patients, she had only gotten 18 merit points. She smiled bitterly at Ho Tiange. I feel like I'm more exhausted than you, the ghost doctor. You're the ghost doctor's disciple. When the master has work, the disciple handles it. Naturally, you should be more tired. Ho Tiange took the opportunity to joke. Haha, it was rare for him to get one over on Mingyu. Mingyu snorted. You're the ghost doctor, though. However, neither of them expected that while the ghost doctor's reputation spread through the Love Charity Hospital, it was her reputation as the fake ghost doctor's disciple that spread even more. Yeah, you might as well just say that you were the one pretending to be the ghost doctor. Thus, Ho Tiange cried out in protest. I'm going to tell everyone that the ghost doctor, old Nyo, had already left that afternoon, and it was me who took the consultations. Because the ghost doctor had been seeing patients inside the room, while she had been outside treating people one by one. She casually cured minor ailments and even effortlessly treated illnesses that major hospitals couldn't handle. In particular, the boy who frequently had nosebleeds that no major hospital could cure, after following her prescription and buying cinnabar to steam pig heart with coxcomb flowers, he never had a nosebleed again. This made Mingyu famous. His mother even went to the hospital where he had been treated before and scolded the doctors for being quacks, unable to cure even a minor nosebleed. Yet the ghost doctor's disciple had cured her son without even needing medication. The ghost doctor's disciple became widely known in Shenzhen. Even though she was just an intern, more and more patients came seeking her out. That afternoon, there were quite a few difficult cases. Only the ghost doctor could have cured them, and they were all healed. You, a greenhorn, could have cured those illnesses? Don't be ridiculous. Mingyu laughed heartily. Haha, go ahead and say it. See if anyone believes you. Exactly. Wanting fame doesn't mean you can steal the ghost doctor's credit. The doctors from the major hospital naturally didn't believe it. But after examining the boy, they found that he truly no longer had nosebleeds from the slightest irritation. This time, even the major hospital's doctors had to admire the ghost doctor's disciple, Nan Mingyu. On the other hand, the disciple of the immortal doctor sect who had pretended to be the ghost doctor, the true disciple of the divine doctor, Ho Tianga, had also demonstrated his superb medical skills after the ghost doctor left. But few knew about it. Sure enough, when he told the doctors that he had impersonated the ghost doctor for the last half-day of consultations, no one believed him. Ho Tianga, I'm more wrong than Doi in a summer snowstorm. Mingyu doubled over with laughter. Ho Tianga cried out about being wronged, but he couldn't bear to leave the Love Charity Hospital. Having finally found a fellow cultivator, how could he leave? But what they didn't notice was that their cheerful conversation had caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. That person was Qin Pingying, who was determined to latch onto Ho Tianga. End of chapter. Chapter 1874. Do you want to be my master's husband? Qin Pingying was furious. She had originally planned to drive Nan Mingyu away, but instead of succeeding after exposing her for having someone else substitute for her internship, she ended up being transferred to the inpatient department, often working night shifts. Meanwhile, Nan Mingyu, despite having someone cover for her, returned to treat the patients waiting in line, and even earned a good reputation. No, she had to think of a way to get rid of her. Ho Tianga is mine. He must be mine. Mingyu, however, didn't notice Qin Pingying. Even if she had, she wouldn't have paid her any mind. People like her were nothing but insects. If she didn't cause trouble, she could stay. If she really stirred things up, she would simply be fired. So, Mingyu truly didn't care about Qin Pingying. Not to mention Qin Pingying, even her backer, Bai Steen Qin, could be removed with just a word from Mingyu. Over on the other side, Ho Tianga was still making cheeky remarks. Oh well, even though I ended up helping someone else, at least I gained a disciple out of it. Mingyu immediately objected. Your cultivation is weaker than mine, and your medical skills are inferior. You actually want to be my master? You should be calling me senior. Ho Tianga had never thought of Mingyu in that way before, but after Qingwen's comment, although he felt embarrassed, his heart skipped a beat. If he were to choose a Dao companion, Mingyu would indeed be the best choice. He adjusted his emotions and looked surprised. You've taken on a disciple? Mingyu introduced Qingwen to Ho Tianga. This is my little disciple Qingwen. And a little disciple at that? Does that mean you have a senior disciple and a second disciple too? Qingwen immediately objected. I'm not the little disciple. I have a junior disciple too. Mingyu felt a bit awkward. She was used to calling Qingwen her little disciple and had forgotten about Chu Pengfei, who had joined later than Qingwen. Ho Tianga thought Qingwen was called the little disciple because he was young. His earlier question about senior and second disciples was just a joke. Hearing this, he realized she really did have other disciples. He asked Qingwen, how many fellow disciples do you have? Then she's still your senior sister. Call her that, Mingyu teased. Qingwen shrank back. Slip of the tongue. What I meant by master's husband was actually master's master. It turned out that Mingyu had displayed a cultivation level of late-stage foundation establishment in front of him. Ho Tianga's eyes widened. I may only be at early-stage foundation establishment, but you're only at late-stage foundation establishment. We're equals. Mingyu snorted. If I called you master, would you dare to accept? You're younger than me, so you can only be my junior sister. But then he suddenly realized something was off. No, you were my disciple for half the day. You should call me master. Mingyu had arrived at the Love Heart Hospital and called Qingwen, telling him to come on his own. He had just arrived in time to catch Ho Tianga's words. Qingwen blurted out, so, you want my master to call you master? Do you want to be my master's husband? Ho Tianga glared at him. If you don't know how to talk, then don't say anything. Mingyu reached out to tap Qingwen's head. His explanation only made things more awkward. But Qingwen's words had turned both of them bright red. The master's master is called the grandmaster, but some also call him master's husband. However, the master's husband is also called master's husband. Wasn't it said that one didn't take disciples until reaching the golden core stage? Saying that Ho Tianga wanted to be her master's husband implied that he wanted to be her master's spouse. Mingyu felt a bit embarrassed. Looking at her expression, there was only awkwardness, not a trace of shyness. Tianga felt frustrated. She clearly had no interest in him in that way. You're younger than me, so you can only be my junior sister. But then he felt something was off. No, you were my disciple for half the day. You should call me master. Mingyu snorted. If I called you master, would you dare to accept? Dear readers, starting today, we are entering the year-end explosive update challenge. I will try my best to release 10,000 words daily for 10 consecutive days. Please support me by casting your votes for this book and leaving your 5-star reviews. I believe that with your support and encouragement, this book will persevere until the very end. End of this chapter. Chapter 1875. His vitality is almost exhausted. Qingwen glanced at her master and, seeing no objection to her revealing the master's affairs, began counting. There's senior brother Qingshan, second senior sister Qinglan, third senior sister Qingzi, I'm fourth Qingwen, and then there's fifth Qingfei. So I'm not the youngest. Besides, Master has also taken on some nominal disciples, Lin Chengxin, Shin Qi, Wu Jiangxing, Xiao Hua, Zhang Shuiyu, Gu Min, and many others like Lida, Le Shan, Le Shui, and Luin. But they all practice ancient martial arts and aren't ranked by generational name, so they don't count as direct disciples. Qingwen was quite proud of being included in the generational ranking. Tianji grew even more astonished. He looked at Mingyu and asked, "You've taken on this many disciples?" Mingyu paused, surprised herself. Had she unknowingly accepted so many disciples? But those disciples practicing ancient martial arts, she had never let them call her master, only allowing them to address her as big sister or miss. Especially the shadow guards, more than 20 of them from the Nan family's dowry, all called her miss, yet she had taught them ancient martial arts, and they regarded her as their master. She smiled and said, "I've only truly accepted 5 disciples. The others were just given occasional guidance. They don't count as my formal students." Though there was one who called her master to her face, but used her name behind her back, that one was Lin Qingxin. The 2 men carrying the injured person suddenly snapped to attention. Just as they tried to catch the patient again, they found he had already landed safely on the ground. Seeing Tianji's expression, Mingyu knew he was suspicious of her. But so what if he was? The cultivation level she had shown him was only late-stage foundation building. Qingwen objected, "That's not right, master. They call you big sister to your face, but in private, they all refer to you as master." Mingyu's eyes sharpened. A blanket suddenly appeared beneath the injured person. Though it should have been soft, it now formed a long, narrow shape, catching the patient and slowly lowering him to the ground. Tianji looked at Mingyu with even more curiosity. Was this person really just a foundation-building cultivator? How could a foundation-building cultivator take on so many disciples? Wasn't she afraid it would affect her own cultivation? Could it be that she wasn't at foundation building but at the golden core stage? Put him down. Mingyu shouted sharply. Even if she hadn't deliberately used a concealment technique, he was a full major realm below her and couldn't see through her anyway. But Ho Tianji hadn't spent time in the cultivation world, he had always been in the mortal realm. He wasn't the type to hold back questions out of fear or uncertainty. Mingyu and Tianji quickly extended their spiritual senses and saw someone carrying a severely injured, blood-soaked person from a car, running toward them. The 2 men carrying the injured were so startled that their hands trembled, and the person they were holding fell. Just as Tianji was about to ask Mingyu if she was a golden core cultivator, they heard someone shouting from afar, "Help! Doctor, help!" Mingyu rushed out first, grabbing the injured person's hand and channeling spiritual power into him to protect his heart meridian while preventing any further loss of vitality. This young man brought in had almost no vitality left. If they had waited until he was taken to the hospital, that last bit of vitality would have already leaked away. Though the revival pill wasn't as potent as the revival elixir, it could still restore a third of an ordinary person's vitality. At that moment, a woman in her late 30s got out of the car and rushed over, scolding the 2 men. "What are you doing? How dare you drop my son on the ground? Do you want to die?" End of chapter. Chapter 1876. Carrying him to the Love Hospital is just a scam. The 2 sweating men carrying the stretcher wiped their brows. "The doctor told us to stop." In truth, both of them knew that the young master had clearly already stopped breathing. The big hospital they had taken him to earlier couldn't save him either, and they were directly told to take him back and prepare for the funeral. But the young master's stepmother seemed unwilling to accept it and made a scene at the hospital. A nearby doctor said mockingly, "I heard that the Love Chinese Medicine Hospital has a miraculous cure that can bring the dead back to life." "That's a private hospital. Why don't you try your luck there?" They could all tell that the doctor was actually deflecting the blame, hinting that making a fuss at a public hospital was useless, but causing trouble at a private hospital might get results. The stepmother, who already had ulterior motives, immediately ordered them to carry the young master to the Love Hospital as soon as she heard it was a private one. They knew full well that the person had already passed away, yet they still carried him to the Love Hospital. Of course, the hospital wouldn't let them in. That's why when Mingyu called for them to stop, they felt so guilty that they nearly dropped the stretcher. When the woman saw that Mingyu was stopping them from entering the hospital, she thought the other party already knew the truth and was trying to avoid responsibility. But she had brought her stepson to the Love Hospital with hidden intentions, so how could she let it go so easily? Thus, she shouted at Mingyu, "What kind of doctors are you? Huh? Isn't this a place to save lives? What do you mean by blocking my son outside the hospital and letting him lie on the ground? Huh? If you delay my son's treatment and something happens to him, I won't let you off." Mingyu suddenly turned around and growled, "If you don't want your son to die, stop crying and making a fuss. This kind of behavior is clearly just obstructing us from saving him. He's not your biological son, is he?" In reality, the person had just been brought here, so what delay could there be? This woman was clearly trying to scam them. The middle-aged woman fell silent, stared blankly at Tianga, then looked at the injured person, and suddenly burst into loud wails. My poor son. These doctors usually call themselves angels in white, but now that you're injured, they won't even let you into the hospital. Shut up. Tianga, who had rushed out a step behind Mingyu, scolded. She rolled her eyes and suddenly threatened. Let me tell you, my son was fine when we brought him here. It's because you wouldn't let him into the hospital that his treatment was delayed. If anything happens to my son, I will never let you off. The middle-aged woman, like a duck with its neck squeezed, suddenly lost her voice. After a long pause, she asked cautiously, are you saying you can save my son? Seeing how detestable this middle-aged woman was, Mingyu put away the pill she had been about to bring to the young man's mouth and said, you're deliberately trying to scam people, aren't you? You should know yourself that your son was already nearly dead before he was even carried to our hospital. Besides, I smell disinfectant on him. You must have taken him to another hospital first, and they couldn't save him, so they told you to take him back and prepare for the funeral, right? Or maybe another hospital simply refused to admit him. The middle-aged woman froze, a guilty look on her face. Didn't they say this place can bring the dead back to life? We can't bring the dead back to life, but Mingyu glanced at the middle-aged woman. If you have money, I can save him. The woman was stunned. What did you say? Saving him? That was not her goal at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1877. The scheme was discovered. Mingyu had long seen that the anxiety in this woman's eyes was fake. Bringing the man here to extort money was the real motive. She smiled and said, I told you, as long as you have money, I can save him. But it requires a spiritual medicine. Are you willing to truly save him? The woman, noticing everyone around staring at her, especially the bodyguard carrying the young master, who was watching her closely, knew she couldn't get away without mentioning money. She had no choice but to ask, how much money? I'll pay. Mingyu asked with a smile, I want $1 million. Will you pay that? The woman was taken aback at first, glanced at the two bodyguards, then gritted her teeth and said, as long as it can save my son. Mingyu smiled. You said that yourself. Everyone heard it, right? She held up the rejuvenation pill in her hand. This is a rejuvenation pill. I bought it in Hong Kong as a backup. At the Love Heart Hall, it sells for $1 million per pill. Once this pill is taken, your son will wake up immediately, regain 30% of his vitality, and his wounds will mostly heal. Are you sure you want to use it? In reality, Mingyu had given this kind of rejuvenation pill to many people before and never charged a cent. She had also intended to use this medicine for the young man. The reason she hadn't used it immediately was that she had first focused on protecting his heart meridian. If she truly cured this fellow, and then his father and son came to demand his release, would they still dare to imprison his son? Of course, it would be best if she could stall and avoid using the spiritual medicine, letting this annoying person die. The woman looked at her son, then at Mingyu, a flicker of calculation in her eyes. I'm sure I want to use it. Hurry up and give it to my son. She said she was sure she wanted to use it, but she never said she was sure she would pay. This woman clearly didn't want to save anyone, but was bringing the man to the hospital to extort money. Mingyu just couldn't let her get off easy. Do you have that much money? Tianga suddenly interjected. This isn't $100 or $10,000, it's $1 million, and in US currency. Don't you think you should pay first, or at least write an IOU? Therefore, this pill, which sold for $1 million at the Love Heart Hall in Hong Kong, she decided she couldn't just give it to him for free. The middle-aged woman suddenly exploded. Is this a hospital or not? Are you doctors who save lives or not? If you have the medicine, hurry up and save my son instead of standing there babbling. But that flicker of calculation in her eyes had been caught by Tianga. Yet this woman was too arrogant, bringing a dying man rejected by other hospitals to her facility and even threatening that if anything happened to him, she wouldn't let them off. Mingyu smiled coldly. Don't forget, first, your son was kicked out of other hospitals, which means ordinary methods can't save him anymore. Second, your son hasn't even entered our hospital yet. Given his condition, we have the right to refuse admission. Third, our hospital doesn't have such a spiritual medicine as the rejuvenation pill. As she just said, that's her personal medicine bought from the Love Heart Hall in Hong Kong for $1 million. You want to use it without paying a cent? After it's used, if you claim you have no money, can we dig the pill out of your son's mouth? The reason Tianga dared to say so much to this middle-aged woman was that Mingyu had already used her spiritual power to protect the young man's heart meridian. At the very least, he wouldn't die for now. Are you not going to save my son? Is this the Love Heart Hospital or a Black Heart Hospital? The chapter ends. Chapter 1878. You're not broke, you just don't want to pay for the medicine. Save him, but you have to agree to pay for it, the woman shouted. Mingyu could tell that this woman actually had money. The top-grade imperial green jade bracelet hidden under her sleeve alone would be worth over 100 million in later times, and at least 1 million now. Someone wearing an imperial green jade bracelet was clearly wealthy, yet she didn't want to spend money to save a life. Was she trying to take Mingyu for a fool? But I really don't have money right now. You can't just let him die, can you? Can you give my son the medicine first? The onlookers had already been shocked by the price Mingyu quoted for the medicine. Hearing the middle-aged woman accuse her of extortion, they also felt the medicine was too expensive. Doctor, look how pitiful this child is. You should give him the medicine. Yeah, doctor, you can't just let him die. No medicine should be more expensive than a human life. You should give the child the medicine first. That's right, doctor. Give the child the medicine first. Doesn't your loving heart Chinese medicine hospital claim to help the world and save people, charging only cost price for treatment? How can a single pill cost over 1 million? It seems Loving Heart Hospital was just fishing for fame before. So shady. Calling it Loving Heart Hospital, might as well rename it Black Heart Hospital. The middle-aged woman hadn't expected someone to notice the bracelet hidden under her sleeve. She quickly struggled. You're lying. That bracelet isn't worth that much. She raised her wrist. Everyone look. Someone who can wear a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands or even millions, how could she not afford that bit of medicine money? If it's not worth that much, that's fine. Give me the bracelet, and I'll give your son this spiritual medicine right away. A flicker of smugness crossed the middle-aged woman's eyes. By pressuring her like this, she'd be even less likely to use the medicine. Then that annoying brat would die, and she could openly extort compensation. Fishing for fame before, and now turning to extortion when the chance comes? The middle-aged woman quickly pulled her hand back. No, that's a token of love from my husband. I can't give it to you. Mingyu let out a cold laugh. She left a bit of spiritual power to protect the boy's heart meridian, then let him go and approached the middle-aged woman. Suddenly grabbing her wrist, she lifted it to reveal the imperial green jade bracelet. You have no money? This pair of bracelets on your wrist is worth hundreds of thousands. You're not broke, you just don't want to pay for the medicine. It seems your son's life isn't worth as much as a pair of bracelets. Mingyu ignored her and turned to the crowd. Our Loving Heart Hospital normally charges only cost price for medicine when treating ordinary people. If a family is truly destitute, we can even reduce or waive the fees, everyone knows that. But our aid does not include wealthy people, because the rich don't need our help. On the contrary, our funds are limited. The resources of Loving Heart Hospital are meant to assist ordinary and poor people. If our resources are taken up by the wealthy, what about the poor who truly need our help? Mingyu sighed and turned back to the middle-aged woman. Moreover, I just said that even if you brought your son in, he couldn't be saved. Only this spiritual medicine can work, and it doesn't belong to Loving Heart Hospital. It's mine personally, bought through someone from the Loving Heart Hall in Hong Kong. You accuse me of extortion. You can call and ask. I have the number for Loving Heart Hall right here. Call them and ask if the rejuvenation pill sells for this price. If I'm overcharging, I'll apologize to you and give you the medicine for free. Chapter 1879. Money is not a problem. You're something else. If you have money, just pay up. It's your own son you're saving. If you won't pay, do you expect others to pay for you? The money at the charity hospital didn't come from a windfall. You rich folks should just stay away. Even if you come, you don't want to spend money and expect them to use it for you? What kind of character is this? The key point is that medicine isn't the hospital's, it's someone else's private property. If they won't give you their private medicine, why blame the charity hospital? Are you trying to extort that young lady? Exactly. The charity hospital is for us poor people. You rich folks should just leave. Yeah, you should go to those private hospitals instead. The middle-aged woman saw the tide turning and panicked. I'm not extorting, He's not dead yet because I used my inner energy to protect his heart meridian, keeping him alive for now. I just told this woman, who claims to be the injured boy's mother, that I once spent $1 million to have someone buy a resurrection pill from the Love Hall in Hong Kong. If she's willing to save her son, I'm willing to give him that pill first, and she can pay me $1 million. If she doesn't have the money now, she can write an IOU. As soon as the middle-aged woman saw the man, she rushed over crying, Old Sue, our son is dying. No hospital will take him. The doctor at that hospital said the charity hospital could bring him back from the dead, so I brought him here immediately. But they're demanding $1 million to save our son. Just then, a car screeched to a halt. Before it fully stopped, someone opened the door, and a middle-aged man jumped out. Xiaobao? How is he? Mingyu crossed her arms. Sir, you should know your son's condition. Other hospitals refused to take him. When he was brought to me, he was barely breathing, only exhaling, not inhaling. He was deeply grieved, but before he could speak, Mingyu said, Don't worry, he's not dead yet. But he's not far from it. Hearing his son was alive, the middle-aged man grabbed Mingyu and Tiange, who were in white coats. Save him immediately. As long as you can save my son, money is not a problem. No wonder the other hospitals refused to take him and told them to prepare for the worst. The middle-aged man pushed the woman aside, looked around, and saw his son lying on the ground. He rushed over, felt his neck for a pulse. It had almost stopped. He listened for a heartbeat. It was barely audible. His hands and feet were cold, but his chest was still warm. This middle-aged man was naturally the child's father. Hearing that his son had been beaten to the brink of death, with no hospital willing to take him, he dropped everything and rushed over. But she didn't mention paying. Instead, she wanted me to give the child the medicine first and tried to use public opinion to pressure me, calling our charity hospital a black-hearted one. If it were you, would you give away the life-saving medicine you prepared for yourself for free? As Mingyu spoke, the middle-aged woman tried several times to argue, but Mingyu silenced her. When Mingyu finished, the middle-aged man's face flushed. He knew his wife's nature well. She was reluctant to spend the money. Most importantly, this son wasn't her biological child. He even suspected she might have done it on purpose. Although the medicine was indeed expensive, she said she bought it from the love hall. He could verify that later. The hospital was here. It couldn't run away. Sorry, there was a power outage in the neighborhood, so the update is a bit late. End of this chapter. Chapter 1880, Standing by and Doing Nothing. Moreover, the doctor had said that by the time his son was brought here, he was nearly dead. She had used her inner energy to protect his heart meridian. Though it sounded mystical, he inexplicably believed that what she said was true. After all, hadn't he heard that other hospitals had refused to take him? He had felt for himself earlier, no heartbeat, no breath, only his chest still warm. Sorry, I'll pay this money. The middle-aged man immediately signed a check for $1 million. Please give my son the medicine. Mingyu said flatly, it's $1 million US, not 1 million RMB. The middle-aged man felt a bit awkward. He had misheard earlier. However, he didn't have US dollars. And the middle-aged man quickly fed the elixir into his son's mouth. The boy, whose heart meridian had already been protected by Mingyu's spiritual energy and whose internal injuries had been somewhat repaired, now took the rejuvenation pill she had refined. Not only did his face gradually turn from pale to rosy, but even the wounds on his body visibly healed. Soon, his eyelashes fluttered. The middle-aged man immediately called out, Xiao Bao, wake up quickly. The boy, called Xiao Bao, finally opened his eyes and called out weakly, Dad, then sat up. The onlookers, seeing that Xiao Bao had truly awakened after taking the pill, gasped in amazement. As Xiao Bao was carried into the hospital by the doctors, they began to buzz with discussion. Really alive? Yeah, it's truly miraculous. He looked like he had no breath left, yet he was saved. Wow, this rejuvenation pill is too incredible. Look at his injuries. Yeah, it seems scabs are forming. Even someone the hospital wouldn't take can be saved. This elixir truly lives up to its name. No wonder it's a $1 million miracle drug. Xiao Bao is so lucky. If it were a poor person, they'd just have to die. Such good medicine. If it were me, I wouldn't give it away for free either. Exactly, it's too miraculous. As Mingyu listened, she felt something was off. How had the conversation turned to her being someone who only cared about profit and wouldn't save a life without payment? End of chapter. Chapter 1881, I warned you long ago. Mingyu immediately sensed that someone was deliberately steering public opinion in the crowd, aiming to smear her, or more precisely, to smear the Love Charity Hospital. She had been saving people from the very beginning, even using her spiritual power to protect the child's bloodline, hadn't she? Otherwise, Xiao Bao would have died before he was even carried to the hospital. If she hadn't been angered by Xiao Bao's mother scolding, she would have already given Xiao Bao a rejuvenation pill at that point. This wouldn't do. She had founded the Love Charity Hospital to heal the sick and save lives, not to let people die just because they couldn't pay. If the Love Charity Hospital gained a reputation as a place that only saved those with money and let the poor die, who would ever come to seek treatment there? In truth, from the start, her first step had been to use spiritual power to protect Xiao Bao's bloodline, and her second step was to give him the rejuvenation pill. It was only because she was indignant at that woman's constant threats that she demanded payment before giving the medicine. Mingyu immediately sent a telepathic message to Les Wei, instructing him to find a way among the crowd to change their perception that she was only saving lives for money. Les Wei received the order and quickly spoke up in the crowd. Actually, the female doctor intended to give the injured person the pill from the very beginning. I saw her take it out and bring it to Xiao Bao's mouth, but it was only because that woman started yelling at her that she demanded money for the medicine. A woman nearby immediately chimed in. I saw that too. The female doctor was about to feed Xiaobao the medicine, but that woman's scolding made her stop and just hold the pill in her hand. The pill she later gave to Xiaobao's father was the same one she had been holding. That's right, that's right. I saw it too. At that moment, the female doctor hadn't even mentioned money yet. She was just about to give Xiaobao the medicine. This woman isn't Xiaobao's real mother, is she? She's deliberately stopping the doctor from saving Xiaobao. The crowd's discussion quickly shifted from money buys life to the topic of biological mother versus stepmother. Before Xiaobao's father arrived, the female doctor told her to trade a pair of bracelets for the medicine, but she refused. Think about it. If she were the real mother, with her son on the verge of death, wouldn't she give up anything to save him? So that's how it is. So because of this woman's scolding, her son's rescue was delayed by a few minutes. Yes, it was just a pair of bracelets in exchange for a miraculous medicine to save her son, but she wouldn't part with them. She definitely isn't the real mother. No, even though she was angry and upset, she still used her inner energy to protect Xiaobao's heart meridian first. So, he couldn't blame the female doctor. Is she the stepmother? Xiaobao's father's face turned ashen. He had been cursing the female doctor for letting his son die, but it turned out she hadn't refused to save him because of money. She had been angered by his wife's scolding. Why do you say that? Xiaobao's father suppressed his anger. You should leave. Who would be a fool after being scolded like that? Xiaobao's mother quickly tried to defend herself. Husband, it's not like that. It was clearly this female doctor making things difficult for me, refusing to act without seeing the reward. It really seems like it was because Xiaobao's mother's scolding was too harsh that she didn't want to give the medicine for free. Husband, I didn't. Li Jingwei, I warned you long ago to treat Xiaobao better. If you had treated him well, he wouldn't have become rebellious and mixed with the wrong crowd. And if he hadn't mixed with them, he wouldn't have been beaten to the brink of death. I always treated Xiaobao like my own son. Don't say that. I don't believe you anymore. Go back to your parents' home and take your daughter with you. Our family has no place for you. End of chapter. Chapter 1882, Eyes Full of Malice. The middle-aged woman panicked. No, I'm not leaving, old Sue. I'll treat Xiaobao like my own son from now on. You can't just abandon me. Old Sue said coldly, I've already given you a chance. Xiaoyang, watch her and send her away. Bodyguard Xiaoyang immediately stepped in front of the middle-aged woman. Madam, let's go. Don't make things difficult for me. The middle-aged woman dared not say another word and had to leave. But as she turned around, her eyes were filled with malice. Xiaobao's father turned to another bodyguard, who nodded and reported the situation. When we took the young master to a hospital, the doctor didn't initially refuse to treat him. But Madam said some unpleasant things, threatening that if they didn't save the young master, she wouldn't let them off. The doctor got scared and simply refused to admit him, saying the young master's condition was clearly hopeless, and even resuscitation wouldn't save him, telling us to take him back and prepare for the funeral. Madam said the bracelet wasn't valuable, and the female doctor said it didn't matter if it wasn't valuable. She offered to trade her miraculous medicine for the pair of bracelets. But Madam refused, saying the bracelets were a token of love. The bodyguard thought for a moment, and then recounted how Madam had tried to rally people to pressure the female doctor into giving free medicine. From this, it seems she still wanted to save the young master, just didn't want to pay. The bodyguard was puzzled, but she pressured the doctor to use the medicine. Later, a doctor pointed them in a direction, saying the nearby Loving Heart Chinese medicine clinic could bring the dead back to life, but anyone could tell the doctor was deliberately diverting trouble. Madam immediately had them carry the young master into the car and take him to Loving Heart Hospital. Old Sue's face darkened further. Is there any patient's family in this world who would oppose a doctor? That venomous woman, she wasn't trying to save my son, she was trying to harm him. Listening to the two bodyguards, Xiaobao's father suddenly understood why the female doctor would rather take her pair of bracelets than accept his 1 million RMB. It was because the woman had offended her, so she deliberately demanded the bracelets. She could have saved Xiaobao without taking any money at all. He clenched his teeth. That woman never intended to save his son. So, it was her scolding that interrupted the female doctor's treatment? Just as she was about to feed the medicine to the young master, she heard Madam scolding, stopped, and put the medicine back into the bottle. Then she told Madam that her medicine was purchased from Hong Kong Loving Heart Hall for 1 million USD and demanded that Madam pay up to save the young master. The bodyguard nodded. That's about right. After the female doctor asked her for the money, Madam said she had none. The female doctor then grabbed Madam's hand, revealing the bracelet on her wrist to everyone, saying Madam was wealthy. As soon as they got out of the car, the female doctor rushed out, grabbed the young master's hand, felt his pulse, then pulled a bottle from her pocket with her other hand and poured out a pill. Don't forget, that miraculous medicine wasn't the hospital's, it was her personal property. Could Madam force her to use it? It would only make the doctor angrier. The bodyguard understood. Forcing a doctor to use her private medicine without paying, she could simply refuse to help. And offending the only doctor who could save Xiaobao with that miraculous medicine was equivalent to cutting off Xiaobao's lifeline. The boss was right. Madame wasn't saving Xiaobao. She was harming him. And harming Xiaobao in a way that left no trace. He suddenly realized that now that the boss had caught Madame trying to harm his son, her position was no longer secure. End of this chapter. Chapter 1883, Wanting the Bracelet Back. Minyu didn't want to pry into other people's family matters. Although she had obtained a pair of top-grade jadeite bracelets, she felt little joy, because this rescue had been a transaction, and there was no merit to be gained. To her, such bracelets were less useful than a single spirit stone. She had taken the bracelets purely to spite that woman. She had seen clearly that the woman was deliberately delaying her efforts to save someone. As for top-grade jadeite, she had plenty of it. Among the rough stones she had obtained from M country, there were dozens containing top-grade jadeite meat. Back when she had sought out top-grade jadeite, she had been reluctant to use spirit jade for jewelry to give to the Chu family, so she had gone directly to M country to find worldly materials for making some ornaments. It was there that she had encountered Yun Jiang. Later, due to some incidents, she had neither made nor given the jewelry, and those rough stones had been left untouched. Thus, she truly did not lack top-grade jadeite. After tossing the pair of bracelets into her ring, she paid them no further mind. However, she had not anticipated that, over 10 days later, the woman named Li Jingwei would show up at her door with 4 men. "You little slut, come out here and give me back my imperial green jadeite bracelets." Minyu swept her divine sense outward and immediately detected Li Jingwei charging into the outpatient building with 4 burly men. What was most infuriating was that these people were shoving aside the patients waiting in line to register, causing them to stumble and fall. Patients kept toppling to the ground from being pushed, triggering a series of screams. Li Jingwei felt that nothing went smoothly for her at the Love Heart Hospital. Was this direction simply unlucky for her? Just as she was thinking this, a young woman in a white coat flew out from an internal medicine consultation room. In less than a minute, she had kicked down all the tattooed men who had been barging around, and even the woman leading them was pinned under her foot. Finally, with a sweeping leg kick, she knocked Li Jingwei to the ground and planted one foot on her chest. Many onlookers were thinking that if someone came to cause trouble at the Love Heart Hospital, the safety of the patients seeking treatment could not be guaranteed. Minyu looked down at Li Jingwei on the ground and said, "Tell me, what are you here for? Why did you bring people to harm our hospital's patients?" Seeing that these people were taking out their anger on the patients, Minyu flew into a rage. The next moment, she appeared in the outpatient hall and, with one kick each, sent the 4 burly men sprawling to the ground, unable to get up. Earlier, when Li Jingwei had led the 4 burly men inside, deliberately shoving their way through, the patients in the outpatient hall had scrambled to avoid them, fearing that being bumped into would add injury to their illnesses. After a moment of silence, a burst of applause suddenly erupted. Last time, when she had brought that dying stepson who was nearly a skeleton, she had intended to make a big scene first, to show off her love for her stepson, and second, because she had heard this hospital was private. If the stepson died there, she could extort a hefty sum. But, unexpectedly, the person she had wanted to let die had lingered on without perishing, and was even saved by a single pill. What was most frustrating was that the miraculous medicine had been exchanged for her own bracelets. Worst of all, her husband had discovered her intention to let his son die so that her daughter could inherit the Su family fortune, and he had abandoned her. Thinking it over, after 5 years with that man, she had gained nothing. The only pair of bracelets had been stripped off by him to pay for that brat's life-saving medicine. How could she accept that? Thus, as soon as the divorce was finalized, she had brought people to find that female doctor, determined to reclaim her jadeite bracelets. Today's 10,000-word update is done. Dear readers, don't forget to vote for me and leave a 5-star review. End of this chapter. Chapter 1884. A woman like you doesn't deserve a family. Li Jingwei was seething with resentment. It was this woman who had cost her both her family and her precious jade bangle. She wanted to turn the tables, but she knew this woman was far too formidable in a fight. She somewhat regretted coming with only 4 men. She should have waited for her brother to return. "How dare you treat me like this? My brother won't let you off." Heh. Minyu pressed harder on her chest, and Li Jingwei nearly spat blood, but forced it back down, still shouting, "Tread on me all you want. My brother will repay you tenfold." Minyu had never encountered someone who swallowed their own blood after being stepped on and still managed to threaten her. She sighed. "Ms. Li, from the very beginning, you've been the one picking a fight with me. I was only fulfilling my duty as a doctor to save lives. Even that spiritual medicine, I charged you very little. Why do you keep coming after me?" "You shouldn't have taken my jade bangle," Li Jingwei hissed bitterly. "It's mine. Minyu chuckled twice. The jade bangle was what you traded for my spiritual medicine to save your little Bao. You got your son back alive, and now you come demanding the bangle? Don't you think that's shameless? And that's not all. Worse, you brought 4 bodyguards to storm our hospital, causing a scene and deliberately knocking over patients. Tell me, do you accept this kick I gave you? Mingyu sighed inwardly. It seemed the hospital would need to hire some security guards from now on. Li Jingyue's venomous gaze remained fixed on Mingyu. I've divorced him. The son isn't mine, but the bangle is. Since you have it, who else am I supposed to demand it from? Mingyu laughed. So you're divorced now. A woman like you doesn't deserve a family. Good riddance. You slander. Li Jingyue lifted her head with effort, her eyes filled with malice toward Mingyu. Especially since that man had that pill. If she hadn't divorced him, even if little Bao survived this time, there would be a next time. Mingyu was taken aback. They divorced that quickly? But then again, this woman was so vicious, deliberately delaying her stepson's treatment. That was attempted murder for profit. Who would want such a poisonous wife? Thus, she rather admired the man's decisiveness. After all, she had seen too many cases where a stepmother turned a father into a stepfather. It was rare to find a man who, upon discovering his stepmother's cruelty, not only refused to become a stepfather himself, but also drove her away. Li Jingyue had never encountered someone who praised a divorce as good riddance. In those days, divorces were rare, and everyone advised reconciliation over separation. Yet this woman said it was good she was divorced. Seeing her indignant expression, Mingyu added, "Am I wrong? With a stepmother like you, little Bao might escape this time, but not the next. If you hadn't divorced, he would have died by your hands sooner or later. Am I right?" Haha, I'm not slandering you. When I first tried to feed little Bao the spiritual medicine, didn't you stop me? Li Jingyue panicked. I didn't stop you. No, you did. With your arguments and insults, you successfully provoked me into stopping the treatment and instead demanding a price equivalent to the medicine. But I have to thank you. If not for your tirade, I would have fed little Bao the medicine right then and never gotten that pair of jade bangles. Good morning, dear readers. 10 chapters today, for in the morning, 6 in the evening. Updates start at 7 p.m. This chapter ends. Chapter 1885. So what if I'm scamming you? Mingyu deliberately took out the bracelets and played with them, clinking the two together. Listening to the pleasant sound of jade, she was clearly flaunting that rare pair of top-grade emerald bracelets. The moment Li Jingyue, pinned underfoot, saw the top-grade emerald bracelets in Mingyu's hand, her eyes turned red with envy. Give the bracelets back to me. Mingyu laughed. You need to get this straight. I got these bracelets in exchange for a spiritual medicine. How did they become yours? They're mine, clearly mine. You snatched them from me, Li Jingyue said bitterly. I never made any deal with you. The person I traded with was your husband. Oh no, wait, now he's your ex-husband. I didn't take those bracelets from you. I took them from your ex-husband. So, coming to me to demand the bracelets is wrong. If you want them back, tell your ex-husband to bring $1 million to trade with me for them. Li Jingyue was filled with grief and anger. I don't care. Those bracelets are mine, and they're in your hands. I'm asking you for them. If you don't give them back, I'll come and cause a scene every day. Mingyu said deliberately, oh, you're quite something. You say you're scamming me and then you pass out? Do you really think I'll give you the bracelets just because of that? I get it. You can't argue your way through, so you're just throwing a tantrum. Mingyu sneered, lifted her foot off Li Jingyue's chest, and gave each of the 4 men she had brought a kick, saying, all of you, get up. Take her back. But no one knew that they were suffering in silence. Because after Mingyu knocked them down the first time, they genuinely couldn't move, lying there as mere background props. The Su family would never pay $1 million to exchange for that pair of bracelets. $1 million could buy over a dozen pairs like them. So, what if I'm scamming you? Li Jingyue said shamelessly. But the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her head and face, her eyes closed, and she passed out. The 4 men, who had been immobilized after her kicks, suddenly found they could move again after Mingyu kicked them. They scrambled up, supported Li Jingyue, and fled. To outsiders, it looked like she was faking unconsciousness just to scam Mingyu. After all, who would say, so what if I'm scamming you, one moment and then pass out the next? But no one knew that her unconsciousness was caused by Mingyu condensing a spiritual sense spike and directly piercing her sea of consciousness. Moreover, Mingyu had calculated that even if she woke up, she would become a slow-witted person. Mingyu sneered. Do you think I'm too easygoing? Is that why you're trying to scam me? In the eyes of the onlookers, those 4 men had simply been lying on the ground, pretending to be dead. Now that they heard they could leave, they immediately got up and fled with Li Jingyue. Plus, earlier, when Mingyu stepped on her and made her spit blood, she had forced herself to swallow it to appear tough. So, in the eyes of others at the hospital, she was clearly faking unconsciousness. But they knew that their young lady had no standing to demand the bracelets from the female doctor. After all, the bracelets had been traded by her ex-husband for a spiritual medicine that saved his son's life. A pair of bracelets worth 600,000 renminbi exchanged for a life-saving spiritual medicine worth $1 million was already a huge bargain for her. Now she wanted the bracelets back too. What kind of person did that make her? Not to mention, the bracelets had originally been bought by her ex-husband. So, none of them had any intention of seeking revenge for their young lady. End of chapter. Chapter 1886. Vice-Dean Qin wants to expel Nan Mingyu, Part 1. After the 4 bodyguards brought Li Jingwei back, they saw that she was dazed upon waking and didn't bring up the matter, so they naturally didn't mention it to her brother, who was involved in the underworld. They knew well that if her brother found out about this, he would only take his anger out on them. Li Jingyue's brother, seeing his sister's state, assumed she was traumatized by her divorce and went to cause trouble for her ex-husband, Old Su. But Old Su was no pushover either. He laid out all the facts about how she had mistreated his son, nearly ruining him, especially the recent incident where his son had nearly died in a fight. Old Su had been unable to return in time and asked her to take the son to the hospital, but she deliberately delayed saving his life. When Li Jingyue's brother saw that his sister was in the wrong, and that the ex-husband had only divorced her without imposing any other punishment, he considered it magnanimous. Thus, he couldn't plead her case, and the matter eventually fizzled out. When Li Jingyue had stormed the Love Heart Hospital with her people, Tiangu had initially wanted to come out to protect Mingyu, but he saw that she had effortlessly dealt with them, so he stayed out of sight. Only after they left did he emerge, clapping his hands and saying, "Senior sister is amazing." Moreover, she noticed that Vice-Dean Qin's actions, which clearly harmed the hospital's reputation, faced no opposition from anyone. Unbeknownst to her, everything that happened here was observed by Qin Pingying. So, as soon as Li Jingwei and her group left, Vice-Dean Qin appeared. Everyone exchanged glances, but no one answered. As soon as Vice-Dean Qin arrived, he announced to the crowd, "Clear the area, close the doors. The outpatient building will suspend operations for today." Many people sneered secretly. He hadn't shown up when the incident occurred, but now that it was resolved, he came out to assign blame. Vice-Dean Qin didn't know that Mingyu was already considering replacing the executive Vice-Dean. He scanned the crowd and asked sternly, "What happened just now?" Mingyu felt that Vice-Dean Qin's approach was wrong. Since the matter was already resolved, why clear the area? Moreover, patients who had already registered to see a doctor were being told to leave. This was irresponsible toward them. In reality, when Li Jingwei and her 4 fierce bodyguards had barged in, many people had already left the hospital, though a crowd had gathered at the entrance. So when Vice-Dean Qin called for a clearing, some people stepped forward to persuade those who had registered to leave. Mingyu frowned. Did Vice-Dean Qin always handle things this way? If so, then the executive Vice-Dean should indeed be replaced. Qin Pingying spoke in a sarcastic tone. What else could it be? Our intern doctor took advantage of someone's critical condition to swindle a valuable bracelet worth hundreds of thousands. When they came to reclaim it, she beat them away. As she spoke, she glanced at Mingyu. Vice-Dean Qin seemed to notice Mingyu for the first time. Frowning, he said, "Nan Mingyu, is what Nurse Qin said true? Did you take advantage of someone's vulnerability to extort a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands? Don't you know that our Love Heart Hospital prohibits accepting bribes?" Vice-Dean Qin was the executive Vice-Dean, managing the hospital's daily affairs. He strongly disliked this Nan Mingyu. Other interns treated him with utmost respect and offered him gifts, but she always treated him casually, neither giving gifts nor saying flattering words. End of this chapter. Chapter 1887, Vice-Dean Qin wants to expel Nan Mingyu, Part 2. Although Ho Tiange also, like her, did not give gifts, flatter, or curry favor, he was a disciple of divine physician Meng, who had close ties with many high-ranking officials. Therefore, Ho Tiange was a person with connections, so even if Tiange showed him disrespect, he could do nothing about it. But this Nan Mingyu, who had no background at all, was different. She was said to be a disciple of Ghost Physician, but he could not see any sign of a master-disciple relationship between Ghost Physician and her. More often than not, the two seemed equal. No, that wasn't right. He had once noticed Ghost Physician trying to please her in private. As for why Ghost Physician would please her, what else could it be but her looks? Moreover, Ghost Physician came and went unpredictably, disappearing after working at the hospital for just a few days. Unlike Divine Physician Meng, he had no upper-level connections, so he had no reason to fear Ghost Physician. Therefore, even if Nan Mingyu truly was Ghost Physician's disciple, he would not be the least bit intimidated. Someone like her actually dared to act like Ho Tiange, not showing him the utmost respect, not offering him good gifts, and even being less than polite to him after the last incident. He had long wanted to expel Nan Mingyu, who had been at the hospital for half a month, but taken 5 days off. This time, During the incident in the outpatient registration hall, he deliberately did not come out immediately, wanting to let those people deal with Mingyu first. Once the situation escalated to an uncontrollable point, he would step in to deal with Nan Mingyu and expel her. Mingyu wanted to roll her eyes, but she only glanced coldly at Vice Dean Sheen. Vice Dean Sheen, which eye of yours saw me taking advantage of someone's vulnerability to extort bribes? But he simply reconsidered and found a reason. Even if the matter was resolved, he could still use this pretext to drive her away. Qin Pingying stepped forward. Nan Mingyu, 10 days ago, didn't you accept a pair of bracelets from that injured man named Su Xiaobao before treating him? Dare you say you didn't accept those bracelets worth hundreds of thousands? Don't deny it, many people saw it. Today, didn't he bring people here to ask for the bracelets back? You used force to suppress them and drove them away, thinking that would be the end of it. Moreover, his niece had already mentioned to him several times that this woman should be expelled from Love Heart Hospital because her close relationship with Ho Tiange was affecting his niece's pursuit of Ho Tiange. Unexpectedly, Nan Mingyu took control of the situation as soon as she appeared, then silenced Li Jingwei, who had been trying to delay and cause the death of her stepson, only to be abandoned by her husband. In the end, Li Jingwei could only pretend to faint and was taken away by 4 bodyguards. This ruined his plan to stir up trouble and expel both Mingyu and the other woman. However, this woman was skilled in medicine. In just over half a month, she had built up a certain authority among the patients. She was also good at offering small favors, occasionally treating the doctors to meals, and had won over the doctors in the outpatient building. Thus, he could find no opening to drive her away. Qin Pingying was also very pleased. Finally, she had caught Nan Mingyu in a mistake, and she could avenge her earlier defeat. You used Ghost Physician to drive me out of the outpatient building. Today, I'll use my uncle to drive you out of Love Heart Hospital. Mingyu really didn't want to deal with this lovesick woman who saw every woman prettier than herself as a rival. She should have let her go before, but since she hadn't committed any other mistakes and there was a shortage of nurses, she hadn't asked the dean to fire her. Unexpectedly, she was like a troublemaker, seizing every opportunity to cause problems. Next chapter update, 7 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1888, Vice Dean Qin wants to expel Nan Mingyu, 3. Just as Mingyu was about to tell him to shut up, Ho Tiange had already spoken. Nurse Qin, on what grounds would I say that about Dr. Nan? 10 days ago, everyone saw it, that Su Xiaobao was someone the Huichun Hospital had told his family to prepare for his funeral. He had even stopped breathing, and without a miraculous medicine, there was no way to save him. Mingyu used her own life-saving miraculous medicine to revive him, and she only accepted a leg bracelet worth far less than the medicine's value. She was already at a loss. On what grounds should we blame her? Qin Pingying saw that her ally Ho Tiange was defending Nan Mingyu, and she was filled with rage, but she dared not refute Ho Tiange's words. She fell silent and turned her gaze to Vice Dean Qin. Moreover, if Huichun Hospital had referred the injured patient to their hospital, it meant that Su Xiaobao was still salvageable and that they knew their hospital could save him. Our hospital is a charity hospital, a semi-charitable, semi-fee-charging institution. The original purpose of the charity hospital was to treat migrant workers who couldn't afford medical care, not to charge exorbitant fees for personal profit. But saying it was a hospital for migrant workers wasn't entirely accurate. As for me, Nan Mingyu, although I saved Su Xiaobao, I took the opportunity to demand property from his family. My actions have given the hospital a reputation for taking advantage of others' desperation and charging high fees. However, Shenzhen had a large number of migrant workers who came from rural areas or other cities, but lacked public medical benefits because they weren't employed by state-owned units. Therefore, Mingyu's hospital, which only charged cost prices for medicine, was indeed the most popular among migrant workers. They would rather travel a longer distance to seek treatment there. Thus, Mingyu immediately realized her mistake. Who said our charity hospital is for migrant workers? Who said our hospital is semi-fee charging? Our hospital clearly charges different fees for different people. Vice Dean Qin snorted and said, even if Su Xiaobao appeared to have stopped breathing, it was likely just a state of suspended animation. Huichun Hospital referred the patient to our charity hospital because they admitted that our hospital was more skilled than theirs. At that time, before the medical reform, people with jobs could enjoy public medical benefits. Wealthy patients received high-standard services and paid high fees. Ordinary patients received standard services and paid cost prices. Poor patients received basic services for free. Su Xiaobao was a wealthy patient, a high-paying one. His treatment used his own private miraculous medicine. Since his father couldn't afford to pay, he accepted a leg bracelet worth less than 1/3 of the medicine's cost price. How could that be considered extorting a high bribe? When the crowd heard Mingyu's explanation, they nodded in agreement. She hadn't even recovered the original cost. She had already taken a huge loss, hadn't she? Qin Pingying's eyes darted around, and she shut up again. Whether it was a miraculous medicine or not isn't for me to say. Just because I call it a miraculous medicine doesn't make it one. Maybe Su Xiaobao simply wasn't meant to die, and any random medicine could have woken him up? Wasn't he initially hospitalized for a week before being cured? Qin Pingying felt smug. Even if it was a real miraculous medicine, so what? The medicine had already been consumed, and no one could verify it. She could twist the truth however she wanted now, as long as she got Nan Mingyu expelled from the charity hospital. Otherwise, Ho Tiange would always be hovering around her, leaving Qin Pingying no chance. So, tomorrow, she must make sure Vice Dean Qin expels Nan Mingyu. End of this chapter. Chapter 1889, Vice Dean Qin expels Nan Mingyu, Part 4. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Vice Dean Qin had actually expelled Huang Guanglong. At the same time, they all felt very fortunate that they hadn't stepped forward to speak out. Clearly, Vice Dean Qin was establishing his authority today. Whoever spoke up would be expelled. In fact, Vice Dean Qin had long wanted to kick Huang Guanglong out of the Love Hospital. 2 years ago, when competing for the position of Vice Dean, Huang Guanglong's performance had been better than his own. If it hadn't been for his connections, Huang Guanglong would have been the one to become Vice Dean. Over the past 2 years, Huang Guanglong had kept a low profile, making it impossible for him to find any leverage. He hadn't expected that today Huang Guanglong would dare to step forward and speak up for that Nan Mingyu. So, he decided to take the opportunity to expel him as well. After all, the dean was only focused on medical research and didn't bother with these trivial matters. Huang Guanglong hadn't expected Vice Dean Qin to actually dare to expel him. He nodded and said, "Fine, fine, fine. You really do dare to expel me. Dr. Nan, let's go. We'll go find the dean and seek justice together." When Vice Dean Qin heard Huang Guanglong say they were going to find the dean to seek justice, he sneered repeatedly. "You want to find the dean to seek justice? Go ahead then." He had deliberately prepared some special medicinal herbs and ambiguous conclusions for the dean, who was probably now scratching his head over the research. It would likely take at least a year or two before the dean emerged. Ho Tianji, seeing that Vice Dean Qin not only wanted to expel Mingyu, but also expelled Huang Guanglong for voicing his opposition, was furious. "If you're going to expel people, then expel me too." As he spoke, he unbuttoned his white coat, took it off, and threw it at Vice Dean Qin. "You don't need to expel me, I resign." He then moved to pull Mingyu away. "Let's go." At that moment, he completely forgot that he was just an intern and had no standing to resign. Mingyu sighed, grabbing both Huang Guanglong and Ho Tianji with one hand each. "I really can't bear to let you go." Everyone found it strange. Was this female intern doctor confused? What she said about not wanting them to leave sounded as if the hospital belonged to her. Ho Tianji couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You don't want us to leave, but Vice Dean Qin has so much power. With a vice dean like him, can we really stay?" Huang Guanglong also said, "That's right, Dr. Nan. I don't want to leave either, but under the current circumstances, we have no choice. This is a private hospital, not a state-owned one with an approval process. Now that the Love Hospital is under Qin Tiancheng's control, can we really stay?" Mingyu found it strange. Isn't he just the vice dean? Why doesn't the dean take charge? Vice Dean Qin's earlier attitude, as if he wasn't afraid of them going to the dean, puzzled her. The dean is obsessed with medical research. He spends all his time immersed in it and has no time to manage the hospital. As for the other vice dean, he was already pushed to the sidelines by Vice Dean Qin long ago. Mingyu lowered her head in thought for a moment, then looked up and asked Huang Guanglong, "If I were to let you become the executive vice dean of this hospital, do you think you could handle it?" Everyone found this amusing. Huang Guanglong couldn't even keep his position as the head of the internal medicine department, so how could he become the executive vice dean? Huang Guanglong smiled bitterly. "I was originally the dean of a county-level traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I resigned and came here to apply for the position because I heard the Love Hospital was recruiting a vice dean. But..." He hesitated for a moment before continuing, "But my connections weren't as good as his, so I didn't get the position." Chapter 1890, Vice Dean Qin wants to expel Nan Mingyu 5. Ho Tiange swept his gaze across the crowd. It's clear that Mingyu saved someone, and the injured man's father willingly paid to save his son. Because he couldn't come up with $1 million to buy the Huichun pill, he used a bracelet as collateral. Now, just because that woman, whose husband abandoned her after she tried to harm her stepson, came to cause trouble for Mingyu, you want to expel her based on that? Let me tell you, if you expel Mingyu, you will absolutely regret it. Moreover, if you expel Mingyu today, will you expel me tomorrow? Fine, then I'll leave with Mingyu. Vice Dean Qin was furious that Ho Tiange dared to threaten him with resignation, but the other party was a disciple of divine Dr. Meng, who had connections among the elite. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't follow someday, and maintaining good relations with a divine doctor was essential. Thus, he quickly tried to dissuade him. "Xiaohou, you can't say that. You're a disciple of a divine doctor. How could I dare to expel you? Mingyu listened to Ho Tiange defending her, deeply moved. This young man was a stranger to her, having only known her for a little over 10 days, yet he treated her with such loyalty. She could be certain that there was no ulterior motive in his eyes. He was simply acting out of pure passion and a sense of justice to protect a fellow practitioner. She wondered if she should teach him something during their exchange. As Ho Tiange spoke, the doctors and nurses present in the outpatient building were shaken. Yes, even if they knew Mingyu's actions in that situation were beyond reproach, after all, Su Xiaobao was on the verge of death, and no one dared to claim they could have saved him if the patient had truly been transferred from Huichun Hospital. That hospital's intentions were undoubtedly malicious, not out of recognition that Aishin Hospital was more skilled, as Vice Dean Qin claimed. Charging less than a third of the cost and being accused of demanding a massive bribe, leading to expulsion, no one would accept that. Who wouldn't want to keep such a miraculous medicine for themselves as a precaution? Yet she had used it to prevent the patient from dying at Aishin Hospital. But Vice Dean Qin was the hospital's executive deputy dean, and with the dean focused solely on medical research, Aishin Hospital was essentially under his sole control. Since the hospital was private and not subject to the health bureau's oversight like public hospitals, no one dared to defy him. This had turned the hospital into his one-man show. Mingyu frowned. She had entrusted the hospital's establishment and operations to Pengfei, never expecting him to find such an executive deputy dean. She looked at the doctors. They were skilled in medicine, but when it came to management, she couldn't find a suitable replacement for Vice Dean Qin. Her decision to accept the high-grade jade bracelet in exchange for using the miraculous medicine on Su Xiaobao was partly intended to provoke Li Jingwei, but also to test Vice Dean Qin, whom she had found suspicious when she had the ghost doctor act as her substitute last time. And indeed, the test revealed the truth. This Vice Dean Qin was abusing his power for personal gain, trying to expel her, a skilled doctor bearing the title of ghost doctor's disciple, just to clear obstacles for his niece. She couldn't afford to keep such a Vice Dean. But if she removed him, who would take over as executive deputy dean? End of this chapter. Chapter 1891, Vice Dean Qin wants to expel Nan Mingyu 6. Vice Dean Qin couldn't help but ask, "Who were you just calling?" Mingyu said, "I was calling my apprentice." Ho Tiange's eyes lit up. "Which apprentice of yours?" Mingyu smiled and said, "My 5th apprentice. Once he gets here, things will be easier." Qin Pingying immediately laughed again. "An apprentice? You're still an intern yourself and you have an apprentice? That's hilarious." Vice Dean Qin also said, "Even if you call your apprentice, what can he do? I've told you, this hospital is private. No one's opinion matters." Mingyu sneered. "What if it's the owner of this hospital? Would that still not count?" Vice Dean Qin's heart suddenly tightened. How had he forgotten that this hospital had an owner? Panic rose in his heart, but he forced a mocking smile. "You can summon the owner? Everyone knows the owner of this hospital is from Hong Kong. Surely your apprentice isn't the owner." Mingyu said flatly, "He's not the owner, but the owner invested in the hospital, and he was the one who actually set it up." Vice Dean Qin was shocked. This Nan Mingyu's apprentice was the owner's representative? Qin Pingying laughed again. "Your apprentice is the hospital's representative, and you came here as an intern without him saying a word to the higher-ups? You must be lying." Mingyu said nothing, not even glancing at Qin Pingying. Huang Guanglong, however, looked thoughtful. This Nan Mingyu was no ordinary person. Maybe he had bet on the right horse. Perhaps he really could become the hospital's director. Before long, Xu Pengfei rushed into the Love Hospital. As soon as he saw Mingyu, he bowed respectfully. "Master." Everyone was taken aback at the sight of Xu Pengfei. Qin Pingying, in particular, stared at him with infatuation. She had thought Ho Tiange was handsome enough, but here was an even more stunning man. If only she could marry him. But when she heard him call Mingyu master, she snapped back to reality. He was Mingyu's apprentice? No, could they be putting on an act? Everyone else was also startled. This 18-year-old female intern really had an apprentice? Seeing Xu Pengfei, Mingyu immediately scolded him. "What kind of director did you hire? How can he be so useless, letting the hospital fall into such chaos?" Xu Pengfei quickly apologized. "I chose him for his medical skills. I didn't expect. I'll dismiss him right away. But finding a new director won't be easy." Mingyu pointed at Huang Guanglong. "Let him be the director." Xu Pengfei glanced at Huang Guanglong and said, "Fine, it's him. I'll go get Dean Zhu." He headed straight into the hospital. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks. They were deciding the director's appointment just like that? It felt like a joke. In just a few words, they had removed the director and made Huang Guanglong, the head of internal medicine, the new one. Vice Dean Qin, seeing that this newcomer had settled the director's appointment with Mingyu in a few brief exchanges, immediately jumped in to block him. "Hey, who are you exactly? What was all that just now? How can you decide the appointment and removal of our Love Hospital's director on your own? Are you sure you're not joking?" Xu Pengfei snorted coldly. "On my own? This hospital was founded by me. Do I need anyone's approval to appoint a director? Chapter 1892, Reversal, I. The information in Pengfei's words was nothing short of a bombshell, stunning everyone in the outpatient building. What? The Love Heart Hospital was founded by Nan Mingyu's disciple? Qin Pingying was the first to step forward. You're talking nonsense. Didn't they say the Love Heart Hospital was founded by someone from Hong Kong? Pengfei looked at Qin Pingying as if she were an idiot. I am from Hong Kong. But I founded this hospital on my master's orders. What, do you have a problem? Even if you do, it won't matter. Just because you say you founded it, that makes it true? Qin Pingying remained stubborn. You want to see my business license? I'm not showing you. Pengfei decided not to leave and instead pulled out a walkie-talkie to call. Zhu Laosi, get your ass over to the outpatient building. Vice President Qin felt a sense of dread upon hearing Pengfei's words. The Zhu Laosi he mentioned, could it really be Zhu Xin, the director of Love Heart Hospital? He was the fourth child in his family, after all. Hopefully not. If it was, and he dared to call Director Zhu here like that, then he might actually be the owner of this hospital. No, he said the hospital was founded at his master's request, and his master was Nan Mingyu right in front of them. Please, let it not be. But it seemed God hadn't heard Vice President Qin's prayers, because Zhu Laosi, with his messy hair, appeared. As soon as he saw Pengfei, he walked over happily. Bosso, what brings you here? Pengfei kept a straight face. A bad wind. What bad wind? Director Zhu finally noticed something was off. Then he saw Pengfei standing behind an 18-year-old girl and was startled. Who is this? She's my master. I founded Love Heart Hospital at her request. My master's surname is Nan. Upon hearing that the hospital was founded at Mingyu's request, Zhu Xin immediately became serious. Miss Nan. Mingyu sighed. I'm not good at all. You handed over the hospital to Pengfei, and how have you been managing it? How am I managing it? By the rules, Director Zhu said, looking at Vice President Qin. I hired 2 vice presidents and established strict rules, letting them enforce them. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mingyu felt helpless. Even if the rules are good, they're useless if not enforced properly. She pointed at Vice President Qin. Just this one vice president has been abusing his power for personal gain, throwing his weight around, disregarding talent, and driving people away whenever he wants. Tell me, wouldn't that cause problems? Vice President Qin wanted to speak, but Mingyu wouldn't allow it. She pointed at Huang Guanglong. He's the head of the internal medicine department, but he's not only skilled in medicine, but also knows management. He doesn't envy those more capable than him. Why would you use someone like Qin instead of talent like him? Zhu Xin apologized repeatedly. Someone mentioned him to me, and at the time, he seemed fine. I thought with the rules in place, strict enforcement would be enough, so I made him the executive vice president. I'm sorry, I buried talent. Let him be the vice president now. But Mingyu shook her head. No. Since you're dedicated to medical research, just take the title of vice president and focus on your research. Let Huang Guanglong be the president. Zhu Xin naturally had no objections. He wasn't power hungry. As long as he had funding for his research, he was fine with anything. Mingyu had originally considered making Huang Guanglong the president, but she hadn't met Zhu Xin yet and didn't know what he was like. After meeting him, she realized he wasn't dishonest, but too rigid, suited only for research, not management. This solidified her decision. Huang Guanglong was surprised that Mingyu wanted him to be the president. Dr. Nan this. Chapter 1893, Reversal, Part 2. What scared? Mingyu tilted her head and looked at Huang Guanglong. Huang Guanglong immediately perked up. Why would I be scared? Since Boss Chu and Dr. Nan think so highly of me, I will definitely do a good job as this director. Mingyu said, then it's settled. Huang Guanglong will be the director, Zhu Xin will be the deputy director in charge of research, and Li Xiaowei will be the deputy director in charge of operations. Huang Guanglong will oversee the hospital's overall affairs. Zhu Xin objected, though, I'd rather not take the title of deputy director. I only want to do research, I don't have time for management. I have one request, can you allocate another 100,000 yuan in research funding? At a time when everyone's salary was only a few dozen yuan, 100,000 yuan was a huge sum. But Mingyu didn't hesitate. That works. Just take the title of honorary director then. Research funding is no problem. I'll allocate 300,000 yuan to you right away. Hearing that the research funding would be available immediately, Zhu Xin was delighted. All right, it's just a title, I don't mind. The hospital staff hadn't expected that the man who was nearly fired just moments ago would suddenly become the director. Thinking back to how he had stood up for Mingyu earlier, everyone had to admit, he had bet on the right horse. Vice Director Qin hadn't anticipated that his attempt to suppress a dissenter would backfire, and that the dissenter would end up becoming the director instead. What was most unbelievable was that Nan Mingyu, originally just an intern, turned out to be the boss of this hospital's master. And he had previously treated her as an intern with no background, someone he could push around at will. Was this really his unlucky day, where even drinking cold water could get stuck in his teeth? He said indignantly, "No, you can't do this. I won't let this slide." After all, he had connections. Sure enough, not long after, a phone call came to the director's office, asking for Zhu Shen specifically. As soon as Zhu Shen picked up the phone, the voice on the other end said bluntly, "Zhu Shen, this is your teacher, Liao Jianqing. I heard you removed Tianqing from his position as deputy director." Mingyu realized that the person who had originally suggested letting Qin Tianqing be deputy director was Zhu Shen's teacher. Zhu Shen paused for a moment before replying, "Teacher, I'm no longer the director. The current director is Huang Guanglong." Then he explained everything that had happened that day. After hearing about Qin Tianqing's actions, the other end fell silent for a while before asking, "I heard that Tianqing signed a contract with your hospital?" "A contract? Did Qin Tianqing tell you that?" Although a contract was signed, it was also made clear that he must follow the rules. Otherwise, the hospital has the right to terminate the contract. But Qin Tianqing abused his power for personal gain and suppressed dissenters, violating the hospital's rules. Moreover, the intern he wanted to fire is the master of the hospital's boss. This hospital was essentially set up by Boss Chu for his master. You could even say she is the true owner of the hospital. So the hospital cannot keep him. Upon hearing that Qin Tianqing had tried to fire the true owner of the hospital, the other party was left speechless. Still, he pleaded with Zhu Shen, "Can you talk to that boss and let Qin Tianqing stay? Even if it's just until his contract ends." Zhu Shen was troubled and looked at Mingyu. "My teacher is Professor Liao Jianqing from S University. He's pleading for Qin Tianqing." Mingyu, who had been listening to the conversation on the phone, asked Zhu Shen, "How many years was Qin Tianqing's contract?" Zhu Shen nodded. "He signed a 3-year contract, with 1 year remaining." "And Qin Pingying?" Mingyu asked again. Zhu Shen quickly replied, "She was hired by Qin Tianqing in July. She's on a 3-month probation and hasn't been confirmed yet." Chapter 1894, Reversal, Part 3. Mingyu thought it over. In Chinese society, favor is everywhere. It wouldn't work to ignore personal connections and only follow rules like in foreign countries. Moreover, Zhu Shen's teacher, Liao Jianqing, was a future Nobel Prize winner, and she didn't want to embarrass him too much. Therefore, after some deliberation, she said, "Let's do this. Qin Tianqing stays on as vice dean, in charge of daily reception affairs. After 1 year, we'll decide whether to renew his contract based on the situation. As for Qin Pingying, since she failed her probation period, we won't sign a formal contract with her. She can leave directly." Zhu Shen was grateful that Mingyu had still shown him face and given him money to focus on research. "Thank you, Miss Nan." When Qin Tianqing heard Liao's relayed message, he was deeply frustrated, managing reception affairs in a hospital. Everyone knew a hospital was a professional medical institution. What reception affairs could there be? By doing this, Mingyu had essentially sidelined him. But what could he do? Offending the boss and still being allowed to stay at the hospital was already thanks to Professor Liao's influence. The most unwilling was Qin Pingying. She had originally been assigned to a township health center, but she wanted to come to the city, so she gave up her job in the town and joined the Love Hospital. She often boasted among her classmates about having an uncle who was a dean in Shenzhen. But now, because of her, her uncle had lost his power, and there was even a chance he wouldn't remain vice dean after a year. She wanted to ask her uncle to help her stay, but her uncle, Qin Tianqing, had already been marginalized and was desperately trying to prove himself to remain at the Love Hospital. How could he dare to speak up for her? Thus, no matter how unwilling Qiu Pingying was, she ultimately had to pack her things and leave. In the following days, Mingyu revised the hospital's rules and regulations again, having the medication fees for ordinary patients. The so-called cost price had previously been calculated based on market pharmacy prices, which already included many additional markups and were far higher than the actual wholesale price. Mingyu demanded that prices be based on the wholesale cost, which would be the true cost price. Dean Huang worried, "If we calculate it that way, I'm afraid the hospital won't even be able to afford the doctor's salaries." Mingyu reassured him, "Don't worry. My disciple can still afford this amount of money." In reality, the hospital used herbs she personally gathered with her spiritual sense from her space, and the processing was done directly by Xiaohua. It only cost her mental energy, which also helped train her spiritual power. Therefore, even if doctors' salaries were tripled, the hospital could still operate normally. When the hospital's doctors and nurses learned that she was the true owner of the hospital, their attitudes toward her changed completely. Not only did they no longer dare to bully her, but they also tried every means to curry favor with her, afraid that if they offended her, they would be fired like Qin Pingying. This was the same in every department. Thus, in the following days, Mingyu lived quite comfortably. At the same time, whenever something major came up, Dean Huang would still come to consult her. Mingyu found it both amusing and frustrating. I made you the dean so you could handle the hospital's affairs yourself. If you still come to me for everything as dean, then what's the point of having you? From now on, just make decisions directly. I'm just an intern doctor now. All right. Dean Huang agreed on the spot, but afterward, whenever something important came up, he still came to her for a decision. Mingyu sighed inwardly. As long as she was here, this kind of thing would probably never stop. Huang Guanglong would never truly be the real dean. Maybe she should leave this place? Chapter 1895, Reversal, Part 4. Time quietly passed during the internship, and another 2.5 months went by. Mingyu had now been interning for over 3 months. Every day, many people came to her for medical consultations, and everyone believed she was truly the disciple of the ghost doctor. Whenever other departments encountered difficult or incurable cases, they would invite her over and, basically, there was no illness she couldn't treat. The medical knowledge directly infused by the medical canon finally became fully integrated and mastered. She deeply regretted not coming to the hospital for an internship earlier. However, after 3 months, Mingyu noticed that her belly was gradually swelling, starting to resemble that of an ordinary woman 2 months into pregnancy. In a few more months, the child would be born, right? Mingyu had to leave this place, but she realized that treating patients was the fastest way to accumulate merit. In the area of healing and saving lives, she was earning nearly 20 to 30 merit points every day. Thus, she was reluctant to leave the hospital. Xiaodao let out a laugh. Master, your merit points aren't earned just from treating patients. They come from the fact that after you revised the hospital's rules and regulations, it truly benefited the vast number of patients. When those patients came for treatment and compared this hospital to others, they felt gratitude toward the hospital owner. The merit you actually earn from treating patients alone is barely 1 point per day. So, even if I leave here, I can still earn these merit points? Xiaodao nodded. This hospital is your investment. All the merit earned by this hospital belongs to you. Whether you're here or not doesn't matter. It's like when you use your money to build roads or welfare homes. Even if you're not present, the merit is still yours. However, comparatively speaking, the merit points earned by the hospital are more than those from building roads. The hospital brings in over 20 merit points daily, while the road building side sometimes has none and other times suddenly yields hundreds. The nursing home and children's welfare home also consistently bring in over 20 points each day. If you leave here, you'll lose the 1 merit point you earn daily from treating patients. But when you're out and about, you can still heal people and earn merit elsewhere. So, Mingyu decided to leave. After all, there was still a little over a month until the new year, and she planned to spend it with Gu Dongxing. She would return for her evaluation after the 1-year internship ended. As soon as Ho Tiange heard she was leaving, he wanted to follow. Mingyu was baffled. I'm going to my husband's place. What are you following for? Ho Tiange was quite frustrated. Can't I? I still want to consult you about cultivation matters. Mingyu snorted. Cultivation isn't something you discuss every day. The cultivation of your Xianiamin is integrated into the practice of healing. Staying here won't hinder your cultivation. Besides, if I, the so-called disciple of the ghost doctor, leave, and you, the actual disciple of the divine doctor, also leave, this hospital's reputation will take a big hit. Consider it a favor to me and stay here. Ho Tiange was unwilling. No need. The ghost doctor will definitely come soon. He promised to come once his fiancée recovers. Seeing that he was being stubborn, Mingyu said, You stubborn guy, how about I give you a reward? 1 jar of spirit wine per year. With that, Mingyu took out a 2-jin jar of spirit wine and deliberately opened the lid, letting some of the wine's aroma waft out. As soon as Ho Tiange smelled the spiritual energy in the wine, he sat up straight. No way. How could I sell myself for a jar of wine? Mingyu rolled her eyes. So, Tiange, you're not tempted by wine, huh? She then moved to put the wine away. Ho Tiange quickly snatched the jar. I said I wouldn't be tempted by just 1 jar. Unless it's 1 jar per month. Mingyu smiled. Fine, 1 jar of spirit wine per month for you. But if any of my other hospitals encounter problems, you must come whenever called. With that, she took out 12 jars. This is the supply for 1 year. Chapter 1896, Reversal, 5. Having a disciple of the immortal medical sect stationed at her hospital made the spiritual wine Mingyu provided well worth it. What's more, to her, this kind of spiritual wine was abundant in her space. Ever since she extracted the spiritual vein and placed it into her peach blossom space, the spiritual energy inside had grown denser and denser. That was also why Qingshan and the others were increasingly unwilling to come out. The various fruit trees she planted in the space, having absorbed so much spiritual energy, had all become spiritual fruits. If they weren't picked when ripe, they would simply fall. But Mingyu couldn't sell these fruits, and she couldn't finish eating them all, so she had Xiaotao and the others brew them into spiritual wine instead. Additionally, after obtaining spiritual rice and spiritual grain seeds from the medicinal garden space she found in the Qin family's ancestral home, The fields in her space were now planted with spiritual rice and spiritual wheat. She had already harvested once, and the underground warehouse beneath the thatched cottage now held tens of thousands of jin of spiritual grain and wheat. After setting aside a few thousand jin for cooking, the rest could only be used to brew spiritual rice wine. Every time she ordered wine jars of various sizes, she would commission tens of thousands at once. Now, the underground warehouse in her space could no longer hold so many jars, so she simply dug cellars in the space to bury them. The wine Mingyu gave to Ho Tianji wasn't the spiritual fruit wine brewed from highly concentrated spiritual energy, but rather the earlier batches, fruits with only a trace of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in that wine was limited. Over the years, those wines with only faint spiritual energy had accumulated, and a large batch had been buried. 1 jar of such fruit wine per month was, to Mingyu, like a drop in the bucket. But this drop in the bucket was something Tianji could hardly obtain. So, when he heard Mingyu agree to give him 1 jar per month, he was secretly astonished. Such spiritual wine could only be brewed from fruits grown in the spirit-gathering arrays of major sections. But under normal circumstances, the spiritual fruits grown in those arrays were mostly distributed to disciples for consumption. How could there be any left over for brewing wine? Those who could afford to brew wine from them were likely high-ranking figures within the sect, right? Just who was Mingyu's master, to be able to provide so much spiritual wine to a disciple? 1 jar per month, he suspected that Mingyu was giving him everything she received. Was he being a bit too excessive? Thus, feeling a little embarrassed, he said, this fruit wine of yours, did your master give it to you? How much does your master give you each month? Hearing this and seeing his expression, Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. She had only thought that 1 jar of spiritual wine per month was a trivial amount, but she hadn't considered that, living in the mortal world as she did, there was no way she could obtain so many spiritual fruits to brew wine. What she didn't realize was that, even in the immortal sects, obtaining this much spiritual wine was no easy feat. Feigning nonchalance, she said, the wine my master gives me is good, but every time I drink it, I get drunk, so I don't want to drink it anymore. I've just been stockpiling it. As it turns out, I still have at least 1 jar per month. So, since you want to drink it, I'll give it to you. Ho Tianji thought to himself, just as I suspected, by asking. He had taken all the wine her master had given her. Feeling awkward, he said, Mingyu, why are you so honest? I was just making an outrageous demand. You could have bargained me down. If you just give whatever I ask for, you'd be bankrupt if you ever went into business. Forget it, I'll take half. 6 jars of this spiritual fruit wine per year, and these 12 jars count as 2 years' worth. For these 2 years, I'll work my life out for your hospital. But Mingyu didn't appreciate his gesture. TCH, what work your life out? The way of the immortal medical sect is to heal through cultivation. I'm just giving you a platform to cultivate, aren't I? Think about it yourself. Haven't your medical skills improved a lot over these past few months? And hasn't your cultivation deepened a bit? Ho Tianji thought about it and realized she was right. Chapter 1897. Favors are everywhere. Having dealt with Ho Tianga, there was still Qingwen to consider. During this time, Qingwen had been following Mingyu to learn how to treat patients. Because he had good talent and studied very seriously, if not for his young age, he would have wanted to prescribe treatments himself. When he heard that Mingyu was leaving and not taking him along, he immediately felt terrible. Master, I want to go with you. After you have your baby, I still want to take care of my little brother and sister. Whether in his past life or this one, Qingwen had always regarded Mingyu as his mother. Therefore, no matter what, Qingwen insisted on following Mingyu. In the end, Mingyu had no choice but to take him along. This made Ho Tianga quite resentful. Why could Qingwen go with Mingyu? Gu Dongxing drove to pick up Mingyu. As soon as they met, they acted affectionately for a while, spreading some dog food. While eating out, Mingyu mentioned wanting to bring Qingwen along. Gu Dongxing immediately objected. No, Xiaomeng, non-family members are not allowed into the military camp. Mingyu knew this rule, but he's still a child. Gu Dongxing was stern and impartial. If he can't enter, he can't enter. Even a child is no exception. Xiaomeng was too good to this child. He spent more time with him than with himself. He finally had a chance to enjoy some alone time with his wife, so why bring a third wheel? Well, all right, I'll explain it to him. When Qingwen heard that he couldn't follow his master, he burst into tears. Mingyu patted his head. Qingwen, don't cry. Haven't you always said that master's medical skills are amazing? Today, master will pass on the medical canon to you. Stay here and thoroughly master it. Next time, master will test you. With that, she directly infused the medical canon into his sea of consciousness, using a divine transmission method. Having received the medical and pharmaceutical canons, Qingwen indeed focused his mind on studying, and only then agreed to stay at the Love Hospital. However, after refusing Qingwen, Gu Dongxing said to Mingyu, your belly is getting big. Why not find a girl to stay by your side and take care of you? Mingyu first thought of Lane. She still had Qingshan and Shadow in her space, and if something came up, she could have them come out. Besides, Lane was currently managing a branch company for her. Having her by her side would just make her a nanny. Therefore, she shook her head and said, no need. Who am I? I don't need someone to take care of me. When my belly really gets big, and I can't move around easily, we'll talk about it then. Hearing this, Gu Dongxing felt she was right and stopped pressing the matter. As soon as she entered the military camp, Mingyu felt a strong surge of masculine energy rushing toward her. Hearing the greetings of, hello, division commander. Hello, sister-in-law. Mingyu realized that Gu Dongxing was already a full-fledged division commander. Thinking back to when she first met him, he was still a regiment commander. In 4 years, he had been promoted twice, which was quite fast. But considering the merits he had earned, she felt it was only natural. Gu Dongxing directly led Mingyu to a 2-story building with its own courtyard. Mingyu was puzzled. Did you move? Looking around, all the surrounding houses were 2-story buildings with small courtyards. Strange, can division-level officers live in independent courtyards? She remembered that the first time she came, she heard that living in an independent building required at least army-level rank or above. Gu Dongxing looked a bit proud. Division-level officers normally can't, but I got special treatment. He stole a glance at Mingyu and added, I applied for it specifically for you. Mingyu felt a warmth in her heart. Applying for higher standard housing specifically for her, this man really wasn't afraid of others gossiping about him. But deep down, she was very pleased. Her husband truly kept her in his heart, and that was what she appreciated most. Chapter 1898. The belly gradually grows larger. Although Gu Dongxing's rank had not yet reached the corresponding level, his superiors were already aware that he was a golden core master. The dragon head had repeatedly tried to transfer him away, but the military was reluctant to let him go. Therefore, while they couldn't supply him with spirit stones or elixirs, they naturally compensated him in other ways, raising his level of privileges. Of course, this was also something Gu Dongxing had shamelessly applied for himself. Mingyu looked around and saw no familiar military wives. She sighed inwardly. She had just gotten to know the previous group of military wives, and now, moving to a new place, she would have to build relationships all over again. Moreover, the people living here were all high-ranking officers and their families, not just military wives, but also young second-generation or even third-generation military offspring. These relationships might be even harder to handle than those with the military wives from rural areas. The car stopped. Just as Gu Dongxing stepped out, a girl of about 16 or 17 ran out from a small courtyard next door, calling out, Dongxing Gij, you're back. Gu Dongxing nodded expressionlessly. I'm back. Then he walked around to the right side of the car and opened the door for Mingyu. When the girl saw Mingyu, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and she asked Gu Dongxing, who is she? She is my wife, surnamed Nan. You can call her Sister Nan. Then he introduced the girl to Mingyu. This is Wu Xiaomei, the daughter of Staff Officer Wu next door. Mingyu was feeling a bit carsick today, but she still greeted the girl politely. Hello. Wu Xiaomei glanced at Mingyu, but did not return the greeting. Instead, she said to Gu Dongxing, Dongxing Gij, you're married? Mingyu answered before Gu Dongxing could, Commander Gu is over 30 years old. Is it strange that he's married? Wu Xiaomei shot Mingyu a glare. I wasn't talking to you. Why are you butting in? Mingyu let out a light laugh. Because Commander Gu doesn't want to talk to you. He needs to take care of his wife. Didn't you see him helping me out? At that moment, Gu Dongxing was indeed carefully supporting Mingyu as she stepped out of the car. His cautious demeanor made Wu Xiaomei very uncomfortable. Dongxing Gij. Mingyu could tell at a glance that this young girl was smitten, and her target was her own husband. What's more, the girl had no sense of propriety. Even though she clearly saw Gu Dongxing helping his wife, she still dared to come forward. Mingyu shot a look at Gu Dongxing. This guy was becoming more and more charming, attracting even young girls. But then again, although he was over 30, he was a cultivator and a golden core true person. He didn't age, or rather, he was aging in reverse, looking like he was only in his early 20s. It wasn't surprising that this girl had taken a liking to him. As for Mingyu, though she was in her 20s, her face had remained as youthful as when she was 16. Sometimes, when she deliberately dressed older, she still looked no more than 18. Gu Dongxing understood the meaning behind Mingyu's glance. He turned to Wu Xiaomei and said sternly, Miss Wu, I am much older than you. You should call me Commander Gu or Uncle Gu. Wu Xiaomei seemed taken aback, but she quickly pouted. You clearly look like you're only 20. Saying you're over 30, you're just lying. She glanced at Mingyu and muttered, your wife isn't much older than me either. A soldier came over to help carry the items they had brought in the car into the 2-story courtyard. Above the gate of the courtyard was a sign with the number 17. This was courtyard number 17. Gu Dongxing didn't say anything more to her. He simply helped Mingyu walk into the courtyard. Wu Xiaomei called out to Mingyu again, "Why do you need Dongxing to help you walk? You're so delicate. How can you be worthy of a hero like Dongxing?" Chapter 1899. Isn't this going a bit too far? Mingyu smiled faintly. Whether I'm worthy or not is for my husband to decide. Besides, I'm pregnant. I felt a bit dizzy from the car ride. What's wrong with having my husband help me? What? You're pregnant? Wu Xiaomei's eyes widened even more. Her beloved brother Dongxing was not only married, but his wife was also pregnant? Wu Xiaomei felt she couldn't accept it. Yes, I've been married to Commander Gu for 5 months now. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to be pregnant? Mingyu was still smiling as she linked her arm through Gu Dongxing's, leaning half her body against him as they walked into courtyard number 17. When the orderlies saw Wu Xiaomei trying to follow them in, he quickly stopped her. Young lady, the couple hasn't seen each other in a while and is enjoying their reunion. They don't have time to entertain you. You should head back. You're all bullying me. Humph. Wu Xiaomei stomped her foot and ran off crying. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Mingyu pulled Gu Dongxing's hand off her arm and deliberately put on a stern face. Brother Dongxing, how affectionate. How did you attract such a troublesome admirer? Confess honestly. Gu Dongxing put on a helpless, pained expression. I really didn't attract her. Mingyu curled her lip. If you weren't trying to attract her, why were you smiling so warmly at her? If you hadn't provoked her, why would she care whether you're married or not, and why would she look so devastated about me being pregnant? Gu Dongxing was stunned. Did I smile at her? He thought back. It seemed that when he was facing his wife, he still had a smile on his face. When that young girl greeted him, the smile naturally lingered. But later, when he told her to call him Commander Gu or Uncle Gu, his face had been stern. Wife, I was smiling at you at the time. I hadn't had time to wipe the smile off my face. I wasn't trying to attract some other young girl. Gu Dongxing felt wronged. He really hadn't provoked that girl. Mingyu ignored him and began looking around the small courtyard. The yard was tiny, only about 50 or 60 square meters, planted with some flowers and grass. The south side had only a wall. On the east and west sides were single-room wings, one used as a kitchen, the other as a guest room. A brick path led from the courtyard gate to the wings on both sides and a 2-story building in the north. The first floor of the building had a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. The second floor had a master bedroom, 2 studies, and a large terrace. The house was fully furnished with a soft sofa in the living room. She wasn't sure if it was provided by the organization or bought by Gu Dongxing. How is it here? Gu Dongxing asked Mingyu, but quickly added, of course, it can't compare to your jade garden or even the Yong'an small courtyard. But this is the military compound. Having a small yard like this is already pretty good. Mingyu rolled her eyes. Did I compare it to those yards? While she was away, he went and attracted a young girl. She wasn't about to let him off so easily. No one would be happy seeing someone else coveting their man. Gu Dongxing knew his little wife was jealous, but somehow it made him feel a bit pleased. His wife being jealous meant she cared about him. Wife, I really didn't provoke that young girl. I only just got this building approved. The only time I saw her was when I was moving the furniture in. I'd never met her before. Mingyu gave him a cool look. When you moved the furniture in, did she follow you inside? Did she wander around the house asking questions and stay for a while before leaving? Gu Dongxing was startled. Wife, how did you know? A chill ran through him. You didn't read her memories, did you? Mingyu shot him a glare. Do you think I have that much free time to go around reading people's memories? Gu Dongxing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Wife, in the military compound, you can't just go reading people's memories. If you get caught, it'll be trouble. Chapter 1900, The Courtyard of Folk Culture Research. Seeing that his wife ignored him, Gu Dongxing clung to her again and said, Wife, you can imagine that on the day the furniture was delivered, I was busy directing the movers back and forth, and I didn't have time to drive her away. So I had no choice but to let her stand there and make comments. But I really didn't say much to her. Even today, this is only the second time I've seen her. She called me big brother, and I corrected her, telling her she should call me uncle, but she still insisted on calling me that. What can I do, right? Wife, I swear, I have no feelings for her at all. Mingyu snorted. I never said you had feelings for her. But however you attracted this troublesome romantic entanglement, you'd better cut it off yourself. Don't bring me trouble. Mingyu naturally didn't think Gu Dongxing would actually do anything with that woman. After all, the two of them had signed a Taoist couple contract. If anything really happened, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. But she still didn't like anyone coveting her man. So, those troublesome romantic entanglements had to be dealt with by him personally. All right, I'll handle it properly. You don't need to worry about it, wife, Gu Dongxing quickly agreed. Come, wife, let me say hello to our little treasures. What Gu Dongxing meant by saying hello was literal. He extended his spiritual sense into Mingyu's belly and greeted the two little ones. Little treasures, Daddy is here. Have you been good? The two little ones immediately intertwined their spiritual senses with his and sent out telepathic messages. Daddy, Daddy. I've been very good. Daddy, Daddy. I've been very good too. Oh, little treasures, have you been bothering your mother? We've been very good. Mommy rewards us with delicious things every day. The delicious things the little treasures referred to were naturally the spiritual nectar. Because they had consumed large amounts of it, both little ones' spiritual roots had already manifested. However, what made Gu Dongxing smile bitterly was that, perhaps because Mingyu had taken the spiritual nectar, the two little ones hadn't inherited their single spiritual root or celestial spiritual body. Instead, all 5 types of spiritual roots were growing, and each one was fully developed, leaving them unable to discard any even if they wanted to. Even more astonishing was that, in addition to the 5 elemental spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a 6th spiritual root had begun to grow. However, this 6th root was still just a sprout. If things continued developing this way, the two little ones would likely end up with all spiritual roots, forming a chaotic spiritual root. For the boy, it might be manageable, but for the girl to become a chaotic spiritual root with all roots fully developed meant she would be a chaotic celestial spiritual body. This was an even better cauldron than a pure-in woman, no, a cultivation partner. Taking a pure-in woman only allowed one to absorb her essence unilaterally, but cultivating with a celestial spiritual body doubled the cultivation speed, benefiting both parties. A celestial spiritual body was already rare, seen only once in 10,000 years, but a chaotic celestial spiritual body was even rarer, once in 100 million years. Cultivating with a celestial spiritual body only doubled the speed, but cultivating with a chaotic celestial spiritual body increased it tenfold, even 100-fold. Most importantly, a chaotic celestial spiritual body had the ability to improve spiritual roots. Cultivating with one could even enhance one's own spiritual roots. Therefore, if a chaotic celestial spiritual body were to appear in the world, it would drive every man in the cultivation world into a frenzy of pursuit. At that time, would he be able to protect his daughter? Seeing that Gu Dongxing's expression carried a hint of worry after communicating with the little ones, Mingyu asked curiously, "What's wrong? Are the little ones misbehaving?" Gu Dongxing sighed and explained to Mingyu how their son and daughter were developing toward chaotic celestial spiritual bodies and the drawbacks of such a physique. Mingyu became worried as well. They haven't fully formed chaotic celestial spiritual bodies yet. Can I stop drinking the spiritual nectar now? No, Gu Dongxing replied firmly. Chapter 1901, A New Relationship. Nan Mingyu felt a warmth in her heart. He had specifically applied for high-standard housing for her. This man really wasn't afraid of what others might say. But inwardly, she was delighted. Her husband keeping her in his heart was what pleased her most. Although Gu Dongxing wasn't at the elder level in the Gu family and presumably couldn't live in a villa within the Gu family compound, he was a golden core master. The dragon chief had repeatedly tried to take him away but couldn't bear to let him go. Thus, since they couldn't supply him with spirit stones or elixirs, they compensated him in other ways, raising his privilege level. Of course, Gu Dongxing had also shamelessly applied for it himself. Nan Mingyu looked around and didn't see any familiar family members. She sighed inwardly. When they lived at the Gu factory before, she had gotten to know the families there. Now, moving to a new place, she would have to build relationships all over again. Moreover, the people living here were all elders of the Folk Culture Research Association. It wasn't just family members, there were also young second, and even third-generation residents. The relationships here might be even harder to manage than those with the rural families at the old factory. The car stopped. As soon as Gu Dongxing got out, a girl of about 16 or 17 ran out from a small courtyard next door, calling out, "Dongxing Gage, you're back." Gu Dongxing nodded expressionlessly. I'm back." Then he walked around to the right side of the car and opened the door for Nan Mingyu. When the girl saw Nan Mingyu, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, and she asked Gu Dongxing, "Who is she?" Wu Xiaomei seemed choked up for a moment, but then she pouted and said, "You clearly look like you're 20. Saying you're over 30, that's just lying." She glanced at Gu Dongxing. This guy was becoming more and more charming, attracting young girls like this. Dongxing Gage. Nan Mingyu was feeling a bit carsick today, but she still greeted the girl warmly. "Hello." At that moment, Gu Dongxing was indeed carefully helping Nan Mingyu out of the car. His cautious manner made Wu Xiaomei feel very uncomfortable. However, although Nan Mingyu was in her 20s, her face had always looked like that of a 16 or 17-year-old. Even when she deliberately dressed older, she didn't look more than 18 or 19. Wu Xiaomei glanced at Nan Mingyu, didn't return her greeting, and instead said to Gu Dongxing, "Dongxing Gage, you're actually married?" Nan Mingyu could tell at once that this girl had a crush, and the object of her affection was her own husband. What's more, she had no sense of propriety, even seeing Gu Dongxing helping his wife. She still dared to come up. Nan Mingyu chuckled twice. Because Gu Dongxing doesn't want to talk to you. He needs to take care of his wife. Didn't you see him helping me? Wu Xiaomei shot Nan Mingyu a fierce glare. I wasn't talking to you. Why are you butting in? Gu Dongxing understood the look in Nan Mingyu's eyes and turned to Wu Xiaomei with a stern face. Miss Wu, I'm much older than you. You should call me Gu Dongxing or Uncle Gu. However, although he was over 30, as a cultivator and a golden core true man, he didn't age, or rather, he was aging in reverse, looking like he was in his 20s. It wasn't surprising that this girl had taken a liking to him. Nan Mingyu answered before Gu Dongxing could. Gu Dongxing is over 30. Is it strange that he's married? She is my wife. Her surname is Nan. You can call her Sister Nan. Then he introduced her to Nan Mingyu. This is Wu Xiaomei, daughter of Elder Wu next door. She looked at Nan Mingyu and muttered, your wife isn't much older than me either. Someone came over to help carry the things they had brought in the car into the two-story courtyard. Above the courtyard gate hung a plaque with the number 12. This was courtyard number 12. Gu Dongxing didn't say much more to her and directly helped Nan Mingyu walk into the courtyard. Wu Xiaomei called out to Nan Mingyu again, why do you need Dongxing Gij to help you walk? You're so delicate. How can you be worthy of a hero like Dongxing Gij? The chapter ends. Chapter 1902, Confess Honestly. Nan Mingyu smiled faintly. Whether I'm worthy or not is for my husband to decide. Besides, I'm pregnant and feeling a bit dizzy from the ride. What's wrong with my husband helping me? What? You're pregnant. Wu Xiaomei's eyes widened even more. Her beloved brother Dongxing was not only married, but his wife was also pregnant? Wu Xiaomei felt she couldn't accept it. Yes, Gu Dongxing and I have been married for 5 months now. Isn't it normal for me to be pregnant? Nan Mingyu kept smiling as she took Gu Dongxing's arm, leaning half her body against him as they walked into courtyard number 12. The young man helping out saw Wu Xiaomei trying to follow and quickly stopped her. Little girl, the couple hasn't seen each other in a while. They're savoring their reunion. They don't have time to entertain you. You should head back. You're bullying me. Humph. Wu Xiaomei stomped her foot and ran off crying. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Nan Mingyu pulled Gu Dongxing's hand off her arm and put on a deliberately stern face. Brother Dongxing, how affectionate. How did you attract such a troublesome admirer? Confess honestly. Gu Dongxing put on a helpless, pained expression. I really didn't court her. Nan Mingyu pursed her lips. If you didn't want to attract her, why were you smiling so brightly at her? If you hadn't provoked her, why would she care whether you're married or not, and why would she look so devastated about me being pregnant? A brick path led from the courtyard gate to the side rooms on both sides and a two-story building in the north. Nan Mingyu rolled her eyes. Am I comparing it to those courtyards? Honey, I really didn't provoke that little girl. I only just got this building approved. I saw her once when moving the furniture in, but I'd never met her before that. The house was fully furnished, with a soft sofa in the living room. Whether it was provided by the state or bought by Gu Dongxing, she didn't know. Honey, I was smiling at you at the time and hadn't had time to wipe the smile off my face. I wasn't trying to provoke someone else's little girl. Gu Dongxing felt wronged. He truly hadn't provoked that girl. Nan Mingyu ignored Gu Dongxing and began inspecting the small courtyard on her own. The south side had only a wall. On the east and west were single rooms, one used as a kitchen, the other as a guest room. Gu Dongxing was taken aback. Did I smile at her? The courtyard was very small, only about 50 or 60 square meters, planted with some flowers and grass. Gu Dongxing knew his young wife was jealous, but somehow he felt a little pleased. His wife being jealous meant she cared about him. While she was away, he went and attracted a young girl. She couldn't let him off so easily. No one would be happy seeing someone else covet their man. Gu Dongxing asked Nan Mingyu, but then quickly added, of course, don't compare it to your jade garden in the capital. It can't even match the Yong'an's small courtyard. But this is a folk custom compound, so having a small yard like this is already pretty good. The first floor of the building had a living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. The second floor had a master bedroom, 2 studies, and a large terrace. He thought back. It seemed that when he first faced his wife, he still had a smile on his face. When that girl greeted him, the smile naturally lingered. But later, when he told her to call him Gu Dongxing or Uncle Gu, his face had been stern. Nan Mingyu gave him a cool look. When you moved the furniture in, did she follow you inside? Did she ask all sorts of questions and hang around for a long time before leaving? How's this place? Gu Dongxing was secretly startled. Honey, how did you know? A flicker of caution crossed his mind. You didn't read her memories, did you? Nan Mingyu shot him a glare. Do you think I'm so idle that I'd go around reading people's memories for no reason? Gu Dongxing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Honey, in a folk custom compound like this, most people are cultivators. You can't casually read others' memories. If you're caught, it'll be trouble. End of chapter. Chapter 1903. Don't bring me trouble. Seeing that his wife was ignoring him, Gu Dongxing clung to her and said, "Wife, you can imagine on the day the furniture was delivered, I was busy directing the movers back and forth, and I didn't have time to drive her away. So I had no choice but to let her stand there and meddle. But I truly didn't exchange more than a few words with her. Even today, this is only the second time I've seen her. She called me big brother, and I corrected her, telling her to call me uncle, but she still insisted on calling me that. What could I do, right? Wife, I swear, I have no feelings for her at all." Nan Mingyu snorted. "I never said you had feelings for her. But however you attracted this bad romantic entanglement, you'd better cut it off yourself. Don't bring me trouble." Nan Mingyu naturally didn't think Gu Dongxing would actually do anything with that woman. After all, the two of them had signed a Dao companion contract. If anything happened, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. But she still disliked anyone coveting her man, so those bad romantic entanglements had to be dealt with by him personally. All right, I'll handle it properly. You don't need to worry about it, wife." Gu Dongxing quickly agreed. Come, wife, let me say hello to the little treasures." What Gu Dongxing meant by saying hello was literal. He extended his spiritual sense into Nan Mingyu's belly and greeted the two little ones. "Treasures, Daddy's here. Have you been good?" The two little ones immediately entwined their spiritual senses with his and sent out their thoughts. Daddy. I've been very good. Daddy, I've been very good too." "Oh, treasures. Have you been giving your mother any trouble?" "We've been very good. Mommy rewards us with good things to eat every day." The good things the little treasures referred to were naturally the jade nectar. Because they had consumed large amounts of jade nectar, the two little ones' spiritual roots had already manifested. What was even more astonishing was that, in addition to the 5 elemental spiritual roots, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, a 6th spiritual root had begun to grow. However, this 6th root was still just a sprout. If things continued to develop this way, the two little ones would likely end up with full spiritual roots, meaning chaotic spiritual roots. A heavenly spiritual body was already rare, appearing only once in 10,000 years, but a chaotic heavenly spiritual body was even rarer, once in 100 million years. Cultivating together with a heavenly spiritual body only doubled the cultivation speed, but cultivating together with a chaotic heavenly spiritual body increased it tenfold, even 100-fold. Moreover, both parties benefited. This was a better furnace, no, a better cultivation partner, than a purine woman. And most importantly, a chaotic heavenly spiritual body had the ability to improve spiritual roots. Cultivating together with one could even enhance one's own spiritual roots. If it were a boy, it might be manageable, but if the girl became a chaotic spiritual root with full spiritual roots, she would be a chaotic heavenly spiritual body. Once such a person appeared in the cultivation world, she would be pursued madly by men. At that time, would he be able to protect his daughter? Nan Mingyu noticed that after Gu Dongxing had communicated with the little treasures, a hint of worry appeared on his face. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Are the treasures being disobedient?" But what made Gu Dongxing smile bitterly was that, perhaps because Nan Mingyu had consumed the jade nectar, the two little ones hadn't inherited their single spiritual root heavenly spiritual bodies. Instead, all 5 spiritual roots were growing, and all of them were full and robust, making it impossible for them to discard any. Gu Dongxing sighed and told Nan Mingyu about how their son and daughter were developing toward chaotic, heavenly spiritual bodies, and the drawbacks of such a physique. Nan Mingyu grew worried as well. They haven't fully formed into chaotic, heavenly spiritual bodies yet. Can I stop drinking the jade nectar now? No. Today's update is complete. Dear readers, do you have any votes? Chapter 1904. What if all the nectar is used up? Gu Dongxing shook his head. No, the chaotic heavenly spirit body is an incredibly defying heaven talent. If our babies can form a chaotic heavenly spirit body, they can absorb any kind of energy to cultivate. Absorb any kind of energy? Mingyu was astonished. That's right. They can absorb solar energy to cultivate when the sun is out. They can harness lightning energy to cultivate during thunderstorms. On clear nights, they can absorb moonlight or even starlight to cultivate. Even when there are no cultivation resources at all, they can gain energy from eating food to cultivate. Even if someone poisons them, they can convert the toxic energy into positive energy to cultivate. So, as long as our treasures form the chaotic spiritual root, they can absorb any energy to cultivate, without being limited to absorbing spiritual energy like us. Therefore, even though they have to cultivate all spiritual roots, their cultivation speed won't be slower than ours. Moreover, because they cultivate 9 types of spiritual roots, they can store 9 times the spiritual power of an ordinary cultivator. Just imagine, what would it be like when they encounter an enemy? Upon hearing that the chaotic spiritual root had such defying heaven benefits, how could Mingyu bear to give it up? Gu Dongxing sighed again. Furthermore, They already have 5 types of spiritual roots and are forming a 6th. If the remaining spiritual roots cannot be generated, then they can only become ordinary miscellaneous spiritual roots. Cultivating with miscellaneous spiritual roots is extremely slow. Since she became pregnant, she had been taking 1 drop of nectar every day, consuming nearly 3 kilograms, leaving only a little over 2 kilograms. Alright. Gu Dongxing thought for a moment and said, let's try it. But I must be the one to protect you while you do it. Yes, not only their daughter but also their son needed to wear it. Because, in fact, the effect of the chaotic heavenly spirit body is the same for both men and women. The only difference is due to physiological reasons. Daughters are more easily coerced by men, while men are not easily coerced by women. But so what? The main function of the nectar is to transform spiritual roots. Her treasures deserved the best treasures in the world. Gu Dongxing added, I must find a material to refine a device that can shield spiritual roots for them to wear. Thinking that her belly was already large and the babies would be born in a few months, she began to worry. Could the remaining spiritual roots be fully developed? Could they form the chaotic heavenly spirit body? I want to start taking 2 drops of nectar every day from today. What do you think? Mingyu asked. But if she did that, by the time the babies were born, the nectar would be almost gone. Mingyu was stunned. If they couldn't become the most defying heaven's spiritual roots, they would become the worst? That was too unfair. She immediately made up her mind. So, these spiritual roots must be formed, Mingyu said. Even if it means using up all the nectar, we must let our treasures form the chaotic heavenly spirit body. From Jiang Huayu's storage ring, she had obtained a jar of nectar weighing 30 kilograms. She had already used 25 kilograms just to transform her clone's spiritual roots. Alright, there will always be a way when the time comes. These spiritual roots aren't that easy to detect. At most, we'll tell them not to use multiple types of spiritual power at the same time. Because after the treasures take the nectar, they will fall into a deep sleep for 11 shirchen, 22 hours. Therefore, these 2 drops of nectar must be taken all at once. That evening, Mingyu began to try taking 2 drops of nectar. Gu Dongxing stood by to protect her, using his spiritual sense to enter Mingyu's womb. As soon as Mingyu took the 2 drops of nectar, he closely watched the babies scrambling to absorb the nectar. He was afraid that if the babies accidentally absorbed too much, it would harm their bodies. Still 10 updates today. Chapter end. Chapter 1905, Helping Seedlings Grow by Pulling Them Up. Sure enough, as soon as the nectar entered the body, it generated a large amount of special energy, and the 2 little treasures immediately began to snatch it up. Moreover, as long as there was still energy, the 2 little darlings kept competing for it until that special energy was completely taken by them. However, when it came to digesting the energy, a problem arose. They were overstuffed. Greedy little ones. Gu Dongxing scolded affectionately, quickly wrapping his spirit around the 2 little ones to help them digest and absorb the energy. But then, Mingyu's spiritual power brushed against his, and he understood his wife's intention, promptly yielding the spiritual power enveloping their son to Mingyu. Thus, with their parents' help, the 2 little ones quickly refined the special energy of the nectar. Nourished by the special energy, the 6th spiritual root of the 2 little treasures grew a little more. And as their spiritual roots grew, their bodies, which had barely grown in 3 years, also increased slightly. This change was imperceptible even to machines for ordinary people, but since the 2 of them had their spiritual power wrapped around the babies, it was naturally easy to notice. Discovering that they could help the 2 children absorb the nectar, Mingyu simply took 2 more drops of nectar for the children to compete over. Gu Dongxing watched the 2 little treasures finish snatching the nectar, digest and absorb it with their parents' help, and then fall into a deep sleep. He said, it seems that the previous practice of only giving them 1 drop of nectar a day wasn't quite right. Mingyu also realized this. Before, she had thought that the children fell asleep after snatching the nectar's energy to digest and absorb it, but now it seemed she had been mistaken. Even after digesting the energy, the little ones still fell asleep. I think it's feasible, Gu Dongxing said. Sure enough, after taking another drop of nectar, the 2 sleeping little ones woke up again to compete for the nectar's energy. In that case, I might as well take just 1 drop at a time, and then add another drop after they've digested it. That way, they won't be overstuffed by too much at once, nor will they miss out on energy by sleeping. Moreover, as long as new energy entered, the 2 little ones would immediately wake up to compete for the nectar's energy. As a result, the little treasures who had already fallen asleep would wake up again to snatch the nectar's energy. Then, their spiritual roots would grow a bit, and their bodies would grow a bit too. Gu Dongxing suddenly said, Wife, have you noticed that the children haven't been born yet because they're waiting to nurture their spiritual roots? Mingyu also realized this. It seems so. This time, neither of them helped them digest, and although they fell into a deep sleep, it only took them an hour to digest the energy. It had taken 3 years to fully grow 5 spiritual roots. At this rate, if the children were to fully develop their other 4 spiritual roots, it would probably take another 2 years before they were born. This situation suggests they can absorb 24 drops of nectar a day, Minyu said happily. But Gu Dongxing disagreed. I think 12 drops a day is enough. Let them sleep for the rest of the time. I feel that children should sleep more, and we shouldn't force their growth. If anyone else heard his words, they would surely scold him. She's been pregnant for 3 years without giving birth, and he's talking about not forcing growth? In truth, Gu Dongxing had another concern. They had only been married for a little over 4 months. If they gave the children too much nectar and they were born less than 10 months after the wedding, some people might find an opportunity to attack him and Minyu. Minyu also thought of this. All right, let's do as you say. End of chapter. Chapter 1906 Sister AI. So, from that day on, Nan Minyu took 12 drops of nectar every day, letting the children compete for the energy to nurture their spiritual roots. Sure enough, in less than a month, the 6th spiritual root of the 2 babies, the wind spiritual root, had fully grown. During this month, Gu Dongxing was mostly away from home, and Nan Minyu focused entirely on feeding the baby's spiritual roots with nectar, hardly going out. As for buying groceries, when she moved in, she had someone deliver a cartload of cabbage, eggs, dried scallops, seaweed, dried shiitake mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms, dried daylily flowers, and the like. Since it was deep winter, no one would notice if she didn't go out to shop. Thus, although Nan Minyu had been there for a month, she had little interaction with the people in the compound. As for the girl Wu Xiaomei, whom she had met when she first moved in, she hadn't seen her again. But thinking about it, at her age, she should be in high school, and most high school students board at school. Presumably, Wu Xiaomei was staying at school too. Not seeing her, Nan Minyu felt at ease. Half a month later, school let out for winter break, and it was almost time for the new year. The people in the compound were also busy, preparing New Year goods. Nan Minyu had everything she needed in her space. She didn't particularly like cured meats, she preferred fresh ones. In her space, there was not only plenty of wild boar, wild beef, and venison, but also a large amount of seafood. After finishing the initial seafood, Xiao Tao had gone into the sea again and brought back a ring full of seafood. Thus, her seafood supply never ran out, and it was several times more abundant than her land-based fresh meat. Stored in the underground warehouse of the thatched cottage, it all remained fresh. She also didn't lack candies, nuts, or alcohol. Whether brewed from spiritual fruits or from space rice, she had an overwhelming abundance. Because of this, Nan Minyu had never planned to go out to buy New Year goods. But that day, while she was home alone, there was a knock at her door. Nan Minyu opened the door to find a middle-aged woman in her 50s standing outside. Hello, you're Xiao Nan, Gu Dongxing's wife, right? I'm Lao Ai, the wife of Elder Zhang next door. You can call me Sister Ai. It's almost New Year's, and everyone is going to gather to buy New Year goods. Do you want to come along? Nan Minyu was about to refuse when Mrs. Ai added, Today, the logistics department's vehicle is going to the rural market fair. Such opportunities are rare, so you should come along. Aren't you bored staying home alone all day? She thought it over. Though she had plenty of supplies in her space, she couldn't just buy nothing. Otherwise, if guests came during the new year, how could she bring out good things without being able to explain where they came from? So, she smiled and agreed. All right, thank you, Mrs. Ai. Oh, don't call me Mrs. Ai, just call me Sister Ai. The younger family members all call me that. Cheerful Sister Ai was pleased. That's right, that's how it should be. Let's go, everyone's already waiting. Nan Minyu didn't realize that the younger family members Sister Ai mentioned were at least in their 40s. Of course, that was because this compound was the elders' compound. All right, Sister Ai. Nan Minyu followed suit. When they reached the gathering spot for the family members, 5 or 6 women were already waiting, along with 2 young girls who were likely their maids. Each carried bags or baskets, clearly ready for a big shopping trip. Nan Minyu noticed that the family members all called her Sister Ai. But could someone tell her why the youngest among them was still over 40? Sister Ai's here. Whose daughter is this girl? She's really pretty. Yeah. When did such a beautiful young lady come to our compound? Sister Ai, she's not your youngest son's girlfriend, is she? End of chapter. Chapter 1907, Wu Xiaomei's mother. Elder Sister Ai scolded with a laugh. Go on, stop talking nonsense. This is Gu Dongxing's wife, Xiaonan. Then she introduced the others to Nan Minyu. Xiaonan, these are the senior sisters in the compound. This is Elder Lin's wife, you can call her Sister Kai. This is Elder Jiao's wife, you can call her Sister Jiao. As each person was introduced, Nan Minyu extended her hand to shake theirs, calling out in turn. Hello, Sister Kai. Hello, Sister Jiao. Hello, Sister Lin. But inwardly, she was grumbling. How many elders does this Folk Culture Research Association have? She noticed that there were even more people here than in the Dragon Group. Most were cultivators, though the majority were only at the chi refining stage. It could be considered a civilian cultivation organization. However, despite being civilian, it was clearly closely connected to the dragon group, likely organized to prevent these folk cultivators from causing trouble. Of course, it was also for mutual exchange and learning. When elder sister Ai introduced a petite, delicate woman in her 40s, this is elder Wu's wife, Sister Huang. Sister Huang stared at Nan Mingyu with wide, beautiful eyes. So you're Nan Mingyu, Gu Dongxing's wife? Elder sister Ai paused. Sister Huang, do you know Xiaonan? Sister Huang lowered her eyelids, avoiding Nan Mingyu's gaze. I don't know her, but I've heard others say that Gu Dongxing's wife is an ill-mannered country girl. Seeing her today, it's exactly as they said. Nan Mingyu immediately felt wronged. Sister Huang, I didn't mean it that way. I never said your Wu Xiaomei had her eye on my Dongxing. I only said that when my Dongxing introduced me, she seemed upset. Maybe she just can't stand seeing pregnant women? Because she scolded me for being fussy when I needed help getting out of the car, and only when my husband explained I was pregnant did she show her discomfort. Oh, that's not right either. It's probably because my Dongxing barely paid her any attention, and even had the orderly stop her from entering the yard, which made her even more upset. The gathered family members were all sharp-witted. Hearing Nan Mingyu's words, their expressions grew even more peculiar. Elder sister Ai looked at Nan Mingyu. You know Elder Wu's daughter, Wu Xiaomei? Nan Mingyu nodded. I didn't know her before. The day I moved in, she came over to greet my husband. When my husband introduced me, she seemed very uncomfortable and even said I was delicate and didn't deserve Gu Dongxing. Later, she tried to follow us into the yard, but a young man stopped her. She probably thought I told him not to let her in, which is why she said I was rude. When Nan Mingyu heard Sister Huang's husband's surname was Wu, she grew wary. Could this be Wu Xiaomei's family? Now, hearing the woman lash out at her, she understood and decided not to hold back. You're Elder Wu's wife. Aren't you the mother of that tactless Wu Xiaomei? As soon as Nan Mingyu said this, everyone understood. Wu Xiaomei had met her, said she wasn't good enough for Gu Dongxing, and felt upset upon hearing they were married. What else could it be but coveting another woman's husband? Sister Huang, Wu Xiaomei's mother, glared at Nan Mingyu with fierce eyes. Who put you up to slandering my Xiaomei and ruining our family's reputation? The other family members thought. What part of her was ill-mannered? Was this a setup to cause trouble? Chapter 1908. Controlling Public Opinion. Nan Mingyu felt even more wronged. Madam Wu, he was meeting me for the first time, so how could he deliberately ruin your family's reputation? As for my little Mei, he had only seen her that one time. After that, he kept the door closed and lived his own life. How could he possibly have intentionally slandered our Wu Xiaomei and ruined our family's reputation? When the family members heard Nan Mingyu's words, they recalled that during the month she had been there, she truly had not stepped outside her door, focusing entirely on her own affairs. She did not seem like someone who would deliberately slander others. Therefore, accusing her of intentionally smearing Xiaomei seemed a bit far-fetched. Madame Wu was unwilling to let it go. I am not deliberately ruining his family's little Mei's reputation. Why would I say those baseless things? Nan Mingyu put on a pained expression. Madame Wu, have you forgotten? When Sister Ai introduced you earlier, you stared at him and asked, Are you Nan Mingyu, Gu Dongxing's wife? At that time, Sister Ai asked you, Sister Huang, do you know Xiaonan? You said, no, I just heard them say that Gu Dongxing's wife is an ill-mannered country girl from the east. Once Nan Mingyu made her vow, the crowd became even more convinced that what she said was true, and their gazes toward Madame Wu grew even stranger. In that era, people believed in oaths. So, he told everyone about the day he moved in and Wu Xiaomei came by. He really was not trying to ruin their family's reputation. He swore that every word he said there tomorrow was true. If he spoke even half a lie, may the heavens strike him with lightning. He had only been there for a month and had no contact with anyone in that compound, yet you had heard that Gu Dongxing's wife was an ill-mannered country girl from the east. He wondered, since he had been in that compound, staying home reading all day and hardly going out, where could he have heard that he was an ill-mannered country girl from the east? Naturally, he would look among the people he knew. He finally remembered the girl he had dealt with on the day he first arrived. She was also named Wu, so he guessed that you must have heard about him from Wu Xiaomei, which led you to label him as an ill-mannered country girl from the east. She did not believe that after she had revealed Wu Xiaomei's budding thoughts, the Wu family would not keep Wu Xiaomei in check. Mainly had a godfather who could control her and forcibly take her away, but that Wu Xiaomei looked like someone who feared heaven and earth. If she was not dealt with early on, by the time the problem festered, the harm she would cause would be even greater, and it would certainly affect Gu Dongxing's reputation. Nan Mingyu sighed inwardly. It was not that she feared Wu Xiaomei might take Gu Dongxing away, nor was it that she deliberately sought to ruin a girl's reputation. The truth was, she had already experienced Wei Anyang's temperament. If her family did not restrain her, or if she did not deliberately control the narrative to pressure her family into keeping her in check, she would undoubtedly become another Mangli in the future. Madame Wu listened to Nan Mingyu's oath and grew even angrier. Rather than waiting until the situation escalated and having to deal with it then, it was better to expose this matter tomorrow, draw everyone's attention, and have them supervised together. It would also serve as an early clarification for Gu Dongxing's innocence. Otherwise, if something really happened later, the Wu family might shift the blame onto Gu Dongxing. What she wanted was not for Nan Mingyu to swear to the truth. She wanted Nan Mingyu to take back her words. She was just about to force Nan Mingyu to apologize when, at that moment, another woman with graying hair but an upright back, dignified features but a pale complexion, arrived with a young girl. This sparked a flurry of greetings. Sister Zhao. Hello. Sister Zhao is here. Sister Zhao, you went to the market yourself. This also suppressed Madame Wu's displeasure. Sister Ai quickly pulled Nan Mingyu over to introduce her. Sister Zhao, this is Gu Dongxing's wife, Nan Mingyu. Tomorrow, she will go with them to buy New Year goods. Then she introduced the elegant woman to Nan Mingyu. This is Sister Zhao, the wife of President Ma. Chapter update time, 7 p.m. End of chapter. Chapter 1909, not afraid of blowing the cow to pieces. Sister Zhao looked at Nan Mingyu. Oh, so you're Nan Mingyu, the wife of the youngest researcher Gu Dongxing. You're the youngest family member in our compound. After all, everyone living in this elder compound was a high-ranking member of the association, and none had reached this position without decades of effort. Since the men were older, their family members naturally weren't young either. Someone as young as Gu Dongxing becoming a researcher was absolutely unprecedented. Thus, Nan Mingyu became the most eye-catching family member in this compound. A group of family members clustered around Sister Zhao as they headed toward the large Jiafeng truck. Nan Mingyu sighed inwardly. These family members were going to the market fair without using any privilege to arrange a private car. They were hitching a ride on the military logistics supply truck instead. Nan Mingyu hesitated for a moment, then said to Sister Ai, "Are we really taking this big truck?" Before Sister Ai could respond, Madame Wu burst out, "What? Who do you think you are? Going to a market fair and expecting a sedan?" Nan Mingyu shook her head. "I was just thinking, taking the logistics truck means we have to follow their procurement schedule, which is a bit inconvenient. I have a minivan at home. Why don't I go back and drive it here? That way, we won't have to climb so high, and we'll have more freedom with our time." Madame Wu, already holding a grudge, let out a snort of laughter at Nan Mingyu's words and sneered. "You don't even draft a rough outline before bragging, daring to claim you have a car? Aren't you afraid of blowing the cow to pieces?" All the family members were startled. This youngest family member actually owned a minivan? Madame Wu scoffed. "She's bragging, and you actually believe her?" Then she turned to persuade Sister Zhao. "Sister Zhao, let's just get on the truck quickly. Don't waste Xiao Luo's time." Madame Wu sneered. "Sister Ai, you actually believe she can bring a minivan here? Let's just hurry up and get on the big truck. Don't waste time." Madame Wu snorted. "If you've got the skill, bring it here first, then talk." But Sister Ai insisted on trusting Nan Mingyu. She said she'd drive it over, so it shouldn't be a lie. Those who want to take the logistics truck can go ahead, and those who don't can wait a bit longer. Sister Ai quickly said, "Xiaonan said there's a minivan at home, and she's gone back to get it." Sister Ai was the first to agree. "All right, go back and drive it over." Nan Mingyu couldn't help but say, "If I do bring it, don't you dare ride in it." At this time, it was winter, and the cold wind cut like a knife. If there was a minivan to ride in, who would want to sit in that open truck bed? Nan Mingyu immediately ran off. Seeing the others looking at her with disbelief, Nan Mingyu quickly assured them, "It's true. When I was in high school, my master gave me money to start a recycling company. Later, the company grew and expanded, and now it's a group corporation. The company has a minivan that I usually use myself, and it's parked right now behind that courtyard over there. Why don't you all wait a bit, and I'll go back and drive it over." Just then, the logistics driver arrived. Seeing the family members gathered around the truck but not getting on, he called out, "Sisters, you're all going to the market fair, right? Hurry up and get on." But Madame Wu had already started climbing onto the big truck. "You all just wait. If you end up waiting for nothing, well, you won't be going to the fair today." Although there was plenty of New Year's supplies available, if they wanted to buy more and fresher items, going to the market fair was the way to go. Even if grain couldn't be sold, they could still get the best chicken, duck, fish, meat, and eggs. So during the New Year season, everyone still went to the fair to buy goods. If they missed this logistics truck, they wouldn't be able to go today. Thus, everyone hesitated. End of chapter. Chapter 1910. This car is much more comfortable. Just as Mingyu was feeling frustrated, Xiaodao's voice suddenly echoed in her heart. "Master, you've earned 100 merit points." Mingyu was puzzled. Saving a life earns 10 merit points. They don't know I saved them, so I don't get their gratitude. How did these merit points come about? Also, those people weren't even on the bus. They were only at risk of an accident, not directly rescued. Logically, this should only count for half. Why do I still get 100 points? Xiaodao explained. When you save someone, merit points come from two sources. One is when the gratitude of the rescued person moves the heavenly Tao and it records it. The other is when the heavenly Tao directly observes and records it. Today, those military wives were supposed to be on that bus and die in the crash, 10 people in total. But because of you, Master, they were saved. The merit should indeed be 55, as you said. However, among those military wives, Sister Ai and Sister Zhao both carry merit themselves. By saving them, their merit is shared with you. That's why you earned 100 points today. Madame Wu, seeing that Mingyu didn't immediately retort after being scolded, assumed she was guilty and grew even more furious. You vile woman, why are you trying to harm me? Speak. As she spoke, she tried to grab at Mingyu, but winced in pain as she moved her dislocated hand. Sister Ai naturally wouldn't stand by while Madame Wu scolded Mingyu. How can you just slander people like that? Xiaonan was the one I called over. She had no idea we were going to the market earlier, and she never even touched this bus. How could she have known in advance that something would happen to it? If she had known, why wouldn't she have warned Xiaoluo? Madame Wu remained unconvinced. If she didn't know, why did she go back to get her own car? Sister Ai sighed. Didn't we already say she's pregnant? She didn't want to ride in this truck and get blown by the wind. If she has her own car, why wouldn't she drive it? Oh, and just because she drove her car here, does that mean she knew there was a problem with this bus? Back at the compound, she never refused to let you ride in her car, did she? You were the one stubbornly refusing to get in. Who's to blame? Hearing this, Madame Wu had nothing left to say. But just as she fell silent, Sister Zhao spoke up. You should all be grateful to Xiaonan for surviving. It was the object she threw that changed the angle of the steering wheel on your bus. Otherwise, you'd all be dead, vehicle destroyed, lives lost. When Mingyu threw the object, she had opened the car window to do so, and Sister Zhao had clearly seen it. Xiao Luo confirmed this. That's right. When the bus was rushing forward, I couldn't turn the steering wheel. Then I felt something brush past it, and suddenly the wheel spun hard. Also, when the bus nearly flipped, because the turn was too sharp, I was sure it was going to roll over. But then something brushed the wheel again, turning it, and the bus landed safely. Both times, the steering wheel changed direction because of an external force. So it turns out Comrade Xiao helped us. She saved us. The two soldiers saluted Mingyu. Thank you, sister-in-law, for saving our lives. The other military wives also expressed their gratitude to Mingyu. We should thank Xiaoan too. If Xiaoan hadn't come today, and we were on that bus without anyone to help change the steering wheel's direction, we'd all be dead. Yes, thank you, Xiaonan. Thank you, Xiaonan. Thanks, Xiaonan. Thinking about how, if not for Mingyu driving over, or rather, if not for Sister Ai bringing Mingyu along, they would have all lost their lives there, the military wives were filled with lingering fear. And then, realizing that the bus they had been riding in was defective, they were furious. Who wanted them, these military wives, dead? An investigation. There must be a thorough investigation when they got back. Chapter 1911. Logistics Vehicle Breaks Down. Elder Sister Ai hadn't expected that Nan Mingyu would have such a trick up her sleeve, casually changing the direction of the steering wheel and saving the three of them. She asked, what did you use to change the direction of the steering wheel? Mingyu smiled. A coin. The military wives were all astonished. A coin could change the direction of the steering wheel? Mingyu added, it's nothing, just used a bit of clever force. But the others couldn't quite grasp what she meant by clever force. What kind of clever force could be applied so precisely? With the danger resolved, Elder Sister Ai brought up, Xiaonan, didn't you say earlier that you studied medicine? Sister Huang's arm is dislocated. Can you set it back for her? Mingyu shook her head. She doesn't trust my medical skills, so let's forget it. Elder Sister Ai recalled how Madame Wu had berated Mingyu earlier and dropped the matter. After a moment's thought, she said, could Madame Wu ride back in your car? Mingyu looked a bit troubled. It's not far from Dawei now. We can't just turn back like this. Madame Wu immediately grew displeased again. You have no compassion. My arm is broken and you won't even take me back? What's the big deal? Mingyu curled her lip. Taking you back isn't a big deal, but we all still need to go to the market. Madame Wu became even more dissatisfied. I'm in terrible pain and you still want to go to the market? Mingyu found Madame Wu utterly exasperating. No wonder Wu Xiaomei had been raised that way. The root cause was right here. She shrugged. I came here to go to the market in the first place. We're practically at the market now, so why wouldn't I go? You should also know that if I hadn't stopped the car from falling into the ditch, you'd be dead. I saved your life, and this is still your attitude. Do you think I should help you again? Madame Wu was taken aback, then rolled her eyes. You didn't save me. With your attitude earlier, you probably wished I was dead, right? You only stepped in because of the two young soldiers. I won't owe you any gratitude. If I did, how could I still help my daughter steal your husband? Of course, she didn't say that out loud. Even though she spoke the truth, the fact remained that she had saved her life. The other military wives recalled how Madame Wu had always treated Mingyu poorly. Those who had wanted to speak up for her now dared not. In the end, elder sister Zhao said, "Why don't we all go to the market together? Once there, we can find a phone and have someone come pick up Madame Wu. She can also go to the clinic to get her arm set while waiting." Elder sister Ai chimed in, "Xiao Nan, listen to elder sister Zhao. Let her ride with you to the market. After all, we can't bear to leave her here, can we?" Since both elder sister Zhao and elder sister Ai had spoken, Mingyu couldn't refuse without losing face. She agreed, fine, but she can only ride as far as the market. However, Mingyu's car only had 9 seats. Originally, there were 5 military wives and 3 maids they had brought to carry things, so there weren't enough seats. But Madame Wu didn't think she had no right to a seat. She plopped herself down in the front row, which had been where elder sister Zhao and elder sister Ai were sitting. Mingyu said nothing. Since they had invited her on board, they could sort out the seating themselves. When elder sister Zhao and elder sister Ai got in, Madame Wu quickly called out, "Elder sister Zhao, come over here, sit here," as if she had saved the seat for her. Then she said to elder sister Ai, "Elder sister Ai, you can sit in the second row." Elder sister Ai's face darkened slightly. If she took someone else's seat, where would that person sit? Chapter 1912. No need for your fake kindness. Alright, just worry about yourself. With that, Sister Ai sat down in the originally empty seat at the very back row. The 2 soldiers who came up last had no choice but to crouch in the aisle of the vehicle. When they arrived at the market, Sister Zhao directed the 2 soldiers, "One of you escort Mrs. Wu to the hospital, and the other go make a phone call to have someone send a repair crew, and also dispatch a vehicle for the shopping trip and to pick her up afterward." The 2 soldiers acknowledged, and one of them came to invite Mrs. Wu to leave. But Mrs. Wu refused. "Why aren't you taking me to the hospital?" Mingyu curled her lip. "Your arm is dislocated, not your leg. You can still walk." With that, she parked the car, grabbed her own bag, and prepared to head to the market. Mrs. Wu looked at Sister Zhao. "Sister Zhao, look at her." Sister Zhao replied irritably, "She's not under my command, so I have no authority to order her around. The vehicle is her private property, not public. She can give a ride if she wants, or not if she doesn't. What's there to argue about?" Sister Ai also scolded her. "Honestly, look at you. Are you even on good terms with her, expecting her to give you a ride?" Mrs. Wu glared fiercely at Mingyu. No sense of class solidarity at all. Mingyu chuckled. "Your husband is at the core level, mine is only at the division level. You and I aren't even in the same class." Hearing Mingyu twist the term class like that, even the usually stern Sister Zhao cracked a faint smile. Sister Ai laughed out loud. "You kid, the things you say are just hilarious." Then she addressed everyone. "Let's split up and hit the market. Gather back here at 2 in the afternoon. Everyone checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock and dispersed, each going to the market to buy what they needed. Since it was close to the new year, the market was bustling. With reform and opening up already several years in, the goods on offer were plentiful and varied. Sister Ai took Sister Zhao's arm, Sister Zhao brought her nanny, and together with Mingyu, the 4 of them walked as a group. "Xiao Nan, what do you plan to buy?" Sister Ai asked Mingyu. Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "I want to buy some candies and seeds for entertaining guests." "Xiao Nan, aren't you going to buy new rice?" Sister Zhao asked. Chinese people have always had a habit of stockpiling grain, so the rice in state granaries was typically stored for a full year, eating last year's rice this year, and this year's rice next year. That way, in times of famine, there would be grain to distribute for relief. As the saying goes, with grain in hand, the heart is at ease. Thus, those who ate from the state's grain supply always bought last year's aged rice from the grain station, rarely getting new rice. Eating aged rice was fine for everyday meals, but during the new year, people naturally wanted to buy some fresh rice from the market. At this time, although the grain market in Shenzhen had been the first to open, other places had not yet followed suit. Even where it had opened, those on the state grain rations still had their supply. Most people were reluctant to give up cheap ration rice to buy expensive market rice. But during the new year, they definitely wanted to buy some good rice to eat, and grain that was normally forbidden to sell could be found at the market during the holidays, with no one interfering. However, it was already 1985, and the grain market was expected to be fully liberalized that year. Mingyu glanced at the rice bag in the nanny's hand and said, "Didn't Mrs. Wu mention it? I grew up in the countryside, so buying new rice is easy for me." Thinking of the piles of ordinary rice in her space, rice, with only the faintest trace of spiritual energy, she had an idea. To integrate into this compound, she rarely had the chance to interact with everyone. Selling rice could be a useful approach. And building a good relationship with Sister Zhao, the wife of the deputy commander, was one way to settle into compound life. Chapter 1913. It was Xiao Nan who saved you. Mengyu had no spiritual rice seeds before, but now that there were several thousand acres of land in the space, she planted some ordinary rice and wheat. Since she implanted a spiritual vein, the spiritual energy in the space had become much denser. These grains of rice carried faint spiritual energy, which was beneficial for ordinary people to eat. Moreover, because the spiritual energy was so weak, it wouldn't reveal anything or cause her trouble. So, Mengyu said, Sister Zhao, are you planning to buy rice? I have some very tasty rice at home. I'll share some with you when I get back. Before Sister Zhao could respond, Sister Ai immediately perked up. Xiao Nan, you have good rice? Could you give me some too? Mengyu smiled and said, of course I can. How much do you want, Sister Ai? Hearing that it was very tasty rice, Sister Ai wanted to ask for a lot, but when the words reached her lips, she asked instead, how much do you have? Mengyu gave a mysterious smile. Sister Ai, how much rice does your family eat? Whatever amount you want, I'll have someone from my company deliver it. I guarantee it'll be delicious. Sister Ai was overjoyed. Then I want 100 jin. Afraid that Mengyu might think she was asking for too much, she added, I have 3 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest is married and lives separately, so we're not usually together, but they'll definitely come back for the new year. With more than 10 people, we cook over 10 jin of rice a day. 100 jin is just enough for the few days around the new year. Suddenly remembering that she had cut off Sister Zhao, she quickly asked Sister Zhao, how much do you want? You take first, and I'll take whatever's left. Sister Zhao smiled. Xiao Nan, since your village has rice, do you have any flour? Mengyu almost said yes, but suddenly remembered that the place where she grew up only grew rice, not wheat. Flour with an unknown origin would be problematic, so she had to answer, rice is plenty, but no flour. However, my husband brought some back from a business trip. That's fine, just rice. I want 100 jin, Sister Yao said. As for the price, let's go with the market rate. Sister Ai quickly added, all right then, Sister Zhao takes 100 jin, and I take 100 jin. Xiao Nan, do you have that much rice? Yes, plenty for what you need. Hearing Sister Zhao mention the price, Mengyu knew she didn't want to take advantage, so she didn't insist. Fine, however you want to settle the price is fine. As they walked and chatted, Mengyu noticed Sister Zhao walking while supporting her waist and couldn't help asking, Sister Zhao, is there something wrong with your waist? Sister Zhao sighed. Yes, it's an old problem left over from the war years. If I hadn't bought so much today, I wouldn't have wanted to come to this market. Sister Ai sighed too. Those of us who've been through the war all have one old problem or another. Mengyu hadn't expected them to be veterans of the revolution and felt a surge of respect. After thinking for a moment, she took out a pill. This is a recovery pill, mainly for treating various old injuries. Take one, sister, or you won't be able to finish shopping at the market. Sister Zhao thanked her and took the recovery pill. The nanny handed over a water flask and she took it immediately. Sister Ai got excited. It can treat old injuries? Mengyu nodded. Yes. Does Sister Ai have old injuries too? Sister Ai, who from our era doesn't have old injuries? Is this recovery pill of yours effective? Mengyu said with certainty, of course it is. This recovery pill was refined by my master. As the name suggests, it helps regenerate flesh after injury. For ordinary wounds, grinding it and sprinkling it on the wound stops bleeding and promotes healing. For old injuries, taking it promotes blood circulation and dissolves clots. The first dose takes effect immediately, and with a few more doses, it can completely cure the root cause. Chapter 1914. Attitude Issue. Although the recovery pill is not as powerful as the revival pill, its healing effects are far superior to ordinary medicine. It is called a pill rather than a pellet mainly because it is only the size of a mung bean. Mengyu can refine over 100 of them in one furnace. The reason she refined the recovery pill was primarily because of that time when Gu Dongxing was injured and on the verge of death. It made her realize that soldiers on missions inevitably get hurt. The revival pill Gu Dongxing carried was too miraculous to use for every minor injury. The recovery pill, on the other hand, could be used freely without concern. So she refined a large quantity of recovery pills for him to carry at all times. His subordinates could use the recovery pill for minor injuries and the revival pill for serious ones. This way, there would be no repeat of that incident where all the pills were used up, leaving her with nothing when she herself was injured. Upon hearing that old injuries could be completely cured, Sister Ai was overjoyed. Sell me some. My husband and I both need them. Mengyu took out 2 small bottles the size of a finger. Sell them? I'm not short on money. Besides, this medicine was refined by my master. If I sold his pills for money, he would definitely scold me. In truth, she brought out the recovery pill, which is highly effective for old injuries, partly out of respect for these veterans and partly to build connections for Gu Dongxing. If she accepted money, it would become a mere transaction. Sister Zhao had already felt the effects of the recovery pill and was astonished. Xiao Nan, can this medicine be mass-produced? This would be the most convenient medicine for the military. Mingyu thought for a moment and shook her head. Sister Zhao, this medicine can only be refined using an alchemy furnace to remove impurities. It cannot be mass-produced in a factory. Sister Zhao realized that Mingyu's husband was also a soldier. If mass production were possible, it would have been done long ago. She sighed and said, I was being greedy. Mingyu also handed her 2 small finger-sized bottles. Each bottle contains 30 pills. For your condition, Sister Zhao, taking them for 10 days will completely cure you. As for the other bottle, see if Commander Wan can use it. If not, give it to someone else. Don't mention money to me. Talking about money hurts feelings. If it were a nourishing foundation pill, 1 dose would heal all old injuries instantly, and there would be no need for 10 days of treatment. However, the nourishing foundation pill is already considered a spiritual pill. Although she has many, she cannot be too conspicuous. The recovery pill, on the other hand, uses ordinary herbs, but a few drops of spiritual liquid are added during refinement, giving it such remarkable effects. Sister Liao accepted the 2 bottles of recovery pill, hesitated as if to say something, but held back. All right, thank you, Xiaonan. I'll shamelessly accept these. She had initially wanted to buy some for her comrades, but since Mingyu refused payment, she couldn't ask for more. She could only tell her old comrades to come and ask this young woman themselves. Sister Ai looked at Mingyu with a hint of complexity in her expression. This girl sells rice for money, but gives away medicine for free, and she knows how to build connections for her husband. She is not simple. Since Sister Zhao's back pain was gone, the group decided to split up and shop separately, each buying what they needed. Mingyu walked alone through the market, but nothing she saw sparked her desire to buy. Suddenly, she noticed someone had set up a stall selling antiques. 3 years ago, Mingyu had also gone to the market with the military wives. Back then, she had acquired a pair of antique vases, which earned her a lot of essence points. Now, her waste recycling company, antique company, and her disciples' efforts to collect various old items all bring her a steady stream of essence points. Still, whenever she encounters antiques herself, she never lets them slip by. So, she stopped. Chapter 1915. Selling Rice. Chapter 1918. The person selling antiques was a young man. Comrade, would you like to buy some antiques? These are all from my family's collection. Feel free to take a look. Mingyu glanced at the items on the stall and chuckled inwardly. Antiques? Huh, there wasn't a single genuine piece here, mostly fakes. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard shout, Master, there's a treasure inside the stone that man is sitting on. Mingyu froze and quickly scanned it with her spiritual sense. Sure enough, she discovered a purple glow at the center of the stone beneath the man. It was actually a gemstone. She smiled and said to the man, I'm not here to buy antiques. I like collecting unique stones to place on the grass in my garden. I've taken a liking to the stone you're sitting on. Name your price. The young man paused, surprised. Not buying antiques, but a stone? He quickly stood up and examined the stone. He had simply grabbed it from across the street to use as a stool. All right, 10 yuan and it's yours. Mingyu didn't bother haggling. She handed him 10 yuan and picked up the stone, ready to leave. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her pant leg. Looking down, she saw a little girl about 2 years old holding onto her trousers. She crouched down. Little sister, where's your mom? The child seemed not to understand her words. Instead, she pointed at a nearby steamed bun stall. Eat, Xiaoya, eat. Mingyu bought a bun and handed it to her. Go ahead, eat. The little girl took the bun but didn't eat it right away. Instead, she thanked Mingyu. Xiaoya, thank auntie. Then she ran straight to a stall where an old grandmother was selling brooms. The child held out the bun to her. Grandma, eat. The old woman was puzzled. Who gave this to you? The little girl pointed at Mingyu. Auntie, Xiaoya, stone, eat. The old woman looked at Mingyu, who nodded and smiled. The old woman asked Xiaoya again. Did you thank the auntie? Xiaoya immediately said, Xiaoya, thank auntie. Her chubby little hands held the bun and pushed it back to her grandmother. Grandma, eat. The old woman gazed at Xiaoya with affection, then lowered her head and took a bite, not a pretend bite, but a real one. After eating, she handed it back to the child. Grandma has eaten. Now Xiaoya, you eat. Seeing that her grandmother had eaten the bun, the little girl happily took it and began eating. Mingyu watched the little girl eat the bun, feeling deeply moved. The child was hungry, but the old grandmother's brooms clearly hadn't sold yet, so she had no money to buy her a bun. Yet the little girl knew to ask someone else to buy one for her. And when she got the bun, she didn't eat it herself, but first offered it to her grandmother. The grandmother, unlike most elderly people who might just pretend, actually took a real bite, teaching the child that sharing must be genuine. This was life. Mingyu walked over. Grandma selling brooms? The old woman quickly replied, Yes, young lady. Do you want to buy a broom? As she spoke, She kept glancing at the stone in Mingyu's hand. Young lady, why did you buy that stone? I just thought it looked nice. Suddenly, she recalled what Xiaoya had said. Auntie, Xiaoya, stone eat. A thought struck her and she asked, Grandma, is this stone from your little Xiaoya? The old woman smiled. Ah yes. That stone was taken from our yard. Xiaoya usually sits on it at the doorstep. That young man just moved it over to sit on. I suppose when I said earlier that I'd buy Xiaoya a bun after selling the brooms, she saw you taking the stone and asked you for a bun instead. Chapter 1916. All Seasoned Revolutionaries. Mingyu was startled. She had thought the little girl was asking for her bun because she was hungry, but it turned out that the girl came to ask for the bun because Mingyu had taken her stone. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had exchanged just one bun for a priceless treasure stone. And seeing that the old grandmother had to wait until she sold her brooms to buy her granddaughter a bun showed how hard their life was. She sighed and said to the old grandmother, Grandma, I want to buy the stone. Let's go into your house and discuss the price. The old grandmother looked at the stone and said, Miss, since you've taken a liking to the stone, it must have something extraordinary about it. But since my Xiaoya traded it for a bun, our family's connection with this stone has ended. There's no need to discuss the price. Mingyu was taken aback. This old grandmother was clearly poor, yet she could resist the temptation of money. It showed her noble character. She could only say, there's something else I'd like to discuss. Let's go inside your house. The reason she wanted to go inside was for the safety of the grandmother and granddaughter. If they conducted the transaction on the street and someone found out they had come into money, it would bring them misfortune rather than fortune. Please come in. The grandmother had no choice but to pick up the child and enter the house. Mingyu followed and found that the grandmother's house was a delicate courtyard house, somewhat resembling the houses of landlords from the old society. From the grandmother's behavior and the way she had raised Xiaoya, Mingyu concluded that the grandmother must have had an extraordinary background. Moreover, from the grandmother's facial features, Mingyu could tell that she had recently lost her closest relative, likely her son, and her daughter-in-law had probably remarried. Now, only the two of them were left in the family, and their life was undoubtedly very difficult. Yet this person had her own integrity and refused to accept gifts from others without reason. She got straight to the point. Grandma, do you know what's inside the stone? The contents of this stone are extremely valuable. The old grandmother looked at Mingyu, her eyes filled with conflict. Grandma, are you afraid that even if you get the money, you won't be able to protect it? I came inside with you to avoid letting others know you've come into money. But the old grandmother shook her head. To be honest with you, miss, my youngest son has just passed away. My eldest son is a troublemaker. My youngest daughter-in-law had to remarry to escape. There's no place in the house to hide money. Once he finds out I have money, he'll come to my room to search for it. Even if I deposit it in the bank, he'll find out and force me to withdraw it. Mingyu hadn't expected the grandmother's situation to be like this. She was now at a loss. She looked at the adorable little Xiaoya and, for some reason, thought of the baby in her own womb. Her heart softened. She took out a jade pendant, pricked Xiaoya's finger to draw blood, and dripped it onto the pendant. Then she hung the pendant around Xiaoya's neck and said to her, Xiaoya, this is a protective charm. It will keep you safe from bad people. Promise Auntie that you will never take it off. Xiaoya nodded vigorously. I promise Auntie. I won't take it off. When the old grandmother saw Mingyu squeeze Xiaoya's blood onto the pendant and watch the pendant absorb the blood, she was stunned. By the time Mingyu hung the pendant around Xiaoya's neck, she anxiously said, How can I accept something so precious? That thing could absorb blood. She had heard from her own grandmother that such items that could absorb one's blood were treasures. Hearing Mingyu say it was a protective treasure, she felt a mix of surprise, joy, and fear. Chapter 1917. This Xiao Nan is no ordinary person. Mingyu smiled and said, Since I'm taking your family's stone, I have to give you something equally precious to feel at ease. This is a protective talisman. It will keep Xiaoya safe for her whole life. She also took out 10,000 yuan. This 10,000 is for Xiaoya. It's not much, but it can help improve your life. After a moment's thought, she added, From your facial features, I can see that you have no fate with sons, but you do have fate with a granddaughter. Don't count on your son. He is your husband's debtor from a past life, here to collect a debt from your husband. Your husband has already passed away. When a person dies, the debt is cleared. From now on, you don't have to bother with your son. If he comes to search your things again, you can report him. That way, he won't dare to come. The old woman was stunned for a moment. So they were here to collect a debt, no wonder she could never change him. She put away the 10,000 yuan. Miss, thank you. She then bowed to Mingyu. Mingyu quickly stepped aside. Grandma, you're overwhelming me. All right then, I'll be going. As Mingyu walked out, Xiaoya immediately followed. Auntie, don't go. Little brother, little sister, fun. Mingyu was startled. This child could actually see the babies in her belly? When the old woman heard Xiaoya mention little brother and little sister, a look of panic flashed in her eyes. She patted Xiaoya. Don't talk nonsense. Were there any little brothers or sisters? Mingyu quickly stopped the old woman. Don't hit her. Her eyes are pure. The old woman suddenly bowed deeply to Mingyu. Please, master, help my Xiaoya. This time, Mingyu didn't step aside. The old woman was sharp despite her age. After Mingyu had just given her a protective talisman, it wasn't surprising that she had seen through Mingyu's identity. She looked at the old woman. You want me to close her third eye? The old woman repeatedly clasped her hands in supplication. Yes, I beg you, master. Mingyu sighed. This little girl has spiritual roots. What a pity. She reached out and touched Xiaoya's forehead, sealing her third eye. At the same time, she also sealed a set of ancient martial arts techniques in Xiaoya's mind. When she turns 10, the seal will dissolve, and the techniques will appear in her mind. Whether she chooses to practice them will be up to her. Seeing Xiaoya staring at her with big, innocent eyes, Mingyu's heart softened. She took a large apple from her bag and handed it to Xiaoya. Xiaoya, have an apple. From now on, listen to your grandmother. Auntie still needs to go to the market to buy things. When Xiaoya heard that Auntie was going shopping, she reluctantly waved goodbye. Auntie, goodbye. But in her little heart, she was puzzled. Just a moment ago, she had seen a little brother and little sister, but now they were gone. Mingyu waved at Xiaoya and left. As she walked, she reflected on Xiaoya's family situation. She observed the bustling market, people buying and selling, haggling over prices, and felt the myriad aspects of the world, the various facets of life condensed in this marketplace. This is life. Without realizing it, Mingyu's state of mind had improved, now matching her spiritual energy. This was a feeling she couldn't have gained by sitting at home cultivating. Even if she hadn't bought anything today, it would have been worth it. At 2 in the afternoon, the military wives gathered at the parking area, carrying large and small bags, asking each other what they had bought. Seeing Mingyu approaching with a large woven bag, Sister Ai was the first to greet her. Xiao Nan, what did you buy? Mingyu smiled and replied, just some things for the new year. She had already stored the stone in her space and casually took out some cured meat, dried seafood, and candies from her space to carry in her hands, pretending they were today's market haul. Of course, she mostly had fruits, along with 2 heads of Chinese cabbage. Chapter 1918, A Steamed Bun for a Gem. Elder Sister Ai saw Mingyu buying Chinese cabbage and exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to tell you, you don't need to buy cabbage. The logistics truck will bring some back later and distribute it to everyone. Mingyu glanced at the other military wives and noticed that, indeed, none of them had bought cabbage. Mingyu shrugged. Since I bought it, I bought it. We'll just eat more. Oh, these fruits are really good. So fragrant. Sister Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Where did you buy them? Mingyu smiled. A mountain villager brought them out to sell. He said he picked them deep in the mountains and had a bit of everything. He packed them in fresh-keeping bags himself, so they stayed fresh. Sister Lin asked, where was he selling them? Let's go buy some too. Mingyu quickly waved her hand. No need to go, I bought them all. Sister Lin sighed regretfully. Why didn't I run into such good fruit? Mingyu simply handed each person a pear. Here, have one. It'll quench your thirst. The military wives were already drawn in by the fruit's fragrance. When Mingyu offered them, they naturally accepted, not even bothering to wash them before biting in, skin and all. They found the taste unlike anything they had ever eaten. I've never had such a delicious pear. Xiaonan, how much per pound? 5 yuan per pound. Oh, that expensive. The military wives fell silent. At that price, only Xiaonan would dare to buy it. Even if their families had decent salaries, it wasn't that they couldn't afford it just wasn't worth it. They'd rather buy the ones at 50 cents per pound. So no one complained anymore about missing out. Is everyone here? Can we leave now? Mingyu asked Elder Sister Ai. Elder Sister Ai hesitated, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Sister Zhao sighed. Xiaonan, can we go pick up Sister Huang? Mingyu was blunt. No. The military wives were a bit surprised that Mingyu would even refuse Sister Zhao's request. Mingyu added, Sister Zhao, I'm not deliberately going against you. Even if I go pick her up, she won't appreciate it. She'll just think I owe it to her. I'm not the type to repay evil with good. Besides, she didn't come in my car. What about the logistics vehicle? Sister Zhao looked helpless. The logistics department sent someone to repair the broken-down car, and they drove it straight to the farm to pick up supplies before heading back. Mingyu was puzzled. Mrs. Wu came with them. Didn't they call her to go back together? Sister Zhao didn't answer, but Elder Sister Ai spoke bluntly. They did call her. They even drove to the clinic to pick her up. But Mrs. Wu refused, saying her hand was injured and she didn't want to mix in with the cabbages. So she stayed behind. She didn't want to mix with the cabbages, so she assumed I would come pick her up? Mingyu sneered. Sister Zhao sighed again. She's just a bit self-centered. Be the bigger person and don't stoop to her level. Mingyu scoffed. I'm not a man of great magnanimity, nor am I a prime minister with a stomach big enough to sail a boat. The first time I met her daughter, she said I wasn't good enough for Gu Dongxing. The first time I met her, she called me an ill-mannered country girl. Even after I saved her life, she still said I only saved her incidentally, that I didn't really want to. I may have saved her incidentally, but I still saved her life. Yet, she never shows me any gratitude. If I go pick her up now, she'll just say I'm only doing it incidentally too, and she'll still feel no obligation to thank me. She and her daughter just don't vibe with me. Why should I go kiss her feet? Chapter 1919, Reflections on Life, Part 1. Mingyu was taken aback. She had thought the little girl was hungry and had come to ask for her steamed bun. It turned out that the little girl had come to ask for the bun because she had taken her stone. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt. She had traded just one steamed bun for a stone that was worth a fortune. Looking at the old grandmother, who had to wait until she sold her brooms before she could buy a bun for her granddaughter, she could see how hard their life was. She sighed and said to the old grandmother, "Grandma, I want to buy the stone. Let's go inside your house to discuss the price." The old grandmother looked at the stone and said, "Miss, if you've taken a liking to the stone, it must have something extraordinary about it. But since my Xiaoya traded it for a steamed bun, the connection between our family and this stone is already broken. There's no need to discuss a price." Mingyu was startled. This old grandmother was clearly poor, yet she could resist the temptation of money. It showed her noble character. She could only say, "There are a few other things. Let's go inside your house to talk." The reason she wanted to go inside was for the safety of the grandmother and granddaughter. If they were to conduct the transaction on the street and someone discovered that they had come into money, it would bring them misfortune rather than good fortune. "Please come in," the grandmother said, picking up the child and entering the house. "Grandma, are you afraid that even if you got the money, you wouldn't be able to keep it safe?" "I wanted to come inside so that no one would know you had received money." Looking at the adorable little Xiaoya, she couldn't help but think of the baby in her own womb. Her heart softened. But the old grandmother shook her head. "To be honest with you, miss, my youngest son has just passed away. My eldest son is a troublemaker. My youngest daughter-in-law had to remarry and escape to avoid him. There's no place in the house to hide money. Once he finds out I have money, he'll come to my room to search for it. Even if I put it in the bank, he'll find out and force me to withdraw it and give it to him." The old grandmother looked at Mingyu, her eyes filled with conflict. Yet this person had her own integrity and refused to accept gifts from others without reason. Mingyu got straight to the point. "Grandma, do you know what's inside the stone? What's inside is extremely valuable." Mingyu then entered and noticed that the old grandmother's house was a delicate courtyard house, somewhat resembling the homes of landlords from the old society. She was now in a dilemma. Mingyu hadn't expected the old grandmother's family to be in such a situation. She took out a jade pendant, grabbed Xiaoya's hand, pricked her finger to draw blood, and let it drip onto the pendant. Then she hung the pendant around Xiaoya's neck and said, "Xiaoya, this is a protective charm. It will keep you safe from bad people. Promise auntie that you will never take it off." From the old grandmother's behavior and the way she had raised Xiaoya, Mingyu could tell that the grandmother must have come from an extraordinary background. Moreover, from the old grandmother's facial features, she could see that the grandmother had recently lost someone very close to her, likely a son. The daughter-in-law had probably remarried. Now, only the two of them, grandmother and granddaughter, were left, and their life was understandably difficult. Xiaoya nodded firmly. "I'll listen to auntie. I won't take it off." When the old grandmother saw Mingyu squeeze Xiaoya's blood onto the pendant and watch the pendant absorb the blood, she was frightened. When Mingyu hung the pendant around Xiaoya's neck, she said anxiously, "How can I accept something so precious? That thing could absorb blood." She had once heard her own grandmother say that anything that could absorb your own blood was a treasure. Hearing Mingyu say it was a protective treasure, she felt a mix of shock, joy, and fear. Chapter 1920, Reflections on Life, Part 2. Mingyu smiled and said, "Since I'm taking your family stone, I have to give you something equally precious to feel at ease. This is a protective talisman. It will guard Xiaoya for her entire life." She then took out 10,000 yuan. "This 10,000 is for Xiaoya. It's not much, but it can help improve your life." After a moment's thought, she added, "From your facial features, I can see that you have no fate with sons, but you do have a fate with a granddaughter. Don't count on your son. He is a debtor from your husband's past life, here to collect what your husband owed. Your husband has already passed, and with death, the debt is cleared. From now on, you don't have to bother with your son. If he comes to take your things again, you can report him. That way, he won't dare come back." The old woman was stunned for a moment. So they were here to collect a debt. No wonder she could never change him no matter how hard she tried. She put away the 10,000 yuan. "Thank you, miss." She then bowed to Mingyu. Mingyu quickly stepped aside. "Grandma, you're overwhelming me. That's it then, I'll be going. As Mingyu walked out, Xiaoya immediately followed. Auntie, don't go. Little brother, little sister, fun. Mingyu was startled. This child could actually see the babies in her belly? When the old woman heard Xiaoya shout, little brother, little sister, panic flickered in her eyes. She slapped Xiaoya lightly. Don't talk nonsense. What little brother and little sister? Mingyu quickly stopped the old woman. Don't hit her. Her eyes are pure. The old woman suddenly bowed deeply to Mingyu. Please, master, help my Xiaoya. She reached out and tapped Xiaoya's brow, sealing her third eye. But at the same time, she also sealed a set of ancient martial arts techniques into Xiaoya's mind. When she turns 10, the seal will dissolve, and the techniques will appear in her memory. As she walked, she reflected on Xiaoya's family situation, watching the people around her buying and selling, haggling over prices, sensing the myriad things of this vast world. The various facets of life seemed condensed in this market. This is life. Minyu's state of mind unknowingly elevated, aligning with her soul's energy. Whether she would practice or not was now up to her. This was a feeling she couldn't have gained by cultivating at home. Even if she hadn't bought anything today, it would still have been worth it. She sighed. That little girl has innate spiritual roots. What a pity. The old woman repeatedly clasped her hands in thanks. Yes, I beg you, master. Seeing Xiaoya staring at her with big, innocent eyes, Mingyu's heart softened. She took a large apple from her bag and handed it to Xiaoya. Here, Xiaoya, have an apple. Listen to your grandma from now on. Auntie still has to go to the market to buy things. But in the little girl's mind, she was puzzled. She had just seen little brother and little sister, but now they were gone. Mingyu waved at Xiaoya and left. Xiaoya, seeing that the auntie was going shopping, could only wave reluctantly. Auntie, goodbye. This time, Mingyu didn't step aside. The old woman was sharp despite her age, and since Mingyu had just given her a protective talisman, it wasn't surprising that she saw through her identity. She looked at the old woman. You want me to seal her third eye? At 2 in the afternoon, the military wives, carrying large and small bags, gathered at the parking area, asking each other what they had bought. Seeing Mingyu walking over with a large woven bag, Sister Ai was the first to greet her. Xiao Nan, what did you buy? Mingyu replied with a smile. Just some things for the new year. She had already placed the stone into her space and casually took out some cured meat, dried seafood, candies, and other items from her space, holding them in her hands to pass off as her market haul. Of course, fruits were the main items, along with 2 heads of Chinese cabbage. End of chapter. Chapter 1921. Not going. Elder Sister Ai saw Mingyu buying Chinese cabbage and exclaimed, Oh, I forgot to tell you, you don't need to buy Chinese cabbage. The logistics vehicle will bring some back later and distribute it to everyone. Mingyu looked around at the other military wives and, sure enough, none of them had bought Chinese cabbage. Mingyu didn't mind. Since I bought it, I bought it. We'll just eat more. Oh, these fruits are really good. So fragrant. Elder Sister Jiao said in surprise. Where did you buy them? Mingyu smiled. A mountain villager brought them out to sell. He said he picked them deep in the mountains, with a bit of everything. He packed them in fresh-keeping bags at home, so they're still fresh. Elder Sister Lin asked, where was he selling them? Let's go buy some too. Mingyu quickly waved her hand. No need to go. I bought them all. Elder Sister Lin was regretful. Why didn't I come across such good fruits? Mingyu simply handed each person a pair. Here, eat up. It'll quench your thirst. Is everyone here? Can we leave now? Mingyu asked Elder Sister Ai. Mingyu was very direct. Not going. Mingyu added immediately, Elder Sister Zhao, I'm not deliberately rejecting your kindness. Even if I go to pick her up, she won't be grateful to me. She'll just think I'm obligated to do it. I'm not the type to repay evil with good. Besides, she didn't come in my car. What about the logistics department's vehicle? So no one else complained about not being able to buy the fruits. Elder Sister Zhao was also helpless. The logistics department sent someone to repair the broken-down car, drove it directly to the farm to pick up the goods, and then went back. The military wives were a bit surprised that Mingyu dared to reject even Elder Sister Zhao's request. Elder Sister Ai seemed to want to say something but stopped. Elder Sister Zhao said nothing, but Elder Sister Ai was straightforward. Of course they called her. They even drove to the health center to pick her up, but Madame Wu refused on the grounds that her hand was injured and she didn't want to mix in with the Chinese cabbage, so she stayed behind. 5 yuan a pound. Mingyu was puzzled. Madame Wu came in their car. When they went back, didn't they ask her to go with them? Such expensive fruits, only Xiao Nan would dare to buy them. Even if their family had a high income, it wasn't that they couldn't afford it, but it wasn't worth it. Better to buy the ones at 50 cents a pound. Elder Sister Zhao sighed and said, Xiao Nan, can we go pick up Sister Huang? Oh, that expensive. The military wives fell silent. The military wives were first attracted by the fragrance of the fruits. Seeing Mingyu distribute them, they naturally accepted. Without even washing them, they bit into them, skin and all, and found the taste was unlike anything they'd ever had. I've never eaten such a delicious pear. Xiaonan, how much is it per pound? She doesn't want to mix in with the Chinese cabbage. Is she sure I'll go pick her up? Mingyu sneered. Elder sister Zhao was also helpless. She's just a bit self-important. Be magnanimous and don't argue with her. Mingyu sneered. I'm not a great man, nor a prime minister with a stomach big enough to sail a ship. The first time I met her daughter, she said I wasn't good enough for Gu Dongxing. The first time I met her, she called me an impolite country girl. Even later, when I saved her life, she said I only saved her incidentally, that I didn't really want to save her. Even if I saved her incidentally, I still saved her life, but she never showed me a good attitude. If I go pick her up, she'll just say I'm only doing it incidentally, and she'll still have no reason to be grateful. She and her daughter just don't vibe with me. Why should I go and kiss up to her? Chapter 1922. Get off my car. Everyone listened to Nan Mingyu's words and actually felt she had a point. Moreover, although they didn't interact much with Madame Wu on a daily basis, on the surface, it was all pleasantries. No one could really tell what kind of person she was. But Madame Wu's behavior today had completely reshaped their impression of her, making them look down on her as well. If a daughter covets someone else's husband, shouldn't the mother stop her upon learning of it? Yet, she shared the same attitude as her daughter, as if she wanted to trample down the other woman's beloved to make way for her own daughter. Especially her words and actions toward Nan Mingyu after the car accident, they left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. No matter what, saving a life is the greatest kindness. But she simply dismissed it as saving her along the way, refused to acknowledge the favor, and even bossed Nan Mingyu around. That was truly despicable. Sister Ai also disapproved of Madame Wu's behavior and didn't want Nan Mingyu to pick her up. She glanced at the fully loaded car and said, "Our car is already packed. Even we have to squeeze in. There's no way to fit another person. Sister Zhao, what do you think?" Sister Zhao sighed helplessly. "Then forget about her. Everyone, get in and sit tight." So the family members quickly boarded the car. She got into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove back. Nan Mingyu's lips twitched slightly. At least Sister Zhao was reasonable enough not to insist she go pick up Madame Wu. Madame Wu, having finished with Sister Ai, turned to Nan Mingyu. "You're not related to me, but your Gu Dongxing works under my husband. That gives me the right to discipline you. How dare you treat me like this?" Nan Mingyu couldn't completely disregard Sister Zhao's face, so she stopped the car. Nan Mingyu snorted. "I already told you, this is my private car. You're nothing to me, so why should I go pick you up?" The little maid had no choice but to get up and sit on a sack of rice. Madame Wu didn't even thank her and immediately turned to Nan Mingyu with accusations. "Why didn't you come pick me up?" Sister Ai stayed silent. "Fine, since she knows she's unwelcome and still complains after getting a ride, I'll just stay out of it and see what she does." Sister Zhao said helplessly, "Xiaonan, since she's chased after us, stop and let her on." Every subordinate of her husband treated her with utmost respect. Everyone in their family dared not show her any disrespect. But this Nan Mingyu actually dared to treat her like this. As soon as Madame Wu got on, she said to a young girl, "Get up, let me sit." Sister Ai quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sister Huang, you're on now, just drop it." But just as the car started moving, someone shouted from behind. Looking in the rearview mirror, it was Madame Wu, running and yelling. "She clearly doesn't respect me. She didn't even come to the hospital to pick me up. How can I not say anything?" Nan Mingyu said coldly, "Gu Dongxing is a member of the Research Association, not anyone's subordinate. Even if Gu Dongxing were Elder Wu's subordinate, he's not yours. And even if he were your subordinate, I am not. Why should I kiss up to you?" Madame Wu was furious. You're being unreasonable. It was just a small favor, and you wouldn't even do that. A family member as arrogant as you is completely unqualified. My daughter Xiaomei was right, you don't deserve Gu Dongxing. Nan Mingyu was also angry. I'm unqualified, so your daughter is qualified, right? Too bad. No matter how qualified she is, my Dongxing doesn't want her. And no matter how unqualified I am, my Dongxing only wants me. You shameless woman. Madame Wu roared, suddenly standing up, but she bumped her head and angrily pounded the spot where she hit it. Nan Mingyu said coldly, "I'm not the one coveting someone else's husband, so how am I shameless? Also, if you damage my car, you'll pay for the repairs. Now, get off my car." The chapter ends. Chapter 1923. Why should I give you a ride? Nan Mingyu stopped the car decisively and said to Sister Zhao, "Sister Zhao, it's not that I don't want to let her ride in my car, but she simply doesn't vibe with me." The moment she got in, she started lecturing me. "We're all family members here, none of us is anyone's subordinate to be scolded at will." Sister Zhao had also heard Madame Wu lecturing Nan Mingyu, and her face had long since darkened. She had barely managed to get Nan Mingyu to stop the car and let Madame Wu in, yet Madame Wu had managed to get herself kicked out by Nan Mingyu through her own actions. No one else could pull that off. Others might not know, but Sister Zhao was well aware that Madame Wu was used to scolding the family members of her husband's subordinates like they were her juniors. Today, she had actually dared to take it out on Nan Mingyu. Had she not noticed that Nan Mingyu was different from the families of her husband's subordinates? Besides, Nan Mingyu's husband was now a vice president, no longer under her husband's command. This woman was clearly not someone to provoke. Even Sister Zhao herself wouldn't dare treat her like an ordinary person. She said coldly, "I understand your predicament. You're right, none of us is anyone's subordinate. I won't interfere anymore." When Madame Wu heard that Nan Mingyu was kicking her out and that Sister Zhao was washing her hands of it, she panicked. The logistics department's car had already left. If she got kicked out now, how would she get back? "Can't I even say a few words to you? And you're kicking me out? How petty can you be? Are you even a member of this association's family anymore?" Madame Wu exclaimed. Nan Mingyu sneered, "So what if I'm petty? Does being a family member mean I have to take your scolding and lectures? I've already said, I'm not a soldier under your command. This car is mine, I decide who gets to ride in it. I don't like you, so I won't let you ride. What's wrong with that? Besides, you were just pounding on my car earlier. What if you damage it while riding? So get out. It's not far from the market here, you can go back and hire a car to take you home." Nan Mingyu stopped the car by the roadside and refused to move. And she dared to lecture people, as if this were a public vehicle and Nan Mingyu were a soldier under her command. Just because my money didn't fall from the sky doesn't mean yours did either. Even if it did, I'd only spend it on people I like, not on someone who looks down on me. How am I using your money? Madame Wu shouted. Nan Mingyu rolled her eyes. Didn't my car cost money? Don't I have to pay for gas? By riding in my car, aren't you using my money? At this, the other family members grew displeased, casting hostile glances at Madame Wu. Originally, Nan Mingyu hadn't planned to let her ride, given how she had treated her. But because Sister Zhao pleaded, Nan Mingyu had let her in. Couldn't she just sit quietly? Madame Wu was furious. Hiring a car from here would cost at least 10 or more yuan. My money didn't fall from the sky either. As soon as she said that, the other family members felt awkward. They hadn't paid either. Aren't you just here for the market, giving everyone a ride as a favor? Madame Wu looked at the others and noticed their embarrassed expressions. She felt smug. Nan Mingyu's words had offended everyone. Unfortunately, Nan Mingyu didn't care. So what if she said it? The car wasn't public property. Offering a ride was a kindness. Not offering one was no one's business. Heh. Nan Mingyu laughed coldly. I'm giving rides as a favor, but only to people I like, or people who like me. For someone I like, I wouldn't just give them a ride, I'd even go out of my way to drive them. As long as I like them. But if I don't like someone, I won't give them a ride even if it's convenient. Who can do anything about it? You looked down on me from the start, called me an ill-mannered country girl, didn't thank me for saving you, and even slandered me. So why should I give you a ride? It's New Year's Day, everyone. What are you all busy with? I've been typing away, typing and typing, just to finish today's 10-chapter update. Don't forget to vote. In the new year, I wish all the dear readers who subscribe to this book, vote for it, tip it, or leave a 5-star review a peaceful, happy, and joyful new year. End of chapter. Chapter 1924. Never realized Mrs. Wu was this kind of person. The family members suddenly felt that Nan Mingyu was right. The car belonged to someone else. Since they were riding in her car, they should appreciate her kindness. As the old saying goes, eat someone's food, and your mouth is short. Take someone's favor, and your hand is soft. What's more, Mrs. Wu owed her a life-saving debt, yet she was not only ungrateful, but also wanted to go against her. Mrs. Wu was speechless, and could only sit there fuming. But since she refused to get out of the car, Nan Mingyu couldn't drag her out. Besides, her husband was an elder in the association, so she couldn't go too far. After venting her anger, Nan Mingyu started the car. If you're not getting out, then stop your nagging. Otherwise, stay far away from me, and keep your daughter away from our Dongxing too. Hearing Nan Mingyu mention her daughter, Mrs. Wu wanted to lash out again, but she was afraid of being kicked out of the car, so she could only shut her mouth and seethe. Her behavior made the other family members look down on her even more. After all, if she despised someone so much, why bother riding in their car? If she had any backbone, she would have gotten out and hired another car instead of inviting criticism. But she refused to get out and just sat there radiating coldness and hostility, which only made people despise her. How had they never realized before that Mrs. Wu was this kind of person? Sister Zhao then said, "Hurry up and take your things back. We're waiting for you to come along. Xiaomai, you take your things back too, and come help us carry some." Nan Mingyu said to Sister Zhao and Sister Ai, "As for the polished rice you two want, should I have someone deliver it to your homes, or should I bring it to your houses?" Oh, I forgot, I don't even know your exact addresses. But the other family members were also looking at her, so she couldn't just brush them off. Nan Mingyu secretly fumed. She had been angry with her the whole way, and now she was asking about selling rice. Was she mocking her for being a country person, or was she trying to bring trouble to her door? After all, even though it was already early 1985, the grain market hadn't been liberalized yet. If she were caught selling rice, it wouldn't just be considered profiteering. The other family members found Nan Mingyu's words a bit strange. Mrs. Wu immediately asked, "Xiao Nan, are you selling rice?" The car drove back to the compound, and everyone got out with their purchases. Sister Ai hadn't brought a maid, so she quickly said, "Let me put my things down first, then I'll go to your place." Sister Zhao hurriedly said, "I'll go directly to your place to pick it up." She handed her purchases to her maid to take back and followed Nan Mingyu. "All right, I'll walk faster then," Sister Ai said, picking up her things and heading back. Nan Mingyu said impatiently, "It's not that I'm selling rice. I just don't like the stale rice sold at the grain station, so I had someone bring me some good rice from the countryside." Sister Zhao and Sister Ai heard about it and wanted some too, so I told them to come to my place to pick it up. Hearing this, the other family members also wanted some. After all, even though some people secretly sold rice at the market during the new year, they didn't sell much. Most of it was brought in baskets, at most 20 or 30 jin at a time, and sometimes you couldn't even buy any. Sister Lin quickly asked, "How much is it per jin?" Nan Mingyu smiled and said, "I don't know the market price. The people who brought it to me charged me 35 cents per jin. Since you all want some, I won't make a profit. I'll just sell it to you at the same price, 35 cents. Only 35 cents? I bought some today for 50 cents, Sister Jiao exclaimed. But she quickly added, "The rice I bought is oil-sticky rice though. You can smell the fragrance just from it." End of chapter. Chapter 1925, Buy Low, Sell High. Nan Mingyu smiled and said, "My rice is definitely no worse than what's on the market. They charge me 35 cents because the grain station sells rice at 15 cents a caddy plus a ration ticket. Normally, if you buy food at a restaurant without a ration ticket, you can substitute money, usually an extra 20 cents per caddy of ration ticket. Since I don't have ration tickets, they charge me 35 cents a caddy." Sister Zhao quickly said, "Xiao Nan, since it sells for 50 cents on the market, you should charge 50 cents. Nan Mingyu shook her head. "Sister Zhao, don't get me into trouble. How could I buy low and sell high and engage in speculation? The farmers give it to me for 35 cents, and I pass it on to you for 35 cents without ration tickets. The rice from the grain station was made from old grain and still required a ration ticket plus 15 cents. 35 cents a caddy for polished rice without a ration ticket was an absolute steal." Sister Zhao also knew that although reforms and opening up had begun, and people had surplus grain to sell at the market, the grain market, except in Shenzhen, hadn't fully liberalized yet. If Nan Mingyu bought low and sold high, she would indeed be criticized. She thought for a moment and said, "Even though you can't buy low and sell high, you can't be expected to cover the transportation costs yourself. How about this? We'll give you 5 cents per caddy for transport, making it 40 cents a caddy." Nan Mingyu knew that if she charged 35 cents, they would suspect her of bribery. But she couldn't agree. "Sister Zhao, if I charge for labor and transport, I'll never be able to explain myself later. Besides, even if you didn't need it, I'd still eat it myself. It's just a side favor. I'll give it to you for whatever the farmers charge me." Ridiculous. Her original intention was to build goodwill through rice diplomacy with the families of these association heads and elders. How could she let a mere 5 cents ruin that small favor? Moreover, with Madame Wu, who was determined to marry her daughter to Gu Dongxing around, if she accepted those 5 cents, she would be handing her a weapon to use against her. So she firmly refused the 5-cent transport fee. Even at 40 cents a caddy, it was still 10 cents cheaper than the 50 cents on the market. But Nan Mingyu insisted on not charging more, and they had no choice. To avoid letting Nan Mingyu make a mistake, Sister Zhao had to agree. "Oh, you're pregnant. How can you carry something so heavy? Put it down. Let's carry it together to lighten the load." When Sister Ai and Sister Zhao arrived at Nan Mingyu's house, the other family members followed. Nan Mingyu first invited everyone into the living room, then went alone to open the storage room door and carried out a bag of grain. Sister Ai saw this and quickly came to help, but found she couldn't take the bag from her. Madame Wu had soured her relationship with Nan Mingyu and originally didn't want to come, but seeing everyone else go, she felt it would seem like she was afraid of Nan Mingyu if she stayed behind. So she came along too. Besides, if the rice was good, she wanted to buy some. Nan Mingyu quickly said, "Sister Ai, this is a 100 caddy bag of rice. You might not be able to handle it. Please step aside. I'll bring it to the living room." Nan Mingyu wanted to say that this weight was nothing. She could easily lift 10 times as much. But seeing Sister Ai's worried expression, she let her help carry it. The family members were chatting when they saw Nan Mingyu and Sister AI carrying the rice over. They immediately gathered around. Sister AI opened the bag, and a fragrant aroma of rice wafted out. "This rice smells wonderful," Sister Jiao couldn't help sniffing. "It must be high-quality rice." This chapter ends. Chapter 1926. What loss? What loss? Sister AI opened the bag and grabbed a small handful, noticing that the rice was glossy and shiny, clearly high quality. "Wow, this rice is way better than what I buy," Sister Jiao exclaimed. The others also grabbed a handful, rubbing it between their palms, and praised it one after another. "This is really good rice. It's so oily and glossy. It smells wonderful. What kind of product is this? How is it so good?" Mingyu chuckled inwardly. Rice grown in the space was naturally excellent. But of course, she couldn't say it was from the space, so she simply said, "This is rice grown in the mid-mountain area. Because the sunlight is shorter and the growing period is longer, it can only be harvested once a year. Plus, the soil there is good, so the rice quality is especially high. Even raw rice has a fragrance now, and when cooked, the aroma is even more mouth-watering." She walked straight to the kitchen across the way, brought back a pot, and opened it. The scent of the cooked rice was truly irresistible. Madame Wu said, "Farmers sell their grain to the state for only 9 yuan per 100 jin of unhusked rice. The milling rate for regular rice is at most 70%. So, if you calculate it, the rice they sell to the state costs only about 13 cents per jin. Xiaonan's rice is selling for 40 cents. How could it be a loss?" Sister AI was already getting annoyed with Madame Wu and couldn't help retorting, "Farmers don't have to sell to you. Sister Jiao just said the rice she buys costs 50 cents a jin and isn't as good as this. Such good rice could sell for at least 60 cents a jin at the market. Selling it to us for 35 cents, how can you say it's not a loss? Besides, this rice wasn't grown by Xiaonan herself. Someone sold it to her at a low price, probably as a favor. We're getting it from Xiaonan, which means we're using her goodwill." The other military wives also disapproved of Madame Wu's words. Saying Mingyu was selling rice implied she was profiteering, which could get her into trouble. Everyone knew that slow-growing chickens and ducks tasted better, and slow-growing rice was more delicious, but also more expensive. Sister Zhao worried, "Xiaonan, such good rice at 35 cents a jin, and only one harvest a year, won't the farmers lose money?" Madame Wu wasn't wrong. At that time, the state price for farmers selling grain was 9 yuan per 100 jin for surplus grain and 11 yuan for above-quota grain. Mingyu didn't want to engage with Madame Wu and instead asked Sister AI directly, "Sister AI, you wanted 100 jin, right? Did you bring a bag? Do you need to divide it up and carry it back?" But Madame Wu only looked at it from the state procurement perspective, forgetting the market prices she had seen today. From that perspective, farmers selling rice directly to them indeed wouldn't lose money. Also, Comrade Xiaonan had already said this wasn't rice for sale, it was bought for personal consumption. Sharing it with us was because they had extra. If you don't want any, don't follow along and don't talk nonsense. Sister AI worried, "You only have 100 jin here? What about Sister Zhao's 100 jin? These single-crop rice varieties at 35 cents a jin were definitely sold at a loss." Madame Wu, who had been silent, suddenly said, "What loss? The farmers aren't losing anything." Mingyu pointed to the east wing, "It's all in the storage room. I'll go get it now. Sister Zhao, will you have your maid carry it back?" Sister Zhao quickly said, "It's in the storage room? Then we'll go carry it ourselves. Xiaomai, bring the bags and let's go to the storage room to divide it up and carry it back. We'll help you carry it out." The military wives rushed into the storage room in a crowd. In truth, they wanted to see how much rice Mingyu had. If there was extra, they'd want some too. But the moment they entered the storage room, they were stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 1927. Everyone has it, why doesn't she? The storage room was piled with quite a few things, 5 bags of rice, each weighing 100 jin, and 1 bag of flour. In addition, there were bags of mountain delicacies like mushrooms, black fungus, and monkey head mushrooms, as well as seafood such as bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, and dried scallops. Hanging from the beams was a large string of cured meat and sausages. There were even several bags of vegetables, including Chinese cabbage, scallions, potatoes, carrots, and some out-of-season items like green peppers, tomatoes, and broccoli. This was clearly the stash of a wealthy person. She had deliberately brought all this to the storage room earlier to avoid giving the impression that she stayed home alone and never went out to buy groceries. When the military wives entered the storage room, they realized just how well off Xiaonan really was. Sister Lin exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder we rarely see you go out to buy groceries. You've got all this good stuff stored at home." Mingyu looked a bit embarrassed. "It's all because my Gu Dongxing was worried I'd have trouble buying groceries while pregnant, so he prepared it all in advance." The mountain goods came from foraging in the hills. The cured meat was from a wild boar we hunted on the way to visit a friend in the mountains. I cured the whole thing. And the seafood was sent by one of Dongxing's comrades who lives by the sea. Madame Wu immediately grew jealous. Such fine goods, money couldn't even buy them. If Gu Dongxing had become her son-in-law, all of this would have been hers. Sister Jiao sighed. How long will it take you to eat through all this? Sister Lin quickly said, I want 100 Jin too. As she spoke, she picked up a bag with one hand and placed it in front of the three of them. Great, great. I want 100 Jin too. Sister Jiao hurriedly added. After the three spoke, they remembered that Mingyu had said she could only spare 300 Jin of rice. Besides Sister Ai and Sister Zhao, there were 4 other military wives, but only 300 Jin of rice. Giving it to the 3 of them just happened to leave Madame Wu out. Sister Lin and the others quickly handed over the money, afraid that if they delayed, Madame Wu would set her sights on the rice. Seeing that the rice cost only 35 cents a jin, Madame Wu wanted some too. The low price was one thing, but the rice itself was clearly top quality. Was this intentional, or was it intentional? Mingyu, however, seemed oblivious to the issue and immediately agreed. All right, each of you gets 100 jin. I don't have a scale here, so each bag is exactly 100 jin. 35 yuan each, just carry them off. Sister Kai also said, I want 100 jin too. Mingyu explained, part of it is reserved for Gu Dongxing's comrades. He's been busy and hasn't picked it up yet. But if you want some, aside from Sister Zhao and Sister Ai's 100 jin each, she said, lifting a 100 jin bag of rice with one hand and placing it in front of Sister Zhou, I can spare 300 jin for the rest of you. But I don't have a scale, so I can only sell whole bags. If you want to buy, it has to be 100 jin. Everyone has it, why doesn't she? Madame Wu said to Sister Jiao, Sister Jiao, didn't you already buy 60 jin of rice at the market this time? Why don't you let me have this bag? She hadn't directly asked Mingyu earlier, maintaining her own stance. If Mingyu offered it to her, she'd take it reluctantly. If not, she'd ask another military wife, so she wouldn't owe Mingyu any favors. The problem was, would the other military wives be willing to give it up? Sure enough, Sister Jiao shot Madame Wu a dirty look. My family has so many people, 60 jin of rice is nowhere near enough. End of chapter. Chapter 1928. Mingyu was completely unfazed by her threats. Madame Wu then looked at Big Sister Lin. Big Sister Lin said nothing and moved the bag of rice aside. Though she was in her 40s, she could still move this 100 jin bag of rice, just not carry it on her shoulder. As for Big Sister Kai, she directly hoisted it onto her shoulder and walked away. Having grown up in the countryside and naturally strong, she could not only carry this 100 jin bag of rice, but also walk briskly with it. She was the first to offer to go into the storage room to help Big Sister Zhao carry the rice. However, now that she had also taken some rice herself, she naturally wanted to take it home first. Seeing that the 3 older sisters had all refused her, only Big Sister Zhao and Big Sister Ai remained. She wouldn't dare approach Big Sister Zhao even if her life depended on it, so she could only turn to Big Sister Ai, who was busy dividing rice into bags. Ai. Big Sister Ai cut her off. Sorry, I was planning to buy rice when I went to the market today. It just so happened that Xiaonan said there was rice, so I didn't buy any. My rice jar at home is completely empty. There's no way I can give this rice to you. In truth, under normal circumstances, if Madame Wu had made such a request, everyone would have given her some. But today, Madame Wu had shown her true colors, making them all dislike her. On top of that, she had offended Mingyu, and it was clear that Mingyu didn't want to give her any rice. If they gave the rice Mingyu had allotted to them to Madame Wu, it would be equivalent to offending Mingyu. Judging by the things in Mingyu's storage room, she definitely had connections to get good stuff. They were still hoping to come back later and ask Mingyu for some good things, especially those hanging sausages. Mingyu surely couldn't finish them all, so asking her for some shouldn't be too hard. Thus, offending Mingyu was not wise. Madame Wu refused to leave. Sell me that bag of rice, or I'll report you for selling grain. Besides, since Mingyu had just given them such good rice, how could they undermine her? Even a fool could see that Mingyu was deliberately refusing to sell to Madame Wu. After all, her daughter had been coveting Mingyu's husband, and instead of stopping her, this mother had clearly shown she wanted to step on Mingyu to let her daughter take her place. Mingyu chuckled twice. Sorry, this rice is actually a new variety that requires a new method of cultivation. The yield isn't high, so even 2 acres didn't produce much. Giving me this much is already the limit. Alright, I don't have any more rice here, and everyone else has left. You should go too. By now, it was no longer about whether she wanted to take advantage of this small benefit. It had escalated to the point where everyone could buy good, cheap rice except her. She felt isolated and excluded. She looked at Mingyu. Isn't there still rice here? Why did you only set aside 3 bags? Madame Wu was furious that no one wanted to give her any rice. Mingyu said impatiently, Don't you have people who send you things? Just have them send you some more. Mingyu looked at her like she was an idiot. Don't I need to eat myself? The rest is naturally for my own consumption. Go ahead then. Mingyu was completely unfazed by her threats. She hadn't charged the 5 fen per jean transportation fee precisely to block Madame Wu's path. The grain stations sold rice at 15 fen per jean, but required ration tickets, while she only charged 35 fen. Since ration tickets were publicly accepted at 20 fen per jean in restaurants, no matter how they investigated, she had nothing to fear. Madame Wu glared fiercely at Mingyu. You sold such good rice to them at a low price, but refused to sell to me. Are you doing this on purpose? Mingyu thought to herself, you're just now figuring that out? Indeed, her space was piled high with this kind of rice. How could she possibly be short of 1 bag for Madame Wu? Next chapter update time, 7 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1929. Don't you regret this? Mingyu sneered inwardly. Wasn't this Mrs. Wu calling her an ill-mannered country girl? Well, this country girl had plenty of good rice that she could sell cheaply to other military wives, but she simply wouldn't sell it to her. She even deliberately brought out the cooked rice for everyone to see, just to let Mrs. Wu know how good the rice was, letting her see it but not taste it. Moreover, Mingyu had calculated human nature. These military wives had already secured the rare, high-quality rice at the original price in their own hands. Who would be willing to give it up? Very few would willingly surrender a benefit they had already obtained. Furthermore, they could tell that she was deliberately refusing to sell rice to Mrs. Wu. Would they be willing to offend her by selling their rice to Mrs. Wu? Of course not. They still hoped to get more cheap rice from her in the future. Their unwillingness to give it up also meant offending Mrs. Wu, which would worsen their relationship with her. And that was exactly how Mingyu achieved her goal, isolating Mrs. Wu. After all, it was Mrs. Wu and her daughter who coveted her husband. Through today, she had already seen that Wu Xiaomei dared to set her sights on Gu Dongxing because she had her mother's support. How dare you treat me like this? Don't you regret this? Mrs. Wu pointed at Mingyu. Mingyu let out 2 cold chuckles and decisively burned the bridge. Why would I regret it? Why should I show you any kindness when you don't even show gratitude for a life-saving favor? Don't think I don't know your daughter has her eyes on my husband, and instead of stopping her, you help her trample on me. All you want is to push me down so your daughter can take my place. Seeing that Mingyu had bluntly called her out, and noticing the other military wives had left, Mrs. Wu dropped her pretense and snorted. You're not worthy of Commander Gu anyway. Leave him now, or you'll suffer later. Mingyu sneered again. If loving my husband is shameless, then what do you call your daughter coveting a married man? Mrs. Wu couldn't win the argument and could only leave with a we'll see about that before storming out of courtyard number 17. Mingyu watched her retreating figure, wondering what she might do next. It seemed she would have to warn Gu Dongxing when he returned. The next day, Sister AI came to tell Mingyu, the logistics department has bought some discounted New Year goods. Every household can get a share. Hurry up and bring a bag, let's go collect them together. It's not just cabbage, Sister AI said with a smile. You'll see when you get there. When Mingyu arrived at the logistics department, she understood what Sister AI meant by not just cabbage. Mingyu was surprised. Is it the cabbage the logistics department bought yesterday? To improve everyone's lives, the military leadership had instructed the logistics department to buy all kinds of New Year goods at wholesale prices. Sugar, cigarettes, liquor, meat, vegetables, and more, all high-quality items, to distribute to everyone. Of course, this distribution wasn't free. They had to pay for it, but only at wholesale prices. This counted as a perk for the higher-ups, didn't it? Mingyu was a bit worried. My husband Gu is just a division commander. He shouldn't be entitled to such high-level treatment, should he? Chapter 1930. You are not qualified. Sister AI grabbed Nan Mingyu and said, since your Gu Dongxing can live here, he naturally enjoys the treatment here. Let's go. To be honest, these high-end goods didn't hold much appeal for Nan Mingyu. High-end cigarettes. Her Gu Dongxing didn't smoke. High-end liquor. Could it surpass the spiritual wine buried in her space? High-end candy. She had caught a few hives of bees in her space to pollinate her herbs, and the bees multiplied quickly, giving her a large amount of honey. Ever since she extracted a spiritual vein and implanted it into her space, the spiritual energy there had surged. Her honey carried a trace of spiritual energy, and she didn't dare give it to others to eat. She had Xiaotao use that honey to make many pastries and various fruit candies, all made from the earlier honey. As for meat, who had more meat than she did? She had once caught a large batch of wild pigs, cattle, sheep, deer, monkeys, and other animals from Heavenly Lake, and they had multiplied rapidly in her space. If she wanted meat, she could just catch a live animal inside, butcher it, and take it out. She really didn't need these things. But Sister AI was too enthusiastic, pulling her along and refusing to let her leave, so she had no choice but to follow Sister AI to line up. Just then, Wu Xiaomei followed Mrs. Wu to line up for the ration New Year goods and spotted Nan Mingyu in the queue. Wu Xiaomei had been on break and had wanted to see Gu Dongxing, but he hadn't returned due to his mission. Her expression immediately changed. Wu Xiaomei loathed Nan Mingyu. She whispered something in her mother's ear, and her mother looked up at Nan Mingyu. When she confirmed that Nan Mingyu was in line, her expression also changed. Sure that Nan Mingyu was queuing for the ration New Year goods, she immediately spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this Gu Dongxing's wife? What, you're here to line up for the ration New Year goods? Don't you know that the New Year goods here are only for those at the elder level or above? If you're going to queue here, you should first find out whether you're qualified, right?" Coming out today with her mother to buy the ration New Year goods, she had also hoped to look around. Since Nan Mingyu was pregnant, maybe Gu Dongxing would come out to queue for his wife? Nan Mingyu, who hadn't been particularly eager to claim these New Year goods, changed her mind upon hearing Mrs. Wu's antics. Even if she didn't need these things herself, she could set them out when ordinary guests came. Besides, Axian smoked, so she could buy the high-end cigarettes for him to display. This compound was called the Elders Compound, and the family members here were at least over 40. When Nan Mingyu came to queue for the special New Year goods, the other family members, seeing how young she was, assumed she was there to buy on behalf of an elder. How could they have imagined that such a young family member lived in this compound? Thus, when Mrs. Wu exposed her identity, they were all very surprised. This young girl, only about 17 or 18, was actually a wife living in the elders' compound? And how had another researcher moved into this elders' compound? So, she immediately decided to stick with the queue and buy the special New Year goods. Seeing that Nan Mingyu ignored her, Mrs. Wu called out again. "What, Nan Mingyu? Are you trying to impersonate a wife of the elders' compound or something?" Nan Mingyu smiled faintly at Mrs. Wu and said, "I believe that since those living in this compound have ration New Year goods to buy, the outer compound probably does too. Besides, I've heard that the New Year goods are bought in the compound where you live. Since my Gu Dongxing doesn't live in the outer compound, he can't buy them there. If he can't buy the ration New Year goods here, then may I ask Mrs. Wu, where should my Gu Dongxing go to buy his ration New Year goods?" The chapter ends.